Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Dragon Maid Guardian. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. A hero and his dragon maid. One morning, a car pulls up on the parking lot near the beach and a very skinny-looking man, almost like a skeleton but with a little more skin, came out of the car to meet up with someone at their usually spot for another day of special. He has an angular features and long limbs. He has spiky, disheveled hair with two bangs framing the sides of his face. He has a very long neck and his eyebrows are absent. Wearing some warm clothing at the temperature today is a little cold. Today was another training day until he gets the boy ready for a special entrance exam at a very special school in Japan. You see, this isn't just any special training they're doing, he's training a young boy to become a great hero. In this world, there has been a population of people that have gained superpowers are about 80%, making the earth the home of every super being who wishes to use those powers to become heroes to help and save lives while others use them to hurt, steal, destroy, and kill, making them villains. Agig? The skinny man heard a loud scream coming the beach where he supposes to meet the person. He runs to the source to find a young boy screaming the loudest he can while standing on top of a pile of junk and trash and wearing nothing but long workout pants as he is shirtless. The skinny man turns his sight to the beach, expecting to still see some trash left since people have been throwing them away here. However, to his surprise and gasp off seeing the whole beach completely clean. Hey, holy crap kid. The skinny man shocked. You even cleaned up outside the area I told you to. Looking around again, coming to the same conclusion. Seriously, there's not one speck of trash left on this beach. The skinny man gasped, then something came up in his mind and quickly took out his phone checking the date. Holy mega crap. And with only 4 days left to spar, you really exceeded my expectation. The skinny man said, trembling in joy and excitement. Holy stinkin' super crap. The skinny man suddenly burst into a huge muscle man with his hair becoming short with two distinct bangs that stand up over his head that casts a dark shadow over his face, hiding everything but his deep blue eyes. The now muscle man looks up to see the boy looking back at him from above. The boy has green eyes, messy, dark green hair with black highlights and 4 symmetrical freckles underneath both cheeks. Who is very skinny, not as skinny as the man, has gained an array of well-developed muscles after his 10 months of extensive training with his trainer. Oh my, I did it. The boy shouted through some panting. Yes, young Izuku Midoriya, excellent work. All Might responded, giving the boy known as Izuku as heroic thumb up. Then he suddenly became shocked at something that's behind Izuku. Wow, you cleaned up this beach all by yourself, great work, master. An eerie girl voice said. Well, it was tough. But Izuku stopped his sentence when he turned around to find a huge, lizard-like creature with wings with its face straight at him. Izuku just stood there for a moment or two until he let out a frightened scream as he jumps back, which resulted him into falling off the big trash pile, but luckily, All Might caught him in his muscle arms. All right, giant lizard monster, identified yourself, and All Might demanded what that creature wants, only himself yelling at nothing but air. Hey, calling a mighty dragon a lizard is a serious crime to my kind. A girl voice said sounded closer to them. All Might and Izuku looked down to find a girl standing right in front of them. The girl has long blonde hair with flaming pink tips and red-orange eyes with dilated pupils. She appears to be wearing a maid outfit from a cosplay cafe. But the weirdest thing about her is she has a huge green tail sticking out from behind under the skirt and 2 horns on her head. BRSTS sizes, D cup. Hey, was that big monster just now you? Izuku asked after getting down on his feet. Monster? Well, I guess it wouldn't surprise me that you humans would call us dragons that. But I also guess that you couldn't tell by looking that you humans have somehow gained powers over the years. What do you call them these days? Oh yeah, quirks. The girl said, confusing the two. Wait a minute, you keep saying dragons, as like you're one yourself. All Might said, not sure if what this girl is saying is true. Well, of course I am, you both saw me in my true just a moment age and last week too. The girl claimed, which both them upon realizing she may be telling the truth. Wait, you said we met you last week? Izuku asked. The dragon girl nodded. All Might, did we do something at that time last week? Izuku asked his mentor. I think I'm beginning to remember. All Might said, recalling the time he decided to take their training overnight. The memoirs were fuzzy, but they're starting to come together. Izuku also begun to remember too. Flashback, 1 week ago. Izuku is running up a big hill deep in a forest while All Might in his muscular form is running ahead of him as the young is looking a little tried but kept going nonetheless. The scene to where All Might is sharing a drink with Izuku, telling him that this isn't beer or anything alcoholic, but unfortunately for the symbol of peace, the drink they're having is in fact a beer. Next, they're walking together as All Might is in his skinny form while looking a little dizzy and walking weirdly until they spotted something big up ahead in the woods. Next flashback. All Might and Izuku are both shocked to have found a dragon laying on the ground groaning in pain because of a giant sword impale on her back. Izuku jumps on the dragon's back and grabs onto the sword to pull it out. He struggles at first but succeeded in the end. Last memoir is Izuku and All Might are talking and laughing with a young girl who was the big dragon earlier. Then Izuku said something to the girl. If you got nowhere left to go, then would you like to come live with me? Izuku asked. Flashback end. Come live with me? Come live with me? Those words kept repeating in Izuku's head for a few times as his eyes widen and his face blushing of embarrassment. Holy crap! I invited a girl to live with me. Izuku screamed in his head. It was a really brave of you to pull that sword and invite me to your home. I wanted to go with you right away, but you mentioned about your training, so I waited until now. The dragon girl explained. I'm also surprised that the gift I gave you work out well. The dragon girl said, confusing the boy. What do you mean gift, and what's your name? Izuku asked. Oh, sorry for the late introduction. My name is Toru, and the gift I gave you before leaving the forest was a little magic power boost increasing your strength, speed, durability, and agility by ×3 I think. Toru mentioned, shocking the two. Actually, now that I think about it, Izuku have shown some sudden increase as we continued with the training. All Might recalled seeing Izuku progressing faster than before and his muscles being a bit bigger now. I hope don't think bad about it. I just wanted to thank you for saving me and becoming your maid as I am forever in your debt. Toru bowed at Izuku, which made him nervous. And no, don't think too highly of me, I was just doing what a hero would do, like helping others in need. Izuku stated. That's not true. All Might said, getting Izuku full attention on him. You've done more than I could ever imagine when I chose you to become my successor. You not only completely the training earlier, but you've also saved a life as well, all on your own. Looky here. All Might held out his phone, showing Izuku and Toru a picture of Izuku crying a little. This is you from 10 months ago. All Might said. Izuku tilted his head, not sure why his mentor is showing this now. Wow, you must have cried a lot back then. Toru teased, making Izuku feeling embarrassed. But now look at you, so much improvement. You have shown me, even with the blessing from a dragon that we thought were mere legends and fairy tales, that you can inherited the full power of my quirk. All Might stated, believing Izuku is ready. Izuku felt both nervous and proud to hear all that from the #1 hero in the world. All Might, do I deserve this? Are you sure? Izuku asked. You put so much time and energy into helping me. How did I end up so lucky? Izuku asked as tears began to flow down from his eyes. Come on, Izuku, you definitely earned this because of your hard work and determination. Toru encouraged her future to accept it. She's right. Now, for your reward, Izuku Midoriya. All Might took out a single string of his hair. Someone once told me this. There's a difference between being lucky and deserving. One's an accident, the other a reward. Never get the two confused. Izuku gasped, knowing what those words mean. This gift. You earned it with your own valiant efforts. Izuku felt a warm fire within his soul that has become bigger and brighter than before. He knew this is the path of his destiny, with his head up high and no regrets in him whatsoever. Held out his weak but strong quirkless hand and grabbed the future. Eat it. All Might said, holding the hair string to Izuku. This confuses both the boy and the dragon maid. To inherit my power, you've got to swallow some of my DNA, that's how it works. All Might explained. This isn't exactly how I imagined it. Izuku exclaimed. I think it's okay. Sometimes we dragon would eat anything we hunt for food. Isn't that how you humans go get your food before restaurants were invented? Toru asked. That's not the point. Izuku snapped. Come on, we got 4 days until the exam, so we can train to see how much you can handle one for all. Eat it, eat. All Might forced the hair down to Izuku's throat despite his protest and swallow it whole. It felt gross at first, doesn't feel any different. All Might says that he'll get the feeling in him once Izuku's training to control one for all's power begins. Then Izuku thought something that he wanted to ask Toru about. Hey, when we met, did you try to heal All Might? Izuku asked, making All Might feel concern. Yeah, I tried. Even though healing magic isn't my forte, I can still heal others of their nasty wounds like deep cuts and bruises. However, for All Might's case, I can't bring back eternal organs like the stomach, sorry. Besides, I'm more into destruction and combat. Toru answered with a sad look. Izuku became sad too, but knew it was worth a shot. By the way, just out of curiosity, how powerful are you dragons? All Might asked. Well, let's just say that I'm one of the powerful dragons capable of bringing about the Armageddon to the whole world. Toru smirked with pride. All Might and Izuku's jaws drop of the sudden shock. They have learned how powerful she is. This girl, who is a dragon, has the power to destroy the world alone, and there are other dragons like her, and Izuku will have to bear living with her as his maid from now on. Izuku's life has certainly become strange yet interesting, having a dangerous dragon as his maid. What's next for our young hero in training? KO, a new story is done, and hope you all enjoy it. It's a crossover of My Hero Academia and Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid. I got this idea from a story called Deku's Dragon Maid by the author Suki on Wattpad. I think it's awesome, though I'm not going to make Izuku OP, just little stronger, as he'll work his way on controlling one for all to the fullest. Toru has appear in Izuku's life, as he'll experience both sides of hero actions and being around with other dragons, as dark forces will want to destroy them both. Hope he'll be up to the challenge, as he will also find himself being surrounded by girls including Toru. KO comment, favorite, and follow through on how this new story will go. Little prepare for the UA exam. As the morning sun brightens the sky, Izuku is sleeping peaceful in his bed, having an awesome dream of himself being the world's greatest hero, standing on top of a skyscraper with All Might by side, looking over the great city and the horizon. The usual dream he has for years. His hand moves around a bit until it grabs something round and soft. It also feels squishy when he gave it a squeeze with a miming sound, and feeling his body is being pulled into something as the miming gets a little louder. Izuku slowly his eyes as he begun to wake up from his dream, noticing his hand is grabbing some round ball thingy. What is it? It feels so soft yet firm at the same time. Izuku sleepy thought, squeezing it more as he heard or two. Oh, Izuku, you're so forward. Torrent. The second Izuku closed his eyes again, he shut them wide open as he gasps of seeing Toru cuddling with him in bed and realized that he's actually Jirpinji, one of her BRSs, causing his whole face to blush redder than a tomato. Izuku screamed, jumping out of his bed and falling on the floor. This made Toru to wake up, sitting up and yawning while stretching out her arms a bit. Oh, good morning, Izuku, did you have a good sleep? Toru asked with a gentle smile. Oh, good morning to you too. Yes, I did. Wait a minute, that isn't important right now. Izuku realizes what he wants to know. What are you doing in room? Izuku asked. Don't you remember, there aren't any guest rooms in your home, and I was thinking of sleeping on the couch, but you insisted on letting me sleep with you. Toru explained. You were such a man inviting me to your room, just the two us alone. Toru fantasized of Izuku teasing and playing with her in the room. I hope I didn't do anything weird. Izuku worried. Don't worry, all we did was just sleeping together in the same bed when you wouldn't let me sleep on the floor. Toru confirmed, even though she wishes Izuku would do some nasty things with her. Thank God. Izuku sighed in relief that nothing weird happened. Well, I better get ready for training with All Might. I have at least 3 days until the UA exam. Izuku said, getting clothes to change out of his pajama. Then I'll go see if your mom needs help with breakfast. Toru said, already change into her maid outfit. Whoa, that was quick. Izuku surprised that Toru changed her clothes so fast. It's easy to change my appearance thanks to my dragon scales. Toru shrugged. Wait, your scales? Are your clothing? Izuku confused. Yeah, dragons can transform into our own human form matching our personality and traits, and we can magically transform out scales whatever clothing we want. Toru explained of dragons' magic to transform. Wow, it's like you can just create clothing out of your own skin like a creation quirk without having any issues like physical drain of overusing your power, which is something that happens to quirks since they each their own different drawbacks and others with similar weakness, though each quirk is unique to everyone born with them. Izuku mumbled, doing his usual long smart talk again. Izuku, Toru weirded out of Izuku mumbling, and she tapped his shoulders, snapping him out of it. Oh sorry, it's an old habit of mine. I just get caught in the moment whenever there's a talk on some subjects. Izuku chuckled, embarrassing. That's fine, it just shows how smart are you, and I think it's kinda cute in a weird sort of way. Toru commented. Thanks, I think. Izuku said. Toru walked out of the room to let Izuku change into his clothes, even though she wanted to see him fully naked, and started having some lustful fantasy of her and Izuku cuddling their bodies together as she lets Izuku take control like a man. Oh, good morning, Toru. Inko greeted, snapping Toru out of her CC daydream. Morning, Inko, are you about to make breakfast? Toru asked, hoping that she gets to help with that. Yes, to join me? Inko asked. Prepare that your taste buds will be amazed of my cooking. Toru smirked. I'm sure it'll be great, though I am still surprised that my son actually got himself a maid when he brought you here yesterday. Inko recalled meeting Toru and seeing what she can do around the house, trying to prove she can be a great maid. The mother was scared when she saw Toru destroyed the whole living room clean with her fire breath, then swallowing the dirty clothes into her mouth and out again, and nearly destroyed the kitchen when the dragon girl tried using her fire breath to cook the meals for dinner, which was way too much heat. Izuku convinced Toru to try doing things the old-fashioned way without using her powers, as he teaches her how to do the laundry and other things. She's free to use her magic, though not too much. Inko also knows about Toru being a dragon from Izuku. Consider he couldn't lie to his mom about Toru, though didn't tell her about One for All. Izuku is a very sweet boy to have saved me from that wound. He's like my heroic knight in shining armor. Toru bragged, imagining Izuku in a knight armor. I can hardly contain my excitement whenever you mention that not only did my son finally got a quirk, but he also brought home a girl who he saved and happens to be a maid. It's like something out of a romance moif. Inko giggled remembering how shocked she was find Izuku walking in with Toru. Toru looks at a picture on a shelf that looks like Inko, but the woman in the picture is taller and a bit skinnier. Hey, is that? Toru asked, pointing at the picture. Yeah, that what I used to look like back when Izuku was a little boy. Inko sighed, thinking back on the day Izuku found out he couldn't get a quirk. I remember how sad he was. When I tried to comfort him I ended crying and apologizing. That seemed to make things worse. Inko recalled that day. But I'm glad that he is finally able to live up to his dream. Inko smiled as tears began pouring out of her eyes and turned her sight to the Dragon Maid. So please, watch over my son and keep him safe. Inko requested, bowing at Toru. Toru became shocked from the big passion from a mother showing this much love for her son who has been raising him since the day he was born. She can feel her heart had stopped for a second and smile knowing that there are humans like her in this world. Inko, I promise that as his maid I will be by his side till the ends of time. Toru declared, sticking out her chest as her melons bounces a bit while bursting in green aura. Hey mom, is Breakfaha, did I miss something? Izuku asked, confused as of why is Toru glowing like that. Later after breakfast, Izuku and Toru are walking together heading back to the beach when he got a text message from his mentor All Might to meet them there for training to first use One for All and learn how to control it within the short time of 3 days. I'm glad he gave you the day off yesterday, you definitely earned it. Toru complimented. Yeah, it sure was hard moving all those trash from the beach, though I'm glad that it's clean for everyone to enjoy now. Izuku said. Though she didn't have to destroy all the trash. Izuku thought, remembering when Toru used her fire breathe on the trash, even burning away the ashes. The two arrives at the beach where they see the #1 hero in his smaller true form standing on the sandy beach as he waits for Izuku to come as he requested. Hey, skeleton dude. Toru called out, getting his attention. Oh, you're here and you brought your dragon maid with you. Toshinori waved at them, still find it funny that Izuku has a maid that happens to be a dangerous powerful dragon. Yeah, she wanted to come along seeing if she can help out with my training. Izuku explained. I was actually thinking about bringing her along. Toshinori admitted, thinking Toru could have great help. Alright, now how about we start with using 100%? The symbol of peace suggested. Are you sure, couldn't start off with something small? Izuku asked. If you want to be able to control One for All you first got to experience the full extent of it, then we can work on training on the small percent you handle until you're ready. Toshinori explained. Okay, I can understand that, but won't people notice us here when I try it out? Izuku worried that people will come knowing how powerful All Might's power can be. Don't worry, I can take us a location where there won't be any people or animals around, that way you can go all out without hurting anyone nearby. Toru opened a portal. Cool, that's a good idea. Izuku said as he looks at All Might for approval. He nodded, and everyone walks right into the portal. Old ruined castle. The three arrives at a very large area with stone structures of broken buildings and old towers that appear to have been once a great castle in the Middle Ages hundreds of years ago. Oh wow, are we inside a castle? Izuku asked. Even Toshinori seemed impressed by the sight. Yep, this used to be to belong to a noble king who was loved by all, even a few dragons respected his kind heart. Toru explained the ancient history. Did you meet this king? Izuku asked as he recalled Toru mentioned that dragons have longer lifespans than humans. Only once, though not everyone saw dragons as friends like him and few others. And apparently over the centuries, everyone forgotten about this great kingdom. Toru mentioned. Alright, now let's see where to start. Toshinori looked around. How about making this tower fall onto Izuku? Toru suggested, standing next to one tower. Wait, what? Izuku asked, hoping she's joking. A little extreme, but I think that'll do. Toshinori agreed. You just going along with this? Izuku gasped in fear. I know you can do it, young man. Just remember this as you're in the face of danger. Toshinori said before buffing up to his hero form. You must turn that fear into strength. Feel your heart pumping as you prepare to strike with your fist. So, clench your butt cheeks, kid. And yell this from the department of your heart. All Might said as he reels in his fist back, aiming for the sky. Smash! All Might shouted, throwing a powerful air pressure from his punch, making a shockwave. Izuku still find it amazing every time he sees All Might doing one of his signatures move, and Toru is also impressed that his human can be almost as powerful as a dragon. Alright, now you give it a go. All Might said to Izuku before turning back to his true form. Okay, I'm ready. Izuku said without hesitation and stand in position near the tower. Toru spread out her wings and flew to the top of the tower. Alright, here we go. Toru punched a part of the tower, forcing the top to tip over and begun falling towards Izuku. Izuku ready himself, even though his whole body is shaking in fear, screaming, telling him to run away, but he refuses to run away because this is he will understand the heavy weight that All Might carries as the world's symbol of peace and justice with this power. Remembering all the hardships he went through over the years as a quirkless boy, the time when his former childhood friend Katsuki would pick on him but still looks up to him, the time of the slug villain incident, and throughout the hard training to earn one for all. As he readies his fist, his arm starts to glow in red lines of his veins and the power being released from it. The tower is now a few feet above the boy, and through his fist while it feels like everything is in slow motion as he remembers All Might's words. Now clench your butt cheeks, kid. And yell this from the depths of your heart. Izuku thought, repeating the words in his head while hearing All Might's voice. Smash! Izuku threw the punch at the top tower, destroying it into little pieces and sending them all flying high into the sky. His arm became badly hurt of the power being broken and bruised, but he knew the risk of using this at full power. Toru smiles in excitement and proud that Izuku was able to pull it off on his first try as she feels the strong wind blowing upward, and Toshinonri felt the same emotion seeing his young successor has made his first punch, reminding him of himself when he first used this power after his master, who was the previous user of One for All. Well done, young Midoriya. If my master were here, she sure would feel the same way about you. Toshinori said to himself, seeing a bright future for Izuku to become the next symbol of peace. KO, a new chapter is done and hope you all enjoy it. Izuku has experienced the full power of One for All in the hard, painful way and will learn how to control its power, starting with the small amounts of its power with the help of All Might and Toru, as the time for the UA exam is closing in fast. I'm going to give Izuku something that may give him that kind of control, but it won't be like full cowl, though it'll be similar, like a weak version of it. Looks like Toru is already making her move on Izuku, though coming on a little too strong, almost like her anime counterpart with Miss Kobayashi. Things are going to be little intense for Izuku's heart as he'll soon discover some new faces entering his life. KO comment, favorite, and follow through of how this story will go. UA exam in Dragon Deku? Wow, so this is what the school looks like. Toru impressed, standing in front of the UA school with Izuku. Yeah, this the greatest hero school that was ever built and where All Might graduated. I'm not sure if I can hold myself together. Izuku excited, feeling like he could faint at any moment. Well, I know you're going to do great because of my special breakfast. Toru bragged. Yes, well, thank you for the breakfast. It was something. Izuku said nervously, remembering how odd the food Toru served this morning and the weird taste. Despite that, he ate the whole thing because he didn't want to hurt her feelings. The only thing I'll have to worry about is if I hold out from going to bathroom. Izuku thought, feeling that the breakfast may not be sitting well in stomach. Still, I wish we could have had more time to train. Toru pointed out that Izuku only has his power from All Might for 3 days. Don't worry, I managed to figure to minimize the damage while maximizing the power. It's not a perfect situation, but it's better than nothing. Izuku said. Glad to hear it. Toru smiled. Stupid Deku. Izuku gasps, knowing that voice anywhere, and he with Toru turns around, seeing an angry boy wearing the same black school uniform like Izuku. Kaken. Who's this, a friend of yours? Toru asked. Friend with this weak nerd, the only thing he's good for staying out of my way before I set him on fire. Kaken glared. This does not sit well for Toru as she move up in front of Izuku and up close to Kaken. Excuse me, Kaken, or whatever you like to call yourself, but did you just threaten to hurt my master Izuku? Toru asked with her eyes turned vicious, glaring at Kaken. Oh, so stupid Deku actually got himself a beach in a stupid maid outfit. That's surprising, consider how weak he is. Kaken glared back, not feeling slightly intimidated. How dare you insult my master Izu? Maybe I should send you to hell right now. Toru threatened with her tail straight up and emitting a dangerous aura. You think you can take me on Maid Beach? Kaken angered. Before Toru could say anything back, Izuku quickly slapped his hand over her mouth and pulling her back away from Kaken a little. Hey Kaken, don't we have an exam to go to? Don't want to be late. Izuku chuckled in fear. The angry boy soon claims himself down and walk past the two as he claims that he wasn't in the mood to fight anyway. Phew, that was a close one. Izuku sighed in relief and finally letting go of Toru. Sorry about that, Izuku, I just couldn't stand the guy insulting you like that. Toru explained, glaring at Kaken's back. I know Kaken can wild with his anger, but he does have a strong ambition for wanting to become a hero, not to mention his quirk is impressive too. Izuku complimented on his school bully and former friend. And what's about calling him Kaken? It sounds like a nickname. Toru pointed out. His real name is Katsuki Bakugo. Kaken is the nickname I gave him when we were kids at the time when we used to be friends. Izuku explained. If you two are no longer friends, then why keep calling him that? Toru confused. Well, because I admired him for having a strong spirit and all. We both look up to All Might and he wants to surpass him someday. Izuku explained more. Toru does get this kind of bond between people who hates one another, though she couldn't help but admire the kind heart Izuku has. Well, just let me know if anything happens to you and I'll be there. I am your maid after all. Toru reminded her master the duty of a maid. Alright. Izuku blushed, still not used to having a maid of his own. Wow, so that outfit isn't a cosplay? A girl asked. They turned to see a young girl of short height and petite build, with fair skin that is prone to blushing, big round brown eyes, and shoulder-length brown hair which sports 2 long locks beside her face and a short bob at the back. She also has microbangs which sweep to her left. BRSTS sizes, E-cup. Hi, are you here for the exam too? Toh asked. Yeah, to be honest it's so nerve-wracking. The girl said. Well, I hope you help out my master Izuku a bit during the exam. I'm Toru, by the way. Toru introduced herself. Meets to you both, I'm Ochako Uraraka. Ochako introduced. Well, looks like you're in good hands now Izuku bye. Toru said before sprouting her wings and flew up heading back home. Wow, she can fly? Is that her quirk? Ochako asked surprise. Yeah, you could say that. Izuku said. Well, we better get going. Soon, the 2 newly formed friends made their way to the large room where all the other students for new first years have gathered. What up, UA candidates? Thanks for tuning in to me, your school DJ. The man said. He's a tall, slender man with long, spiky blonde hair and a small mustache. He wears a pair of headphones with the word Hage written on the headband and a pair of sunglasses. He wears a black jacket with an upturned collar complete with studs. He sports a tan, studded shoulder pads, black pants with a red studded belt, black boots, and black fingerless gloves. His neck is completely covered by a directional speaker. Come on, and let me hear ya. The man shouted exciting. YAA. Izuku shouted exciting back as everyone else in the room is silent. Wow, we got ourselves a high-spirit kid. Now on to the main show, like the practical exam. Are you ready? Yeah. The man asked. YAA. Izuku shouted again, and no else did. Shut up Deku. Katsuki snarled. Sorry, but it's the voice hero, present mic. I listen to his radio show every day of the week. Izuku said in joy, cool that all the teachers are pro-heroes. Wow. You should all be like that kid, he got spirit. Anyway, you rockin' boys and girls will out there conducting 10-minute mock battle in super hip urban settings. Present Mike said as the giant screen behind him shows them how this battle will work. Gird your loins, my friends. After I drop the mic here, you'll head to your specified battle center, sounds good. I get it, they're splitting us up so we can't work with our friends. Katsuki said. Izuku looked back at Katsuki and his cards seeing that they're one number after but they're putting them in random with the groups that'll be at the battle center. Then Present Mike started explaining about fighting against robots with different points each with 1, 2, or 3 which describes their level of difficulty and earning the most point enough to get in. Wait, hold on. Izuku thought looking at the sheet that they are 4 robot villains on the sheet and yet Present Mike only mentioned 3. Excuse me, but I have a question. Izuku and another boy raised their hand up at the same time. They look at each other surprised. The boy is a tall and muscular young man. He has black hair and wears half-rim glasses over his blue eyes. His eyes are also somewhat rectangular, as is his jaw. Oh, 2 students thinking alike. Present Mike commented. Oh, I'm sorry, you go ahead and ask. Izuku said at the glasses boy. No, I think you should ask first. The glasses boy insisted. How about I save you both the trouble and guess that you noticed something on your sheets? Present Mike asked. Huh, yes, it's about the robots you mentioned, that we needed to fight 3 robots in IC4. Izuku said. Yes, I too would like to know about this as well. If this is an error that was made by even the most promising school then I simply won't allow it. The glasses boy said in a serious tone. Okay, looks like got ourselves some sharp eyes. The 4th villain type is worth 0 points. That guy's just an obstacle we'll be throwing in your way. There's one in every battle center, think of it as a hurdle you should try to avoid. It's not that it can't be beaten, but there's kinda no point. Present Mike explained. Oh, I see, meaning it's like a super dangerous villain that would take a pro or 2 to fight it. Izuku said. You could say that, I recommend my listeners to ignore it and focus on the ones with the points. Present Mike advised. Thank you very much. Please continue. Izuku and the glasses boy bowed saying the exact same thing again. Nerds. Katsuki muttered. That's all I gotta say, I signed this one off with our school motto. As General Napoleon Bonaparte once laid down, a true hero is one who overcomes life's misfortunes. You ready to go beyond? Let's hear a plus ultra. Present Mike said. Alright, now for the moment of truth. Izuku thought. Battle Center B. Well, this is it. I can't let myself be scared not after coming this far. Izuku said to himself as he pat himself hard and do some stretches, then he spotted Ochako doing some stretches too. Thinking maybe he could wish her good luck, but before he could take a step the boy with glasses placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Excuse, do you have a moment? He asked. Oh hi, just wanted to wish someone good luck. Izuku said nervously. I see, Even though you should focus on yourself for now, and despite the muttering earlier, I do have good intelligence. Also, I believe luck isn't something one should believe in, for it's hard work that gets you anywhere in life. The glasses boy stated as he moved his hands around a bit. Okay? Izuku weirded out by this guy. Oh yeah, I'm Izuku Midoriya. Greetings, I'm Tenya Iida. Okay, let's get this started. Present Mike shouted, standing on top of a tower, getting the students' attention. There are no countdowns for starting, villains won't give you the time, so let's get moving. Present Mike announced, and everyone running inside with Izuku slightly behind. Just calm down. I have to remember all that training I've been through and the help from All Might and Toru. Izuku thought as he looks around for a villain robot. Then suddenly one pops out from a corner, scaring Izuku from the bambush. Whoa, they're scarier in person. Izuku admitted, seeing the robot ready to throw a punch. But, this what I have to do? Izuku said, aiming his hand at the robot as he charges 2 fingers with the power of one for all. Delaware Smash. Izuku unleashed an air pressure shockwave that smashes through the robot like a super fast drill, destroying the whole middle body part. I did it. I got my first robot and it's... Izuku checked to the number on the robot, seeing it's 1 point, at least it's a start. Izuku said before running off to and more robot villains. Izuku runs through some streets, seeing as the other candidates are already gaining more points than him, which makes him worry as he hurry on before spotted a robot that's worth 3 points. He fires another Delaware Smash to destroy it. He was glad that no one was near that robot, otherwise that attack could have hurt them, and his points go up to Midoriya home. Hey Inko, I'm home with the groceries. Toru called out as she enters the apartment and sat them on the counter. Welcome home, Toru, thanks for doing that for me. Guess I shouldn't stayed up all night worrying for Izuku. Inko said, walking out of her room. She was taking a nap and asked Toru to get the groceries for her. Don't worry, Izuku will definitely get into that school. Toru grinned. It's nice to hear that from you. Oh, by the way Toru, did you do any magic on him this morning? Inko asked. Well, only the power-up spell I did on Izuku when we first met that night, so no magic on him. Toru answered. Oh, then I guess it must have been his quirk when I saw the scales on his arms. Inko mentioned. Wait, scales? Toru confused. Yeah, just this morning I saw Izuku scratching his arms and notices some scales like they just appeared out of nowhere. I asked Izuku if he was alright and told me not to worry, probably due to his quirk. Guess it must be a mutation type that would explain the fangs as well. Inko explained, and Toru begun to look worried. Scales and fangs, those sounds like dragon traits, but that's impossible. The spell I used was only meant for increasing one's feet, unless I messed up the spell? Toru mentally panicked. Oh yeah, I think it was imagining it because I thought I saw him burp smoke from his mouth. Inko added. Yep, I definitely messed up the spell. Toru thought, worrying. Back with Izuku. Isn't this a little extreme? Izuku gasped in fear, seeing the giant robot is the 0-point robot Present Mike explained earlier. His current points are 9. Everyone starts running away from the giant robot as Present Mike announced that everyone has less than 2 minutes remaining, which made Izuku panicked more. Fearing that All Might's training all be in vain. Then he heard someone in pain. He turns around and gasps to see Ochako on the ground with her foot under a big stone, fearing that she's get crushed from the giant 0-point robot. Soon, Izuku's fear suddenly turns to anger and charges at the robot while everyone else ran the opposite direction. There are no combat rewards for taking on a humongous villain, but there's opportunity. Izuku felt something strange happening to his back, like something inside is about to pop out. And it did, in the form of dragon wings, and his eyes change to shape of daggers. His legs charge up with power, then jump toward the head of the giant robot at blinding speed. A chance to shine. To show what you're really made of. Ochako became surprised that Izuku suddenly grew wings and went straight at the robot. Izuku growls as he clenches his fist, powering it up with one for all power, ripping the sleeve off and showing that his arm is covered in green dragon scales more than this morning, though he didn't care as he's more focused on the robot. He stopped himself when I reached the head and threw his punch with all his might. Smash! Izuku punched the giant's head, sending it back several feet away with a large dent in the front, almost ripping the head off the body, then exploding on the inside. Everyone became shocked of Izuku doing such an impossible feat that they thought only All Might could do. That's right, show who you are. Embody what it means to be a hero. All Might said in his weak true form, watching from the room with the other teachers. Nothing is nobler than self-sacrifice. The scene changed back to Izuku still in the air with his wings flipping, and his arm is mostly bruised though still look okay. KO, a new chapter is done and hope you all enjoy it. Looks like Izuku has just unleashed his inner dragon, literally giving him a whole new look, as Toru has discovered that spell she used on Izuku during their first meet was not exactly the spell she thought it was. Wonder how Inko will take when she sees precious Izuku like this? KO comment, favorite, and follow through of how this story will go. Dragon training and result letter. Amazing, now that's what I call being a hero at heart. You certainly found a great student, All Might. A small animal-like man complimented to All Might. This short man appears to be a possible combination of several different animals, including a dog, a mouse, and a bear. He has the head of a mouse with circular black eyes, a large scar over the right one, relatively square-shaped ears with pale pink insides slanting outwards from the top of his head, and an elongated muzzle with a small round nose. His fur is white and has large, dog-like paws with pink pads and a thin tail like that of a cat. He sports a white dress shirt, a dark red tie around his neck, a black double-breasted waistcoat, and matching dress pants. He wears orange lace-up sneakers with incredibly thick soles which seem to be quite large on him. This man is Nizu aka Mr. Principal, not only a pro hero but also the principal of UA High. Thanks, I'm glad that Izuku took the action of saving that girl, which will bring out the other purpose of the exam. All Might said. By the way, you mentioned some time ago about a dragon maid living with this boy, correct? Nizu asked as he looks at the screen focus on Izuku's new wings and scales. Yeah, I also noticed young Midoriya's new features, which I'm beginning to think it may have been Toru's doing. All Might said, understanding where Nizu is going with that question. Then he felt his left pocket going off, knowing that it's his phone buzzing as it is set on vibrate before the exam started. He took it out to see the caller ID is Toru. Speaking of the devil. All Might phrased and got up from his sit, excusing himself from the room, and answered the call. Hello, Toru? Mr. All Might. Thank God, I remember Izuku showing me how this works, though it was a little trouble finding the phone app. I'm still amazed of how you humans can make such interesting gadgets. Tursid. Well, thank you for the comment, but I'm guessing you're not just calling because of your first time using a phone, is it? All Might said, probably knowing the other reason why she called him. Oh no, how's Izuku? Is turning into a giant dragon and rampaging through the city, destroying everything in his path? Toru asked worry. Don't worry, Izuku didn't turn or do any of that, but he does have the wings and scales, and I think his eyes changed too. All Might informed. Oh Drago, that's a relief. I was worried since I actually messed up on that power boosting spell. Toru sighed in relief. Really, I thought it was the added features of the spell. Will young Midoriya be alright? All Might concerned. I think he'll be alright with the small features you just told me. He'll only be in a hybrid state and nothing more. Although I should check on him once he gets home and maybe train him too. Anyway, how did he do on the entrance exam? Toru asked. You'll have to wait for the result to come in the mail, should be about a week, then you'll know. All Might mentioned about the acceptance letter. I guess that's acceptable. Well, that's all I wanted to call for. Bye. Okay, now how do I turn the calling off? Toru asked. Press the red circle with the phone symbol on the screen. All Might answered. Oh, I see it. Okay, bye for real. Toru said, and the calling ends. That girl may be a powerful dragon stronger than me, but I guess even she has her moments acting like she's a human girl. Maybe with her and Izuku, a bright future may open up to them. All Might smiled before deciding on going out for a walk. With Izuku. Wow, I did it. I really knocked that villain bot out. Izuku surprised at himself for pulling off such an impossible feat with one hit. Although it was only 0 points, so I guess they're really no big deal? Izuku started to realize something was off right now. He finds himself in the air, also hearing flipping sounds from behind, and turns around to see his dragon wings and the thing he did when he finally notices this. Ayawa! Screaming like a little girl on a dark Halloween night. What the where did these wings come from, and are these scales on my arms? What's happening to me? Izuku panicked, and because of his confusion the wings start moving around randomly, causing the boy to fly out of control and crashing into the two buildings on both sides. Some of the candidates saw this as they are either confused as of what that guy is doing or laughing thinking it's funny like that, or perhaps both, though that really didn't matter because President Mike just announced that there is only 1 minute left for the exam, making Izuku worried more. Ah crap, I still need to get more points or else everything All Might and Toru will be wasted. Izuku mentally freaked out, then he also realizes something else. Both his legs and his right arm are badly hurt. Oh no, my legs and arm are damaged, though I can still move them a little, but still seriously damaged. This is what All Might warned me about with the drawback. Izuku thought as he tries to control his new wings, then suddenly starts diving down at high speed. Izuku thought this was going to hurt badly as he is getting closer to the ground fast as he braces himself for the crash. Then out of nowhere Ochako on a floating broken robot part slaps Izuku on the cheek to use her quirk to make him float. She quickly releases her quirk to drop Izuku and herself down to the ground, and she vomits from the overuse of her quirk. That girl, she saved me. It must have been exhausted to use up her strength for that. Izuku exclaimed but smiles as he is grateful for Ochako saving him. Time's up. President Mike announced the exam has ended. Izuku felt sad that he couldn't get more points as he hoped and now may never get the chance again. Now the only thing he has to worry about is the dragon-like features he has now, wondering how this will affect his training to control one for all, and hopefully Toru may know what's going on since this probably has her name written all over it. Meanwhile, some of the examins were talking about how powerful and cool-looking Izuku was when he destroyed that giant robot, though figures he won't able to get into UA, but Iida knew better that Izuku did it to save that girl and felt he would have done the same if this wasn't an exam. Then he started to realize something about the exam and the judges saw everything. "Oh my, you look more worse than the girl," an elder woman commented as she walks up to him. "Whoa, no way, you're the recovery girl. The youthful heroine with an incredible healing quirk that can heal anything. You saved more lives at any hospitals." Izuku gasped, exciting. "My, it would seem Toshinori wasn't kidding about you being a big fanboy." Recovery girl chuckled. "Toshinori? Oh, you mean..." Izuku realized that she knows All Might's secret, including one for all. She shushes with a wink and stretch her lips on his arm. Everyone were a little gross out at first the way that Granny Nurse kisses, but one of the candidates explains that's how power works and she's the only reason why UA can hold such reckless exams like this, as Izuku's arm and legs are starting to heal in a few seconds. "Wow, that's incredible, they're all better. Huh, I suddenly feel a little weak." Izuku groaned. "That's the drawback of my quirk, it uses a large amount of stamina and using too much can leave you dead." Recovery girl explained as she hands him a gummy. "You mean this could kill me?" Izuku gasped. "You should head home, young man, you'll get the result in a week," Recovery girl said as she moves on to the next injured teen. Izuku felt sad, muttering to himself that if he could have gotten more points, he might have made it, but knew it was pointless to think about it now as he got up and walked back to his home with his wings down as its responses to his sadness. Midoriya's apartment. "I'm home," Izuku announced his arrival. "Izuku, I'm glad you're okay and the spell made you more than I thought." Toru shocked seeing Izuku as a half-dragon now. "Toru, please tell me there's a way to undo this?" Izuku asked, pointing at his wings. "Hehe, sorry Izuku, but I'm afraid the effect is permanent," Toru confessed. Izuku let out a heavy sigh, somehow knowing she would say that. "It's fine, I guess. Maybe I can use this to hide one for all and can make this up like being a late bloomer, though I'm not sure if I'll get used to this," Izuku said. "Don't worry, I already talked with All Might about it and I'm going to train to wield your new dragon power," Toru declared. "Oh cool. I was actually going to talk to you about training, guess that saves me the trouble." Izuku smiled. "No problem." Toru smiled back, then she notices a weird scent in the air, sniffing around a bit until she got closer. "Izuku. Izuku, were you with a woman today?" Toru asked, confusing the newly green dragon boy. "I smell a woman's scent on you, and it was a kiss on your arm," Toru said in a dark deep tone, looking a little scary. Now, wait a second Toru. It's not what you think, that was being used nurse healing me, one kiss was all it took," Izuku explained nervously. "Are you sure you're not cheating on me?" Toru asked as dark red aura consumed her body. "Cheating on her? She's making it sounds like we were dating," Izuku thought as he sweats rapidly. "Look, I promise there was nothing happening," Izuku said with serious in his eyes. "Okay." Toru changed her personality so quickly. "Well, since you just finished the exam, we'll start your training tomorrow," Toru suggested. "Izuku, I heard you're home, so how was..." Inko paused upon seeing Izuku with wings and some scales. She just stands there for a few seconds, almost like a statue. "Now mom, there's nothing to panic. Issy." Izuku sneezed and a green tail pops out above his bottom area. With that, Inko fainted. Inko? 1 week later. And so, a week have passed since the UA entrance exam and Toru has been teaching Izuku on how to control his dragon power, such as flying with his wings to see how fast he can go, which according to Izuku himself, his top speed is about 900 miles per hour. Testing how durable his scales can handle, like her fire breath and bullets, which she had to borrow one from a guy, though they don't have any effect, they still hurt a little from the impact. And surviving from an oil truck fall on top of him, then exploded as the explosion was powerful enough to destroy 2 tanks. He was knocked out cold for a few hours. Toru tried to see if Izuku could blow a little fire from his mouth, as she recalls Inko mentioned something about smoke puffing out of his mouth. He manages to blow a little green flame, but that's all he can manage for now. Right now, Izuku is practicing more of his flying with Toru, as this is also combat training to fight close range while either on the ground or in the air flying, as Izuku is learning fast with throwing some punches and kicks while Toru just blocks them off, as she is much stronger and faster in combat. It's only been a week and Izuku is already getting the hang at this. Him being so smart is so cute. Toru mentally squealed. Izuku goes for a roundhouse kick with his tail as Toru stops it with her hand, then surprises to see that the tail was only the distraction when she saw his leg coming at her head and land a hard hit, or so it seems. Toru reacted fast enough to block that kick with her other hand. "Nice, you're getting better at this," Toru complimented on Izuku's progress. "Thanks, you've been a big help making me feel more comfortable with this dragon power," Izuku said, looking at his hand. "I think we can call it a day. The sun's about to go down and I believe you'll be expecting something special in the mail." Toru said before she goes down. Izuku felt sad again, knowing that he failed the combat exam even though he passed the written test, feeling that he failed All Might for giving him his power. Later, just as Toru predicted, the result letter from UA arrived later at night and Izuku asks to be alone to see the letter himself. He felt nervous about opening it but knew he has to see and rips it in half, letting out a small device is the letter from UA as it shows a hologram screen. Booyah! I am here as a projection now. All Might announced in a yellow suit. Wait, All Might? But this is from you, isn't it? Izuku confused of why is All Might in the message. I know it's been a while, but with great power comes a great amount of paperwork. All Might said, coughs a little. Apologizes, young man. The truth is, I didn't come to this city just to fight villains. You're looking at the newest UA faculty member. All Might revealed. You're seriously going to be working at UA? Izuku asked. Then a hand appears on the right side of the hologram screen telling All Might to wrap this up, and he says he'll have to show him something first. Even though you passed the written test, you got 9 points on the practical exam. Sorry. All Might said. Izuku knew about, it was all he thought about during the past week even when training with Toru, feeling such a failure. Fortunately, there were other factors. All Might mentioned, regaining Izuku's attention. But before we get to that, I have another surprise. Here. A short clip for your viewing pleasure. All Might pointed at the TV screen behind him and played the video. The screen shows Ochako showing up to present Mike as Izuku wonder what this about. She showed up after the exam to talk about you, young man. What did she have to say? You'll have to stay tuned and find out. All Might said, resuming the clip. There's this boy, Izuku Midoriya. I was wondering, would it be possible to give him some of the points I earned in the exam? Ochako asked, shocking Izuku. I heard him said something about getting more points than 9, it's crazy. How could someone who took down that huge villain all by himself not have any more points in the end? Ochako asked. That's when Izuku started to remember some of the harsh things like Katsuki mocking him for being quirkless, Death Arm scolding him, and the doctor from years ago telling him that he could get a quirk. He would have had a better score if he hasn't stopped to help me. He saved me. I have to make it up to him. Please sir, can't you give him some of my points? Ochako begged and the video pause. This moves Izuku more than he realizes. You have a quirk now, yes. But it's your actions that inspire others. And that's why I am here. You see, the practical exam was not graded on combat alone. All Might mentioned, confusing Izuku a little. Then the video played again. Thanks for showing up to the station with your request. But there's no reason to give him your points, the kid's chartin', well on his own. Present Mike said, patting Ochako on the head, and pause again. How could a hero course reject someone who is committed to saving others, no matter the consequences to himself? After all, that is what makes a hero. And that's what my alma mater is all about, training those who would risk their lives for the greater good. The more All Might talks, the more Izuku starts to understand what's going on here. So, we have rescue points. A panel of judges watches, and they award points for the heroic acts beyond just fighting villains. All Might revealed. Izuku Midoriya, 60 rescue points. That adds up to 69 points for Izuku and put him at 4th place, which he gasps. And Ochako Uraraka, 45 rescue points. You both passed the exam. All Might said. Izuku asked if this is some kind of joke, but deep down he knew it's the truth as his eyes gets filled with tears of joy. Welcome, Izuku. You have made it. You're now part of the Hero Academia. All Might smiled. This was the happiest day of Izuku's life. By some miracle he gets to enroll the high school of his dreams. He went to go tell his mom and Toru the big news. Opening the door he sees them standing there as they were waiting for him and ready themselves for what he's about to say. I did it, I got in. Izuku sobbed happily. Inko smiles as tears are streaming down her cheeks. After years of feeling bad for her son has finally been washed away with new hope brighter than the sun, and Toru was literally hoping in joy. I knew you can get in, Izuku. This is so awesome. Toru could barely contain his excitement and suddenly burst through the ceiling and transforming into her dragon form and fired an energy beam at the night sky. Feeling proud that her master has accomplished one of his goals and hopes to see him achieve more. KO, a new chapter is done and hope you all enjoy it. Izuku did it. He passed the UA exam with awesome results and it was all thanks to his instinct to rescue Ochako that gave him the passing grade to enroll in UA high school. Now he'll have to wait for a while for the school year to start, which will give him plenty of time to train with his new dragon powers and one for all. However, he will soon get an unexpected visit from something small, cute, and dangerous. KO comment, favorite, and follow through of how this story will go. Dangerously cute meet of Kanna Arrives. Okay, the laundry is looking good from the washer and dryer, now just got to fold them. Toru said as she starts folding the dried clothes after their hot trip in the dryer. Okay, now let here. I wonder if I can transform one for all into my wings. That would definitely make them powerful as a hurricane with one swing and majorly increase the speed. but I got to be careful since using 100% can leave my body in a serious bruised state even though I have the dragon endurance to withstand the power at least 2 or 3 times. But still, I need to figure out a way to control the power better. Izuku mumbled on and on as he goes through the notes he's been working on ever since he got the acceptance letter from UA last week. And there he goes again with his smart mumbling, though I gotta admit he does look cute when he's been smart and all. Toru giggled. Huh, come to think of it, I wonder if one for all would affect on my fire breath? Izuku asked himself. I'm not sure about that power only physical strength so I don't think it would work on the magic. Toru answered. Oh, was mumbling to myself again? Izuku embarrassed. It fine, I actually gotten used to that which I believe is part of your charm. Toru winked making Izuku blushed more. Thanks, though I'm not really sure if I do have any charms for any girl to notice. Izuku said. Are you kidding, you're the most attractive human boy I have ever the pleasure of meeting and honored to become your maid. Toru said proudly. Izuku smiles from his dragon maid's words and it makes him glad that he met her that night during his 10-month training with All Might, a mighty dragon impressed by a single human and has been blessed with dragon powers. Even though it was an accident he doesn't mind as he now like when All Might gave him one for all after completing the training. Except she didn't make him eat her hair to gain the power unlike All Might, though there was the time. He ate Toru's tail on the day of the UA entrance exam which had a very unique flavor that he'll never forget, literally for his taste bud. It's still weird for him to have become a dragon, well, half dragon from what Toru told him, and his mom fainted too. At least he's getting better with the use of this dragon power and having some practice in with using the small percent of one for all's power, probably about 10 to 12% at best. But he's still having problem with control of the power and needs to think of way to do it like how All Might does it. Thanks, Toru, you really know how to cheer me up. Izuku smiled which made the dragon maid squealed like a fangirl. I'm happy to hear that. Maybe you should get me out on a date as a thank you. Toru smiled shocking Izuku. Hearing just that sentence caused his face turn complete red and stream coming out of his head, even his wings and tail are standing up straight in response to his shock reaction. Hey Izuku, are you okay? Your face is all red right now. Toru asked, hoping Izuku isn't catching a cold or something. I am fine, just surprised that for the first time in my life a girl wants to go on a date with me. Izuku explained. In that case, I hope the date we'll go on will be extra special. You just tell me time and I'll be ready. Toru pumped up. Yeah, sure. I'll be sure to think of the proper time. Izuku nodded. Great. Toru leaned close to Izuku and kissed him on the cheek causing the green half-dragon to gasp with his face turning red again. I'll be looking forward to our date. Toru winked before leaving to put the fresh clean laundry away. A date with Toru. A date with Toru. A date, a date, a date. Izuku repeated and then his mind suddenly starting going overdrive with the logical fact that he is going to go on a date with Toru in the near future, probably sooner than he realized and his brain shuts down for a full minute. Well, I guess I should start planning on what day we should have our DD date. Oh man, that feels so strange just saying it out loud. Izuku said nervous. Maybe I should do it after my first day at UA which I still need to be prepared for it. UA is the highest school for not just the education, but also the major training they do to those who wish to become heroes like me. Izuku said to himself. Not to mention All Might is gonna be there as the new teacher, I wonder how he'll train us as I figured he never done teaching a class before. Izuku asked, he decided not to worry about that until he goes to the school and see how it runs with his own eyes. Oh, maybe I should invite Ochako on our date too. Izuku smiled and then realized that he just said Ochako's name. That's strange, why did I mention Ochako just now? Izuku confused. Well, she is a sweet girl and all, plus she wanted to share some of her points with me after the exam. I wonder how she's doing right now. Izuku asked as he looked out the window seeing the blue sky and some of the buildings in the city. Hey Izuku, isn't today that new video game comes out and you pre-ordered it last month? Toru asked, reminding him of the game he wanted. Oh that's right. I better get going. Izuku said as he makes way outside. However, Izuku was in such a rush to get the game he's been looking forward to play he smashed right through the window taking and fly to the video game store instead of just going out through the door. Toru was informed that he and other young kids with quirks need a special license to be able to use their quirk freely. I just hope he doesn't get caught, otherwise he'll get an earful from Inko and me. Toru said as she fixed the window, feeling a little insulted that Izuku kept telling her to be careful with her powers as he's doing the exact opposite with his. Well, I'm sure he'll realize this by the time he gets to the store and will probably start panicking from using his power without permission. Toru shrugged as she got back to doing today's chore. Besides, it's not like something expected is about to come at our door. Toru chuckled, unknowingly jixed herself. Tomorrow. Inko is sitting in the living room of the small apartment for she has the day off from work and having the place all to herself for a while with Toru going out to get the groceries and Izuku out doing some training at the beach to get ready for the first day of school in UA Academy. It's been 11 years since the quirk test and Izuku was declared quirkless. Inko recalled the time how Izuku took being quirkless hard and she made it worse by saying, "I'm sorry," and "I wish things could have been different," which hurt him more than she tried to comfort him. Inko felt bad for saying those words instead of trying to encourage him. He tries to pursue and eventually, as if God has finally answered his prayer, that he gained a quirk and passed the entrance exam to get into UA. She was surprised when she first met Toru but got along well and she helps around the apartment a lot, helping her ease up, though was worried when she saw Izuku turning into a humanoid dragon. But she's happy that Izuku will get to live up to his dream and she'll have to do her best to support him. She even recalled how happy her husband Hisashi when she told him about Izuku going to UA. Then she heard knocking on the door. "Oh, Izuku and Toru shouldn't be back this early, maybe it's my deliver I ordered online." Inko guessed as she makes her way to the door. "Hello, can I help you?" Inko confused as she sees a little girl standing in front of her. The girl Kanna has white lavender hair and blue eyes with a very cute and appealing appearance like something out of a movie or anime. Her clothes seem to look like a gothic Lolita with a tribal theme style. She wears a white capelet with a fur collar, a pink blouse, a white frilly skirt, and pink doll shoes. She ties her hair into pigtails, each adorned with 3 dark blue beads. Inko also noticed the little girl's horns on her head and the little purple fuzzy ball tail. At first, she thought that's part of her quirk, but something tells her that she's actually like Toru, seeing her horns and tail. It was then Inko quickly knew this girl is a dragon and must have come to see Toru. 3 minutes have passed since Inko let the dragon girl in and everything is silent since the dragon girl didn't say a single word while Inko wanted to start a conversation but feared that she might upset the dragon kid if she doesn't choose her words carefully. "So, what's your name, sweetie?" Was curious. The dragon girl didn't say anything for she kept silence for a while. "Mom, I'm home," Izuku called out as he just came back from his workout. "In the living room and we have a guest." Inko responded. Izuku comes in wondering who could this visitor be and saw a little girl sitting across the little table from his mom. It was then by just looking at her his inner dragon was telling him this girl is a pure dragon like Toru and gasps. Apparently, she knows Toru and came to visit her. Inko explained, nervous and felt a scare when she saw the dragon girl staring at Izuku with a death glare, even in a cute way. "It's still a bit scary." "Hi, I'm Izuku Midoriya, it's nice to meet you." Izuku greeted, holding his hand, trying to be friendly to her. "You break up with Lady Toru?" the dragon girl demanded. "Huh?" Both Midoriya mother and son confused. "I know the truth, you stuck her with your body," the dragon girl accused. "What?" They gasped that a little kid like her would think such a thing. Even though dragons have longer lifespan than humans, she's still a kid. Not to mention, you force her to give you dragon powers and force yourself on more. "You creep, pervert, lowly monkey," the dragon girl insulted wrongly. "Now hold on, I know my son very well and he would do such a thing." Inko defended her son as he nods. "Why yeah, and nothing really happened. Break up with her right now," the little dragon girl demanded as she didn't want to hear any more from and throw some light punches at Izuku. Even though they don't actually hurt, he had to defend himself from her anger. "Hey Inko, I'm home. Is Izuku back yet?" Tora asked and saw Izuku being hugged by someone. "Izuku, we haven't even gone to our first date, you're already going out with someone else." Toru angered. "Toru, wait, it's actually someone you know," Izuku revealed the dragon girl. "Lady Toru," the dragon girl said in a calm voice as Toru was surprised to see her. Soon, everyone sits down with Toru sitting next to the little dragon girl. "This girl is Kanna Kamui, she's an acquaintance of mine," Toru introduced Kanna. "Figured." Izuku sighed. "Lady Toru complete disappeared one day, so I came out here to find her," Kanna explained. "Completely disappeared? Toru, don't you dragons have a way to keep in touch with each other? You'll end up worrying them like this girl here." Inko lectured. "I know." Toru sighed. "I'm amazed you found this place." Toru said to Kanna. "I saw you breathe fire in the night last week, and I sense your magic," Kanna explained. "Oh right." Toru chuckled. "Guess she must have been in the city that time." Izuku said. "Lady Toru, why are you wearing that outfit? Please come home with me, I need you, Lady Toru," Kanna begged. "I see, she just wanted her friend back, I know I would feel the same way if I were in her shoes." Izuku thought. "I'm not going home." Toru said. "But why?" Kanna asked. Because I'm in love with Izuku Midoriya," Toru confessed, shocking Inko and Izuku blushing from the confession. "I knew it," Kanna snapped. "What?" Izuku gasped. "I saw how you two were hanging out at the beach 2 days ago, practicing combat and holding each other's hands in public, you pervert," Kanna accused. You were spying on us," Izuku shocked. To explain while Toru blushed. "Why are you blushing?" Izuku asked. "You should know, if I must I will kill you," Kanna said with a dark aura around her. "Now wait, can't we talk about this?" Izuku begged but the dragon girl wouldn't listen. Now die. Kanna charged at Izuku and hit him with a few very weak punches, stopped for a breather and back to hitting him the same way then exhausted again. Kanna, what happened to you? You're practically powerless. Torest. Your power's special here, Lady Toru. Kanna panted. The mana purity is too low for me. So, not all dragons can sustain mana like Toru. Izuku thought and realized something. Kanna, does that mean you can't go home? Izuku asked, causing Kanna to gasp. Oh dear, and you don't have anywhere to go, do you? Inko asked, making Kanna gasp again. Kanna, sweetie, please tell us why you're actually here. I can tell that something is bothering you. Inko comforted her with a gentle touch on the cheek. Okay. Kanna decided to tell them the truth. One explanation later. You were banished for a prank? Izuku and Inko gasped. Kanna always has loved practical jokes. Toru mentioned. But isn't banishing her to another world a little extreme? Izuku asked. I'm sure they would want her to reflect on her action. It'll be useless for me to send her home. Toru stated. So, she's on her own. Izuku sad for Kanna as tears are forming in her eyes though she holds them back. Kanna. Izuku gained her attention. How about you come live with us? Izuku offered, shocking her. I don't trust humans, you probably something, you'll use me and Kanna's sentence are cut off when Inko place a hand on her hand. I know must be scary, being in an unknown place with nowhere to go, but I promise you here you're safe and we'll help you in any way we can. Okay. Inko said with a warm smile. Kanna was touched by Inko's kindness and felt something that she hasn't felt before. A mother's touch. Okay. Kanna accepted as she finally let the tears come out and Inko brought her in for a hug. Your mom really is amazing. Toru complimented. Yeah, she sure is. Izuku smiled. Izuku, I'm sorry for saying those mean things, I know now you're a really good boy. Kanna apologized. It's fine, you were just worried about your friend. Let's get along, okay? Izuku petted on Kanna's head which she doesn't mind. Okay. Kanna smiled. KO, a new chapter is done and hope you all enjoy it. Kanna Kamui has made her appearance in the story, adding another dragon in the Midoriya home, sure to make things interesting for Izuku as he's getting himself ready for the first day of school at UA. But he and his mom will soon realize the apartment might not be suitable to live in anymore, and Izuku will have an unexpected encounter with a certain gravity girl too with a chance of a party. And thank you all for the major support of this story with just 4, now 5 chapters and hope the support keeps on raising. KO comment, favorite, and follow through of how this story will go. New home and party with new friends. A wake-up call is here. A wake-up is here. A wake-up call here. An all-might alarm clock beeped and Izuku's hand reached to tap the head to shut it off. Izuku sits up on his bed still feeling it. Little tired as he stretches out his arms and letting out a yawn. Even though he wanted to sleep in some more, he knew that he has to get started on his day of training to get himself ready for his first in UA, which is a couple weeks away. He moved his legs over the edge as he was about to get off the bed, but then he heard a little He looks down seeing his feet on the sleeping Toru's tail and quickly move his feet from it as he almost forgot that Toru is sleeping here too along with Kanna who is also sleeping here. Okay, we need to talk about this. Izuku whispered to himself. Izuku slowly tiptoed his way to the door without waking up the female dragons, but not before getting his clothes for today and headed off to the bathroom to change. Inko is seen just open the fridge. Now let's see here. Inko looked around to what they should have for breakfast today, then suddenly she felt something pressing down on her head, which is Toru's. I wonder if we have any of the steak left? Torest. I want juice. Kanna said as she pushes herself in from the side. Hey, do we still have some water bottles? Izuku asked as he tries to peek through the girls and his mom to the fridge. Inko wasn't in a happy mood right now, being overcrowded like this just to get some breakfast and enjoy a good morning with everyone, but she realizes that this is not going to work on a small apartment like this. We need a new place for all of us to live. Inko said. Real estate office. So, you wish to move to a new apartment? A man asked. Yes, you see we just got 2 new residents living with us, but it's becoming difficult with more people in the apartment and we want someplace where can have enough space and if possible close to UA since my son will be attending there soon. Inko explained. I see, I have a few places that comes to mind. Would you like to check them out? The businessman asked. And so, the Midoriya family and their dragons visited 4 apartments. The first apartment seems nice though there was a large crack on the wall and the shower in the bathroom wasn't working right. The second apartment had some fancy looking designs, but the problem was that the place was so shiny and bright that it can nearly blind a person, which would be a problem for them. The third apartment seems pretty standard. Kanna looked inside a closet and saw 2 actual skeletons inside, quickly closing thinking this place might be haunted. The fourth and finally apartment looks a little better than the last one with wider open space, 3 bedrooms and a closet to store some stuff in, and the kitchen looks great too. They're even allowed to go up to the roof of the building. They have decided to move into the 4th apartment and headed back to home to get ready for the move. Okay, everyone, the moving men will be here in 1 week, so we got to pack up as much as can into the boxes and get this place clean up too. Inko said. Okay. Toru and Kanna said at the same time. Toru and Kanna started packing some books in the boxes, though Toru got distracted when she discovered a photo album containing pictures of Izuku as a little kid. Oh my god, mini Izuku. Toru squealed as she looks at the pictures of Izuku's childhood. You need better control of yourself. Kanna pointed out. Izuku is cleaning through his clean while packing his stuff, which is mostly All Might merchandises like the posters, some of the action figures, trading cards, t-shirts with All Might pictures on them. Mostly everything in his room is All Might everywhere. All except for his notebooks from volume 1 to 14. After all these years he made them, all the notes he took on every heroes he saw saving the day and seeing their quirks in action and thinking of better ways to use them. He even started writing his new volume 15 for his new dragon powers while trying to figure out more of how to use one for all properly. Man, I wonder what new quirks I'll see in UA? Izuku asked himself as he puts the notebooks in the box and got back to packing the other stuff. Meanwhile, Kanna is with Inko to help her with some packing until the cute little dragon girl found something in the closet. Hey Inko, what's this? Kanna asked. The thing she found appears to be a little All Might costume. Oh my, that was Izuku's favorite pajama as a little kid. He always admired All Might so much since he's the #1 hero in the world. He always wanted to be just like him and now he'll be able to live up to his dream. Inko cried in joy as she holds the All Might onesie. You sure cry a lot, don't you? Kanna asked. Oh, sorry, we should get back to packing. You can ask Izuku about his love of heroes later. Inko said. 1 week later. And so, moving day has finally come as the movers started taking some of the larger stuff into their truck and drove to the Midoriya's new apartment. They carefully placed the boxes to the walls of the living room as Inko just got the new keys to the apartment, handing one to Izuku and the second to Toru while keeping the third one to herself. Okay, now let's sort out who gets which room. Inko suggested. Here, this will be Izuku's room. Inko pointed this room to her son. This will be my room. And here this room will be for Toru and Kanna's. Inko said. Really, get this room all to ourselves? Toru asked. Of course, I figure you two deserve your own space together. Inko nodded. Toru and Kanna smiles and they start jumping on the bed on joy that they got their own comfy room to sleep in, which is better than sleeping in the forest or some caves. Izuku and Inko enjoy seeing those two happy like they're experienced the joy for the first time in a long time. 4 days later. Okay, I'm proud to say that we have officially moved in. Inko announced as they have unpacked everything they have into their new apartment. Glad that's done. I need to get back to my study to get ready for UA. Izuku said. Hey Izuku, I just had an interesting idea. Toru said, getting everyone's attention. I was wondering if we could throw a big party, in celebration of moving into a new home and that you'll be starting a new school soon. Toru suggested. That sounds like fun. Can we, Inko? Kanna asked. That would be a good reason to throw a little party, and I might even call Mitsuki if she can come with her family. Inko mentioned and Izuku flinches. Well, guess it wouldn't hurt that Kaken to come too. Izuku said, nervous. Aren't you two at odds with each other? Toru recalled seeing how Katsuki behaves to Izuku. True. But even so, I still admire his strong determination to become a hero and I want to show him how strong I've become. Izuku determined. Okay, we'll hold the party tomorrow night. Oh, I better go get some ingredients for the food. Toru realized. I'll go with you, got to make sure you don't get lost since we're in a new area. Izuku stated. Food market. Now let's see here. Toru looked at some of the veggies with Izuku next to her. No way, Izuku. Is that you? A familiar voice asked. Huh. Izuku turned, becoming surprised to see Ochako power walking toward him. Ochako? What are you doing here? Izuku asked. I live around here so I can attend UA, though I live alone. Ochako explained and asked, why is Izuku here with Toru? Oh well, we decided to move to a new apartment with more space for us and Toru. We also got ourselves a new resident living with us, which is one of the reasons why we moved. Izuku explained. Hey Ochako, we're going to throw a party tomorrow night and I was wondering if you can come? Toru asked. A party? That sounds awesome. Can I bring a friend along? Ochako asked. Sure, the more the merrier, as they say. Toru excited. Great, I'll be there, see you tomorrow night. Ochako waved goodbye as she walks away. She's a nice girl, huh? Toru asked Izuku. Yeah, she sure is. Izuku nodded. Oh yeah, I almost forgot, but would it be okay that I invite my own friends too? Toru asked. Your friends, as in other dragons? Izuku asked, a little worry. Don't worry, it'll just be 2 dragons I know, and I promise they'll be on their best behavior. Toru vowed. Well, when you put it like that, I guess it'll be okay. Izuku agreed. Great, now come on. We still got more food to get for the party. Toru dragged Izuku by the arm to the next food stand. Tomorrow night. Okay, everyone is all set and the food look great, Toru. Inko complimented. Thanks. Toru's smile then came knocking from the door. I'll get it. Inko said as she opens the door. Hey Inko, glad to see you're doing all right in the new place. A woman greeted. The woman is middle-aged with ash blonde hair and red eyes. She wears a black jacket, pale purple shirt underneath, red jeans, and black high heels. BRSTS sizes, G cup. Mitsuki, so glad you can make it. And I see Katsuki is here too. Inko said, seeing Katsuki next to his mom, showing the traits they share together. I took some convincing, but I got him to come. Unfortunately, my husband couldn't make it because of his job. Mitsuki mentioned. Let's just get this boring party over with. Katsuki mocked and got hit in the head by Mitsuki. Be nicer, Katsuki. Mitsuki yelled. Shut up, you old hag. Katsuki yelled back. I can see where he got his temper. Toru whispered to herself. Oh, hey Kachin, hope you enjoy the party. Izuku greeted nervously. Shut it, stupid Deku. Katsuki grunted as he sits on the couch. Izuku knew it was going to be difficult with talking to Katsuki even at a party. They heard another knocking on the door and Toru answered the door, this time revealing Ochako and another girl with her. Hey Toru, I hope we're not late. Ochako said. No, you're fine. So is she your friend? Toru asked. She's a short girl of a relatively slender build compared to her classmates, who has notably large hands. Her appearance is rather frog-like. She has a very wide mouth, which dips down a little in the middle just like that of a common frog, and oval-shaped eyes with large, black irises, their lower eyelashes visibly pronounced. Her hair is a dark sea green color and is very long, reaching all the way to her waist, the ends tied together at the bottom in a bow of hair. She has two shoulder-length clumps framing her face, and shorter bangs between her eyes, some of them partially swept to each side. She wears a light green shirt with a cute picture of a frog on the front, gray pants, and brown shoes. BRSTS sizes, F cup. Hello, I'm Tsuyu Azui, but please call me Tsu. Tsuyu greeted. Nice to meet you, come on in. Toru gestured and they walk in. Hey, this is cherry soda. I don't like cherry. Katsuki shouted while holding the cherry soda can. Then get another soda, you brat. Mitsuki shouted back. Sheesh, the way they shout the whole building could hear them. Toru pointed out. I know, but they do have their moments and try not to make them angry at the same time. Inko advised. Then a few minutes later, they heard knocking. The last guests must be Toru as she went to get the door. She opens only to meet a big purple scary monster. Toru quickly closed the door. Hee hee, just a moment. Toru giggled nervous as she went outside. No Fafner, I told look a little human like the picture I showed you. Said, hey Deku, what the F was that about? Katsuki asked and got hit by Mitsuki again. Don't swear, there's a little girl here. Mitsuki pointed at Kanna. Hi, I'm Kanna Kamui. I hope we can be friends. Kanna greeted cutely. Wow, so cute. Mitsuki, Ochako, and Tsu thought the same thing. They open as Toru comes in with her friend Fafner. Fafner appears as a handsome young man with long, straight black hair in a loose ponytail with bangs covering his right eye with small glasses on the bridge of his nose and red eyes. He wears a butler attire and a male coach cravat tie. I'm Fafner. I hate you and I hate this life, please kill me. Fafner said, all dark and gloomy, making everyone nervous. Hey Toru, is he always like this? Izuku asked. I guess so, he hates most things including humans. I mean, we're talking about an ancient dragon who guard his treasure. Toru mentioned. Sounds like he got issues. Izuku said and heard knocking at the door again. Oh, that must be her. Don't worry, she's more lightens on the mood than Fafner. Toru opened the door revealing a woman. She's a tall, fair-skinned and voluptuous woman with enormous bouncy BRs, ample thighs, and plentiful hips. She has long, wavy blonde hair, taking on turquoise and green color at the ends. Both her eyes are close and her horns on her head. She wears a pink cap, a black tank top that exposes her cleavage and stomach, jean booty shorts that reveal a generous portion of her buttocks, thigh-high black stockings, and pink shoes. BRSTS sizes, K-cup. Holy crap. Izuku thought, gasped with his face turning red of seeing such large bosoms in front of him. Izuku, this here is Quetzalcoatl. Toru introduced. Please, just call me Lukoa. It's nice to meet you, Izuku. I heard some interesting things about you from Toru. Lukoa said. Oh, sure you have. Izuku said, nervous. When Lukoa came in to join the party, most of the girls became shocked of Lukoa's large melons. Big melons? Ochako thought. Soon, everyone got to having fun at the party together as Lukoa, Inko, and Mitsuki are drinking beer together while served some of the food. Katsuki is playing a fighting video game with Fafner, who is starting to take interest in video games even though he keeps losing as Izuku watches and get his turn sometimes. Tsuyu, Ochako, and Kanna are playing a friendly card game of Go Fish, and Kanna seems to win more than the other two. You know, Toru, I think you found yourself a pretty good home. Lukoa commented, opening both her eyes to be different than the other. Her right eye is green on the outside with designs and black on the inside with a yellow, slit pupil. Thanks, I think being with Izuku is the best. Toru smiled. Is that so? Lukoa looked at Izuku thinking he's a cute human with dragon powers. KO, a new chapter is done and hope you all enjoy it. Izuku and his family have moved into a new home where it's more room for everyone and even decided to throw a party inviting few people they know. And yes, even Katsuki came, probably forced by Mitsuki. Then Toru's dragon friends came, of course. Everyone except Izuku and Inko knows they're dragons. And Lukoa seems to be interested in Izuku as well. Next chapter is where Izuku will have his first day at UA High. KO comment, favorite, and follow through of how this story will go. Dragon Deku's first day of hero school. Okay, you got everything you need for school? Toru asked as Izuku puts on his shoes and wearing his new school uniform. Yeah, I'm ready for school, and please try not to accidentally burn our home down. Izuku hoped. Come on, have a little faith in me, Izuku. I'll make sure nothing happens to our home. Toru promised. Just make sure you listen to the teachers and try to make some friends too. Inko advised. I will, Mom. Izuku nodded as he's about to leave but felt something grabbing his leg. He looks down to see Kanna wrapping her arms around his leg. Do you really have to go? Kanna asked, sad as she doesn't want Izuku to go. I have go, Kanna. It's the school I've always wanted to in order to become a hero. But I'll be back in the afternoon, plus you'll have Toru and my mom to keep you company. Izuku stated. Come on, sweetie, why don't we go watch some cartoons together? Inko suggested. Okay. Kanna decided to let Izuku go and he pat her head. I promise we'll play together once I come back. See ya. Izuku said and exit the apartment heading toward his new school. Well, I'm gonna do some cleaning on the floor then take out the trash. Toru said as she leaves to do the chores. Let's go have fun with the TV, Kanna. Inko smiled. Coming. Kanna said as she follows Inko to the living to watch some cartoons. With Izuku and Ochako. It was really nice of you to come pick me up from my apartment. I wasn't sure if I was gonna be late or not. Ochako thanked as she and Izuku in the hallway of UA High together finding their classroom. It's no problem, we do live close to each other, so it's only fair that we meet up together. Izuku pointed out while trying not to blush. Oh wow, I didn't think Ochako would look so cute in that uniform. Izuku thought. He felt a strange urge to pounce on Ochako for some reason. He shook the thought out of his head as they reached their classroom door, seeing the sign Class 1A, which is the class they're assigned to. Wow, look at this door. You'd think they would expect giants to come here. Ochako surprised of the big door. Yeah, must mean that this school got those quirk growing in sizes or mutation quirks. Izuku agreed, then he started thinking about Katsuki being in this class, which would be weird for him. I'm worried that Kaken is in the same class as me, though I hope he's not, and everyone here is nice. Izuku thought as he opens the door. Take your feet off of that desk now. Tenya demanded Katsuki, who was laying back on his desk. Huh. Katsuki smirked. Damn it, looks like we're in the same class after all. Izuku thought as his fear has come true. It's the first day of you're already disrespecting this academy by scuffing school property, you cretin. Tenya scolded. Looks like Kaken has already angered someone on the first day. Izuku whispered. You said something, Deku? Ochako asked. Oh no, nothing at all. Wait, Deku? Izuku wondered why she called him that. I know your name is Izuku, but I remember Katsuki calling you Deku most of the time. Ochako recalled hearing Katsuki saying Deku to Izuku during the party that night. Yeah, well, that's a nickname Kaken gave me as an insult when we were kids. Izuku explained, nervous. Really, I thought it sounds cool, like, you can do it, kind of thing, plus I think it's pretty cute. Ochako said. Then you can call me Deku. Izuku blurted. Izuku, you're here. Tenya spotted Izuku and walked up to him. Oh, good morning, Tenya. Izuku greeted. Hi, I'm Ochako Uraraka. Okiak introduced herself. Hello to you too. And Izuku, you realize there was something more to the practical exam, didn't you? Tenya asked, making Izuku confused of the question. You must be very perceptive, and I completely misjudged you, I admit. As a student, you're far superior to me. Tenya admitted while trying not to look sad. Really, is that what happened? Ochako asked. No, I didn't know about it as everyone was. Izuku clarified. I see, then Izuku just felt like saving you from the giant robot back then. Ribbit. Tsuyu said, walking up to them. Hey Tsuyu, did you have a great morning? Ochako asked. I did, helped my little brother and sister get ready for their school too. Tsuyu nodded. While everyone is talking, Katsuki sit on his desk silent and glare at Izuku, seeing the dragon wings, scales, and the fangs in his mouth that sees off the exploding boy every time he looks at Deku. He still recalls the talk they had during the party. Flashback. Deku. Katsuki growled as he pushes Izuku to the wall of his bedroom while being scared a little. Tell me, have you been hiding your quirk all these years looking down on me, thinking I was a fool like a clown? Katsuki demanded answers of Izuku's suddenly new appearance. And no, I swear I would never do that to you. I'm just a late bloomer, even I was surprised when these appeared. Izuku said, trying to explain his new dragon parts without giving away that Toru and her friends are real dragons and about one. For all two. Bullshit. It's stupid enough that you applied to UA High even when I told you not to, but now you actually have a quirk that might be close in power to my own. That really pisses me off, Deku. Don't think for a second you're better than me now because I'm going to be the #1 hero in the world. Katsuki proclaimed as his hands let out fierce explosions, making Izuku flinch a bit. Even so, Kaken, I'm going to UA to become a hero, and I'm going to work harder than ever before to show you that I'm not the weak Deku anymore. Izuku looked at Katsuki with powerful determination in his eyes as they changed to dagger shape, frightening the exploding boy a bit. Like it I told you before back at our middle school, I'm going and you can't stop me. Izuku said. Katsuki grunted his teeth, almost feeling his leg move back a little. He glares at Izuku for a minute before turning his back on him and walk away. Be brave all you want, Deku, but I'm going for the top and I'll crush you if you try to get in my way. Katsuki warned. Go ahead and try. Izuku accepted the challenge. Katsuki walked out of the bedroom heading back to the party. Flashback. I swear, I'm going to beat you and show everyone I'm the best. So, you better prepare yourself, Deku. Katsuki thought, glared at Izuku. Then suddenly his legs are thrown off the desk, turned to the side as he almost fell off his chair, quickly balancing himself. What was that? It felt like something grabbed my leg. Katsuki confused. So, got any idea who our teacher will be? Tsuyu asked, curious. I'm sure we'll meet him or her soon. Ochako said. If you're just here to make friends, then you pack up your stuff now. A man said behind Ochako outside the classroom door. She and the others turn around, seeing the man laying on the floor of his left inside a yellow sleeping bag. Welcome to UA's hero course. The man greeted before drinking a packaged juice. What is that thing? Izuku, Tenya, Okiak, and Tsuyu thought, gasped at the same time, though Tsuyu's expression is unchanged. It took you 8 seconds before you all shut up. That's not gonna work, time is precious. Rational students would understand that. The man pointed out as he stands up and takes off the sleeping bag. He's a slender and tall, pale-skinned man with messy, shoulder-length black hair that partially hangs in front of his face and often half-opened black eyes. His facial hair is unkempt, and his eyes almost look tired and flat. He wears a ragged black outfit that consists of a long-sleeved shirt and matching pants that tuck into his boots. He also wears a utility belt and a gray scarf. Who is this guy? If he's here, then he must be some kind of pro, but he looks so worn out, yet something is telling me to be careful with him. Izuku thought. Hello, I'm Shota Aizawa. Your teacher. Shota revealed himself, making Izuku and the other students in class shock. Right, let's get to it. Put these on and head outside. Shota said, showing them the gym uniform. Midoriya apartment. Nothing like a fresh cup of tea to help you relax. Inko sighed, smiled as she drinks her tea. I wonder what Kanna is doing. It's been quiet for a while now. Inko said, deciding to go check on the little dragon girl. Kanna, are you doing okay in there? Inko knocked a few times, but there was no answer. Kanna, I'm coming in. Inko said before opening the door and discover that Kanna isn't in her room. That's strange, I thought she would be here. Inko confused. Inko went to go check the other rooms if Kanna is in either of them or she's playing hide and seek, but she could not find the little dragon girl and the mother is starting to get worried. Oh dear, she isn't here. Maybe she went out with Toru to help with the errands. Inko guessed. Although, I'm getting a weird feeling that they're doing troubling. Oh, I hope I'm wrong. Inko said as she went back to drink her tea to calm down. With Class 1A outside. What? A Quirk Assessment test. The students gasped after Aizawa told them what they're going to do. But orientation, we're gonna miss it. Ochako pointed out. If you really want to make the big league, you can't waste time on pointless ceremonies. Shota said, making the students shock. Here at UA, we're not tethered to traditions. That means that I get to run my class however I see fit. Shota informed as the students get nervous. You've been taking standardized tests most of your lives, but you never got to use your quirks in physical exams before. The country's still trying to pretend we're all created equal by not letting those with the most power excel. It's not rational. One day, the Ministry of Education will learn. Shota explained and turned his sight on Katsuki. Bakugo, you managed to get the most points on the entrance exam. What was your farthest distance throw with a softball when you were in junior high? Shota asked. 67 meters, I think. Katsuki answered. Hopefully he remembered that right. Right, try doing it with your quirk. Anything goes, just stay in the circle. Shoto said, handing Katsuki the softball and having him stand in the circle of the distance throw. Go on, you're wasting our time. Alright, you ask for it, old man. Katsuki said as he stretches his arms. Knowing Kaken, he's probably going to say something brutal in one word when he throws the ball. Izuku thought. Katsuki placed his footing and reel his arm back and threw his arm forward with all his might as the ball takes off with the most powerful explosion he can use. Die! Katsuki shouted as the ball went flying. Knew it. Izuku thought. All of you need to know your maximum capabilities. Shoto said, and the ball landed, giving a beep on the meter measure in his hand. It's the most rational way of figuring out your potential as a pro hero. Shoto showed them Katsuki's score is 705.2 meters, shocking them. Whoa, 705 meters, are you kidding me? The boy with blonde hair and a black lightning bolt mark asked, shock. I wanna go, that looks like fun. The girl with pink excited. This is what I'm talking about, using our quirks as much as we want. The black hair boy with big round elbows said. So, this looks fun, huh? Shoto asked in a low tone. Izuku gasps, worrying that he might be upset. You have 3 years here to become a hero. You think it's all gonna be games and playtime? Idiots. Shoto smirked, creepy. Today, you'll complete in 8 physical tests to gauge your potential. Whoever comes in last has none and will be expelled immediately. Shoto revealed, and all the student gasps. With Toshinori. Toshinori in his normal form is looking over the papers, including one telling him of what teacher did Izuku, and he gasps. Ah crap, he got Aizawa. Midoriya's gonna be singled out from the start. Toshinori worried as he knows how Aizawa liked to run his class. With Class 1A, all the students of Class 1A are scared and worry that failing Shoto's tests will be kicked out of the school. Izuku is more worried than the others as he still needs to control one for all better and not sure if his dragon powers alone will be enough to pass. He thought about only using a small percent of one for all but couldn't figure out how much, though he hopes to find that out while taking the test to test himself. Like I said, I get to decide how this class runs. Understand? Shoto asked. If that's a problem, you can head home right now. Shoto said. However, none of the students have shown to be leaving, even when some of them are scared, still standing their ground to show this teacher they earned their way to get into UA High to become heroes, though are still worried about the expelling part. You can't send one of us home. We just got here. Even if it wasn't the first day, that isn't fair. Ochako protested. Oh, and you think natural disasters are? Or power-hungry villains, Ichim? Or catastrophic accidents that wipe out whole cities? Shoto asked, making Ochako rethink what she said a little. No, the world is full of unfairness. It's a hero's job to try to combat that unfairness. If you want to be a pro, you're gonna have to push yourself to the brink. For the next 3 years, UA will throw one terrible hardship after another on you. So, go beyond, plus ultra style. Shoto lectured as he motions his fingers, telling the students the come at me sign. Show me it's no mistake that you're here. Shoto challenged the students to give the test their all. The scene zooms into a wall. Lady Toru, are you sure Izuku won't notice us here? Kanna's voice asked. Totally, Izuku has developed the dragon scene of smell, so we're good. Toru's voice assured. As it turns out, Toru and Kanna followed Izuku to school a little while after he left home and casted an invisible spell to make them unseen. Though you probably shouldn't move that Katsuki boy, even if he did deserve some punishment for being mean to Izuku. Okay, but I'm worried about that teacher expelling Izuku on the first day. Kanna hoped Izuku will do okay. Don't worry, Izuku is going to pass and show everyone his awesome dragon side. Toru believed as they watched the 8 physical tests begins. KO, a new chapter is done and hope you all enjoy it. The 5th day of school has started off pretty big for Izuku and his new classmates as their new homeroom teacher. Shoto Aizawa is making them do tests to see the full power of their quirks and plans on expelling one of them out of UA if one ends up in last place. Or is he? Oh, and Toru and Kanna are there watching how Izuku is doing as they couldn't help but wonder what UA's teaching is like. KO comment, favorite, and follow through of how this story will go. Passing with a Dragons Plus Ultra. The new freshman students of Class 1A have started their Quirk Assessment test to prove to their homeroom teacher, Shoto Aizawa, that they have earned their right to be here to become heroes for the world and show them how much they want it through hard work. Although, most are very nervous because of the condition Aizawa said about expelling the student who comes into last place, which sounded unfair, but he mentioned that life is full of unfairness and they will have to work with it. You ready to do this? Izuku asked Ochako. Yeah, let's show Mr. Aizawa what we're made of. Ochako nodded. I'm going first. Tsu said as she walks up next to Iida. The first test they're doing is the 50-meter dash, as the students will have to run super fast to beat their old time they did back in middle school, as they each ran as fast as they could. Tenya got the score of 3.04 seconds, Tsuyu got 5.58 seconds, Ochako got 7.15 seconds, Mashireo got 5.49 seconds, Yuga got 5.51 seconds though he could have gotten a better score if his quirk didn't cause him a tummy ache, and Mina got 5.10 seconds. Last ones are Izuku and Katsuki ready for the dash as the latter glares at Izuku. I'll blow you away in this, Deku. Katsuki thought smirked. Let's see how fast I am now as a dragon. Izuku thought curious. Go! The robot shouted. The two started running at their top speed with Izuku pulling ahead of Katsuki much to his shock, and Izuku felt like his legs are lighter now. Oh no you don't. Burst speed, Katsuki ignited explosions to making himself like a human rocket. However, even with the big increase in speed it still wasn't enough to catch up to Izuku as he is still a few feet ahead of him. Izuku got 3 seconds flat while Katsuki got 4.13 seconds. And oh, I lost to that F-nerd. Katsuki shouted and pounded his fist to the ground. Hey, it's okay bro. We're just seeing how far we can go with our quirks, so don't worry. Ijiro tried to comfort Katsuki. Shut up. I don't need your pity. Katsuki snapped. Wow, I actually got a good record. Izuku smiled. Well done, Izuku, you beaten by my record which would make you faster than me. Tenya complimented. I'm only slightly faster, but I think we're pretty even in speed. Izuku said. I'm surprised you didn't use your wings, you could have flapped to make yourself move faster. Tsuyu pointed out. Really? I never thought of that. Izuku surprised. Second test is the grip strength to see how strong the students are gripping on the device with either their strength-enhanced quirk or just their natural strength. One student named Mizo seemed to have gotten the highest score with the strength of 540 kilograms, but Izuku easily surpassed him with his strength score of 640 kilograms, over 100 kilograms more than Mizo, and Izuku himself is very surprised that he can be this strong. Hee, the strength of the dragons have no limits. Toru grinned chuckling. Huh, did you say something? Hyoka asked Toru the invisible girl, causing Toru to gasp that she blurted out loud. No, I didn't say anything. Toru replied. Odd, I thought I heard someone talking. Hyoka confused. Kanna looked up Toru with a deadpan face while the dragon maid chuckles nervously, not going into eye contact with her. Third test is the standing long jump. Most of the students did okay jumping from one side of the large sandbox to the other side. The fourth test is repeated side steps. The students have move as fast as they can between 3 lines by sidestepping. The one who the highest score was Minoru Mineta using his sticky ball quirk to bounces himself between the lines fast almost like a blur. The fifth test is the ball throw like the one Katsuki did as a demonstration earlier. Ochako throw the ball with the effect of her quirk, and she the infinity score, which means the meter measurement could not measure the distance the ball was going. Seriously, how is that possible? Denki Ribbit. I think the ball ended up in space and is probably crashing into someone's house. Tsuyu commented. Okay, let's not exaggerate that. Izuku said, hoping Tsuyu is wrong before walking into the circle for his turn. So far, I've only been using my dragon strength and speed. I wonder if I should use 100% of one for all. I was able to withstand the backlash though it still hurts. Izuku thought thinking of using the quirk given to him by All Might and thinking about the training Toru helped him get used to his dragon powers. Oh yeah, Izuku is going to blow everyone away with his awesomeness. Toru squealed. Yay, go Izuku. Kanna cheered quietly. Okay, here goes. Izuku reeled back his right arm channeling the full power of One for All. And he threw the ball as hard as he could, but just when the ball left his hand and into the air, he notices the feeling of One for All in his arms suddenly went blank. The ball landed giving the score of 259.15 meters. That's weird, I thought I used my quirk just now. Izuku confused. I erased your quirk, but it looks like your super strength seemed to be natural. Aizawa said as his hair raised up and his eyes glowing red making Izuku gasp. Even so, the judges for this exam were not rational enough. Someone like you should never be allowed to enroll at this school. Aizawa said scary serious. Wait, you did what to my? Listen here Buster. Izuku worked very hard passing the entrance exam and show he is more than capable of being a hero at heart. So, why don't you shove that stupid sleep eyes up your butt and watch his amazement blow you away? Toru snapped, accidentally revealing herself to Aizawa and the whole class while poking his nose. Toru soon realized this and sweat dropped with a nervous chuckle, feeling stupid for letting her temper get the best of her. Whoa, where did that girl come from? Rikito asked. Hey Deku, why the hell is your maid beach here? Katsuki asked angry. I guess she just wanted to see how I was doing on my first day here, her and Kanna. Izuku shrugged. Wait, you knew we were here the whole time? Toru gasped. Why yeah, I kinda smelled you guys and I heard you voice during the grip strength test. Izuku explained. Guess that means I can come out now. Kanna revealed herself, shocking the students as well. Hello everyone, my name is Kanna Midoriya. It's nice to meet you and hope we can be friends. Kanna greeted cutely. Oh my god. She's cute. All the girls and boys shouted as if their hearts were pierced by love arrows. Even the quietest ones like Shoto and Fumikage couldn't resist her cuteness. Aizawa didn't say it out loud or change his expression, but on the inside, he is screaming like hell in his mind about how cute Kanna is. I can't believe I'm saying this, but your sister to major goddess of cuteness. Minoru squealed. Even though he's usually into the women around his age or older, he couldn't help but see Kanna like a cute little sister. He's not my brother. Kanna said. What do you mean? You have the same last name as him. Momo asked. 3, 2, 1. Katsuki counted down as what Kanna is about to reveal. Izuku is my papa. Kanna revealed as she hugs Izuku's legs, and the students all gasps one of their fellow freshman student is a dad. Kanna, don't tell them that? Izuku gasped. Yeah, me and Tsu were pretty shocked when she told us that. Ochako confessed and Tsu nodded. Explain. Aizawa demanded, looking scarier than before. I swear, it's not what you think. Izuku said. Kanna was kicked out of her home and had nowhere else to go. Izuku decided to let her stay with him and she began seeing him as better dad than her old one, so he decided to adopt her. Toru explained. Aizawa looked at Izuku again as he nodded saying all that is true. Then I guess that would also make me the mother since Izuku and I are dating. Toru giggled. Even though we haven't gone to our first date yet? Izuku whispered to himself. Dude, how are you so lucky? Denki cried on his knees. Hey, what's your BRSTS sizes? Minoru asked. Don't ask a girl that, you j. Toru slapped the back of the little grape-haired boy's head. I'm double D for Dragon Deku. Toru answered proudly with a thumb up. You actually answered that? Toru surprised. Wait, I thought it was just D? Izuku asked himself, then he noticed the googles around Aizawa's neck under the scarf. Wait, those googles, I know you. You can look at someone and cancel out their powers. The Erasure Hero, Eraserhead. Izuku recognized him. Some of the students wonder who Eraserhead is while others remember hearing about him that he works on the down low and doesn't like the media like some other heroes who work in the dark. I notice you weren't using your full power at all during the whole test, because you can't control it even though you may be able to endure it. Were you planning to break your bones again and be helpless to have someone else save you? Aizawa asked. Hey. Toru growled as Kanna holds her back. No. I want to become strong, so I protect everyone with a smile, and never regret doing so in my life. Izuku determined as his eyes changed to dragon dagger pupils. Then show it to me and prove to me you're not a worthless pup on the street. After all, you can't become a hero if you can't control your quirk. Aizawa said as he deactivates his quirk, giving Izuku back his. Meanwhile, All Might in his muscle form has been hiding in the corner of the building watching to see how Izuku would do with Aizawa as his teacher, and things are looking a little grim here. I only got one chance to do this. Izuku thought as he quickly thought of a way to show Aizawa that he can still fight without hurting his body too much. Then Izuku reels his arm back like before ready to throw the ball again, remembering what Aizawa said about never becoming a hero if he can't control his quirk, burning with the determination to work extra hard to become the hero All Might and Toru saw in him. Whoa, is he? Toru saw what Izuku is about to. What is it? Kanna asked. Hey, is he for real? All Might shocked. I still have a lot to learn, then I'll focus what I can do what now. Izuku thought and empowered his finger with 100% of One for All. Smash! Izuku threw the ball high into the air like a rocket and it lands as the meter measurement device said 981.3 meters. He put all that power into one finger? Aizawa thought shocked. Mr. Aizawa. You see, I'm still standing. Izuku smiled. This kid. Aizawa smiled creepy, actually being impressed. I was worried about you, young man, but you're doing a great job. You knew you had to use One for All, but not at full power or else you'd be KO'd. So, you propelled the ball at the last possible point of contact by sending the power of your quirk shooting through your fingertip, minimizing the injury to your body while maximizing the throw. All Might thought impressed of Izuku's quick thinking feat. What the heck, young Midoriya? How did you get so cool? All Might thought smiled. Awesome. That's my Deku. Ochako cheered. Oh, show them the power of the dragon. Toru shouted happily. Good job. Kanna clapped. In it, I lost to him again. Katsuki angered. Alright, I think we wasted enough of our time. I expect you all not to make me use my quirk so DMN much. It gives me serious dry eyes. Aizawa informed. Too bad, that power is amazing. Class 1A complimented. Okay, now let's get on with the rest of the tests. Aizawa said and looked to Toru and Kanna. Just for today, you two can stay until class is over for the day, but I better not catch you sneaking in here again. Got it? Aizawa said firm and they nodded quickly. Wow, his glares are much as fierce as a dragon. Toru thought sweat drop. Soon, the students continue the test with the last 3 tests that are a distance run, seated toe touch, and sit-ups. Once they're all finished, the students are gathered in front of Aizawa. I ranked you all from best to worst. You should probably have a good idea of your standing already. I'll just pull up the whole list, it's not worth going over each individual score. Aizawa said. I hope I did okay. Izuku gulped. Don't worry, as your maid I'm sure you gone to the top. Aizawa brought out the list in a hologram screen for everyone to see where they rank at. Izuku saw his name and became shocked finding his rank to be in first place right above Momo's and saw Katsuki's name in 4th place. He knows that Kaken is probably grinding his teeth in anger and emitting a dark, murderous aura around him which is happening right now. Minoru cries in pain that he ended up in last place, fearing of never becoming a hero and getting his own harem like he dreamed of. And I was lying, no one's going home. Aizawa said, confusing the students. That was just a rational deception to make sure you gave it your all in the tests. Aizawa revealed with his creepy smile. What? Most of the students screamed in shock. I'm surprised the rest of you didn't figure that out. I'm sorry, I guess I probably should have said something. Momo said. Yeah, you should have. Few thought the same thing. That's it, we're done for the day. Pick up a syllabus in the classroom, read it over before tomorrow morning. Aizawa ordered. Hey, your name is Toru, right? Shoto asked. Yep, faithful maid and lover of Izuku Midoriya. Toru smiled, causing Izuku to blush like crazy red. Why do I feel jealous for some reason? Ochako and Tsuyu asked themselves. You and Izuku both possess dragon quirks just like the dragoon hero, Ryukyu. Shoto pointed out. Oh yeah, I see the now. Are you guys related to her or something? And asked curious. No, we never met her in person nor are blood related to her. Our quirks just happen to be similar, that's all. Izuku stated, not wanting to reveal Toru and Kanna are real dragons and he became a half-dragon. I never met her, but I heard she likes the legend of dragons being powerful and having a heart of gold or something like that. I would like to meet her. Toru interested. Me too, I want to meet her. Kanna nodded, wondering if Ryukyu is a descendant of the dragon race. Well, I'm going to go change and meet you guys at the gate, so we can go home together. Izuku said. Oh, that's right. I'm supposed to pick up some groceries today, I better get to it now. Toru opened a magic portal and jumped through it before telling Kanna that she can walk home with Izuku if she wants, which she nods. Whoa, she can create portals too. Mina shocked. Let's just say her dragon quirk is a different case. Izuku chuckled nervous. Wondering how he's going to explain all this when the secret of dragons gets out. KO, a new chapter is done and hope you all enjoy it. Well, now everyone in Class 1A have met Toru and they have been slayed by Kanna's extreme cuteness, though I think Izuku's worry of revealing the dragon's secret may come out a little sooner than he thinks, but he will have something else to worry about in class with a certain event that's about to explode in battle with his fierce rival. KO comment, favorite, and follow through of how this story will go. Hero class first lesson and fated battle awaits. Oh, I'm off now. Izuku said after tying his shoelaces. Have a good day, Izuku. And don't let that grumpy Aizawa get negative with you again, I didn't like the way he was looking at you. Toru said before giving him a quick peek on the cheek. Thanks, and I'm sure he was just concerned of how I can handle myself. Izuku assured and got a sudden hug from Kanna. Show them what you're made of, Papa. Kanna smiled, Izuku blushes of the adorable face. I will. Izuku petted her and left the apartment. And don't even think about following me to school, Toru. Izuku called out from outside. Demon it, Toru cursed. Want to watch TV for a bit? Kanna asked to help keep Toru distracted for a little while. Sure, but not for too long because I got some chores to do. Toru said as they walked to the living room. Then they suddenly hear knocking on the door. That's strange, Izuku couldn't have forgotten something. Toru wondered if it's an early DLVY man, but to her surprise it is actually Lukoa standing in front of the apartment. Hey Toru, how are you? Lukoa greeted. Lutsao. I haven't seen you since the party last week, what are you doing here? Toru asked. Oh, I decided to come by because I wanted to talk to you about something important. Lukoa said, opening one of her eyes. With Class 1A, I'm so excited. Are you excited? Because I am so excited that we're gonna have All Might as our teacher. Mina squealed. Please, control your excitement. He hasn't arrived yet, so let's give him the utmost respect he deserves and follow his guidance. Tenya said. At least it'll be better than Mr. Aizawa. Denki said. Okay, he should be here any minute now. Izuku thought. I am here, coming through the door like a hero. All Might entered the classroom as the students get all thrill of having the number 1 hero as their teacher for hero training class. Welcome to the most important class at UA High. Think of it as Hero ING here, you will learn the basics of being a pro and what it means to fight in the name of good. All Might explained about this class session. Let's get into it. Today's lesson will pull no punches. All Might pulled out a card with the word battle on it. Fight training. Katsuki smirked. Real combat. Izuku shocked. But one of the keys of being a hero is looking good. All Might pointed at a wall which and shelves are coming out holding cases, metal briefcases with numbers. These were designed for you based on your Quirk registration forms and requests you sent in before school started. All Might informed. All right, costumes. Izuku smiled. Get yourselves suited up, and then meet me at Training Ground Beta. All Might ordered. Yes, sir. Everyone in Class 1A said at the same time. Later, Training Ground Beta. All Might is seen waiting patiently within the fake training city as he looks at the exit tunnel, which is also the entrance where the students will be coming out of. Then a moment later, he see the students coming out, each wearing their own heroic costumes as they are unique to one student. They say clothes make the pros, young ladies and gentlemen, and behold, you are the proof. All Might said as all the students came out. Take this to heart. From now on you are all heroes in training. All Might announced as he looks at everyone, believing they are so cool with their costumes. Now, shall we start it, you bunch of newbies? All Might asked. I don't see young Midoriya, he must still be getting his costume in. All Might noticed that Izuku isn't with the others. In the tunnel, Izuku is heading toward the light of the exit while remembering what Toru and Inko gave him. 3 weeks ago. Hey Izuku, we have a surprise for you. Toru said with Inko and Kanna next to her. What is it? Izuku asked. It's your hero costume. Inko revealed as she hands him the bag. What? My hero costume? Izuku shocked. That's right. While I was little cleaning one night, I saw you sleeping on your desk and may have looked at one of notebooks with the costume design you wanted, and I showed it to Inko, thinking I could help make the course myself. Toru explained. Yes, we put a lot of work into it. Inko nodded. I pitched in to help. The needles were a little pokey with my fingers, but I did my very best. Kanna added. Wow, really? Izuku surprised. To be honest with you, I've been feeling really terrible lately. About something I said to you all those years ago. Inko remembered that she to Izuku as a little kid that things could have been different. I think you might have think I given up on you a while back, but now look at you. You persevered and kept chasing your dream like a real champion. Inko said, making Izuku smile. I'm so sorry, Izuku. And I promise, I'll support you with everything I've got from now on. Inko promised with little waterworks from her eyes. That goes double for me too. I added some special features to the costumes, as you'll find out soon enough. Toru smiled. Me too, me too. Kanna jumped in joy. You guys. Izuku smiled as he holds the bag and took out the costume. Present. It's a gift from my mom, Toru, and Kanna. So, of course, this is what I'm gonna wear. It's not state-of-the-art or flashy, but it means something to me. Izuku thought as he runs out of the tunnel, revealing his horror costume in daylight. Izuku now wears a green jumpsuit with a mask having 2 long ear-like protrusions that resembles All Might's haircut, a metal respirator with a makeshift sharp-teeth smile, elbow-length white gauntlets with spikes and segmented with 10 blue buds on the backhand, knee-length boots that are spiked as well and small sharp tips to the toe area, and his wings and tail are out because of the holes on back of his costume. This is it. My hero costume. Izuku thought, standing proud and strong. Hey Deku. Ochako noticed Izuku entering the scene. Glad you could join us. Ribbit. So you said. Oh, Ochako, it's you. Izuku greeted and suddenly gasped, blushing upon seeing their costume. Love you costume. Not too flashy, and there's also the danger feeling too, which I can dig. Ochako approved. Yeah, it definitely goes well with your dragon quirk. Tsuyu added. Looks little better than mine. I should have been more specific about what I wanted. This bodysuit is skin tight, not really my style. Ochako embarrassed. I don't know, my costume is a little skin tight and it's flexible to move around in. Just give it some time to get used to it. Tsuyu advised. Izuku is glad that he is wearing his mask so that neither of the girls could see his blushing face and his dragon instinct roaring in his head to make those girls his, almost like he wants to pounce on them, but he kept himself under control to not force something the girls don't want to right now. All Might saw Izuku's costume, admiring the fierce look. He also notices 2 certain parts that resemble his hair and smile, pointing out that Izuku is obvious while trying to hold in his laughter. Now that you're ready, it's time for combat training. All Might said. Sir. Tenya raised his hand. Oh, so that's Tenya in there. He looks so cool and the costume looks strangely familiar. Izuku thought, thinking he's seen that kind of design before. This is the fake city from our entrance exam. Does that mean we'll be conducting urban battles again? Tenya asked. Not quite. I'm going to move you students 2 steps ahead. All Might answered. Most of the villain fights you see on the news take place outside. However, statistically speaking, run-ins with the dastardly evildoers take place indoors. Think about it. backroom deals, home invasion, secret underground lairs. Truly intelligent criminals stay hidden in the shadows. All Might listed the things some villains would be at even during fights. For this training exercise, you'll be split into teams of good guys and bad guys and fight 2-on-2 indoor battles. All Might informed the students of what they'll be doing. Isn't this a little advanced? So you asked. Best training is what you get on the battlefield. But remember, you can't just punch a robot this time, you're dealing with actual people now. All Might explained. Some of the students started asking All Might some questions of how this training exercise will go, like in order, how hard they can fight, and how the pairings will be chose, except Yuya, who just wanted his opinion if his cape is very fancy. I wasn't finished talking. All Might growled but calms himself down and opened a script book to explain the exercise scenario. The situation is this. The villain have hidden a nuclear missile somewhere in their hideout. The heroes must try to foil their plans. To do that, the good guys either have to capture the evildoers or recover the weapon. Likewise, the bad guys succeed if they protect their payload of capture the heroes. All Might explained what the exercise is going to be like. Sounds like a classic action movie setup. Izuku commented. This sounds like a classic action movie setup. Mina said. Time is limited, and we'll choose teams by drawing lots. All Might said as he holds up a yellow box. Isn't there a better way? Tenya asked, not a fan of letting chance make the decision and stuff. Think about it. Pros often have to team up with heroes from other agencies on the spot, so maybe that's the reason we're seeing that here. Izuku pointed out. Yes, I see. Life is a random series of events. Tenya said, a little serious. Excuse my rudeness. Tenya apologized, bowing to All Might. No sweat. Let's draw. All Might said. Drawing team lots later. Wow, what are the chances? We're a team. Ochako cheered. Oh my gosh. I have to make a good impression on her. Izuku panicked a little. Ribbit. I was hoping to either team up with Izuku or Ochako, but you have to take what life can give you. So you said. That is true, so let's our best together. Fumikage Tokoyami nodded. I declare that the first teams to fight will be these guys. All Might pulled out one ball from the hero box and another from the villain box, showing ball A and D. Izuku gasped that Team D is Katsuki and Tenya, and he will be fighting his old childhood fight as the first pair of teams to fight each other, while Katsuki is shocked as well. He is also eager to blow the DMN lizard nerd away. Team A will be the heroes, Team D will be the villains. Everyone else can head to the monitoring room to watch. All Might said. While the rest of the students walk to the monitoring room, Izuku and Katsuki look at each other with intense stares, though Izuku did flinch a bit at first but gather the courage to stare strongly back at Katsuki. They could feel the strong spark of rivalry between them as this exercise will become personal to them. Bad guys, you can go in and get set up. In 5 minutes, the good guys will be let loose and the battle will start. All Might ordered. Katsuki and Tenya walk inside the building, finding the fake weapon. As Tenya expressed that he doesn't like the idea of him playing as the villain, he will do his best to execute this battle training with all he got. However, Katsuki is more focused on roasting Izuku extra crispy, believing that the idiot Deku was tricking him after all this time, that he didn't have a quirk despite being told that he is a late bloomer. It doesn't matter, I'll prove to Deku that I'm the top dog. Katsuki determined with rage. With Izuku and Ochako. You think they expect us to memorize this building's floor plan? It's so big, you know. Ochako worried that she won't remember most of this stuff. You know, All Might is just as cool in person as he is on television. I'm glad he's not threatening us with some kind of punishment like Mr. Aizawa. We can relax. You're sweating through your costume. Ochako gasped, seeing Izuku shaking up of nervousness and can see sweats. Well, it's just because we're up against Kaken. Plus, there's Tenya too. We should be on our guard, who knows what they'll pull. Izuku advised while trying to calm himself down. Oh right, Bakugo is the one who's always making fun of you because he didn't think you would be here today, right? Ochako recalled seeing how the two former friends interact with each other. Yeah, he was very surprised about my quirk, and I think I heard him saying about burying me 8 feet under. Izuku sighed. But despite that, I still think him being amazing. Sure, he can be a real pain, but his strength and confidence and his ambition, not to mention his quirk. Even though my dragon quirk is pretty amazing too, Kaken has always worked really hard, making his determination that much greater than anyone. Izuku said as he stands up with his wings spread, and almost made Ochako fell. But that just means I have to do better. I refuse to lose today. Izuku said with strong fire in his eyes. Ochako's heart suddenly started beating faster than normal upon seeing Izuku like this, the strong words coming out of his mouth and the burning spirit she could sense as her cheeks has tiny pink dots on them. Ochako smiles, thinking Deku can win this battle. So, it's a fated battle between rivals? Ochako asked, smiling. Oh, not that I'm trying to get you wrapped up in my fight or anything. Izuku stuttered. Are you kidding? We're a team, right? Let's win this. Ochako cheered with her fist in the air, making Izuku smile from her cheerfully mood. All right. All Might shouted through the speaker boxes, getting the team's attention. Let's begin the indoor combat training. Team A and Team D, your time starts now. All Might announced. Monitoring room. Pay attention, kids. Think about what you would do. All Might said as they are watching 5 footage screens on the large monitor TV. Young Midoriya, in this class, you're just another student. I'll grade you as I would anyone else without playing favorites. All Might thought reminded himself that he can't treat Izuku anything special despite being his successor with one for all. I wonder whose teeth will out first? Rikido asked. Dude, that is just nasty. Hanta pointed out. Back at the training building. Okay, we'll go through the window on the 2nd floor and start our search from there. Izuku planned. Got it. Ochako nodded. Izuku wrapped his arms around Ochako's waist, he flies them up to the window and help her get inside, then he came in. You know I could have used my quirk to get myself up here. Pointed out blushing. Oh right. Sorry. Izuku apologized, blushing too. All right, Kaken. Izuku thought. Meanwhile, with Katsuki and Tenya. Hey, Speedy Blue. Look after the weapon, I'm going to take out the DMN lizard nerd. Katsuki walked away. But we're supposed to be working together. Tenya reminded Katsuki, but he just ignores him. Prepare yourself, Deku. Katsuki thought angered. I'm going to win this battle with all I got. Izuku and Katsuki thought the same thing as the battle between the hero and villain team begins now. KO, a new chapter is done and hope you all enjoy it. Now we have arrived at the battle training part where Izuku and Katsuki are fated to battle each other to see which of them is stronger. Things are going to be different now that Izuku has dragon powers as a little accident bounces from Toru, but will it be enough to hold against Katsuki in close combat? You'll have to find out in the next chapter to see. And Tora got an unexpected visit from Lukoa who wants something from her friend. This might have something to do with Izuku as well. KO comment, favorite, and follow through of how this story will go. Rival battle of explosive dragon. Izuku and Ochako are seen sneaking around trying to find where the weapon and the villain team are, though couldn't find anything on the 2nd floor, so they love up to the 3rd while being careful about the limited time. They have to find the weapon and the villain team. Then suddenly Katsuki appears from a corner and unleash a big explosion at them. Hope you're ready to feel pain like never before, Deku. Katsuki yelled. Sorry, Kaken, but the one will be feeling the pain is you. Izuku said as the smoke clears, revealing he has shielded himself and Ochako with his left wing. Deku, are you okay? Ochako asked worry. Don't worry, my wings are stronger than they look, so I'll be fine. Izuku informed. I knew Kaken would get impatient and come it back soon, glad I was able to react in time to block that attack. Izuku thought thankfully for having dragon wings. I don't give a DMN if you now suddenly have a quirk after all this time. You're still nothing but a pebble beneath my boots. Katsuki proclaimed. We'll see about that. Izuku stared back fiercely. Ochako, you go on ahead and try to find the weapon, and I believe that's where you'll also find Iida. Izuku ordered his partner. Are you sure you can handle this by yourself? Ochako asked. Yeah, this time I'm fully prepared to face Kaken with all I got. Izuku nodded. Don't worry about dying on me, Deku. I won't hurt you too badly that the match would have to end so soon. Katsuki charged at Izuku for a right hook explosive punch. But to Katsuki's surprise, Izuku sprint toward him and grab his arm, turning his body around to perform a strong shoulder throw. What the F? Impossible? How did he know? He's not that good. Katsuki asked, confused and shocked. Wow, look at those moves. Ochako impressed. Izuku yells loud and slammed Katsuki with his back against the floor, causing him to gasp in pain. Kaken, you've always used a big right hook to start a fight. I know because I've watched you for years. I analyzed every amazing hero, even you. I wanted to learn everything I could about them. It was all in the notebook you burned and threw away. Izuku explained, clenching his fists and his wings flips a bit. Katsuki growls a little as he gets back up and looks toward Izuku's determined yet scared face. You can call me Deku, but I'm not the same helpless, defenseless kid anymore. You hear me, I've changed. Izuku said strongly. From now on, Deku is the name of a hero. Deku declared. Ochako became surprised when Izuku said that his hero name would be Deku. Remembers how she complimented that the name sounds awesome and cute to her. Ochako, get going now. Izuku yelled. Right. Ochako nodded and quickly ran to the upper floor to find Iida and the fake weapon. Before all this, you used to shake in your demon boots but still have the guts to face me. And now you look all prepared and bullshit. Katsuki snarled. Well then, you better not disappoint me before I sent you to the hospital. Katsuki shouted in rage. With Tenya. Tenya is standing close to the fake weapon and just made a call to Katsuki through the earpiece communication device he and Katsuki got from All Might before entering the building. Bakugo, come in. Give me a statue report. Where are you? Tenya asked. Just shut up and defend the weapon. I got more important things to worry about. Katsuki responded harshly. Are you forgetting what our mission is? Tenya asked, but he got no response. Hello. Tenya tried talking again and nothing. He hung up on me. Tenya realized. This isn't the time for radio silence. We're supposed to be partners. Arg. Tenya yelled in anger, wondering how he ended up having Katsuki as a partner for this exercise. Back with Izuku and Katsuki. Kaken must be talking to Tenya with the radio earpiece like mine and Ochako's. I'll have to be careful of how I want this battle to go. Izuku started thinking of a plan. His instinct gave him a suddenly warning and look ahead just in time to see Katsuki did an explosive charge with a left swing kick, though he was able to block it with his right arm with the support of his left arm. I'm going to make you regret taking me on alone, Katsuki said, but he notices something wrap from behind his leg. He's using the capture tape. Katsuki mentally shocked. Hero Notebook number 10, page 18. Luckily, I got to see Eraserhead's moves in action. Izuku remembered yesterday Aizawa retrained one of his classmates because he couldn't stop himself from the sidestep speed test. Okay, since I block his kick, then Kaken will become impatient again and try another big punch. Izuku thought. Just as he predicted, Katsuki threw another big punch with an explosion boost, and Izuku jumps to the side to dodge it and quickly counterattack to not give Katsuki any chance to rest even for a second as he threw a punch to the side, sending Kaken flying several feet away. Monitoring room. Ribbit. Looks like Izuku's fanboy knowledge of heroes is really paying off. Tsuyu complimented. What do you mean by that? Kyoko asked. You see, Izuku told me and Ochako that he's been studying different heroes for a long time and writes them all down in some notebooks. He even has a section about Bakugo with his quirk and how he fights. Consider they grew up together. Tsuyu explained. For real? That's so cool. Hunter excited. Having both brains and brute is important to balance yourself if you want to be a hero. You can't get around much if you don't have one of them. Momo stated. Indeed, young Midoriya definitely got the brains, knowing when to take action in crisis situations. The fanboy knowledge in his blood, along with some help from Toru's magic, are driving him forward. All Might thought proud of his successor, though it looks like Bakugo is trying to mix up his movement to make himself less predictable. Shoto pointed out. Back with Izuku and Katsuki. Katsuki charged at Izuku again, and this time the Green Dragon hero in training is charging at his opponent, too, clashing their heads for a moment before push away from each other. Izuku swing his right leg to strike at the side, but Katsuki launches himself up and perform a dive kick on the head. Izuku's body is slammed to the floor, though he wouldn't give up so easily as he manages to bend his legs together and double kick Katsuki in the stomach, sending him crashing on the ceiling, and try to attack him again, but Katsuki flew forward to avoid the punch. Come on, you need to hit me harder than that if you ever want to beat me, Katsuki said. Izuku decided to try something out and took a deep breath for a moment, then let out a big fire from his mouth, making a flaming wall blocking the path between him and Katsuki. Try and catch me if you can, Izuku yelled before running off. He's really grateful for Toru showing him how to do this. A minute, don't you dare run from me, Deku. Katsuki shouted in rage and went on another path to find the stupid nerd. Izuku is seen sitting close to the edge of the concern in the hallway, taking a little break from fighting Katsuki to formulate a plan. Good, he's completely forgotten about my partner, just like I thought. Izuku thought, thinking about how Katsuki and Tenya do. If they wanted to send someone out to stop us here, it should have been Iida. He's way faster after all. That probably means Kaken's gone rogue. The two of them aren't working as a team. Izuku figured out the lack of team trust in his opponents. If we had taken those two on head-to-head, our chances of winning would be almost even, since me and Iida are almost equal in speed, but Iida would also think fast too, and Katsuki's explosion would make things difficult as well. Izuku nodded to himself. I can't go after the weapon now, or else Kaken would follow me, and if we both tried to take him down, we would probably take him down but would have less time to get to the weapon. So, we stay split up for now. I have to trust Ochako. She'll find the weapon and Iida while I deal with Kaken. Defeating him, then I'll join Ochako for a 2-on-1 battle. That's how we'll win. Izuku planned carefully. I'll have to fight Kaken, capture him, and make my way to Ochako. Izuku determined. DKU. Come out and face me, coward. Katsuki shouted. Okay Kaken, let's do this, Izuku said. With Ochako. Ochako is seen inside a room on the 5th floor, finally locating the weapon and Tenya. Found it, now I just have to tell Deku and try my best to stay out of sight until he gets up here. Ochako thought. She was about to contact Izuku but heard Tenya talking to himself. Bakugo definitely has a villainous side, and that's exactly what we need to succeed in this mission. I need to temporarily devote myself to criminal intent. Tenya said. Yes, I won't fail this trail and risk bringing shame down on the Iida family name. That means I must now embrace evil to become a hero. Tenya said, giving himself a moment before talking again. Behold, I am the personification of villainy. Tenya said in an evil act. That he is making himself look like a fool. He's so serious. Ochako cracked of laughing. Is that you, Uraraka? Tenya asked, and Ochako gasped as she has been found out. With no other choice, she reveals herself to Tenya. I knew you would come here alone the instant that Bakugo ran off by himself and engaged with Midoriya. Your quirk allows you to float anything that you touch, but I've prepared for that by hiding every object in this room, so you have nothing to use against me, do gooder. Tenya revealed as Ochako can see the room is empty. My dastardly tricks have rendered you helpless. You blundered hero. Tenya mocked and does an evil laugh. He really is playing the part. Ochako surprised. Ochako, can you hear me? Izuku asked through the radio earpiece. That, I'm here. Iida found me out, sorry. Right now, he's monologuing. Ochako answered. With Izuku. Izuku has dodged another strike from Katsuki and smack him away with his right wing before talking to Ochako again. Where are you? Izuku asked. Near the middle 5th floor. Ochako reported. Right above me. We probably only have about 6 minutes left now. We'll have to finish this fast. Izuku talked to himself. Ochako, listen up because I got a plan that may be risky. Izuku started telling Ochako his plan quickly. Okay, be prepared for when that happens. Izuku said to Ochako before hanging up. Then he heard a sound coming from behind him and turns around seeing Katsuki with his right arm up. I'm all loaded up. Katsuki said. Loaded up? So, those gauntlets aren't just for show, they have a special feature for your quirk. Izuku realized. Demon right they do. My explosions are created from the nitro sweats in my hands, and now I got a whole shitload for one big blast. Katsuki smirked with his finger on the pin. Bakugo! Don't do it, you'll kill him. All Might alerted. He'll be fine as long as he dodges it. Katsuki yelled and pulled the pin. The giant explosion blast is unleashed, tearing through the hallway and engulfing Izuku in it, as the blast has also shook the whole building as it damages through the wall and window. The smoke clears up, showing the destruction Katsuki has done, and Izuku have found himself still standing on his 2 legs, and his hero costume doesn't have a single scratch in the slightest as it glows emerald green and little red. Oh wow, my costume survived all that. Tora must have made it extra durable. Izuku amazed, his attention is back to Katsuki as he laughs while walking into the room. The more nitro sweat that's stored in these gauntlets, the stronger the explosion is. Katsuki smirked. Even though my costume can protect me from the blast, I can still get pushback from the force of the explosion. I'll have to be careful. Izuku thought. Ochako, what's the situation? Izuku asked. I managed to get him to switch positions with me and the weapon just like you said. Ochako reported. Good, get ready. Izuku nodded. Bakugo, use that stored up power again and I'll stop this fight. Your team will lose. All Might said over the speaker boxes. Ha! Katsuki confused, angry. To employ such a strong attack indoors is inviting the destruction of the stronghold you should be protecting. That's a poor strategy, whether you're a hero or a villain. The penalty would be a massive loss of points. All Might explained. This got Katsuki angry and screams as Izuku got himself in a fighting stance. Fine. We'll fight hand to hand. Katsuki blasted charge at Izuku. Izuku planted his feet firmly on the floor and threw a right punch, though Katsuki propelled himself over that strike while doubling it as a smokescreen to strike an explosion on the back. But Izuku's inner dragon instinct helps as his tail wraps around Katsuki's wrist. Izuku used that action to pull his former friend rival toward him to launch a strong kick to the stomach, but the exploding boy blocks it with his right knee, and they push each other away. Katsuki charges again, doing some exploding melee combo while Izuku does his best to parry them off with his wings acting as shields and counterattack with a punch across the face. Demon IT! Katsuki screamed. He jumps high to slam his hands down on Izuku for an explosion grand slam, but the Deku quickly slides under him and stop himself at the window. Music. Say you run, My Hero Academia OS. Come on, Kaken, let's finish this now. Izuku said, charging his right arm with the full power of One for All. You're going to eat those words and die. Katsuki proclaimed. The two stares at each other with strong and fierce fighting spirit as only a few seconds have passed, but it felt like hours or days to them. Then they charge at each other to unleash their full power to end this fight. Detroit. Izuku ready himself to unleash his attack while Katsuki ready his explosion. All Might was about to call off the match. Ochako now. Izuku shouted, stopping the number 1 hero from calling the match off. With Tora. Ha! Tora felt something odd from her mind. Is something the matter, Lady Toru? Kanna asked as she reads a manga with Inko on the couch. No, I think that Izuku is about to do something amazing again. Toru smiled. How can you tell? Inko asked. Call it a maid's instinct. Toru giggled. Back with Izuku and Katsuki. Smash. Izuku threw an uppercut that sent a powerful wind pressure upward breaking through all the floors of the building. What's happening? Tenya asked, seeing the wind and floating rocks. This is it. Ochako picked up a broken pillar with her gravity quirk. Sorry, Iida. Ochako apologized in advance. Improvised special move, the Comet Home Run. Ochako swinged the pillar, knocking the floating rocks at Tenya. In the name of villainy, I demand that you stop this. Tenya shielded himself with his arms. But the rocks were actually distractions for Ochako to use her quirk on herself like earlier and float over the speedy boy. Release. Ochako deactivated her quirk and latched herself onto the weapon. By the time Tenya realizes this, it was too late. I got it. Ochako smiled. No. The weapon. Tenya gasped. Music end. This was your plan, wasn't it? From the start of this fight. Katsuki asked, shocked. Yeah, it was a big risk hurting my arm again. But the pain was worth it to beat you. Izuku chuckled as his right arm sleeve shows to be destroyed from the intense power of One for All, blown from the inside, and the arm itself bruised but not painful like before. The hero team win. All Might announced. KO, a new chapter is done and hope you all enjoy it. Deku the Green Dragon hero has managed to win the combat training with Ochako's help and showed Katsuki that he is now a weakling anymore. It was intense and nice that his costume survived the explosion blast from Katsuki's gauntlets. This shows Izuku's growth of how far he has gotten with the power that was given to him by All Might and Toru, as he will continue to push himself to become stronger. KO comment, favorite, and follow through of how this story will go. Class result in new exploding ambition. The scene shows Katsuki standing in shock while Izuku still has his strong smile, feeling proud that he won this battle against Katsuki, and his right arm feeling is bruised from the entire hand halfway to the elbow. The exercise is over now. I should probably check on Ochako. Izuku said as he flew to the upper floor. He sees Ochako down on all four as she is feeling sick to her stomach and feels like she's about to vomit while Tenya is tending to her side. Hey Ochako, are you okay? Izuku asked, comforting her. Yeah, I'm okay. Just a little tired from overusing my quirk. Ochako answered with an exhausting tone. Sorry if I made you push yourself too far. Izuku apologized. Hey, there's no need to apologize. I wanted to help you and we won, that's all that matters. Ochako smiled. If you say so, and thanks for checking up on her, Iida. Izuku thanked. No need, even though we were on opposite sides for this training exercise, we are still valuable comrades of the same class. That's good to hear, and do you need any help walking around? I can carry you on my back. Izuku offered. You don't need to do that, I can still manage on my own. Ochako turned down. Well, I'm still going to help you down. Izuku insisted and carries Ochako in his arm like a bride and flew down just when All Might arrived. Ah, young Midoriya, I was just about come check up on you and young Uraraka. All Might said. Hello All Might sir, I was just helping Ochako get back to the others since she pushed herself. Izuku explained. I can see that and I'm glad you are being concerned for your classmates, though I think you might be giving her some other ideas. All Might teased. Izuku was confused of what his secret mentor meant until he looks down seeing Ochako looking away, whistling innocently, and her cheeks are blushing too, which gave him the idea of what is she feeling, and quickly sat Ochako down on her feet. Sorry, I wasn't doing anything weird, I promise. Izuku panicked a bit. No, it's okay. I know you were just trying to help. Ochako stated. Okay, you two, I think it's time you all head to the monitoring room where we can talk about how you all did during the exercise. All Might said. Right. Izuku and Ochako nodded. They make their way through the hallway as Tenya have. Also made his way there as well. All Might turn his head to see Katsuki is still standing at the spot where he and Izuku made their final clash. The ash-blonde boy is shaking in shock and fear of what happened during the final moment of the combat session. My attacks. Deku predicted them. He made me look like an idiot. Katsuki thought, feared. Katsuki remembered clearly, when he threw the explosion punch at Deku's face, he blocks it with his left arm like it was nothing. And what's worst, he managed to win the exercise. Katsuki thought. Remember how they stare at each other before the finally clash? That Deku's eyes were telling him that he knew Katsuki have always been stronger than him and amazing, which is why he wants to beat him. Was he holding back this entire time? Does this mean that if we really fought, if we didn't hold back at all, Deku would have beaten me with his dragon quirk? Katsuki thought, panting in fear until he stops when he felt a large muscle hand on his shoulder. Young Bakugo, cool your jets. Let's go review your work. All Might said. Whether you win or lose, you can always take something away from an experience like this as long as you're open to learning. All Might advised. Monitoring room. Izuku, Ochako, Tenya, and Katsuki are seen standing from one side of the room from the rest of their classmates, and All Might stands in the middle close to the monitoring screen. Well, despite the results, the MVP of this exercise is young Iida. All Might announced, making the students gasp and more for Tenya. Shouldn't it be one of the heroes instead since they're the winners? Tsuyu asked. Yeah, why not one of them? Minoru confused. Valid question. Why didn't I choose one of those two? Who has a guess? All Might asked to see if one of them can guess. Sir, I can tell you why. Momo raised her hand. Iida embraced this challenge. He was the only one who truly adapted to this assigned role. Momo said, Wait, so you're saying we did something wrong? Ochako asked. Yes, and I'll explain. Bakugo's judgment was clouded by personal grudge against Midoriya. As he pointed out earlier, launching a large-scale attack indoors was a foolish move. It could have been disastrous. Momo explained about Katsuki and looked towards Izuku. Similarly, Midoriya's plan was also poorly thought out, considering the amount of damage he received to his own arm and perhaps feeling weakened from the rest of his body. If the fight had continued, he would have lost, making himself helpless. Not smart. Momo mentioned. There were a few missed opportunities. He could have just captured Bakugo with the capture tape and move on to help Uraraka's fight against Iida. Momo added. She's right, I could have just captured Kaken when I had the chance, but I wanted to prove myself to him that I'm strong too. Izuku thought sighed. As for Uraraka, she let her guard down mid-battle, and her final attack was far too reckless given the hypothetical stakes. If she treated the fake weapon as though it were real, she never would have risked using such an imprecise move. Momo said, making Ochako feel sad. Iida was fully prepared for his opponent's arrival. He had a strategy, and never lost sight of his mission to protect the dummy weapon even if he was foiled in the end. Momo explained. This made Tenya feel proud and honored to hear such accurate words as he smiles. Technically, the hero team won, yes, but they took advantage of the fact that this was training. They didn't respect the spirit of the trail. Momo finished her explanation. Everything was silent for a moment as All Might himself was amazed of how smart this girl was able to figure this out. This girl really has a good eye on her. All Might thought, impressed. Well, you overlooked a few things. Young Iida could have relaxed a little bit in the exercise, but otherwise, you nailed it. All Might said, giving Momo a thumb up. One should always start with the basics and devote themselves wholeheartedly to learning. That's the only real way to become a top hero. Momo stated. Well then, now with that out of the way, let's move on to the next match. All Might suggested and move his head to Izuku. Young Midoriya, I advises you to hurry on to Recovery Girl to get that arm look at right now. Don't want anything worse happening to you. All Might ordered. Yeah, I think I'll do just that. Izuku agreed. See you back in class, Deku. Ochako said as Izuku walks out of the room. Recovery Girl's nurse office. Are you kidding me? Recovery Girl yelled, making Izuku flinch in fear a little. This is the second day of school and you're already a regular patient. Honestly, why didn't All Might stop that fight? Recovery Girl asked, angry. I'm sorry, ma'am, he probably could have stopped the fight if I didn't push forward with my own selfish goal. I just wanted to show Kaken that I'm not the same weak kid as I was before, but I will promise you this, that I will never come back here ever again. Izuku clenched his bruised right hand. I'm the man who's going to become the world's greatest hero, who can save lives with a smile on his face, to make people feel safe and strong to face any danger ahead of him like All Might. Izuku determined. Recover Girl smiles upon hearing those words, as they have reminded her of Toshinori in his younger days as a student here, talking big about being a hero and helping the world by being the symbol piece to help the people feel at ease and never be afraid of the villains again. Yep, All Might definitely picked out a very strong one indeed. But I will advise you that it's important to be very careful of yourself when using one for all. Got it? Recover Girl asked. Yes, I will take your words to heart. Izuku said strongly. Good, now show me your arm. Recovery Girl ordered. Izuku held out his injured hand to her, and the old lady heroine stretched her lips to kiss that injured hand to use her healing quirk. The hand becomes all better with only some of Izuku's stamina as the price. Thank you, ma'am. Izuku thanked. My pleasure, now off you go to class. Recover Girl smiled and gave 3 gummy bears to Izuku. Izuku leaves the nurse office and make his way back to his class, after he change out of his hero costume first, and hopefully not get scolded by Aizawa for breaking his body parts again. His thoughts were interrupted when he bumps into someone along the hallway. Oops, sorry about that. A woman apologized. No, it's my fault. I should have paid more attention. Izuku said and gasped. Upon seeing the person in front of him. The rated R hero Midnight. Izuku squealed of excitement. Midnight is a tall, curvaceous woman with sky blue eyes, which tilted downwards in the center, framed by a set of rather long eyelashes. She has abundant spiky dark purple hair, which is made up of layers of varying lengths, the longest ones reaching down below her waist. Her chin-length bangs were split into 3 sections, 2 swept to the sides and 1 over her face, going diagonally down to the left between her eyes. She also had a small beauty mark below her left eye, as well as red-painted nails. Her hero costume was very similar to one of a traditional DMNTRX. She wore a breastless, black leather leotard similar in style to a corset over a thin, skin-tight white bodysuit, flesh-colored in the manga, which accentuated her voluptuous figure. The center strip of her leotard was embellished with red gemstone-like accessories in a vertical pattern, extending from her collar to her midriff. She also wore translucent, black, thigh-high garter stockings, which were attached to a burgundy utility belt decorated with gold studs around her hips, a matching pentagonal buckle in its center, and black knee boots. She had a small red mask outlining her eyes, and a handcuff on each wrist. She also carries a flogger-style whip. BRSTS sizes, GG Cup. Well, hello there, Midoriya. I see you came out of Recovery Girl's office. Midnight greeted. Why yeah, just had my arm healed and all after the combat training session. Izuku said, blushing of seeing Midnight up close like this. Oh, so it's pretty intense and coming out of it with some scratches can be painful, but it looks like you're taking it like a man. And I like a man who can take the pain. Midnight flirted. Whoa, she's even sexier when she gets no, Izuku. Calm down, she is your teacher, and you can't get all sudden urge on an older, beautiful and hot. No dirty thoughts? Izuku thought panicked. Everything okay in there? Midnight asked, pressing her forehead against Izuku, causing him to blush harder. Yeah, I'm totally okay. Nothing weird is going on here. Izuku stuttered. Anyway, I got to get back to class. See ya. Izuku sprinted away from Midnight and ran through the hallway. Oh my, such a strong young man with a cute shy side to him. He also got that dragon quirk that makes him feel fierce yet kind at the same time. Midnight complimented. Not mention, there's that strong aroma that is pulling me towards him like a wild animal. Midnight giggled, liking her lips. Bet he didn't realize that he bumped his face on my BRTS. Midnight said before walking away. Later. The final bell has rung and the school day is over. Most the students in Class 1A are getting themselves ready and hanging out in class for a little longer, except Katsuki, who just took his school bag and leaves the classroom while ignoring the others. Man, that guy has some serious anger issues. Rikido commented. Perhaps he is still shaken up from losing in the combat exercise. Fumikage stated. That just shows he's a sore loser. Denki said. Would you still say that if he was still here? Kyoko asked. Of course not. The guy is super scary as hell. Denki feared. Izuku looked to the open door where Katsuki just exited and decided to try doing something to hopefully ease his mind a little. You're going after him, aren't you? Tsuyu asked. Yeah, he may be a pain, but even someone like him needs comfort. Izuku said and ran off. Izuku caught up to Katsuki at the front gate. Kaken. Izuku called out, which got Katsuki to stop and turn around. I haven't told anyone about One for All, not even my mom, and she only know about my dragon power. Izuku thought as he prepared himself. I have to tell you something. Maybe then, you'll understand what's been going on. Izuku started. I may have told you that I got my quirk late than most, but this power is more borrowed than I was born with. Sounds crazy, I know, it's like something out of a comic book, only it's real. Izuku said. The thing is, the dragon part is one of the borrowed power and I still don't have full control of the other one that hurts my body yet, but I'm trying to make them my own. I didn't want to use the strength boost against you, but it was the only chance I had at winning the match against you. I've still got a lot to learn, I know that. That's why I'm here. Izuku continued on while Katsuki starts shaking a little in frustration. You'll see, I'll work until I fully make both into one and make the borrowed powers my quirk, and I'll finally beat you with my own power. Izuku declared. Then Izuku realizes that he was saying too much. How dumb do you think I am? Katsuki asked. Borrowed power? Don't talk to me like I'm an idiot. You've already made a fool out of me in that DMN training exercise. So, did you come there to rub it in? I lost, and to make matter worse, it was to you. Katsuki said, getting a little louder and angrier. I came in first in the exam, but that's not enough. Katsuki remembered seeing Shoto ending his match so fast with his ice. When I was watching that icy guy, I realizes I couldn't beat him in a head-to-head fight. Katsuki said, then remembers what Momo said for the review. Crap. I even agreed with what that smartass girl said. My attack was so stupid. Katsuki admitted, cursing himself a few times. Enjoy that win, Deh. You won't get another. I'm just getting started. Got that? I'm gonna end up the #1 hero, no matter what. Katsuki declared with little tears coming from his eyes. You'll never beat me again, you BSTRD. Don't even try. Katsuki said, turning around and walking away. Izuku let out a heavy sigh that Katsuki didn't take what he was saying seriously, then suddenly all might came to wanting to cheer up Katsuki only to be brushed off. Kaken's fuse has been lit. There's a fire under him, but that doesn't change what I have to do. I'll keep chasing after him. Izuku thought determined. By the way, what were you saying to Bakugo before I arrived so heroically? All Might asked. Oh, nothing special. Izuku said nervously. I'm so curious. Why don't you tell me all the juicy details? All Might asked again. Actually, I kind of forgot. Izuku said. Midoriya apartment. I'm home. Izuku announced as he walks in. Welcome home, Izuku sweetie. Toru excitedly welcomed, then notices an odd scent. Izuku, Toru said with her eyes shadowed. Something wrong, Toru? Izuku asked. Why do you have the scent of a woman on you? Toru asked fiercely. What scent are you talking about? Izuku asked, scared and confused. Then he realizes Toru must have picked up on Midnight's scent on his forehead. You better not be thinking about cheating on me before we even have our first date. Toru angered. Wait, it's not what you think? Izuku gasped. KO, a new chapter is done and hope you all enjoy it. Izuku wanted to give some encouraging words to Katsuki about his loss on the exercise training, but it looks like he's already cheered up in his own exploding way and is determined to beat Izuku in a rematch the next time they fight. And Izuku have also made an interesting encounter with Midnight, who has taken a very liking to the Dragon Boy. KO comment, favorite, and follow through of how this story will go. Panic time during lunchtime. Izuku wakes up from the dreamland as he had a good night's sleep last night as he let out a yawn and his hand landed on something big and soft, along with a cute miming sound. He opens his eyes to find his hand on the soft, big round thing and looks up, seeing Lukoa's face, who smiles at the boy as she believes he has the cuteness of a rabbit. It was then his eyes widen bigger of realization. Lukoa is here in bed with him, and she is also naked. My, aren't you a forward man? Lukoa giggled as Izuku is sensing a weird déjà vu feeling from this scene. But he is more focused on the extreme embarrassment of sleeping with a naked woman right now. Aya! Izuku screamed and slammed his back against the wall. Izuku, are you okay? I heard screaming. Toru asked as she comes into his room and see what's going on. Lukoa, you better not be trying to steal Izuku from me. Toru shouted in rage. Relax, we were just greeting each other good morning. Lukoa claimed as she stands up from the bed, and Izuku quickly cover his eyes with his hands and wings. In case you've forgotten, you're sleeping with me and Kanna in the other room. Toru reminded. I just wanted to make sure Izuku baby was sleeping okay, and his little touch gave me the answer. Lukoa winked at Izuku, making him blush even harder. Minutes later, everyone has gathered around the dining together to eat the breakfast meal Toru made, though Izuku is having some troubling thoughts about what happened when he woke up. I wonder how it come to this? Izuku asked himself. Hey, thanks for letting me live with you guys. It was very thoughtful of you. Lukoa thanked. Well, then Toru said you wanted to live in our world more. I didn't think you would choose to live with us. I was quite surprised you gave us the news. Inko said. I was surprised by that too when she came over yesterday, saying she decided to stay with us from now on. Although, I'm starting to regret taking her in a little. Toru glared at Lukoa for what she did with Izuku. Oh, calm down, girl. I promise we didn't do anything besides sleeping together and snuggling on my BRs. Lukoa assured, and Inko spit out her coffee after hearing the last part. I got to get going. Izuku quickly finished his breakfast and got his school bag. Wait, Izuku. You haven't brushed your teeth. Kanna grabbed Izuku's tail, though she got drag along. Don't forget your lunch. Toru chased after him. Wow, things sure are lively here. Lukoa commented. Yes, it does feel that way, and I'm actually glad for that. Inko smiled. UA High, Class 1A. Izuku arrived at the school, though got hounded by some of the media that showed up at the front gate of UA trying to get an interview with All Might, even though he's on his day off today. And when he got to his classroom, Aizawa gave some advice to Katsuki to swallow his pride better and Izuku to have better control of his quirk, so he doesn't hurt himself anymore. Now, our first task for class will decide your future. Aizawa said. Is it another quirk test? The students asked a little scared. You all need to pick a class representative. Aizawa revealed. Oh good, just normal school stuff. They sighed in relief. Then most of the students started raising their hands wanting to become the class representative, because in a hero school like UA, they would get spotted by other pro heroes, showing one can lead a team well and one step closer to becoming a pro hero too in the future. Silence, everyone. Tenya yelled, getting everyone's attention. The class representative's duty is to lead others. That's not something just anyone can do. You must first have the trust of every student in the classroom. Therefore, the most logical way to fill this position is democratically. Tenya pointed out. We will hold an election to choose our leader. Tenya suggested, while holding up his hand. It's pretty obvious you want us to vote for you. The students' stated. Is this really the best idea? Denki asked. We've only known each other for a few days. How do we know who we can trust? Tsuyu asked too. Besides, everyone will just vote for themselves. Ijiro pointed out. Most people will, but that means whoever does receive multiple votes must truly be the most suitable person for the job. Tenya explained. It's the best way, right sir? Tenya asked Aizawa, who has just zipped up his sleeping bag. Do what you want, just decide before my nap's over. Aizawa said before lying on the floor and went to sleep. Thank you for your trust, sir. Tenya thanked. Maybe Iida has what it takes to lead our class. Izuku thought. 10 minutes later. Everyone has finished casting their votes and the results came in. As expected, most of everyone voted for themselves, though there are a few who voted for another, such as Izuku having 3 votes and Momo having 2. How did I get 3 votes? Izuku gasped. Okay, you idiots who voted for him? Katsuki demanded. What, did you honestly think anyone was gonna vote for you? Hanta asked sarcastically. Maybe I'll keep my vote to myself. Ochako thought whispered innocently as she's one of the 3 voters who voted for Izuku. I voted for Deku. Ribbit. Tsuyu revealed bluntly. Only the 1 vote. Tenya grunted that he didn't win. I feared this might happen, but I can't argue with the system I chose. So, that 1 vote on you wasn't yourself as you voted for someone else, huh? Momo asked. But you knew it was best to vote for yourself, right? What were you trying to prove here, Iida? Rikido asked. Izuku now find himself standing in front of the class, shaking nervously like a little twig as his wings opens a little and holding his tail while Momo is standing next to him being causal and calm. Alright, the class rep is Midoriya, and our deputy is Yaoyorozu. Aizawa announced. Really? It's not a mistake. Izuku asked. How'd this happen? Momo sighed, she wanted to be the class rep so bad. I'm glad my vote helped. I believe Izuku is the right choice for the job. Tsuyu smiled a little. Yeah, I can get behind Midoriya, I guess. Ijiro said, feeling the strong manly vibe from Izuku. Yaoyorozu was totally on top of it when it came to our training results. Denki mentioned. I can agree to that. Kyoko nodded. Meanwhile, Tenya just sat at his desk quietly feeling sad that he didn't win, though think it's for the best as he may not be ready to be a leader just yet. Lunchtime. Wow, it looks good. Izuku amazed of the perfectly boxed lunch Toru made for him today. Toru sure is a good cook. Tsuyu complimented. Yeah, she did have trouble around the kitchen at first, but she gotten a lot better in a short time. Izuku explained before eating the egg rolls. It's always so crowded in here. Ochako noticed as she looks around the cafeteria. That's because students in the support, management, and hero course all share the same cafeteria. Tenya explained. Izuku let out a little sigh thinking about the voting and him being class rep, wondering if he really deserves being in that position. You're having second thoughts about being class rep, are you? Ribbit. Tsuyu asked as she can tell what Izuku is thinking. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm really qualified to be our class's leader. Izuku answered. Sure you are. Ochako believed. You'll be great. Tenya said, making Izuku look at him. Your courage and quick thinking under stress will help you make a worthy leader, not to mention the strength you've demonstrated. Those are the reasons I voted for you, at least. Tenya revealed himself to be one of the 3 voters. You were one of the 3? But I voted for you to be class rep because you're smart and goes by the rules. Izuku shocked, which also shocked Tenya. I'm surprised you didn't vote for yourself. Tsuyu said. Me too. Didn't you want to be rep really badly? I mean, you do look the part because of the glasses. Ochako stated her opinion. That's not exactly how we should be choosing our rep. Izuku thought nervously at Ochako. You also looked like you wanted to beg for everyone to vote for you. Tsuyu said bluntly. I think that was insulting. Izuku thought at Tsuyu. Wanting a job and being suited to it are quite different things. Observing the Iida family's hero agency has taught me that much. Tenya said. Agency? Izuku, Ochako, and Tsuyu said at the same time as they are surprised to hear Tenya mention his family has a hero agency. Hold on, what does your family do? Izuku asked. Oh, it's nothing. Tenya tried to brush off the subject, but it was too late. You know, I've been wondering something about you. Admitted Iida. You're filthy rich. Ochako figured out, making Tenya gasp. You have a grain of rice on your cheek. Tsuyu informed her round-cheeked friend. I was afraid people would treat me differently if they knew about my family. Tenya said, looking away, but his 3 friends continued staring at him as their curiosity could not be calmed down. With no other choice, Tenya revealed to his friends what his family life and work they really do. You see, the Iidas have been pro-heroes for generations. It runs in our blood. Tenya revealed. What? That's awesome. Izuku and Ochako amazed. Wow, that more than I expected coming from you. Tsuyu commented. Are the 3 of you familiar with the turbo hero, Ingenium? Tenya asked. I know all about him. He's a super popular pro with 65 sidekicks working alongside him at his Tokyo agency. Izuku smiled excitingly. Hero fanboy on the loose. Tsuyu said, making Izuku blush. So, this ingenium guy would happen to be. Tsuyu paused her sentence as she looks at Tenya. He's my elder brother. Tenya revealed proudly. Your family's famous. Ochako squealed. I can't believe it. Izuku shouted of excitement. Now that you mention it, the hero costume you wore back at the hero training class yesterday did look a lot like ingenium in most ways. Tsuyu pointed out, and Izuku gasped from the realization. How did I not see that? Izuku asked himself. Ingenium is an unmatched commander who honors the hero code. As the second oldest Iida son, I strive to be just like him. Tenya smiled, thinking of how proud he is of his big brother before sitting back down. However, I think it might be a bit soon for me to be in a real leadership role. You, for example, you figured out what the judges were looking for in the practical exam. A rep needs that sort of insight. Tenya smiled at Izuku, then he notices the three are looking at him surprisingly. That's the first time I've seen you smile, Tenya. Ochako said, thinking it looks good on him. Yeah, you should do it more. Ribbit. Tsuyu nodded, agreeing with Ochako on that. What are you talking about? I smile all the time. Tenya proclaimed. Well, you look like the serious type. Tsuyu commented. Iida wants to be like ingenium in the same way I want to be like All Might, but he shouldn't be so hard on himself. I was clueless in that test. Izuku decided to tell Tenya what really happened to him on the practical exam. Hey Iida, so about that practical exam, Izuku was about to tell Tenya. But suddenly a loud alarm sound with some ringing noises caught the attention of the other students, shocking them. Warning! Level 3 security breach. All students please evacuate the building in an orderly fashion. The announcer alerted and repeated the message. What's a level 3 security breach? Iida asked one senior student. It means that someone's managed to get past the school's barriers. This hasn't happened in my 3 years here. The senior student answered and got running with the other students to evacuate the cafeteria. However, leaving the cafeteria became a difficult task than most would think, as all the students present in the cafeteria have tried to escape by shoving others away and squeezing through the tight spaces, though it doesn't help that the students are panicking too. Oh, this is a total mob. Ochako groaned. Everyone was quick to react. As I'd expect from UA student. Tenya said, I don't think this is the best time to compliment the panicking while they're squeezing the life out of us. Tsuyu croaked painfully. She's right, everyone needs to calm down and crap. I can't stop. Izuku is being shoved away from her friends. Who in the world could have trespassed onto campus grounds? Tenya asked as he looks out the window, seeing a crowd of people. The press that was outside. Tenya shocked. Aizawa and Present Mike are there trying to keep the media from getting in, even though they kept telling them he's not here, and they couldn't go beat them up, otherwise they would make UA's faculty members look bad. I was afraid it was some kind of attack on the school, but there's no need to worry, everyone. Tenya tried to tell everyone about the press outside, but they couldn't listen, and his face is shoved to the window. Where are the teachers? Why aren't they taking control? Tenya wondered. Tenya saw 2 of his classmates trying to calm everyone down, but they got swiped away by the current and realizes that he's the only one who knows that everything is fine. Iida! Izuku called out as he launches his tail, wrapping around Tenya's arm. You have to tell everyone what's going on. You're the only one who can. Izuku said before throws Tenya into the air above the students. Midoriya! Tenya gasped and looked to the wall where the exit sign is. I think I know what I have to do. Tenya determined and used his engine quirk to crash onto that spot. This is it. Be concise, clear, and confident. Make an impact. Tenya told himself before speaking to the students below. Listen up, everything is okay. Tenya shouted, getting everyone's attention. It's okay, it's just the media outside. There's absolutely nothing to worry about. Everything's fine. We're UA students, we need to remain calm and prove that we're the best of the best. Tenya informed. Izuku looked up at Tenya, thinking what he just did definitely proves that he has the making of a leader and know what the Green Dragon Boy has to do right. The police finally arrived to get the press off UA's ground. Later, Class 1. It's time, class representative, let's begin. Momo said. Okay, so we need to figure out who the other class officers will be. Izuku said nervously. But first, there's something that I want to say. I've thought a lot about this, and I think that Tenya Iida should be our class rep. Izuku declared, making the blue-haired glasses boy gasp. He was able to capture everyone's attention and get us in line. So, I believe that he should be the one leading our class from now on. Izuku believed strongly as he looks towards the shocked Tenya. Yeah, you know what? If Midoriya vouches for him, I'm good. Ijiro said, being okay with this. Plus, he was a big help. He totally manned up and took charge, right? Ijiro pointed out. Yep. Did you notice he looked like the dude on the emergency exit signs when he was on the wall earlier? Denki laughed a little. Tenya couldn't believe that others like Izuku believes that he can be a great leader of the class as he sees Izuku smiling at him with a nod. This is a waste of time. Aizawa glared at Izuku, making him flinch. I don't care who the rep is, just hurry up. Aizawa said before going back to sleep, and Tenya stands up. If Midoriya is nominating me for this job, then I humbly accept. I pledge to carry out the duties of class rep to the best of my abilities. Tenya promised as all the other students agree. Hello, I got one more vote than him. Momo complained. Well, most of them. But what none have known is that what happened with the media and the gate that was somehow destroyed was only the start of the coming storm. KO, a new chapter is done and hope you all enjoy it. Well, Izuku's third day of school has certainly gone exciting as he was voted to be class rep but decided to give that position to Tenya and had an intense lunch party when the media somehow broke in. But soon, Izuku and the others will learn about the real danger that is coming to them. KO comment, favorite, and follow through of how this story will go. Kanna Midoriya is going to school. Okay, I'm off. Izuku said as he finished getting his shoes on. Have a lovely day, Izuku. And let me know if you need me to scare those nasty reporters away. Toru offered. No, Tor. You will do no such thing, besides there hasn't been anything like the incident during lunch 16 days ago. Izuku denied her request and reminded her. I just want to make sure my beloved Deku doesn't get crowded by cameras and stupid questions like who's your girlfriends, but you can tell it's me if you want to. Toru giggled at the last part. Hee, maybe. Izuku blushed nervous when she said that. Papa. Kanna ran up to Izuku, hugging him around the waist. Be sure to come back soon, Papa. Kanna looked at him with her cute eyes. Don't worry, you should know the time I always come back home by now. Be good to your grandma and others while I'm gone. Izuku petted Kanna on the head. Hey now, you can't leave just yet? Lukoa proclaimed. Huh, did I forget something? Izuku confused. Of course, silly. Our special kisses. Lukoa pointed at her cheek, causing Izuku to blush. Yeah, how could you forget something so special? Toru pouted. I want a kiss on my cheek too. Kanna raised her hand. I didn't forget, honest. Izuku stuttered. Izuku's face is turning 3 different shades of red with a little dark green color in the mix as he swallows his nervous fear and kiss on Toru's cheek first, which made squeal of excitement and fell on the floor. Next came Lukoa as she giggles and sway her body a little. Last came Kanna on the forehead as she smiles. Okay, bye. Izuku rushed out the door, leaving to school today. Bye, Papa. Kanna waved goodbye and walked past the living room. She got outside on the balcony, pulling up a chair to help her reach for the top of the fence and look down, seeing little kids about the same sizes as hers are walking out, wearing the same clothes and heading to school together. Must be nice, Kanna sighed a little. Hey, have you girls notices that Kanna have been looking at those little school kids coming out every day after Izuku leaves for his school? Lukoa asked Toru and Inko. Yeah, she just looks down at them for whatever reason. I bet she wants to show those kids how terrifying and fierce she is in battle. Toru said proudly. I don't think that's it at all. Lukoa said. I've been watching her like that for a while now, and I think I'm getting the idea of what she wants, and I think she'll like it too. Inko smiled, walking up to the balcony. Kanna, sweetie, could you come in for a minute? Inko called out and Kanna comes back inside. What is it, Grandma? Kanna asked. Kanna, how do you feel like going to school like those other kids? Inko asked, and Kanna's eyes widen of surprise and her mouth open in an O shape. With Izuku. Class 1, as third PRD has just ended, and everyone is doing their usually things like talking to each other and moving around their classroom a little, Izuku is taking out his hero notebook to do a little more researching on different quirks, like with Mashireo's tale. Hey Deku, mind if we hang out with you for a bit? Ochako asked as she, Tsuyu, Mina, and Momo walks to him. Sure, I don't mind. Izuku nodded. Even though he is still nervous around other girls, at least he won't be embarrassed in front of them like with Tohoru's affections toward him. I've always noticed you take out those notebooks and look through them between every class PRD. Curiosity got the better of me. Ribbit. Tsuyu admitted. Oh they're just about pro heroes I've seen over the years and writing down their quirks while also making a few notes on how effective they are in different situations. Izuku explained a little while feeling embarrassed about showing his notebook to the girls here. Can you show us what you got? Mina asked. What? I mean, I'm not sure if that's a good idea with all the analyzing and other stuff. Izuku tried to close his notebook but ended up dropping it from his desk. And the one who picks it up is Momo, who noticed a drawing of a familiar girl. Hey, this one looks like Kanna. Momo showed the drawing of Kanna to the others. Ah, she looks so cute, but I'm afraid to say that meeting the real one in person is far better than the drawing. No offense, Deku. Ochako said. It's okay. Izuku brushed it off. So her quirk is called Lighting Dragon and she can recharge her electric powers by plugging her tail into an outlet. Momo surprised when she read that part. Why yeah, that's just how she can recharge her power whenever she feels empty on electricity, and it doesn't take long for her to recharge back to full strength either. Izuku nodded, remembering how he first saw this the day after Kanna started living him. Ah, I want to see how she plugged that cute little tail. Mina said can't fight the cuteness that is Kanna. Then the acid quirk girl noticed another drawing next to her. Hey Izuku, what's that drawing here? Mina asked Curiosu. Oh that's a dragon I made from an anime show I saw. Izuku lied while being nervous, hopefully the girls don't pressure him to asking more about it. That's such a cute dragon and look, the horns look like Kanna's. Mina pointed out. It looks like Kanna became a fan of that show and asked you draw that dragon for her. So you guessed? Yeah, exactly. Kanna really likes dragons including her own quirk. Izuku quickly mentioned to make the cover story more believable. Speaking of dragon quirks, I couldn't stop thinking about when Toru opened that portal after the quirk test we did on our first day. Ochako recalled. Damn it Toru, why couldn't you be more careful? Izuku thought worried. Not to mention when I first met her, she sprouts out wings from her back and flew super fast before the entrance exam. Ochako mentioned making Izuku sweat a lot too. I have to say, you sure have gotten yourself an interesting maid and one cute little girl who you adopt as your daughter. Certainly, full of wonders and having a big heart, Izuku. Momo complimented. Teach thanks, I'm always doing my best to help others like a hero. Izuku chuckled nervously. I think it's best not to tell them I have Lukoa living with me now. Izuku thought decided. Everyone, 4th PRD is about to start. If you have some things you were just doing, please put them down and get ready for our next class. Tenya announced. After school, Izuku is walking up to the apartment building while looking at his notebooks including the one with not just Kanna, but there are also Toru and Lukoa with their dragon forms though for Lukoa's page is a blank before he never seen the ex-goddess dragon's form before even when she moved in with them. He gone over about the kind of powers they can do like Toru being fire magic with powerful destructive capabilities and Kanna's magic being based on electricity as all dragons are super strong and fast. Oh yeah, I haven't asked Lukoa what her magic powers are even though she said she was a goddess. Izuku realized then he decided to fly up to the apartment and enters. I'm home. Izuku called out and Kanna came running at him and jumps at him. Papa, something amazing just happened today. Kanna excited. Oh what is it Kanna? Izuku asked. I'm going to school. Kanna revealed with so much joy in her eyes. Huh? Izuku gasped. It's true, our little girl is going to a human school. Toru said as she, Lukoa, and Inko walked up to them. But since when? Izuku asked still in shock. Since Kanna started watching the little kids leave for their school and you going to yours, she has always wondered what going to school it's like though never thought if she should go or not until Inko decided to help her with that. Lukoa explained. I just thought it would be best for Kanna to hang around with other children than just us in our home all day, and she wouldn't have to worry about waiting for you to come home. Inko revealed. Oh, I'm sorry I didn't notice all that Kanna. You could have just told me. Izuku apologized. It's okay, I just didn't want to bother you since you always seem busy with your school and stuff. Kanna said. Kanna, I'm always going to be there for you whenever you need me, no matter what and that's a promise. Izuku picked up Kanna in his arms and pressed their foreheads together. This made Kanna smile from hearing this heartful words. She is really glad to have come to the human world and met her new dad along with finding Toru. So, when does Kanna start her class consider this is still early from the new school year? Izuku asked as everyone made their way to the living room. Well, I called the elementary school closest to here and lucky us that they have one spot left to fill in one classroom. She starts the day after this weekend. Inko answered exciting. I thought at first she wanted to eliminate humanity, but Lukoa pointed out about going to school then destroying. Toru chuckled. Of course, you would think like that. Izuku chuckled. I'm going to the school tomorrow to work on the paperwork, and we need to do some shopping for school too. Inko said. Okay, looks like we got a plan. Izuku. Saturday. Izuku, Kanna, Toru, and Lukoa have gone to the shopping district to buy the school supplies for Kanna from the list Toru got from the internet and she believes it's total conspiracy. They went to the small school supply store which has the basic need for the school. You know, this reminds me of how we would do shopping when I was a little kid. Izuku looked at the stuff. Yeah, I remember how you were looking forward to going with Katsuki back then. Inko recalled. No. Kanna refused this stuff much to Izuku and Inko. They're not cute. You two are clueless. Don't worry about it though, I got this. Toru said with confidence. The group is now standing in front of a pet store with birds inside their cages outside of the store. Toru, why are we at a pet store? Izuku asked. Because feathers that have been plucked from living birds during this time of year produce the best pens. Toru answered. Yeah, that's great and all, but I don't think Kanna wants one. Lukoa pointed at Kanna who is mad a little and says she wants a cute one. Is there any other place we get school stuff that are cute? Lukoa asked. Oh, I heard about a new store that just opened outside the shopping district. It should have cute stuff. Toru mentioned. They made their way to the new store and all the school stuff it has are indeed better looking than the old ones and cute enough that made Kanna gasp of joy and glowing of glitter from her electric aura. They found all the school stuff they need from the list while Izuku teaches Kanna about some of the things she wanted to know what they are, though she and Toru can get carried away with their curiosity while Lukoa just watches and laughs. Okay, now the last thing on the list is a backpack. Inko said. Yeah, but did we really have to come here of all places? Toru glared at the shopping mall. Seeing the building structure reminds her of a castle she had to face centuries ago. I know it can bring up bad memories, but I promise everything is going to be alright. Izuku said holding Toru's hand which calms her down. Okay, just promise to never let me go. Toru squealed, squeezing her hand on Izuku's as he groans a little. Everyone enter the mall looking for the store that sells backpacks while the three female dragons look around at some of the cool stuff it has, but Toru is still a little on edge of being here. Got it. Kanna picked up the green backpack. Ah, the color is just like Izuku's scales. Lukoa commented thinking it's cute. Okay, let's go. Izuku nodded. As they make their way to the register, Kanna spotted a cute keychain of a green bunny which immediately reminds her of her papa Izuku and took it to see if they can buy it. That'll be 38,000 yen. The employee said. Oh dear, I didn't realize backpacks have become expensive these days. Inko surprised. Well, consider some of them were way bigger than the others, I guess some of the kids must have quirk that makes them bigger. Lukoa stated. Right, the door to my classroom is huge like they're expecting students with a giant type of quirk. Izuku said. You don't have to worry about it, remember we deposit the gold coins in your account. Toru reminded Inko. I still never expected to receive so much money from a dragon. Inko said as she took out her credit card. Then can we get this please? Kanna showed the keychain. Of course, sweetie. Inko nodded. Next, they went to an old school clothing store as the schools say they have to do such as getting the school shoes. Most of this stuff looked the same. Toru commented. That's because they want the students to look the same, clear out the difference or something like that. Guess you could say they're trying to make everyone in any of Japan to feel the same despite the different personalities. Izuku explained. Sound depressing if you ask me. Lukoa stated her opinion on this. Maybe so, but it's not so bad and everyone can still act their usually selves. Inko said. Everyone went home as Kanna tries on her new backpack showing it to everyone. Oh, that looks really cute on you. Izuku complimented. Hey Izuku, how does it look on me? Toru asked as she tries on the backpack. I think most people would think you're weird. Izuku said much to Toru's shock. Day of Kanna's first day of school. Okay Kanna, you got everything you need? Izuku asked as he, Toru, and Lukoa have escorted Kanna to school while Inko has work to do. Yep, I'm ready to kick classes in the butt. Kanna raised her cute little fist. Yeah, just make sure you don't actually hit anyone. Izuku advised and worried for Kanna a little, but he knew that she needs this. Make sure you try to make at least a couple of new friends. Lukoa said. And blow away everyone with your awesomeness of a dragon. Toru smirked. Okay, bye everyone. Kanna waved goodbye and ran to her new school. I sure hope Kanna will be okay, she's strong and learned how to helpful to others just like his papa. Toru nudged an elbow to Izuku's arm making him blush. Well, I better get to school too. See you two later. Izuku ran to make for the train station. With Kanna. 3A? 3A? Where is it? Kanna looked around trying to find her classroom in a hallway. Hey, are you lost? A boy asked walking up to her. Yeah, I can't find this classroom. Kanna showed the boy her paper of where her homeroom class is. Oh, I used to be in that class. I can help show you where that it. The boy offered to help. Really? Thank you very much. I'm Kanna Midoriya. Kanna introduced herself. Nice to meet you, I'm Shoyuta Magatsuchi. Shoyuta greeted. Shoyuta has both purple hair and eyes. His bangs reach well below his eyebrows. He wears a sky blue shirt with long sleeves, green pants, and elementary school white shoes. Are you a new student here? Shoyuta asked. Yeah, my first day here today. Kanna nodded. Huh? Days after the new school year. Anyway, I'll take you to your classroom. Shoyuta gestured her to follow him. Lead the way. Kanna said and they walked to Kanna's class. KO, a new chapter is done and hope you all enjoy it. I decided to make the new 2 chapters of this story in the honor of the Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid Season 2 being released yesterday and the new episode was awesome. Kanna has just started going to school as she will experience what it's like being there and see if she can get along with the other kids in school. I made Shoyuta appear because I like the kid and you guys will not believe about who I made his mom in this story. KO comment, favorite, and follow through of how this story will go. Dragon Midoriya's first experience of school. Oh man, I can't believe I'm only 5 minutes late for class. I hope Mr. Aizawa doesn't take this out on me too much. Izuku hurried to his classroom. But as he made a right turn, he suddenly bumps into someone, causing them to fall on their butts to the floor. Oh my dragon! I am so sorry. I should have paid more attention to where I was going. Izuku apologized. No, it's okay. Accidents happen. The girl assured and took a look at Izuku. Hey, I know you. The girl said to Izuku. You do? Izuku confused. Yeah, from the practical exam, we were on the same area, and I saw how you were struggling finding a villain bot and took down that huge one with one punch. The girl mentioned. Oh, I guess I made some strong impression then. Izuku chuckled. I say, never thought I would see you again. I'm Itsuka Kendo from Class 1B of the Hero course. Itsuka introduced herself. Itsuka is a girl of medium height and has a slim build. She has teal eyes and long orange hair that she typically wears tied into a high ponytail on the left side of her head. Her bangs are split into 3 clumps around her eyes, and some of her hair sticks up in large tufts at the top of her head. She wears the standard UA high female uniform. BRSTS sizes, E-Cup. Izuku Midoriya of Class 1A, also Hero course. Izuku greeted. You know, I saw how you reacted about your wings when you made that jump, almost like you didn't expect that. Itsuka mentioned, making Izuku blush of embarrassment. Yeah, you see, my power dragon just awakened more than I realized because I'm a late bloomer, and I only had my quirk for months before the exam. And that was before dragon features appeared. Izuku explained, carefully not revealing the magic and REA dragons in his life. Now, a late bloomer like you are really rare and amazing. Bet you were glad to be here. Itsuka commented. Being a hero has been my dream for the longest time I can remember. Izuku smiled. I hope I'm being forward, but can I touch your wing? Itsuka asked, blushing a bit. Okay. Izuku shrugged and opened his right wing to Itsuka. Itsuka was nervous at first, but she reaches out her hand and slide her palm on the scales and on the rest of the wing. Wow, it feels nice. Itsuka complimented. Thank you. Izuku chucked, then he realizes that he is still late for class. Oh no, I got to get to class. Izuku gasped in fear and ran to his classroom. See ya, hope we can hang out together. Itsuka called out, then went back to doing what she was doing in the hallway, going to the bathroom. Izuku blitzed to the door of his classroom, though he stopped his hand from opening the door, fearing of Eraserhead waiting on the other side. Maybe he's taking a nap right now and won't notice. Izuku gulped. However, Aizawa was waiting for him at the door just as Izuku opened and saw him scary, glaring at him with his quirk on and his hair up. Oh, I noticed. Aizawa said in a low, scary tone as Izuku is fearing for the worst. Abarozuka Elementary. Good morning. The little students of Class 3-2 greeted the teacher. Yes, good morning, children. Today, I have a brand new student and friend to introduce to you. The female teacher announced and gestured to Kanna, who just finished writing her name on the chalkboard. This is Kanna Midoriya. The female teacher introduced the girl. I'm Kanna, and it's a pleasure to meet you. Kanna greeted nicely. She's adorable. A girl complimented Kanna's lollygoth look. Where are you from, Kanna? A male student asked. I live with my papa and family in the apartment closest to here, but I originally came from Ashishire Island. Kanna answered. Meanwhile, Toru is hiding within the leaves of the tree to watch Kanna how she is doing on her first day of school. No surprise that Kanna's classroom introduction is going over so well. Toru grinned and remembering the mission Izuku have her this morning. Sorry to ask you to do this, but would you mind watching over Kanna while at school for today? Don't worry, Toru is on the job. Toru said in full confidence and saw some of the other students with different features than a normal human. I have to admit though that these quirk are really something, making their appearance different than the normal humans I used to know. Like this one with sharp teeth and a fin on his back like a shark, and that other kid with fur she could be mistaken as a werewolf. Toru commented. Man, I sure hope there isn't a quirk for slaying dragons. Toru said nervously. Then Kanna's class went on with the lessons, going to math session, going with one math problem that looks a little difficult. Kanna, do you think you can solve it? The female teacher asked. Okay. Kanna nodded and walked up to the board. That problem is so lame, I don't get what she finds so fascinating about school. Kanna solved the problem perfectly and the other students find her amazingly smart, which made her feel happy a little on the inside. Such an inefficient way to learn. Putting those kids in different classes based on their abilities would help all of them develop faster, like that UA school Izuku goes to. Toru pointed out. Then again, this is a little kid's school, and they're not allowed to use their quirk either until they reach one of those certain hero high schools, which is pretty lame to me. Those would have a way better understanding of their power than just waiting or train in secret. Toru believed. Then Toru saw one kid with blonde hair styled in 2 large drills, and they spin really fast like a real drill when she sneezed. Okay, that was funny. Like that anime with the private school for butlers and ladies. Toru giggled. Later, Kanna and her class are outside wearing their cute little gym uniform playing a ball game where they hit each other like dodgeball as Toru watches them. Their game seems to be simply hitting each other with a ball, fitting pastime for barbarians. Toru commented. Kanna picks up the ball and threw it at all three of the boys on the other side of the squares before they could react, making her time the winner of the little game. She's showing them no mercy. Toru surprised. Kanna, you're incredible. One girl with red spiky sharp red hair amazed. You can do anything, huh? The second girl with the metal nose impressed. Kanna, do you think we could be friends? The third girl with one black and red eye asked. Sure. Kanna nodded. Izuku did say that despite the difference, some can still get along and those kids are clearly ally themselves with the strong like with Kanna. Toru thought, I wonder if these humans can really be more than what I was always told. Toru thought as she continues watching over Kanna as she is getting surrounded by other kids. Later in the classroom, one kid is glaring at Kanna feeling jealous while trying to resist the face that this new kid is so cute it irritates her to the core, so she decided it's high time this new girl learns who the true queen of the class is. Yo Kanna Midoriya. The girl called out, getting Kanna's attention. I'm Riko Saikawa. You are getting way too much attention. The girl said pointing her finger at her. Riko has wavy shoulder-length brown hair and dark blue-green eyes. She wears a light green, long-sleeved shirt with a rounded yellow neckline fronted by a bunny motif, a pale orange skirt, white high socks and green shoes. She sports a yellow rim tag clipped to her shirt and an orange daisy pin in her hair. She also has an especially shiny forehead. Ugh, Saikawa's acting like a queen again. One male student with a cute monkey face and big ears alerted uninterested. Great, thank you for making things so clear. Riko said sarcastically. Now shut up, no one asked your opinion. Riko snapped as her forehead shined a flash of light on the boy's face. You were saying? Kanna asked. You bet I was. You really PSS me off. You're so cute, I just want to hug you forever. Riko shouted in anger and embarrassment at the same time. Kanna's mind started processing all what Riko and being a transfer student here has come to only one thing her mind can think of this scene right now, that's wicked. I wonder if Papa thinks this is wicked too? Kanna asked herself. I challenge you, Kanna Midoriya. I'll prove to the class that I'm better than you'll ever be. Riko declared. Don't fall for it, Kanna. Saikawa plays dirty and she's a big OL cheater who doesn't even use her quirk for cheating. Not to mention, she's a sad meanie who'll never admit she lost anyway. One female student warned, which makes Riko angry. You shut your stupid lying mouth. Riko snapped. Does your quirk involve your forehead being all shiny? Kanna asked curiously. Oh, so you want to know about my quirk, huh? Riko smirked. Great, now you've been it, Kanna. The monkey-faced boy sighed knowing where this is going. Behold, a quirk that is worthy of making me the #1 hero in the entire country. For diamond. Riko showed off her quirk by turning her forehead into hardened diamond feature. Wow, so shiny and strong looking. Kanna amazed. You better be impressed because diamond is known to be one of the strongest materials in the world and nothing can ever crack my forehead when it's like this. A simple flick on the forehead would hurt a grown man's finger. Riko bragged. Like this. Kanna is suddenly standing very close in front of Riko without her realizing and held her finger to her diamond forehead. Kanna flicked Riko's forehead that's sending her flying about 7 feet away from her and knocked her unconscious. And Kanna has also used a little of her dragon strength to even make a pea-sized crack on her diamond forehead as Riko groans in pain while the other students are shocked. No way, nobody has ever been able to knock Saikawa down like that? The monkey-faced boy shocked. Kanna, does your finger hurt? The girl with red spiky sharp red hair concerned as she walked up to her. No, I'm okay. Kanna answered. Didn't you? Riko groaned as she slowly gets up. Oh, you got up fast. Kanna commented. Don't think that one little flick means you have beaten me. How about we arm wrestler to see who's the strongest? I may look weak, but I won 3 karate tournaments. Riko challenged Kanna again. So, how about it? Riko became confused of what Kanna is doing. Kanna is sniffing of sadness and her eyes are becoming watery as she is about to cry. I just wanted us to be friends. Kanna sobbed and covering her crying face with her arms causing Riko to gasp. Oh God. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you sad. The truth is, I just want to be friends with you too. Riko apologized and admitted while the other students think she is so mess up. Please don't cry. Have candy. Want some candy? Riko offered 1 piece of candy. Oh, we're not allowed to bring candy to school, Saikawa. And that goes for using your quirk in school too. The monkey-faced boy reminded. I said shut up. Riko snapped. Thank you. Kanna accepted the candy as she calms down. Anyway, that was cool of how you knocked me down like that. Do you have a strength quirk or something? Psycho asked. My papa called it electric dragon because I can absorb electricity to make myself strong and because I'm also part dragon. Kanna answered as she sprouts out her feathered dragon wings. Wow, that's so awesome. I bet you'll be a great hero one day. Riko complimented. Hopefully like my papa. Kanna mentioned. Oh, your dad is a pro hero? Riko asked. No, he's a first-year student at UA High. Kanna revealed. Oh, a student at UA. I get it. Riko chuckled. However, after 5 seconds Riko realized what Kanna just said and looks at the new student shock that she just said her dad is a student at UA High and a first-year student, and she can also tell that Kanna is telling the truth. And she is not the only one, as while the other students in the classroom are shocked too. Wait, I wonder if it wasn't smart for Kanna to mention Izuku like that? Toru asked herself. After school. Fake crying, huh? Seems kind of a devious way to settle things, don't you think? Toru asked after learning that Kanna was fake crying to Riko to stop a fight from breaking out. Papa said we should be nice to each other, work together to help make our world a better place for everyone. Kanna said. Figured you got that from him. Toru smiled. So, did you have fun on your first day of school? Toru asked and Kanna nods. Good, Izuku will be happy to hear that. Toru nodded as they arrive at their apartment building. Kanna turns her head to the left and saw a familiar boy also walking to the building and she recognize him. Hey, Shoyuta. Kanna surprised getting Shuta's attention. Oh hey there, Kanna. You live here too? Shoyuta asked. Yeah, wicked to find each other here. Kanna commented. Kanna, do you know this boy? Toru asked. He helped me get to my classroom. Kanna answered. Hello there. I'm Shoyuta Magatsuchi. It's nice to meet you. Shoyuta greeted with a bow. Kanna. Izuku called out as he runs up to her. Papa. Kanna smiled and jumped to Izuku for a hug. Papa. I have fun at school, and I made some friends too. Kanna reported happily. Oh, that's great to hear. Izuku smiled. Whoa, you're her dad. You must have been pretty RDC at such a young age. Shoyuta surprised and weirded out. No, I didn't do anything like that. She's adopted. Izuku clarified. Yeah, Kanna already told her class about her dad being a UA student. Toru mentioned much to Izuku's shock. My, to think one of my own students would be a daddy. That makes me feel all tingly. Midnight chuckled erotically walking up to them. Mom. Shoyuta runs up and hugged Midnight. Oh, that must be your son you mentioned earlier. Izuku said. That's right, and it sure feels like a connection that both our kids go to the same school even though they're from different grades. Midnight stated. Lady, you better not try to steal my Izuku from me. Toru growled as Izuku tries to calm her down. Oh, a feisty one. Midnight commented. Mom, please stop. Shoyuta deadpanned. Oh yes, your other mom is coming home today early. Midnight informed her son. Really? Shoyuta asked smiling as Midnight nods. Papa, can Shoyuta come over for the party of my first day in school? Kanna asked. Oh, that sounds lovely. And I can't wait to feel you up close. Midnight excited and leaned close to Izuku making him blush. Midnight, Izuku stuttered. Please, call me Namuri. Namuri winked making Toru growls more vicious. I am so sorry for my mom. Shoyuta apologized to Kanna. Later, everyone made their way up to the Midoriya apartment floor and got started on the celebrating and then the doorbell is heard as Toru opens it. Hello, are you by any chance Shuta's other mom? Toru asked. Yeah, I'm Kobayashi Magatsuchi. Kobayashi greeted. Kobayashi is a bespectacled young woman with bright red hair that is always tied in a ponytail and dead fish hazel brown eyes. She wears a white button-up shirt, a tie, and dark slacks. Mom. Shoyuta smiled and runs up to hug her. You're here. Just like Mother Namuri said. Shoyuta said. Yeah, I am. She told what we're here for and I thought this would help with stress from work. Kobayashi hugged her son back. Kobayashi. Just in time for the party. Namuri cheered. I like to apologize if my wife has done anything perverted and so on. Kobayashi apologized with a bow, earning a tsuai from Midnight. Just make sure she doesn't get too cuddled up with my Izuku. Toru glared at the rated R heroine. And so, the party of Kanna's first day in school begins. KO, a new chapter is done and hope you all enjoy it. I'm sure some of you have already figured out that Midnight is Shuta's mom in this story, which you are correct, but I bet you didn't see Kobayashi also being his mom in the mix. Boom. And interesting things will happen in the next chapter during the party as Izuku's family also learn a little secret from Shuta's family as well. And hope you like how I made Riko's Quirk a diamond forehead as how it always shiny in the anime. KO, comment, favorite, and follow through of how this story will go. Party time with dragons and magical family. Cheers. Everyone raised their glass and soda cans. Let's give it up for Kanna's successful first day in school. Lukoa announced as everyone gets cheers again. As promised, my beloved Deku, I watched Kanna and she was doing great in class, such as easily solving a simply math problem and dominate the ball game outside. Toru reported. Thank you, and I'm sorry that I asked Toru to spy on you, Kanna. Izuku apologized. It's okay, she didn't jump in and reveal herself like she did in your class. Kanna pointed out. I only did that because that meanie Eraser Eyes or whatever his dumb hero name is was being so mean to you. Toru defended as she hugged Izuku's head into her BRSs, making him blush. Yeah, Shoto can be like that even after we graduated from UA and can be very strict most of the time, but underneath it all he can be caring in his own way, like when he decided not to expel you all, unlike that entire class of freshmen last year. Namuri remembered that time. I had a weird feeling that was the case. Izuku chuckled, really glad that he didn't get kicked out. I still say that guy is a huge JRK. Toru pouted. Let's change the subject. I heard Shoyuta helped you get to your classroom when you got here. Kobayashi said. Yeah, I didn't have a map and it was confusing to know where to go if it wasn't for Shoyuta helping me. Thank you. Kanna bowed a little at Shoyuta. There's no need for that, I'm just happy to help anyone however I can. Shoyuta smiled. That's our little boy, always helping others even when he is in the middle of something like schoolwork and his spare time. Namuri giggled, ruffing his purple hair. Yeah, certainly a bright young man for his age. Kobayashi added. I'm more surprised that I got to meet Midnight Sensei's wife in person when I couldn't find any pictures of her online. It's an honor to meet you. Izuku said, being all fanboy to Kobayashi. Easy there, lizard boy. I'm not all be bragged about and I don't like being a big certain of attention, so I asked Namuri and her sidekicks not to reveal my name in public. Kobayashi explained. That's understandable, I've seen a few of those pro heroes getting crowed by news crew and camera people, which can be a hassle if they get too close for personal space. Lukoa pointed out. And that is why some heroes like Aizawa don't do hero workout in the open, so the press doesn't get in the way of his work. Namuri said. Tor, shouldn't you be cooking the food right now? Inko asked. Oh yeah, I better get doing the cooking. Toru blitzed to the kitchen, then went back to Izuku to kiss him on the cheek. I'm watching you. Toru glared at Namuri before going back to the kitchen. My, that maid of yours sure like to be very, very close to you. Namuri winked at Izuku, making him blush like crazy. Well, let's just say Toru has been very grateful to me ever since I found her in the forest a few days before the UA exam at night. Izuku said, and not revealing that Toru is a real dragon. Huh, a little late for a nature walk at that time when you had school night. Kobayashi stated. It was during his training with a coach that time and they went up to the forest by the mountain for the late night training. Inko mentioned. She was badly hurt from what she owed me. Kanna blurted. Oh my, was it bad? Shoyuta asked, concern. Oh no, it wasn't serious. Just a twisted ankle and she got lost in the woods. Izuku tried to act cool though looked a little nervous. Is that so? Kobayashi raised an eyebrow, and her right eye glowed red for a moment. Anyway, I'm more interested of how you two met and settle as a married couple. Izuku excited, also to change the subject about Toru. Then suddenly Kobayashi spit out her drink from hearing about Izuku wanting to know her and Namuri's first meet. Hey, we don't need to tell everyone about the time we met. How about we just enjoy the drinks and food? Kobayashi blushed and wanted to move on, then Namuri pulls her face on her big melons. Come now, my little strawberry. It would hurt to tell them how we met. Namuri grinned. No, it's too embarrassing. Kobayashi yelled. Yeah, because it's so funny. Shoyuta chuckled. It all started when I was still second year in UA and it was summer vacation, and what better way to spend summer vacation than going to the beach where all the fun are? Namuri began telling the story. Mom was trying to find herself a man or woman or both. Shoyuta mentioned. Hey, love isn't bound to genders or numbers. Namuri proclaimed. Or species. Lukoa whispered and looked at Izuku. Anyway, the weather was hot and great for a beach day. Namuri smiled as the memories start flowing into her mind. Flashback years ago. A younger Namuri is seen laying on her purple beach towel while wearing her skimpy red two-piece bikini with sharp black sunglasses. She looks around seeing all the handsome men and CC women around. Oh my, there are so much sexiness, I don't know where to start. Namuri chuckled as she licks her lips. Although, I think some of them are already interested in coming to me. Namuri smirked as she notices that some men and women were looking at her. Okay, time for some fun. Namuri excitedly jumped from her beach towel. While Namuri went to greet and have fun with some of the men and women, the younger Kobayashi has walked up the open spot right next to Namuri and drop her stuff on the sand as she pants of tiring. Man, I can't believe my parents convinced me to go to the beach when it's so dim and hot out, and there's a lot of people. Kobayashi complained as she sat orange and red beach towel down. I could really go for a can of soda right now. Kobayashi fanned herself. Kobayashi looked around to see if there are any beverage stances at the beach, and lucky for her, there is a beverage stance serving her favorite soda in the world. She can see the ice inside the silver bucket and the soda cans being on top of them to keep them nice and cold for the drinking. Oh yeah, time for drinking. Kobayashi smiled and walked to the soda stance. While Kobayashi is away, four kids are playing together with their beach ball, though they are playing too excited and fast as they cause some stuff from other people's spots to fall out and moving them away. Including the orange and red towel being moved away from the spot and right on top of Namuri covering it up, while the four kids just kept on playing together throughout the beach. Now this is how to keep cool in this heat. Kobayashi sighed happily as she drinks her soda, then she notices something about her towel. Huh, I did leave the towel down there? Kobayashi asked herself, but she couldn't think straight from the intense heat. Whatever, I think I'm just gonna lay down and nap. Kobayashi exclaimed, and soon realized that she forgot to put to the beach umbrella, but she is too into her nap. 10 minutes later, Namuri came walking back to her spot after having some fun with the people she was with and had a great volleyball game while doing a little flirting at the same time. Thanks for the fun, everyone. Hope we can do it again sometime soon. Namuri waved at the friends and went back to her beach towel. However, she didn't pay attention that her beach towel was covered by Kobayashi's towel and not noticed that the little young woman herself, as the future rated R hero heroine, jumped down to sit on her towel, but instead her butt landed right on Kobayashi, which forced her to wake up from the nap time. Hey, what the F? Kobayashi gasped and mumbled from the butt on her face. Oh, what is this? Namuri yelped and now, get off of me. Kobayashi forced Namuri off by pushing the butt off with her hands and accidentally rubbing her thumb on the outlip of the pee-pee. Oh my, quite the forward kind of woman. Namuri smirked. I am not, and get off the F of me already. Kobayashi shouted. Just as Namuri stand up from sitting on Kobayashi's face, her foot got caught in the towel, causing her to lose balance and twirl around in a 180-degree and fell forward, causing her large BRS to press against the face and pushing the shorter girl back down, with one NPL inside the mouth. What is with you, woman? Kobayashi mumbled in rage. I'm sorry. Usually, I never go this forward too much. Namuri tried to explain, but then from the mouth skiing on her minute, this is why I didn't want to go to the beach. Kobayashi shoved her hand on Namuri's face, pushing her off, and she finally breathed. Okay lady, just who do you think you are going about sitting on people's faces? Kobayashi was about to shout in anger, but her expression changed to surprise when she saw Namuri's face. Again, I'm so sorry. I swear I never meant for that to happen, and Namuri paused her sentence when she saw Kobayashi's face. Both Namuri and Kobayashi just stare at each other for what feels like hours, which is actually just a minute or two, and everything around them just erase from their minds. Their eyes shine like purple little color for an instant. And before anyone know it, Kobayashi just reacted on instinct with her hands grabbing onto Namuri's eyes, making her by surprise, and pulled her in for an intense kiss and down on the beach towel. Flashback end. Oh my, that was quite the first meet. Inko shocked. Tell me about it. The girl wouldn't let go of me for 5 minutes until we separate our lips for air. Namuri laughed. Please stop talking. I wasn't even in control of myself, and I usually never act like that when meeting new people. Kobayashi covered her blushing face with her hands. But mom, if that didn't happen, then you two wouldn't have discovered how much you were destined to be together as soulmates. Shoyuta pointed out. He's right, our little encounter was something I never wanted to forget, and how we kept seeing each other since then. Namuri agreed. Yeah, I guess it was a good thing. Thought I did get back at you with my teeth. Kobayashi smiled. Oh please, not that. Namuri chuckled. Hey, is there something in my teeth? Can you check if there's something in my teeth? Kobayashi played the scene that happened years ago as Namuri laughs and runs around from her, causing everyone to laugh. Oh my god, you humans always know how to make things more like comedy. Tora laughed. Well, I'm sure you dragons know how to make yourselves laugh back in your world. Shoyuta said. Of course, some dragons like to go for destruction while others go for something boring like practicing their magic or whatever. Toru shrugged, then her eyes widened of shock of what she just said. She wasn't the only one shocked. There is also Izuku and Inko are frightened that Toru may have revealed the secret of the dragons out loud, while Lukoa and Kanna just look calm, thinking it's not going to be that bad. Wait, so you knew about? Izuku paused as he asks the question to Shoyuta. About real dragons existing. Yes, I know, and I figured out that Kanna is a dragon from her magic aura I sensed. Shoyuta explained. You can sense her magic aura? Is that your quirk? Izuku asked, curious. Oh no. It's actually my own magic power because you see, I come from a long line of mages and I'm one in this modern time. Shoyuta revealed as he clapped his hand and a witch hat appeared on his head. Wow, that's so cool. Izuku amazed. So, he just made a hat appeared. Big deal. Toru rolled her eyes. You knew I was a dragon when we met at the school. Kanna surprised. Not at first, but when we got to your classroom, I used my magic to sense your aura and that's when I knew. Shoyuta explained. Hold on, if Shoyuta has magic then does that mean you two are mages too? Lukoa asked Namuri and Kobayashi. Not me, I just come from a normal family with our own quirks as well. Kobayashi said. That goes to my family, but I didn't inherit the magic powers. Just with the quirk and the CC looks. Namuri revealed. I'm actually confused, how does two females have a kid together when it's usually the female and male together having kids? Kanna asked. Kanna, I think you're too young to know these sorts of things even though you are older than most kids in the world. Inko pointed out. Yeah, you're gonna have to wait until you get into high school. Kobayashi nodded. But what we can tell you is that we had help from my older brother, and he has always been there for us whenever we needed him, even for Shoyuta who was like a father to him. Until he died 3 years ago. Namuri mentioned feeling sad as did Kobayashi. Oh, I'm so sorry for your loss. Inko said comforting. It's fine, he may be gone but he will always be with us and the wonderful gift he left us which is our son. Kobayashi smiled as Shoyuta walks between them got into on the family hug. Shoyuta, if you don't mind me asking, could you tell me what your quirk is? Izuku asked with his eyes burning of excitement of curiosity. Sure, my quirk is called Star Swift. I can fire star-shaped ray blasts at any target I set my sights on and they never miss like I have exactly shooting skills. Shoyuta threw 3 cookies in the air and fire his star attack blasting the cookies away. Wow, they were so shiny and cool. Kanna impressed. Yeah, they can even chase after the moving target homing missiles, but I can't keep firing constantly forever or else my eyes would become very dizzy and seeing stars in a way. Shoyuta mentioned the weakness as well. Wow, with a quirk like that combined with your magic power, you might be able to do great things as a pro hero being able to do amazing feats that no other hero has done before almost like All Might to catch runaway villains or finding them in hard to find hiding places. Izuku mumbled on and on about how useful Shuta's quirk can be. Wow, you weren't kidding about this kid having a big brain. Kobayashi said to Namuri. Guess you could say that's part of the CC charm I fell for. Namuri smirked. You know, if you think too much then your brain might explode. Kobayashi teased making Izuku stop his mumbling. No, please don't explode. Kanna latched onto his head. I won't let you go to the afterlife. Toru cried. Girls, my brain really going to explode. It was an expression. Izuku said to calm them down. Well, since we're talking about quirks, I might as well tell you about mine. My quirk is Truth Lie Seer. Basically I can tell who someone is telling the truth or not when each of my eye glow in different color. My right eye glows red when someone is lying and my left eye glow green for the truth. Kobayashi revealed about her quirk. Oh, so that explained why your right eye was glowing red earlier because you knew Izuku was lying all along. Luko impressed. That's right, you could say I'm a living lie detector. Kobayashi nodded and making Izuku feel embarrassed. That sounds like you could use it to help heroes and police with lots of cases. Izuku amazed. Yeah, except I don't have the skills or talent to be a hero or policewoman, so I just settle with the simple office work and I'm happy with that. Besides, I can leave the dangerous stuff to my special midnight. Kobayashi smiled at Namuri making her giggle. Guess we can trust you guys to keep our secret. Toru smiled. That's right, now how about we get back to the party? Namuri declared and everyone cheers. KO a new chapter is done and hope you all enjoy it. Well, hope you all like this extra chapter 1 decided to make revealing about Namuri and Kobayashi's relationship of how they first met and Shoyuta being magic along with his quirk which was inspired by a Pokemon move called Swift and Kobayashi's quirk knowing when someone is telling the truth or lying. KO comment, favorite, and follow through of how this story will go. 1 minute rescue, the next villain invasion. Ah, nothing feels relaxing than going out for a walk. Lukoa sighed smiling stretching her arms while walking with Toru. The only reason you're out here is because Ink thinks you've been in the apartment too long making your body lazy. Toru pointed out. Hey, it's not my fault our home is so comfy cozy. Lukoa shrugged. But I have been thinking about going out for a walk and see if I can spot any mystical creatures around here too. Lukoa mentioned. Huh, there are other creatures here too? Toru surprised. Well, I wouldn't say for sure, but consider how the human race have changed so much over the centuries with some of them having their appearances changed entirely, some creature would take it changed to out here. Lukoa stated. I never would have thought of that. Toru said, hey Toru, nice to see you again. Toda greeted. Hello Toda, got any good fishes today? Toru asked. I sure do. Toda gestured to the latest fish that was caught. I have to say, Toru, you have gotten better at getting along with the humans than wanting to destroy them. Lukoa commented. You think so? I've just been doing what other humans would do and say to each other. Toru said, maybe, but I can definitely tell you're growing a little more fond over humans than you realize and I believe it thanks to spending time with our Izuku boy. Lukoa smiled. Well, maybe it was Izuku's charming influence. Toru giggled. Help. A soft and low cry for help reached Lukoa and Toru's ear. Oh, looks like someone is in trouble. Lukoa stated. Sure, sounds like it, and the sound is too low for anyone to hear, meaning a BSRD must be trying to keep her shut. Toru guess. The scene cuts to a villain that looks like a chameleon with his color changed into the darkness of the background while holding a college girl and covering her mouth with his tail. No use in screaming for help, I made sure to check this place where no one has ever come here. Perfect place to do some naughty things. The villain chameleon chuckled, gripping his tail tighter. Someone, please help me. The college girl mentally cried with a single tear coming out. Now, let's see what you are wearing under there. The villain chameleon reached slowly for the melons. Suddenly the chameleon villain's head is slammed into the stone wall, making small cracks around his head, and fell onto the ground unconscious. Huh, what just happened? The college girl confused. Hey, are you okay? Lukoa asked, walking up to her. Yeah, I think so. The college girl answered, still shaken up a little. You better go alert a hero and the police, looks to me like this guy was causing you trouble. Lukoa advised. Yeah, I will, but did you see if a hero came here stopping that villain? The college girl asked. I just got here, and I only see you and this creep. Lukoa answered. Oh, okay then. The college girl nodded and ran off to find a pro hero and alerting the police too. Very sneaky of you to go help that girl out, Toru. Lukoa complimented, and Toru revealed herself, dropping the invisibility spell. I just figured since the heroes would be far too late to even notice his trouble. Toru stated. Something Izuku would do if he was here right now, right? Lukoa asked, opening her right eye. Yeah, I guess that is part of the reason, knowing he wouldn't be happy if something bad happened. Toru smiled a bit. But you know, you didn't have to be shy about it. Lukoa teased a little. Well, it's not like I could just show myself and use my power, since I would be considered using my quirk illegally without one of those licenses. Toru pointed out. Oh yeah, there's that rule. Maybe you should try getting yourself that. Lukoa advised. I would if I even know how and where I can sign up for that. Toru exclaimed as they walk out of the alleyway. We can always ask Izuku or Inko, I'm sure they would know what to do. Lukoa said. YOWO. A man shouted of excitement. Go MT lady. Another man shouted, whistling loud. Toru and Lukoa turns to where the cheering is coming from and saw a group of people gathering around for one hero battle against a villain, and they see two people about as tall as buildings fighting each other, though one of them appears to be struggling a bit. I'll never understand why these humans are so excited when seeing these heroes battling villains like it's a live show, idiots. Toru sighed. Well, this sort of thing has been happening for over 200 years or so. Lukoa pointed out. Maybe so, but they would at least mature enough to know this is real danger. Toru scolded. I'm sure they know about that as well, and there are the police keeping them at bay. Lukoa looked at the scene where some policemen are keeping the bystanders. Come on, milady. Show that villain what you're made of. One girl shouted. Ah, that woman with the purple horn mask is MT Lady. Lukoa looked one of the giants, being the hero known as MT Lady. Yu is a voluptuous young woman who has purple eyes with white pupils, with elegantly long eyelashes. She has long, voluminous, creamy blonde hair reaching her waist, with two shorter strands curled to frame her face, parted slightly to her right. Her hero costume is composed of a purple and pale tan-colored skin-tight bodysuit, which is accented with orange stripes. The suit appears to have a pair of purple gloves with orange accents on the edge of the cuff. The design is similar for her boots, which are cut off at the thigh in a deep V-shape. The suit also has three peculiar orange diamond-shaped dots on the purple top that are located under her chest, and she also wears a purple domino mask with horn-like protrusions on the sides. BRSTS sizes, G-cup, in her normal size. MT Lady dodges a punch from the giant villain and performs a shoulder tackle, pushing the villain back about several feet, though pants hard. Huh, it looks like that giant woman is having trouble. Toru noticed how MT Lady is struggling a little. Yeah, it looks like she was in battle before this one, and that battle was hard for her to handle. Lukoa figured out. Damn it, I'm still worn out from fighting that villain earlier before All Might showed up, but it's not like I can back down now, otherwise he'll go hurting the people. MT Lady thought, panted. Here I come, you DMN hero. The giant villain charged and threw a punch. MT Lady managed to block the punch with both her arms, but the force pushed her back and lost her balance as she is about to fall on the people behind her. Oh no, my body is starting to feel tired from that last battle. I can't stop myself from falling. MT Lady thought, feared she is going to fall on those people. Guess she could use a little help. Lukoa decided as she hold up her hand and perform a little magic on MT Lady. MT Lady's body starts to glow a little yellow, and suddenly she flipped backward right over the people to the other side of the crowd. What the? How did I do that? MT Lady confused as herself. Diamond still refused to go down beach. The giant villain cursed. I don't know what just happened, but I better fight on while I have the chance. Empty Lady charged in, jumping over the people. Cannon. Empty Lady performed one of her special moves to land one powerful kick on the head and knocked the giant villain down. Finally, he's down. Empty Lady sighed in relief while the people are cheering. Was that really necessary? Tora asked as she and Lukoa walked away from the scene. Well, just got to make sure the woman lives up to being a hero. Lukoa winked. With Class 1A, Izuku and his classmates are riding on a bus heading to a facility just outside of the school as today's hero training will be all about rescuing, and they will be accompanying by 3 pros which are Aizawa, All Might, and the third one which they don't know yet. Hey Izuku, do you mind if I ask you something? Tsuyu asked. Sure, what is it, Tsu? Izuku wondered what Tsuyu could want. Well, I've been paying attention to how you fight during the past hero classes, and it's kind of very similar to All Might's with Flying Edition. Tsuyu pointed out. Oh, you think so? Well, I have been looking up to All Might for most of my life that I wanted to be just like him. Izuku explained. I guess that would make sense, but I think you might want to change things up. Tsuyu advised. Huh, what do you mean? Izuku asked. Well, I'm saying you should try using your other additional body parts in your style like your tail and wings, and don't forget the legs too. Tsuyu pointed out. Oh wow, I haven't really thought about that. Izuku surprised. Really, I thought you had Toru showed you that since she's your maid. Ochako mentioned. She helped me learn how to fly though not in combat just yet. Izuku admitted chuckling. I got to say, you definitely got the pro quirk making you one of top 3 which is with Todoroki and Bakugo. Ijiro complimented, looking over to Shota and Katsuki. Hey, I say you also got the quirk of a pro. Your harden ability is really something that can help a lot. Izuku believed. Thanks me. Ijiro thanked. But I don't think Bakugo would ever be that popular because of his attitude. Tsuyu stated. What did you just say? I'll kill your effing froggy butt. Katsuki threatened. See what I mean? Tsuyu said. Deku, you better hope I don't go after your froggy beach or else. Katsuki growled. Hey, let's all calm down now, and she is not my girlfriend. Izuku said nervously while Tsuyu blushes from being called that. How come Tsuyu got mistakenly called as Deku's girlfriend? Ochako thought pouted. Hey, we're here so knock it off. Aizawa ordered. They arrived at a large dome-like building and met a special hero who is waiting for them outside. Hello everyone, I'm glad you all came. The heroine greeted. No way. It's the space hero, 13. The chivalrous pro who's rescued a ton of people from disasters across the world. Izuku gasped exciting as are his classmates are. Ooh, 13 is one of my favorite heroes. Ochako cheered. I can't wait to show you what's inside. 13 gestured to the entrance as the students believe this is gonna be awesome. They enter the building and become more amazed of what they are seeing the building the inside almost like it's a giant amusement park. A shipwreck, a landslide, a fire, a windstorm, etc. I created this training facility to prepare you to deal with different types of disasters. I call it the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, but you call it USJ. 13 revealed exciting. Just like Universal Studios Japan. Class 1A thought deadpanned. Hey, shouldn't All Might be here already? Let me guess, he booked an interview instead. Aizawa asked as he does not see All Might around. Actually, it's something else. 13 said leaning closer to Aizawa and Izuku listen in with his hearing of the dragon. Apparently, he did too much hero work on the way to school this morning and used up all his power. He's resting in the teacher's lounge. 13 explained while holding up 3 fingers meaning All Might used up his power. That man is the height of irresponsibility. Aizawa mocked. I guess I shouldn't be surprised since this is All Might they're talking, but my dragon instincts are telling me that something bad is gonna happen. Izuku thought feeling a bit worried. Is everything okay, Izuku? You look worried. Mina asked. Oh, it's nothing. Izuku brushed off the question. We better not waste any more time, clock is ticking, we should get started. Aizawa said. Excellent, before we begin though, let me just say one thing. Well, maybe 2 things, possibly 3, 4 or 5. 13 exclaimed as this woman has a lot to say. We get it. The students said as they want her to get on with whatever she is about to say. Listen carefully, I'm sure you're aware that I have a powerful quirk, it's called Black Hole. I can use it to SCK up anything and turn it into dust. 13 mentioned about his quirk. Yeah, you've used Black Hole to save people from all kinds of disasters before, haven't you? Izuku asked even though he already know that answer. That's true, but my quirk could also very easily be used to kill. 13 stated, causing the students to gasp. Some of you also have powers that can be dangerous. In our superhuman society, all quirks are certified and stringently regulated, so we often overlook how unsafe they can actually be. 13 pointed out. Please don't forget that if you lose focus or make the wrong move, your powers can be deadly even if you're trying to do something virtuous like rescue someone. 13 advised. Thanks to Aizawa's fitness tests, you have a solid idea of your quirk's potential. And because of All Might's combat training, you likely experienced how dangerous your powers can be when used against other people. Carry those lessons over to this class, as today, you're going to learn how to use your quirks to save people's lives. You won't be using your powers to attack enemies or each other, only to help. After all, that's what being a hero is all about, ensuring the safety of others. 13 stated strongly. Wow, 13 is so cool. Izuku thought, feeling inspired from her speech and such. That's all I have to say, thank you so much for listening. 13 thanked as she bows, and the students started cheering of how cool 13 sounded. But before Aizawa or 13 could tell them of what their first rescue training will be, the lights inside the USJ went out and something black and swirling suddenly appeared out of nowhere as it grew bigger than the water fountain. What is this? Izuku thought, wondered. Izuku and everyone saw people coming out of the black smoke thing as they all look really nasty. All of you stay together. 13, protect the students. Aizawa ordered as the students are confused. Wait, is the training started already? I thought we were rescuing people. Aijiro confused. Stay back. Aizawa shouted as he put on his goggles. This is real, those are villains. Aizawa informed, shocking the students. Real villains here? Izuku thought, shocked, wondering how could this have happened. Then his nose started picking up a scent, a strange yet familiar scent that he instantly knew. Thought surprise of this, as well as his dragon sense are picking that up too. This feeling, it's faint, very faint, but there's no doubt about it. Izuku thought, clutched his hands. After all, I've been living with one and more before coming to you. Izuku thought of Toru, Kanna, and Luko. There is no doubt that group of villains have a dragon with them. Izuku thought, realized in fear as he looks at more villains coming out of the black smoke portal thing. With Toru and Lukoa far away from USJ, Toru and Lukoa suddenly felt something as they look out the window, of curious of sensing something similar. Lukoa opened one of her eyes. With Kanna, same is happening to Kanna while she is at school, looking in the direction where her papa's school is. Please be okay, Papa. Kanna thought, worried. Back at USJ, we thought we were going to be practicing saving other people's lives that day, but when they appeared, we realized that we were the ones in danger. Ain't it? Izuku muttered, slowing, being angry as his eyes glow green a little from the emotion. KO, a new chapter is done and hope you all enjoy it. Villains have suddenly showed up just when the hero rescue training was about to begin, and it looks like they may have something powerful within the group. A dragon, in fact, though how and why is there a dragon with them, you'll have to wait and see. Let's hope the students of Class 1A can survive this sudden encounter when they're still in hero training. KO comment, favorite, and follow through of how this story will go. Class session scattering for the villain hunt. Izuku and his classmates stare down in fear that real villains have come to invade UA facility while they are trying to figure out how they got in here in the first place. But Izuku is all more focused on trying to find this strange scent of a dragon, though there was also something else about this feeling he couldn't understand. I know this feeling is a dragon, but it also feels like it's not a dragon at the same time. Maybe not full hybrid? Izuku thought, confused himself of how to make of this. Hey Izuku! Izuku! Tsuyu called out, getting his attention. Oh, is there something wrong, Tsuyu? Izuku asked. Yeah, your wings are flapping like crazy, sending wind that could blow us away. Tsuyu pointed at Izuku's wings as they are flapping hard. Sorry, guess I'm just tense from this sudden situation. Izuku apologized and his wings stopped flapping. I think that's normal. Still, you got to wonder what these villains want for carefully planning to invade this place where class is going to be held, what this common goal they seek. Shoto stated. 13, get them out of there and alert the main campus. Aizawa said, walking to the edge of the staircase. Actually, if they've got the ability to block our sensors, then they might be jamming our regular communications too. Aizawa realized that. Kaminari, to been using your quirk to contact the school. Aizawa ordered the electric quirk user got to it. What are you planning on doing? Izuku asked, even though he already knew the answer to that. You can't fight them on your own. There's too many of them, even if you can nullify their quirks, your fighting style is not suited for this. Your power works best in stealth and one-on-one fights. That's not gonna help with a group. Izuku pointed out Aizawa's strength and flaws. You can't be a pro if you only have one trick. Aizawa said before jumping into the fray. 3 villains with gun quirk ready themselves to shoot down Aizawa as they didn't know who he is until it was too late. Aizawa them in his cloth, slamming their heads into each other, shocking the other villains as one knew who that is. A heteromorphic type villains tries to attack Aizawa since his cancellation power doesn't work on him, but Aizawa has shown to taken measures with his hand-to-hand combat skills to fight them as well. Now, which one of you gutter punks is up next? Aizawa taunted. There he goes, trying to intimidate us. The villain with the hand mask sighed. He is a slim man with pale skin, messy grayish-blue hair of varying lengths, the longest clumps reaching to about his shoulders, left hanging over his face in uneven waves, and red eyes. He wears black shirt and pants and red shoes. He has 14 embalmed hands, all positioned so they're holding onto him onto different parts of his body. He is strong, and since he's hiding behind those goggles, you can't tell whose quirk he's erasing. He's making it hard for us to work together or rely on each other's powers. The hand-masked villain sees Aizawa's way of fighting as he beat down some villains. How annoying. The worst thing about dealing with pros is when they live up to all their hype. The hand-masked villain said while scratching under his chin. Kurogiri, are you ready for your part? He asked. Yes, more than ready, Tamura Shigaraki. The black smoke villain now named Kurogiri answered. Izuku watched in amazement of how his homeroom teacher is doing against the villains on his own as he now sees how much of a pro Eraserhead is, but there was still that weird dragon feeling he is getting among the villains as he tries to search for the source. Then his eyes went to the purple big muscular man with the bird head as it stares right back at him that causes shivers down his spine. Whoa, was that it? The dragon? Izuku asked. Midoriya. This is no time to be analyzing, we have to go. Tenya called out. Coming. Izuku responded and ran with Tenya to catch up with his classmates, but still could ignore the dangerous feeling from the blackbird guy. There is no escape for you. Kurogiri suddenly appeared at the exit blocking the hero and hero trainee's way to get out. Dimen. I blinked, and the guy who seems like the most trouble got away. Aizawa thought cursed before knocking another villain down. Aizawa tries to make his way back to his students and 13, but more villains showed up, blocking his path. It's a pleasure to meet you, we are the League of Villains. Kurogiri revealed the villain group's name. I know it's impolite, but we decided to invite ourselves into this haven of justice to say hello. Kurogiri said sarcastically evil. And besides, isn't this a fitting place for All Might, the symbol of peace, to take his last breath? Kurogiri asked, which got Izuku very concerned about that. I believe he was supposed to be here today, and yet I see no sign of him. There must have been some sort of change in plans we could not foresee. Kurogiri wondered. Well, in the end I suppose it doesn't matter. I still have a role to play. Kurogiri said as he is about to make his move. 13 is about to make her move with one cap from her finger opening to use her black hole quirk to SCK up this villain hoping to capture him, but she didn't get the chance to use it because Ijiro and Katsuki jump in front of her and attack the villain together. Did you think we were just gonna stand around and let you tear this place to shreds? Ijiro grinned. He and Katsuki grins that they just took down their first villain and it wasn't that hard, but their victory was short-lived when Kurogiri revealed himself to be fine. You live up to your school's reputation, but you should be more careful, children. Otherwise, someone might get hurt. Kurogiri advised. You two get out of the way right now. 13 yelled as she doesn't want them to get caught in her black hole. I'll scatter you across this facility to meet my comrades, and your death. Kurogiri spread his smoky body. The next thing Izuku knows is that he is falling toward the water within the shipwreck zone and quickly reacted by flapping his wings to stop himself from falling into the water. Water? He must have a warping quirk. Izuku thought and looked toward the direction to the entrance. They came here to kill All Might. I guess it's a good thing he's not in class right now, but where is he? Izuku thought wondered. Then Izuku noticing something moving within the water until it revealed to be a half-fish who jumps at Izuku to chomp him with his teeth, but the dragon boy dodges it though was scared a bit. A flying catch, never thought I would go for that today. The half-fish villain smirked as he swam around fast to attack Izuku again. Nothing personal kid, but you gotta die. The half-fish villain jumped with his mouth open again. No, I won't. Izuku unleashed his fire breath against the fish villain burning him into burn, and he sank to the bottom. Hope I didn't go overboard. Izuku worried that he may have used his fire breath too hot. Wow, and I was thinking of saving you. Tsuyu said getting his attention and carrying Minoru in her arm. Tsuyu, I'm so glad you're safe and Minoru is with you too. Izuku smiled. Yeah, we're both fine. Now how about we hide out in that boat? Tsuyu pointed at the boat. That sounds like a good idea. Izuku nodded and carried his two classmates to the ship. Wow, you got some good floaties for a frog. Minoru snuggled his head onto Tsuyu's BRSTS. Suddenly Minoru was slammed onto the deck hull of the ship and the one who did it was surprisingly Izuku. Whoa, sorry. I just felt angry all of a sudden. Izuku apologized. This is turning out to be a terrible day of class. Tsuyu stated. Yeah, I keep about what that villain said. Izuku mentioned about that smoky villain saying about All Might and their class schedule. They knew our whole schedule and who would be here. They must have gotten into school files while we were all stuck in the cafeteria. The teachers were busy trying to get the media off school ground. Izuku figured that part out. That means they've been waiting for the perfect time to attack. Just like Todoroki said they would. Izuku said. I'm still a little freaked out by that. Tsuyu commented. Hey, hold on a second, it's not like these guys can really kill All Might. Once he shows up, he'll pound these villains until there's nothing left. Minoru believed All Might will save them. Think about it though. If the villains spent so much time planning this attack, then they probably figured out a way to kill him. Tsuyu stated. Tsuyu, you have no idea on how right you are. Izuku thought worried, remembering that purple muscle bird guy. And didn't you hear what that smoke guy said? Maybe we should be more worried about not getting tortured to death. Otherwise, we might not survive long enough to see All Might again. Tsuyu said. This talk is starting to freak Minoru more as he starts to sweat. And even if he does show up, who knows if he'll make it out in one piece. Tsuyu added. No, the pros are gonna save us, right? Tell Frogmelons to shut up. Minoru begged, refusing to believe that death is going to calm his soul. That's when more villains in the water started to show up, surrounding the ship, and Minoru screams as he goes into a panic while Izuku did some thinking about what Tsuyu said and that purple bird man. Now I'm really starting to think that bird guy I saw might be the one that could kill All Might, but why him out of all the heroes? Because his very existence discourages villains and evil? Because he's the one and only symbol of peace and justice. Izuku thought tried to think of that reason. Actually, it really doesn't matter. Izuku thought decided not to think on that right now. I don't care what their reasons are. I have to focus, I have to face this evil head on. Izuku thought determined. If they can beat him, then we have to stop whatever it is these bad guys are planning. Izuku said strongly, getting Tsuyu and Minoru's attention. We have to work together and keep All Might safe. No one at UA knows what's happening. This is up to us, let's be heroes. Izuku clutched his fists and his wings flapped once. Amazing, just hearing those words is making my heart race like crazy. Tsuyu thought amazed. Izuku isn't the only one who feel this way, as his other classmates who got scattered throughout USJ also feel the same in fighting these villains and stopping them. Landslide Zone. 3 villains charged in to attack a student of UA High, but they suddenly find themselves frozen in ice by Shoto Todoroki himself. Aren't you embarrassed to lose to a child? Shoto asked in a mocking tone. For God's sake, you're adults. Put up a real fight. Shoto glared at the villains. Collapse Zone. Katsuki threw another explosive punch to knock down another villain as Ijiro put up his guard with his arms hardened. Mountain Zone. Momo just finished making a metal bow staff to fight and the sword for Kyoko to defend herself with, while Denki got no weapons, but he will try to do his best as they are surrounded by villains. Fire Zone. Mashireo is seen within the flaming area of the fire zone, glaring at the villains in front of him and flexing his large muscular tail and enter his martial arts stance, ready to beat up some villains. Squall Zone. Fumikage and Koji are together in the zone surrounded by several villains who wants to pounce on those little brats right now. USJ Exit. The Class 1A students that didn't get sent away by Kurogiri's warping body are Mizo, Tenya, Rikido, Hanta, Ochako, Mina, and 13 as they face the smoky warping villain while Aizawa is still fighting some villains at the plaza. With Tora, you felt that too, right, Lukoa? Tora asked while looking out the window. Of course, how could I not sense that something so clear like you can? Lukoa nodded. But it's strange, that thing we're sensing feels like a dragon, though it's completely different at the same time. Almost like this thing is something else entirely. Lukoa said with one eye open. That's what I'm getting at, and that's strange it's coming from Izuku's school. Tora mentioned. Now that is strange. Lukoa said. Think we should look into this ourselves? Because if whatever that thing is dares to harm Izuku, then I'm going to send it to hell. Tora growled. Easy girl, I'm not sure if this is something a dragon should do, interfering humans' affair. I also think we should let Izuku and his class handle this on their own for the time being. Lukoa suggested. That's exactly why I want to go. Izuku isn't ready to fight a dragon head-on. Tora worried. You might be right about that, and even with All Might being there, one dragon alone will destroy them. Lukoa started to see that. Hold on, let me call Izuku first. Tora took out her iPhone and called Izuku. Hi, this is Izuku Midoriya. I can't come to the phone right now because I'm probably doing something, please leave a message after the beep. The minute, I went into voicemail. Tora said, now feeling more worried. Try calling All Might, maybe he knows something is going on. Lukoa suggested. Oh, good idea. Just hope I don't get voicemail too. Toru said, but accidentally crushed her iPhone. No, that was my third phone. Toru panicked. Okay, then we'll have to go see All Might in person. Lukoa suggested another plan. With Izuku, Minoru, and Tsuyu. What do you mean fight these guys? Are you crazy? If these guys might be able to kill All Might, and you think we can take them? Did you hit your head when we got warped here? Minoru asked, freaking out from Izuku's plan. No, I think this is the only way we're going to make it out of this, and we got the means to do it. Izuku said, pointing at his wings. Ribbit, you know, It's kind of weird that you were sent here with us and not somewhere you can't fly out of. So you mentioned. Now that you mention it, it's also weird that you're here where your quirk works best. Izuku said and then realized something. That must mean the villains don't know what each of us can do. Izuku said. You're right, if they knew about my quirk being a frog, they would have sent me into that fire zone over there instead of somewhere full of water. So you realize that too. Great, we can just fly out of here, right? Minoru asked, feeling a little relief. No, not yet. Izuku said, causing Minoru to gasp. We have to round up these villains to make sure they don't try anything dangerous in the water. Izuku looked down at the villains and back at Minoru. And we're going to need your quirk for that. Izuku said. So, are we going to attack those brats now or what? One water villain asked. We still need to be careful, they could pull something that can make us look bad. Another water villain said. Die. Izuku shouted as he flew up with Tsuyu on his back and Minoru in his arm. What the F dash? He can fly? The water villains shouted in shock. Delaware smash. Izuku fired a powerful air blast at the water as it goes down, bringing the villains in. Minoru now. Throw every ball you can at them. Izuku held Minoru facing the villains. This is the craziest thing you have ever done. But I guess if this keeps me alive, then what the heck? Minoru started throwing all the sticky ball from his head he could muster. Just as Izuku planned, the extreme force making the water go down will come raising back up, bringing all the water villains together along with Minoru's sticky ball, trapping them onto each other. Not bad, you're both pretty great. We clear the shipwreck zone. Tsuyu complimented. Thanks, now let's head to Mr. Aizawa. Izuku flew to the plaza. KO, a new chapter is done and hope you all enjoy it. The villain's plan of coming to USJ has been revealed and the students of Class 1A has been scattered to be killed by the villains, but they have proven to be stronger than they look, though that doesn't ease Izuku that the weapon for killing all Might is here as well. KO comment, favorite, and follow through of how this story will go. Emerald Dragon facing the secret dragon weapon. After dealing with the villains in the shipwreck zone, Izuku is flying over to the exit hoping to see if there are still some of his classmates there, but decided to go check on his homeroom teacher first to see if he is doing alright facing against those villains. I got to say, you really came through for us with your wings. Tsuyu commented. Oh, you think so? Izuku asked, surprised to hear this from Tsuyu. Yeah, if you didn't have them then we probably would have to use my jumping to get away then swim to the shore. Tsuyu pointed out. You do make a good point. And I was worried that my attack wouldn't be able to get all the villains, and which was a pretty big gamble to take. I would have had to use another of my air pressure attack the second time and would Minoru even more with his sticky ball, Izuku mumbled on. I would think that is creepy, but at the same time this just makes him look so DMN cute. Ribbit. Tsuyu thought, blushed a little. Instead of thinking about what could have happened, should we be thinking about what to do next? Tsuyu asked, snapping Izuku out of his thoughts. Well, I was thinking about going to see how Mr. Aizawa is doing with the villains. Izuku said. I'm pretty sure he is still kicking their butts into next week or whatever. Minoru said, groaning a little from the pain of using his sticky ball on the water villains. You may be right, but I'm worried that he's going to get exhausted of overusing his quirk just to keep us safe. Izuku concerned, clutching his fists. Hold on, you're not suggesting? Are you trying to get us killed? Minoru worried. He really didn't want to fight more villains right now. I'm not saying we have to fight the villains, I just want to be sure that Eraserhead is managing fine and hoping to at least take out a few villains to lighten his load. Izuku explained. Well, you don't have to worry about going over to Mr. Aizawa. Tsuyu said. Huh, why is that? Izuku asked. Because we're already above him. Tsuyu pointed down. True to Tsuyu's words, the two other looked down to see they are right above Aizawa, who is still fighting the villains with his skills and use of his scarf to wrap 4 villains together. He would also use his quirk to cancel out any quirks trying to be used against him. Wow, he's fighting them off so cool. Minoru amazed. Yeah, Aizawa certainly got skills to fight off against that many villains. Tsuyu said, then remember something earlier before being warped here. Hey Izuku, didn't you mention something about Aizawa's style not being fitted for this kind of situation? Tsuyu asked. Yeah, he usually goes for a one-on-one fight and focus more on stealth. That goes for using his quirk so many times that could put a strain on his eyes. Izuku explained. This is why I want to help him with taking care of some of the villains. We should make sure he doesn't get overwhelmed. Izuku stated, wanting to get in that fight. Look over around, seeing some more villains are coming at Aizawa, trying to waste him into nothing only to end up having their faces on the ground, but then big purple-black villain with the hand villain moves its head upward and saw Izuku looking down at his teacher. Has something caught your eyes, Nomu? Tamura asked the giant bird-head man, noticing the monster called Nomu is looking up. Tamura looks up in the direction where the Nomu is looking at and saw 3 students in the air. One is doing the flying with his wings and the other 2 are riding on him, though the one with the dragon wings and tail caught his eyes the most. Oh, I see, that boy up there is what you've been reacting to. If that's the case, then, Tamura started to think for a few seconds. It could be possible that he is also one of them, but I didn't actually think there would be one here. Tamura muttered to himself, puzzle of this. Well, that could be something fun and be a little warm-up before All Might shows up. Tamura smirked under his hand mask. Nomu, go bring that boy down here with a little force. Tamura ordered. The Nomu let out a shrieking screech that is so loud that it can be heard a mile away, which caught both the attention of Eraserhead and the 3 students in the air. What the heck? Does that guy have a screaming quirk, because it sure sounds annoying? Minoru scared. Izuku, I think we should get out of here. Tsuyu suggested. I think you're right. Izuku agreed, fearing about that black creature with the dragon sense. But before Izuku could make a single move in the air, the Nomu made a powerful leap up that causes a strong shockwave, though Tamura is unfazed from that, and the creature is right above the 3 students, much to their shock. Time seemed to slow down for Izuku as he was able to see the Nomu about to reel his fist and punch him before Tsuyu and Minoru could even react, acting on instinct to protect his 2 friends with his tail quickly wrapping around Tsuyu and putting his wings together in front. The Nomu screams, throwing the punch that send the 3 students crashing onto the ground so hard that it causes a 10-feet-size crater as Izuku groans in pain. What the heck? Midoriya. Eraserhead gasped. The dust cleared away, showing that Izuku managed to shield himself and his 2 classmates with his wings despite them feeling painful numb from that pain. I think I just saw my life flash before my eyes. Minoru said, looking pale. Ribbit, that punch was very strong, but we're alive. Tsuyu croaked, shaking in fear. Are you 2 alright? Izuku asked, groaning in pain. I'm more worried about you. You shielded us from that villain's attack that definitely would easily break your bones. Tsuyu concerned. Well, I am hurt from that punch, but I'm fine all the same. Izuku reassured as he sat up. But that punch was really powerful, it was almost like I was just hit by All Might and could have died. Izuku felt his wings shaking from the pain. I guess my durability is strong enough to withstand that kind of punch, but still, Izuku flinched from the tiny bruises on his wings. The Nomu lands back on the ground, making cracks under his feet with a loud stomp sound that got the students' attention. Wow, you actually survived that punch. Tamura impressed. That punch was as strong as All Might at 100% that can kill several people in a single strike, but you're something else. Almost like a dragon. Tamura said. Izuku gasped upon hearing those words. What the hand-face villain just said sent shivers down his spine. Did he say, dragon? But that means he knows they exist. How? Izuku asked in fear. Your unique scent caught the attention of my Nomu, maybe you can be fun for it until All Might shows up. Tamura chuckled. Demon it, Midoriya. We shouldn't have gone to the exit. Minoru panicked. So please, little dragon, try not to die too soon. Tamura chuckled. Izuku saw the Nomu is bending his legs to get ready for a fast sprint towards him and the others, while Eraserhead tries to get to them. Some other villains are trying to block his path only to be knocked down again and quickly use his quirk, hopefully to shut up whatever quirk this guy has. No, that is coming for me. Tsuyu and Mineta are going to be killed too. Izuku worried as his tail wraps slightly tighter on Tsuyu. No, that won't happen. Izuku grinded his teeth. The Nomu sprint towards the 3 students to attack Izuku because of his dragon scent with the single intent to kill him. You won't have your way. Izuku screamed, his body sparking of green electric sparks around him and the inside of his mouth glowing. Then just when the Nomu is about 3 inches in front of them, a giant and powerful green color flame burst out from Izuku's mouth that engulfs the giant black-purple monster. This surprised his 2 classmates, Eraserhead, Tamura, and few of the other students at the exit who happens to saw this when they got curious. Izuku kept unleashing his fire for 5 more seconds until he stops feeling his throat a little hot, though doesn't bother him in the slightest. He looks up, seeing the Nomu is now all burned up with the color being more black and less purple with slight sizzling sound and burn marks. Holy crap, have you always been able to do that? Minoru shocked. I think so. Just now. Izuku surprised at even himself for unleashing such a powerful fire breath. No, what did you do? Tamura angered as he starts scratching his next. What did you do to my Nomu? He's supposed to be the ultimate weapon to kill All Might, and you just killed it. It's not fair. Tamura cursed in rage, stomping his foot a few times. I killed him, but I feel like I already know this Nomu, as that villain calls him, isn't even alive or something. Izuku confused of this feeling. What am I going to do now? Tamura asked himself. From the way he's having a drama, that villain is what the villains intend to use to kill All Might. Aizawa looked over to the burned Nomu and Izuku. The kid will probably be trauma from this experience, but we need to focus on dealing with the villains right now. Aizawa looked at the angry Tamura. Eraserhead decided to deal with the leader of the villain before anything else happens and ready to throw his scarf to capture the hand-face villain, but Tamura stops his angry rambling and held up his hand toward the Eraser hero, causing him to stop immediately and guard up. Tamura became quiet for a moment until his mouth formed an evil smirk. "Oh right, I almost forgot. Nomu can still fight," Tamura said, causing Aizawa's eyes to widen in shock. "Nomua, swing your arms to make some wind," Tamura called out to the creature. Izuku became confused of the man ordering this creature to move, which it should with the body being so burned like that and dead, but a couple of seconds later, he saw the fingers from the Nomu twitching for a while, then the arms started to move. Hey, what's going on here?" Minoru freaked out. "I think that villain is still alive," Tsuyu said bluntly, but being scared at the same time. "No way, that shouldn't be possible," Izuku feared. But his fear came true when the Nomu started to move its body while the black color is fading with the purple part slow returning, and move its arms to create some strong gusts of wind and let loose one last wind at the three students. "Hey!" Izuku grunted as they were almost blown away, but he was able to stand his ground while keeping Tsuyu and Minoru close to him. "Hey, is it just me, or does that villain look all healthy as a horse?" Minoru asked in fear and feeling like he just shit himself. It must be a powerful regenerating quirk that can heal himself from all that burn. So you guessed. That's right, Nomu got himself quite the powerful regeneration quirk that allows him to heal from anything, even this one, and heal from even the most intense heat from the fire attack of a dragon. Tamura dragged, laughing. "And you just helped confirm that is the case. I was really worried that we wouldn't be able to test out that part." Tamura looked creepy at Izuku. "Now I say the donor would be pleased of the result." Tamura smirked. "Donor, what could he mean by that?" Izuku thought asked, feeling more fear raising up from within. "With that out of the way, let's see how you will do with the strength part aside from how you survive that punch," Tamura said as he was about to snap his fingers. But he stops himself and turns his eyes to the left, seeing Eraserhead coming at him, hoping to stop this fight. "Midoriya, you and those two get out of here now," Eraserhead ordered his students. "Oh, trying to fight more, even thought you're already at your limit? How cute," Tamura commented sarcastically. Eraserhead throws some strikes, though Tamura was able to dodge and block an elbow attack that has now become a victim of the villain's decaying quirk on his elbow. "But then again, that's how cool you heroes are with going against the odds," Tamura smirked. Eraserhead quickly used his quirk to stop the decaying and punch Tamura away, though now he is only left with one arm to fight with and can feel the timing of his quirk is slowly decreasing. "Hey, I told you to get out of here now," Aizawa shouted at his student before knocking away a villain that tried to attack him. "Let's do what our scary teacher says and make a run for it." Minoru quickly agreed. "I'm gonna have to agree with the pervy guy." Tsuyu nodded. "No, I don't think I'll be able to escape with you guys," Izuku said, confusing the two. "That thing the villain called it Nomu, it has its sight on me for some reason due to my unique dragon quirk, meaning it'll want to kill me no matter what," Izuku explained as he stands up. "You guys go and get to 13, I'll try to see if I can put this villain long enough until the other heroes arrive." Izuku decided to stay and fight this Nomu. The Nomu looked towards Izuku, feeling that urge to destroy him as he let out a loud screech and charges at him again. This time Izuku was prepared as he jumps out of the way with Tsuyu and Minoru, so they don't get hit as well. "You two get going now." Izuku tossed the two at the stairs. "Izuku!" Tsuyu shouted, worry. Izuku lands back down on the ground only to be met with an incoming fist to his head. He was able to block it with both arms, but the force sent him down about over 50 feet and his arms are shaking in the force. "Damn it, this thing is as strong as All Might," Izuku groaned. "But even so, I have to stop this thing with everything I got." Izuku determined as his body is emitting the same green electric glow again. Izuku charges at the Nomu, doing a kick to the head, then goes down to aim his fist at the stomach. "Take this." Izuku charged his fist with 100% of One for All. Dragon Charge Smash. Izuku threw the punch right at the Nomu in the stomach, showing a powerful shockwave to happen around them. Did that get it? Izuku thought, wondered. But the answer turns his expression into fear of seeing the Nomu is still standing, hadn't moved an inch at all, and completely unfazed from the punch. No way, that punch didn't hurt him at all. Could it be that regeneration quirk? Izuku asked, shocked. Hold on, regeneration is something that can heal from major injuries, it doesn't make them tougher than a tank. Izuku figured out and jumps away when the Nomu tries to grab him. The way he took the attack. Like it was nothing, could it be that he also has a shock absorption quirk too? Izuku asked. That's right, Nomu has two quirks that can work well against All Might. The perfect anti-symbol of peace. Tamura bragged. Nomu, show him your dragon mode. Tamura shouted. This dragon feeling, it's getting bigger. Izuku thought, gasped. Noma screams as scales are appearing on his body and grew 2 feet bigger than it was before, claws on his fingers and toes, spikes popping out from his back and a tail appeared from his behind as well. You got to be kidding me. Izuku shocked. But suddenly the Nomu sprint into the air grabbing Izuku by the leg, throwing a punch to the stomach that made him couch up blood and throws him down to the ground. The Nomu charges at the dragon boy to land another blow. In it, now I'm wishing for Toru to be here. Izuku groaned. The Nomu threw the punch as Izuku braced himself to take it, but 2 seconds later the punch never came. You called, Izuku? Toru asked. Izuku's eyes widen of shock seeing Toru is here in front of him with her cute smile and holding the Nomu's fist with her hand. KO, a new chapter is done and hope you all enjoy it. Now the mysterious dragon presence Izuku was sensing earlier has revealed itself to be the Nomu with its regeneration to be much stronger than in the anime, and now showing some new dragon features that is too much for Izuku. But luckily, his dragon maid has come to the rescue and Tamura is screwed. KO comment, favorite, and follow through of how this story will go. Destructive dragon maid that's named Toru. Toru and Lukoa are seen flying over the city very high in the air so they wouldn't get spotted by anyone for using their powers with a license, which is kind of stupid in Toru's opinion, thinking these humans can limit themselves to having some kind of permission to do so. I still don't get why these humans with power need to have those identification and permission to use their powers. It's like those adventures and such. Toru shrugged. That's just how this world works, Toru. They don't want just anyone to use their power to do whatever they want, otherwise it would be chaos by accident or intentional. At least that's what I come to understand about this world. Lukoa pointed out. Oh please, these humans are just afraid to unleash their true potential. Toru stated. I don't know, they seem to be going all out on certain things like fighting villains or rescuing. Lukoa smiled with one eye open. If you say so, guess that's just something I'll have to get used to when Izuku get his own hero license. Toru decided to go with it. Just try not to get scary to others and having thoughts of destroying them. Lukoa scolded. Only if these humans give me a reason and only if Izuku gives the word. Toru assured she won't do anything like that. Just wanted to be sure. Lukoa looked down seeing Yue Hai. We're here. Lukoa informed, but then she notices something from a distance. It looks like there is someone running from the school. Lukoa said. Toru looks down as well seeing this man who looks a little familiar but not really, meaning he couldn't be that important, but that is when she started to realize that the man is someone important to Izuku and the memory click in her head. Hey, I think I see All Might. Toru said before blitzing down. Toru, don't just leave me behind. Lukoa called out and quickly follow her. The scene changes to showing All Might in his buff hero form trying to make his way to the school, hoping to make it to the end of the session, or that's what it looks like because in reality, he is on his way to USJ because he has been getting this odd feeling that something has happened from how he hasn't gotten through to Aizawa and 30. I just hope everything is alright. All Might thought worried. Hey All Might. Toru called out. The sudden shout causes the symbol of peace to almost trip, though he was able to regain his balance and continue running, but a little slower this time as he looks around. Huh, who was that? All Might asked. Over here, silly human. Toru said as All Might looked to his right seeing her and Lukoa. Toru, surprised to see you here. What brings you to UA High during school hour? All Might asked. I just had a really bad feeling that Izuku is in danger because we felt the presence of another dragon. Toru answered. What? Another dragon? Is it one of your friends like the one with you? All Might asked, growing a bit concerned and worry. No, this one is different unlike we felt before and we came here to see what's up. Lukoa explained. Really? I was thinking some uncertain is happening at the USJ, where the class are doing their heroic rescue training. I was supposed to be there as well, only I exhausted myself before I got to school. All Might explained his side. Do you know what's going on over there? Toru asked. I don't know, I haven't been able to get in contact with either the hero teachers who are there right now, which is odd, like they turned off their cell phone. All Might mentioned. Then I guess something odd must be really happening. Lukoa stated. I can lead you the way to Zay since I'm heading over there right now. All Might offered. Screw the long way, we're taking a portal near to where Izuku is. Toru snapped as she got impatient and used her magic to create a portal in front of them. Whoa, wait a minute. All Might tried to stop Toru from using her power, but it was too late as they're about to enter the portal. That's when Toru heard something from the portal. In it, now I'm wishing for Toru to be here. Izuku groaned. Izuku, he wants me. Toru thought smiled, squealing of joy as she goes through the portal. At the very moment the Dragon Nomu was about to throw another strong punch to crush the boy to death, Toru appears holding back the punch with one hand. You called, Izuku? Toru asked smiling. Izuku looks up seeing that Toru is here, holding back the Nomu's punch with one hand and looking at him with her cute smile. What the what? Why is Midoriya's maid here? Minoru asked shock. I don't know, maybe she came to drop off a notebook he forgot to bring. So you guessed, but also shock from the inside. When I heard you wishing that I was with you right now, it made my heart flutter like I could explode of joy. Toru smiled exciting and swaying her hips. Huh, yeah, I'm happy to see you too. Izuku weirded out a bit, but really happy to see Toru here as well right now. Whoa, we're here in USJ? Might surprised looking around, finding himself at the top of the stairs with Lukoa. Wow, this place is so cool, like one of those big amusement parks. Lukoa amazed. What the? All Might and Lukoa are here? Ochako asked. All Might, but I thought he was resting in the teacher lounge? 13 shocked and confused. All Might, so he finally showed up, though perhaps not in the way he expected. Kurogiri believed the plan to kill All Might can still happen, then turn his sight on Lukoa. But who is that woman with him? Could she a pro-hero who brought him here, but I never seen nor heard of her? She could be Rookie. Kurogiri theorized, but gets a weird feeling that she is more than what she looks. And yet, I feel like I know what she is for some reason. Kurogiri thought, getting this feeling from his instinct. Alright, now that All Might is here, everything is going to be okay. Mina sobbed with tears of joy. All Might looks at the misty man blocking the door and down the stairs, seeing lots of dangerous-looking people unconscious on the ground, Aizawa looking very exhausted and his elbow looking destroyed as well, his young successor on the floor looking very hurt with little blood, and a dangerous-looking black creature man being held back by Toru. Something tells me this isn't part of the rescue practice. All Might said. It's not, sir. Villains have invaded the facility and has shattered our classmates all over the place. They somehow jammed the security system to alert UA. Tenya reported. I see, so I was right to come out here to see what's going on, and now I know. All Might started to see the big picture here, clutching his fists. Alright, I'll see what I can do. There is nothing to worry about anymore because I am here. All Might ripped his tie off and showing his own angry face. I take you're gonna go down there? Lukoa asked. Of course, a hero must always act when there is danger such as this. All Might nodded. Fair enough, but I should give you a warning to not fight that monster down there. That thing is giving off the dragon presence we felt earlier, and it looks like we were right to come here. Lukoa looked down at the Nomu. That thing is more than Izuku can handle, he hasn't even been trained to fight dragons just yet. Lukoa felt worried for Izuku's safety. I see, so I'll have to leave that monster to Toru then. All Might nodded. Tamura looks up to see what's all the commotion going on about until he spotted All Might standing there at the top of the staircase. This got him very excited that the hero he wanted to kill so badly is finally here and can begin the villain's reign. Oh yes, this day just gotten better. Tamura chuckled, smirking. Hey, weirdo with the hand on his face. Toru called out, getting the hand-masked villain. Is this monster yours and that it hurt my beloved Izuku? Toru demanded to know, clutching tighter onto the Nomu's fist and glaring fiercely with her eyes glowing. That girl is a maid? Tamura thought, puzzled of seeing a maid here. But that's when he notices the odd yet familiar features on this girl, like the horns on her head, the black wings, and the reptile-like tail that seems more than the average lizard. That one seems very interesting, almost more interesting than All Might. Tamura grinned a bit. Nomu, punch that girl. Tamura ordered, as he already noticed the Nomu is reacting strongly to the maid girl. The Nomu shrieked loud as he reels back his left arm with a very tight grip, then threw a fast punch to get her on the head, but Toru easily caught the fist with her other hand, causing a strong instant shockwave around them. Now this is something. A dragon taking order from a human of all things, don't you have any shame of yourself? Toru asked. Toru, I don't think that's really a dragon like you and Lukoa. Izuku alerted. He also noticed Lukoa's scent with his nose. What? Toru confused. Tamura said that thing called a Nomu was created for the sole purpose of killing All Might with shock absorption, a powerful regeneration quirk, and can become a dragon like that. Izuku explained. For real? It's like the humans have somehow found a way to copy our dragon might. That seriously pisses me off. Toru growled. Toru threw the two large arms away, causing the Nomu to lean back a little, and received a powerful kick to the stomach, sending it flying past Tamura and crashing into a wall. If you think you can beat a dragon with some poor imitation, then you got another thing coming. Toru glared at Tamura. Oh my, you seem to be much stronger than that brat here. Tamura chuckled. Guess that means it's more fun time for Nomu. Tamura smirked. Immediately after saying that, Nomu came back speeding towards Toru with another punch to attack her with, and she blocks it like before, but this time she got pushed back 20 feet away, even though she is still standing and unfazed except her arm is slightly shaking. What the? That punch was stronger than before. Toru's surprised to feel her arm getting stung like that. That's because there's another special feature of Nomu's shock absorption. It can store up the powerful force of the strike he takes hit and unleash that strength added with his own into a more powerful strike. Tamura explained, smirking. Meaning you'll be hit by your own force as well, making him strong with each hit. Tamura laughed a bit. Really now? Toru said with her eyes shadowed by her hair. Well then, let us see just how much of my strength it can take. Toru clutched her fists. Music, blue vivid. Toru sprinted the Nomu to teach that thing what being a dragon really means and show that villain why you shouldn't mock the mighty dragon race. Creating creature claiming to be dragon just put an insult to all other dragons everywhere. Nomu, kill that dragon maid now. Tamura ordered. At the same time, the Nomu charges right at the dragon girl to beat her into a bloody and brutal pulp, for it seems to be going on a wild rampage, all from the order of Tamura to kill this girl and the inner insane urge to kill a dragon too. The two clashes their fists together, causing a powerful shockwave to emit from them, and they start throwing some barrages of punches at each other. Their clashes have also caused some slight earthquakes. What in the world is going on? Tenya gasped. It's coming from the plaza. Toru is fighting one of the villains. Ochako shocked. For real? She must be one powerful maid. Mina surprised. How did Midoriya got herself a maid like her to begin with? Hanta asked. Why do you ask? Are you into maids too? Rikido asked back. That's not what I'm asking, dude. Hanta snapped. Ahawk. What the F is going on? Minoru screamed as he holds on for dear life to not get blown away by the shockwaves. Ribbit. Tsu held onto the stairs as well while being amazed of how strong Toru is, almost like she's a female All Might. Toru continues throwing some punches, though have also felt the Nomu's own punches striking her that even forces a dragon like her to stumble back a foot or two. Considered some of that strength is also her own being used against her is something she never thought to fight off. But that should mean she would go down that easily. Toru grabs the Nomu by the neck and flew up into the air, crashing through the ceiling, and goes above the Nomu for a punch on the head, sending it back down to the ground. Oh dear, better make sure this fight doesn't damage the place any further. Lukoa placed her hand on the floor and suddenly the entire USJ facility glowed green for 2 seconds, and every student of Class 1A appear along with their teacher and Izuku. What the? How are we here? Shoto surprised. Wasn't I fighting in the fire zone? Mashareo confused as he saw he is with his classmates again. There, that should help minimize the collateral damage. I think. Lukoa said smiling. Wait, what do you mean by that? Ochako asked. The Nomu came back crashing onto the ground and causing a big earthquake within the facility, though the black bird dragon man flew back up only to meet with a punch to the face, and the Nomu respond with a big to her stomach. You know, fighting other dragon may get my blood pumping, but you're no dragon, not even to the 1%. Toru said calmly, like the punch to the stomach was nothing. Toru threw 5 very fast punches to the stomach, causing the inside of Nomu's body to pump in pain as he was sent flying away again and crashing through 2 zones, but Toru appeared behind for a kick to the back. Take this. Toru unleashed her dragon fire breath, engulfing the Nomu. Toru waited for a moment until the Nomu back at her again with his body regeneration from the fire attack, but looks to be slower than when it recovered from Izuku's fire attack. I see, so there's a limit of how much you can heal. Same goes for the shock counter quirk of yours. Toru figured out as she easily caught a punch. In that case, there is no choice but complete destruction on your miserable life. Toru decided. Toru punched Nomu towards to the plaza where Tamura is still watching the fight, and Kurogiri just showed up by his side while the others were occupied with the fight. You should at least feel honor, you will get die by the burning might of a dragon. Toru said to the Nomu. Toru blitzed to the ground, gathering her magic fiery power in her mouth, then throws her head up with her mouth open. You know, I think I'll go for how humans would shout out their special attacks in moments like this. Toru wondered if Izuku will think she's cool after this. Fire of the Dragon Maid. Toru shouted as she unleashes her powerful fire breath, though it mostly looks like a giant energy beam with some flames around it. The Nomu could only look on seeing the attack coming at him and then becoming consumed by the intense heat of the Dragon Maid, so hot that even its regeneration could not save it as he is burned hotter and faster than it could heal itself. It only took several seconds and the Nomu's body is gone, not even ashes are left remain. What the F? Katsuki gasped with his jaws drop as everyone is shocked as well from what they just witnessed. Music end. Tamura is utterly shocked that his precious Nomu has been destroyed by one dragon. He remembers being told about how powerful they are, but he was hoping the Nomu would stand up to one. That hope was pointless. Toru, you're amazing. Izuku said. KO, a new chapter is done and hope you all enjoy it. Toru has come to the rescue and lay the smack down on the Nomu despite having the power to withstand her blows, and gives a bit more. The Dragon Maid has proven that a man-made dragon is no match for the real thing. KO comment, favorite, and follow through of how this story will go. Rewarding Dragon Maid heroics. Yeah, dragons are totally on a different level than this entire world. Tamura gulped a bit with his body shaking slightly in fear. Deep down, Tamura knew he would be totally and royally screwed if he were to fight a real dragon, and that dragon would destroy Nomu with no problem despite having those quirks and special features that was built into it. Kurogiri, we're not ready to fight dragons, aren't we? Tamura asked. It was more obvious even without having Nomu fight it. Kurojairi said honestly. Right, minute. Looks like we got ourselves another enemy on our wanted list. Tamura cursed as he glares at Toru. It looks like we got no choice. Our plan to kill the symbol of peace has been screwed big time. Major game over for us, dead if we stay here any longer. Tamura admitted even though it hurts. Huh, Deku, did you know she can do that? Ochako asked. Yes, it looked like Toru was being like All Might with multiple quirks and finished off that villain with a fire breath that was way more powerful than yours. So you also wanted to know that? Oh well, let's just say Toru is a very special case that her power would be considered more than a quirk. Izuku tried to explain this the best he can without having to reveal the secret of dragons existing. The F, is that supposed to mean? Katsuki asked angry. Now, young Bakugo. Instead of yelling at young Midoriya for questions, I believe you should all the thanking Miss Toru for having to come save you all when she did. All Might stated hoping to relieve everyone's worry. He's right, even though the way Toru finished off the villain was extreme, she still saved our lives. Tenya believed. You're not far off from that, Iida. Aizawa said as he looks at the spot in air where the Noma was. I saw firsthand of how strong that monster was. If All Might had come here by himself and fought it, he would most certainly be dead right now. Aizawa stated, shocking the students. No way, that can't be true, Toru said with her legs shaking in fear. Actually, I think he's right when we were witnessing that fight. Shoto agreed with the teacher. That's right, the fight would have led me to my death. All Might nodded, showing that he can vouch on that claim. Then I'm really glad. Toru came. Izuku sighed in relief. Izuku! Toru shouted cheerfully, getting Izuku's attention. What did you think of that? Did I do well? Are you going to reward me for such a heroic feat? Toru asked cheerfully and giddy blushing. Wow, your maid sure is sucker for your attention. Denki commented. Yeah, you could say that. Izuku chuckled. Maybe I should do something heroic to get you to notice me, Izuku baby. Lukoa smiled, leaning her Biarthus on the back of his head. Lukoa, I don't think now is the time for that. Izuku stuttered, blushing shock. What the what? You have a big melons woman too, how come you get to feel the amazing bounciness and soft flesh of a woman and not me? Minoru asked, complaining weirdly. Then Toru starts punching him from the left side of his face. That's because you're a stupid big pervert and a total creeper that no girl would ever think of going out with you. Ever. Toru explained the reason while beating up Minoru. I think it would be best to keep my mouth shut. Denki thought saved himself from the beating. Come on, we better get the F out of here. Tamura commanded Kurojairi. Right, we'll have to report this to him as well. Kurojairi nodded. Oh, leaving so soon? And here I thought we could have a little chat of our own. Lukoa said playfully as she suddenly appeared behind the two villains. The villains became shocked of finding this woman suddenly right behind them, and their instincts tell them to move away from this woman, but she moved faster, grabbing them each by the neck and pinning them down hard on the ground. Come now, you two should start playing nice. Lukoa said with both eyes open. Dimin, this speech is strong. Could she be like that maid? Tamura wondered. She's even grabbing my collar, she must have noticed it. Kurojairi cursed this woman for now realizing she's a dragon. Now you're going to tell me all about that creature like? How's it possible that it had dragon trait that seems man-made? Lukoa demanded. You know, you may have been smart enough to notice Kurojairi's collar, but I'm the opposite definition of hands-off. Tamura grinned with his hand very, very close to Lukoa's hand. Before the ex-goddess dragon could ask him what he means by that, as she is confused of the phrase, Tamura's hand has already latched onto her wrist with all 5 fingers touching her skin, and suddenly felt pain as little cracks appear on her arm with bits of the skin being destroyed. Sheet! Lukoa gasped and instantly threw her hand off from Tamura. This gave Kurojairi the chance to open a portal under Lukoa's feet, making her fall only to stop halfway because of her giant melons, but that still gave the two villains the chance to roll away. Hey, no fair! Lukoa complained as she quickly jumps out. Sorry, but we got places to be. Tamura smirked as he and Kurojairi went through a portal and disappeared. Oh phooey, they got away. Well, I don't think they'll cause any trouble for a while. Lukoa said as she walks back to the others. But that doesn't mean we'll be hearing the last from them. Lukoa said. I'm proud to say that you students have done well to survive against the villain's attack. I'm sure you all were scared and scattered when they attacked, but you pushed through the fear and fight on to survive while trying to stop them from doing more stop things. I couldn't be prouder of such heroic students. All Might complimented proudly. This causes the students to feel happy to hear such words from the #1 hero in the world, as they believe they will take the experience of fighting the villains to heart, and what they also learned, that some villains can be more dangerous if not careful. Well then, I guess we'll have to call it a day and give the students some time rest up from the ordeal. 13 suggested. I think that's for the best, we'll have to talk with Nizu about this as well. Aizawa nodded. It looks like we managed to survive the worst, but that doesn't mean we've been the last of those villains. Izuku thought looked up at the giant hole of the USJ dome roof. That means I'll have to get much stronger in order to protect everyone and stop those villains. Izuku thought, determined with a new goal in mind. Hey, you DMN nerd. We're already leaving, get your butt over here or I'll drag you. Katsuki shouted in rage as everyone else are leaving. Oh ha, I'm coming. Izuku hurried to meet up with the others. Don't you dare shout at my man. Toro angered at Katsuki. The next day. It has been 1 day since the attack on USJ, and it was decided by Principal Nizu that UA would be closed for 1 week, which is something the 1A students need when they can finally let themselves down of all the ordeal they went through. And Izuku has been feeling a bit odd since then. His mind started to feel fuzzy and couldn't concentrate on doing his notes nor his workout routine. For there has been only one thing on his mind. Toru, Izuku muttered her name. You called my love? Toru asked, coming into the room with a basket of his fresh, clean laundry. Say, are you free now by any chance? Izuku asked. Well, I still got some chores to do. But I can be free now if you want. Good, there's a place I want to go with you. Together. Izuku said, which got Toru curious. Forest. The scene shows one small area of the forest as a portal appears with Toru and Izuku coming out. Well, this is the spot where you and I first met. Coming back me just makes me feel all joy that you came to my aid that night. Toru smiled. Yep, and now it's time I help you with something else that you've been longing for so long, Izuku said with a small smirk. Help me. Toru confused as she turns around. Toru gasped of both shock and thrill upon seeing that Izuku has taken off his shirt, revealing his well-toned body with the scales along very well with the shape, and he just opened the button of his pants, which made Toru scream a little with hearts appearing in her eyes. Izuku, are you planning on taming this dragon? Toru asked, giggling and blushing. If you wish to call it that, then I guess I am. Izuku walked up to her, letting his pants fall. Yes. It's finally happening. I'm finally going to mate with Izuku Midoriya. I always knew this day would come and I bet he's going to. Toru's loving train of thoughts were interrupted when Izuku pressed his lips onto hers and grabbing her bursty with one hand. Lemon ICC alert. Scroll down if you're younger than 15 to skip it. Izuku presses himself onto Toru more. As she gladly welcomes their first kiss together, wrapping her arms around his neck to pull him closer, and he responded by jerking harder on her BRSTS, causing her to within the kiss. Oh, you're such a good kisser. I hope so, since this is my first kiss. Toru giggled. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Izuku kissed her cheek and down the neck, causing her more. Hey Toru, I think you should show more skin since I'm the only one mostly naked. Izuku ordered with a smirk. Of course, how selfish of me. Toru nodded. Toru focuses the magic of her scales to change the appearance of her clothing to becoming completely naked, with her BRCS bouncing freely and her dragon tail wiggling of excitement. Do you like what you see? Toru asked, smiling, doing a little CC pose she picked up from Midnight. Izuku stares at Toru with a pervert hungry look in his eyes, with his open mouth letting the drool come out a bit, and he answers her question by pouncing her with his arms around her body again and kisses her harder and his hands gingy on her butt. Toru is more from the sudden love tackle from her beloved, and she loves it more than the first time. Their tails rub onto each other and go up, forming into a heart shape with their wings flapping hard a little. Izuku couldn't bring himself to retreat from the feeling of her body, with her amazing BRCS onto his chest and her butt feeling so smooth and strong from the palm of his hands. I never knew how amazing she feels like this. I want to feel her more. I want her all for myself. Izuku thought, kissed her more. Izuku, you're so good, please. Please mate with me, make me your dragon woman. Toru begged securely between the kissing. Well, you did ask nicely. Izuku chuckled. He grabs his underwear and rips it off to let out his pee-pee. Toru felt something touching her belly, causing her to separate her lips from his and look down, only to become shocked of seeing his manhood standing tall about 21 inches and looking hard as a rock. Wow, I didn't a male human could be this big. Toru impressed. I think it's due to becoming a dragon that I've gotten this big. Back then, I was only a whole foot. Izuku mentioned, remembering how shocked he was when he first saw this during a bathroom time. Guess we can thank my screw up on the spell for that. Toru smiled. And I plan on paying you back for that. Izuku said. Before Toru knew it, she is suddenly pinned on the front side and bursts against a tree with her, but being held by Izuku, who moved her tail out of the way to see the PP within sight. He rubs the tip of his PP onto the PP, making her flinch in surprise of this feeling. You've been waiting to have me like this, always ready to F me. Izuku smirked, pulling her butt a bit. Oh yes, it's what I always wanted. I want to feel that amazing PP of yours and have you destroyed me. Toru squealed of excitement. Well then, time to stop with the waiting. Izuku declared, pushing himself forward, even using a little power of one for all to push his whole PP in one go. Toru screams in shock upon seeing the big PP ramming hard into her PP that is stretching the inside by force, touching the womb so hard like it is trying to get through, and little blood came out showing that her virginity is now gone forever. Dreams so come true? Toru screamed lewdly happy. Izuku starts moving his hips with a strong pace that is hitting all her weak spots and, on the womb, causing the jolts of pleasure to go crazy throughout her body. She can feel her dragon instinct already begging for more and more of this Deku dragon mating her to become his, and that's just fine with her. Yes, 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 mate me so hard that I won't move for weeks. Toru ummed happily. My god, you feel so amazing. I can't get enough, it's my first time too, yet I'm already wanting more. Izuku surprised miming as he moved faster. Both lovers can feel each other's lower parts connecting each time he moved back and causing her to louder and crazy for this much loving, and she feels more pleasure when Izuku grabs strongly onto her tail. Izuku kept going with the intent on making sure Toru knows that she belongs to him and only him, even though she already made it clear that she does belong to him. Odin Toru, I'm gonna come soon. Izuku groaned, feeling his pee-pee is about to burst. Come. Oh yes, that must mean your seeds. I want them, I want to feel them going into my body and make me pee Arden tea. Toru joyfully. Do it. Come on, give me your seeds. Toru begged securely. Izuku couldn't barely hold himself back any longer with his hips moving faster and harder with the quirk power going up to 30% without even realizing he's putting out that much power. He leans forward grabbing onto both her BRG them strong to make her feel greater. To hear you. Go. Izuku slammed into Toru more and his pee-pee let out a big burst load of cum. Yes. I can feel your seeds coming in me, it's wonderful. Toru screamed. Oh, I wonder how much you could let out if we were in dragon form? Toru looked at the sight of more cum leaking out and staining the ground. How about we find out? Izuku turned Toru around and rammed his pee-pee right into the pee-pee again. Toru mess surprised that Izuku is going for another round despite just releasing his first load thinking he would want to rest up, but it looks like his dragon might is more energized than she realizes. And she just straight up enjoy the feeling of his pee-pee going in her again, her pee-pee becoming tighter of the overwhelming pleasure, yet he keeps on going like nothing is stopping him from moving strong and fast like this. Izuku hold her but with his tail while cupping her burras with his hands sking on the nipples making her louder and crazier, causing her body to respond with some liquid coming of her own. Izuku. Oh Izuku, you make me feel so good that my soul feels more life. Toru of amazement. Izuku keeps on kangaroo for a long moment or two or three until he starts to feel the urge to let out the cum like the first time. He keeps on eating her harder until he let them out making her scream of pure joy. Lemon he end. Izuku slowly opened his eyes to see his surroundings is still within the forest and looked down seeing the sleeping Toru on him. Oh, so I had you with Toru, Izuku said still feeling a bit sleepy. But that's when his eyes widen of pure shock of realizing that he really did have see with Toru and started to remember everything they did. Oh man, how the heck am I going to explain this to my mom? Izuku freaked out while Toru just smiles peacefully in her sleep and hugging onto his body. KO a new chapter is done and hope you all enjoy it. One a day after the big USJ incident and Izuku has already done something big from the time, and that is dragon mating with Toru making her the first lover of the IzukuxHarem, and Toru is going to make sure he doesn't forget about that for a long time. KO comment, favorite, and follow through of how this story will go. Playground hangout before back to school. Okay and done. Izuku said putting the pencil down on his desk and leans back on his chair. I finished my studies that I might have learned for the past week we were given the time off, can't be too prepared in case we have to learn something. Izuku thought studying is important even when taking time off from school. Izuku, I'm coming in. Toru alerted knocking on the door and coming in. Hey Toru, doing the laundry now? Izuku asked. Yeah, thought I'd get in some of your dirty clothes such as your uniform before going back to school tomorrow. Toru answered as she picks up Izuku's UA school uniform. Thank you, I guess it wouldn't hurt to have my uniform clean when going back to class. Izuku said as he looks over his phone. Izuku looks over the text message of All Might which was only a few days ago telling him that he has been released from Recovery Girl's medical care, and he has been resting up a bit to not overwork himself again. At least All Might isn't pushing himself too hard like before. Izuku commented. But then his train of thoughts of All Might were interrupted when Toru leans in with her bursts on the right side of his head and gently pushes his phone down on his desk while Izuku's face is blushing red. What are you doing? Izuku asked stutter. Just wanted to make my dragon man comfy. Toru answered with a giddy smile. Weren't you going to do the laundry when you came in here? Izuku asked, reminding the dragon maid about that. I am, it's just the clothes you're wearing right now is about to get real dirty. Toru grinned and sat on Izuku's lap. Before Izuku could try talking some sense into Toru about doing their love interaction in his bedroom, Toru just leans in kissing him right on the lips hard like a hungry animal and Izuku kiss her back with his own dragon instinct with her arms wrapping around his neck. This sure feels like you want me now. Toru giggled within the kiss. Izuku and Toru's tails soon wrap onto each other, showing the affection of their love for each other as his right hand soon went onto her left BRT, making her in the kiss. Papa, are you still in here? Kanna called out as she is about to enter the room. Kanna. Izuku gasped as he quickly separated himself from Toru, quickly placed her on the bed with the laundry basket. Just in time when Kanna came in, seeing Izuku at his desk and Toru on the bed with the laundry basket, guessing she was gonna do laundry soon. Kanna, is there something you need? Izuku asked. I want to go play outside, I'm bored with being inside the house. Kanna answered with a slight wincing tone. Well, I guess we can go walk around the neighborhood for a while and see if there are any fun things to do along the way. Izuku said, thinking about it. Actually, there's already a place I want to go. Kanna said. Really, like what? Toru asked, curious. Riko told me about a place where kids go there to play with each other outside and do lots of fun stuff while their parents are around to keep watch over them with each other. Kanna explained of what Riko told her in class the other day. A place where you can play outside with other kids. Izuku did some thinking for a second. Oh, I think I know what place you're talking about. Sure, we can go there right now if you want. Izuku smiled, petting on Kanna's head, making her happy. Then let's go together. Toru cheered. But don't you have to do the laundry right now? Izuku asked. Be back in a flash. Toru blitzed out of the room and 5 seconds later, Toru came right back in the room. The laundries are done. She cheered. Wow, that was fast. Izuku shocked. Now, let's go to this park. Toru declared. I think we should bring Lukoa too, I don't want her to just sit around watching TV and reading books all day. Izuku suggested. Did someone say my name? Lukoa asked, peeking from outside the room. We're going to the park. Kanna cheered. Later. It sure was a nice idea for all of us to go to the park together. Inko smiled as she and the rest are walking outside together. Kanna is holding Izuku's hand for the joy of the walking trip. I thought it would be okay for you to come with us, being working so hard and caring for us. Izuku said, smiling. How sweet of you to include me, it'll be nice to spend some time outside of the apartment. Inko said, looking up at the sky. I'm sure if your father was here right now, he'd spoil Kanna all silly to Sunday. Inko giggled. But isn't today already Sunday? Kanna asked. It's too bad he's still out on that long-term business trip, but it's nice that he's been keeping in touch with you despite his busy schedule. Lukoa complimented with one eye open. Hisashi has always been thinking about us and loves us dearly, it's one of the reasons why I love him. Inko explained, smiling. I sure hope Dad haven't caught the news about the USJ attack, he would become overworried for us and a little crazy too. Izuku chuckled, scratching the back of his head. How did he react about Izuku having himself a beautiful dragon maid? Toru asked, giggling and hoping to get the man's approval of being with Izuku too. Oh, he was certainly surprised about suddenly gaining a maid and letting others in, but he just figures it was Izuku being cared to others like others. Inko explained. So, I take it you haven't told your mom about the dragon maiding you and Toru did? Lukoa asked, whispering in Izuku's ear, causing him to blush, embarrassing in red. Please don't talk about that stuff around my mom. Izuku begged, whispering so that his mom wouldn't hear their quiet conversation. We only had our first SEC just a few days ago, I don't want to suddenly drop the bomb on my mom when me and my classmates escaped from the villain's attack. Izuku stated. Oh, guess that would make her worry too much. Lukoa realized. But you're gonna have to tell her eventually. Lukoa pointed out. I know, just need to be calm and wait for the right moment to tell her this. Izuku nodded. Are we at the playground yet? Kanna asked her papa. Oh, it looks like we're here now. Izuku pointed ahead, seeing the entrance of the park already. Here we are, the park where little children like you can play. Izuku gestured the park to Kanna as she becomes amazed of the place, seeing several different things here. This is it? I kind of thought it would be more. Toru said, not exactly impressed. Sometimes, it's the little things that makes the rest all the more fun. Inko stated. It's also better than a big castle with spears and swords pointing at you. Lukoa teased a little. Hey, don't bring that up. You know how I hate those kinds of buildings. Toru snapped a bit. I wonder if Riko is here too? Kanna looked around, trying to see if she can find her first friend and classmate. That depends if this girl has even decided to come out here to play in the playground, but I get the feeling that she may already be here than we realize. Lukoa said. What makes you say that? Izuku asked. Just a hunch. Lukoa giggled. Kanna, over here. Hey Kanna, over here. Riko called, jumping and waving her hands in the air. Look Papa, that's Rio over there. Kanna pointed at the little girl. Whoa, so she really is here after all? Izuku surprised, and also think this would be a great opportunity to meet her in person. You totally spotted her before we did. Toru figured Lukoa out, who didn't claim nor deny this. Hey Kanna, what a coincidence to be running into you here. Riko amazed and squealing on the inside that her precious little Kanna is here. I was curious about how fun a park is, so I asked my papa to take me. Kanna explained. Your papa? Riko looked at the group who came with her and saw the dark green hair older boy with dragon wings looking at her. Oh man, to think I finally get to meet the pervert playboy who got himself a kid when still a new high school student. Riko surprised, and that made Izuku flinch from the heart and nervous. It's not what you think, even though it's something a kid like you shouldn't be aware until you're older. Izuku stated. Hey Riko. A voice shouted out for the little girl. What a minute, that voice. Izuku surprised upon recognizing that voice anywhere. Don't go wandering off like that, I was about to freak out thinking you've gotten kidnapped or something worse. Eijiro entered the scene while holding 2 bottles of drinks. But when Eijiro looks up, he saw his classmate Midoriya and those 2 women he also saw at the USJ helping there to defeat the villains, and there is also an older yet shorter woman who almost looks like Midoriya, guessing that might be his mom or aunt. Whoa, Midoriya dude. I didn't know you were going to be here. Eijiro surprised, smiling. I'm more surprised you'd be at a kid's playground with a little girl, Kirishima. Izuku said. Well, what big brother wouldn't hang out with his little sister? Eijiro smiled. Little sister? That's amazing. Izuku complimented, making Eijiro smile. But wait, if he's your big brother, then why do you 2 have different family names? Kanna confused. Oh, that's because we're a bit different than the average siblings. We both have the same dad, but different moms. Riko explained. I see, so your dad must want to have multiple mates. Toru guessed, thinking this dad of Eijiro and Riko was thinking. Huh, I guess though he only loved 2 women in his life and those are our moms. Eijiro said he and Riko are a little puzzled of what Toru is saying exactly. Anyway, it's nice to see you again because I wanted to thank you big time for saving us and taking care of the villains back at USJ. Eijiro thanked. The way you handle that big villain was so extreme, like a finishing move straight out from a video game. I was so blown away that my manly spirit was bursting into a blaze. Eijiro complimented. It was no big deal, that thing could never compare itself to a real dragon. Toru smirked with her arms under her biers. Oh yeah, I also wanted to thank you for the help of bringing my classmates back. It was so manly of you to do that. Eijiro thanked Lukoa too. Big brother, you're calling girls manly again. Riko rolled her eyes with a smile. That's wicked. Kanna commented. Thank you for the kind words. Lukoa nodded. Oh yeah, you haven't met her. This here is Lukoa, she recently moved in with us and a very good friend of us. Izuku introduced. Lukoa, that's a cool name. Do you have a hero name that is also cool? Eijiro asked. Hero name? Toru confused, and Izuku gasped upon a big realization. Oh dragon crap. I totally forgot that Toru and Lukoa aren't pro-heroes with no hero license. That means they fought the villains illegally even though their powers aren't really quirks. Izuku felt his face going pale. Actually, they're on their day off and don't want to think about work as they want to spend some time with Kanna. Izuku stated hurry so that Eijiro doesn't ask further. I guess that makes sense since you guys aren't doing patrol. Riko said. Oh yeah, Toru is also your maid. I get it, I won't say anything. Eijiro nodded, making Izuku sigh in relief that his lie worked. Something tells me I'm gonna need to make a call to All Might. Toru thought, sweat dropped. Oh yeah, and this here is my mom, in case you were wondering. Izuku introduced his mom to his classmate. Hello there, I just wanted to say thank you for being a good friend to my son. Inko thanked, smiling. No problem, Midoriya is very manly and cool to trust, just like Bakugo. Eijiro smiled. Bakugo? You mean Katsuki Bakugo? He hasn't caused any trouble for you, has he? Inko asked, worry. No, the dude is pretty cool despite that raging bullshit anger. He's pretty caring for others in his own exploding angry way even though he won't admit. Eijiro believed. That's a big surprise. Izuku's group said at the same time. Eijiro, Riko, I'm back from the bathroom. A girl about the same age to Eijiro called out, running towards them. We're over here, Georgie. Eijiro responded, waving one arm. Hold on, is that a maid? Izuku asked. You could say that. It's her favorite thing to do. Eijiro chuckled. Oh my, have my master and little lady have made some new friends while I was away? The maid girl asked, giggling. Oh please, as if this girl could ever call herself a maid wearing an outfit like that. Toru thought, unimpressed of this girl. It's very nice to meet you all, I'm the family maid, Georgie Saikawa. Georgie greeted with a calm and welcoming smile. Georgie wears an orange polka dot made outfit with a white apron. She also has a white cap and has her red hair in twin pigtails. Her stockings are black striped. And she has green eyes. BRSTS sizes, C cup. Actually, this guy is one of my classmates at UA High. Eijiro gestured to Izuku. Hello, my name is Izuku Midoriya. Izuku greeted a little nervously. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm happy that Sir Ijiro didn't scare you off and feared that Mina would be the only person who can handle his manly excitement. Georgie relieved. Hey, you're making it sound like I'm annoying to everybody? Ijiro said, feeling a little upset. That's because you are. Riko stated, causing Ijiro to gasp. So Kanna, wanna go play in the playground? I'll show you the fun things we can do. Riko offered. Sure, I'm looking forward to playing with you. Kanna nodded with her cute face, causing Riko to shriek of loving joy. Riko and Kanna ran off to the playground, riding down the slide, swinging on the swing sets, going up and down on the teeter-totter and other fun things while the others are hanging out together at a bench. Whoa, for real? Your dragon only recently awoken during the practical exam. That's so crazy, it's manly. Ijiro complimented to Izuku's explanation and almost spilling his drink. Ijiro, don't forget to close to the lid if you're not drinking it at the moment. Georgie reminded, making him realize the spill. Hey Georgie, I have a question about your maid uniform. It doesn't look like the basic black and white, so why wear a different outfit? Torest. Truth be told, there's actually no real set for the maid uniforms in this world. But sadly the role of servant grew larger and became much more formal over the countless centuries into common black and white ones you know today. Georgie explained. I see, so that means your outfit represent the maids of the olden past. Inko realized. Thank you, does that mean you are an ally of maids? Georgie asked. No, not me. I just learned that from a friend. She's really into maids, like that big talk on that first day of school party we threw for Kanna. Inko explained. I remember that girl was crazy for maids even when she was drunk. Lukoa remembered how Kobayashi was during the party. I think you two would get along very well, by the heavens. Lukoa stated. Then I hope to meet her soon. Georgie said. Hey Kirishima, does your sister have a quirk similar to yours? Izuku asked, curious. Dude, we're friends, you can call me Ijiro. And yeah, she has a hardened quirk that makes her forehead hard as diamonds. Ijiro answered. Hey Riko, come over here and let's show him your quirk. Ijiro called for his little sister. Okay. Riko smiled, came over and slammed her diamond forehead on Ijiro's hardened knee. Wow, that's pretty cool. Izuku amazed. Thanks, my 4-diamond quirk is the best. Riko smirked. I really think we should change the name of your quirk like Diamond Head. Ijiro insisted. He's right, the name isn't very convincing. Georgie agreed. Well, you guys can forget it because I'm not changing my mind about the name. Riko refused, then Kanna patted her back to get her attention. Please change the name to Diamond Head. Kanna pleaded with her calm, cute face. Listen up, from this moment on. My quirk's name is Diamond Head. Riko announced instantly, with her face red and her forehead into its diamond form. Just like that. Ijiro and Georgie shocked while Izuku just chuckles. KO, a new chapter is done and hope you all enjoy it. Kanna wanted to go what it's like playing in the playground, as the group got a surprise to see Riko being there, along with Ijiro being his older half-brother and Georgie the family maid, but we also know that she's their sister too, and hanging out together. Now the next chapter will be the start of season 2 with another dragon showing up. KO, comment, favorite, and follow through of how this story will go. News of the upcoming sports festival. The scene shows of a room with a small TV placed inside a bookshelf, on with the room itself being dark and only single short figure is sitting on the couch. The figure is also watching the news about villains attacking the USJ that happened yesterday. And there's a letter on the table along with a plate of frozen fish treats that was done cooking in the microwave, a letter written by All Might. Which is the first time in years since he got any word from All Might since they last saw each other. Greetings, the air is warm here. It feels like summer is just around the corner. I hope this letter finds you well, sir. In good health and even better spirits. This semester, I took a position as a teacher in UA High School. That's right, I'm not guiding the next generation of heroes. I was hoping to find someone worthy of inheriting my power among the elite students at the school. A hero in training with outstanding test scores and a powerful quirk. However, before I ever began my tenure at UA, I met a young man. Even though he was weak and had no quirk of his own, he showed incredible bravery. He rushed into a dangerous situation that caused pro heroes including myself to hesitate and managed to save the life of a classmate. He may not have had a plan when he acted, but he knew he had to do something. I feel like watching this young man spring into action taught me something that day, and it reminded me of the virtues I must embody in order to call myself a pro, a hero. That's what I meant it when I said this to him. Young man, you too can become a hero. Soon after that, I told this pupil the secret of my quirk, and proposed that I transfer it to him. This ability I have, that's been passed on from person to person, cultivated, and made stronger, the crystallization of power that binds itself to a courageous heart for the good of those in need. One for all. He accepted without hesitation, and I began training him for the trails he'd need to overcome in order to be accepted into the hero course at UA High School. Even though he sometimes struggled with his newfound abilities, he never stopped fighting and gave 100% as he tries to HRNSS one for all. I don't like to toot my own horn, but I believe I found the perfect person to pass my quirk on to. He has shown me time and again that he has what it takes to be a real hero. I'm still quite new to the role of instructor. The day may come when I must trouble you, my old teacher, for advice. I'll be counting on your wisdom and patience when that time comes. Until then, please take care of yourself as the season begin to change. I'll continue to keep you updated about what's happening. Sincerely yours, Toshinori Yagi. So, Toshinori has found a worthy successor. The old man said, having a small smile on his face. Nighttime, UA High School faculty long. Since the attack of USJ, the principal has called in an emergency meeting all the faculty members including All Might and one detective who is close friends with All Might, and doing the investigation of the USJ attack. Our investigators are trying to learn everything they can about this so-called League of Villains. We've made some progress, but we can't find anything on this Shigaraki so far. The detective reported. The detective is a tall man with short, black hair and somewhat rectangular black eyes. He wears a tan overcoat and matching hat, underneath which he wears a black suit, a green tie at his neck with matching slacks and dress shoes. This man is Naomasa Tsukachi, detective of the police force and one of the few people who knows about One for All. We reached all records from men in their 20s or 30s who are registered as having some sort of disintegration quirk, but so far, we've come up empty. Naomasa said. Same for the Rapgate villain, Kurojiri. Naomasa mentioned, it's almost like these two villains just appeared out of nowhere one night. So, they're not citizens or they're using aliases. Hard to find either way. Naomasa stated. So, what you're really saying is we don't know anything. The blood hero, Vlad King pointed out, looking a bit angry. We've got to track him down. The ringleader will probably try pulling something like this again. What a pain. Snipe sighed. He did seem like the type. Toshinori said, in his weakened form since the teachers here know about that. But not about One for All. Is something on your mind, All Might? Nizu asked. About the attack on USJ, it was too bold. No sane adult would ever attempt it, and from what young Midoriya told me, this ringleader did a little monologuing about the reason he was there and bragged about Nomu's many quirks. Toshinori explained. But he never said a word about his own powers. When things didn't go his way, he was visibly upset, like he was gonna throw a tantrum. Toshinori also mentioned that. I guess bragging about Nomu's quirks was a quick way to draw me into a fight if I did fought that guy. Toshinori sighed, leaning back on his chair. That might be true, with those kinds of combination quirks, especially with that unique dragon quirk, you definitely wouldn't be alive with us right now. Midnight stated. What All Might said might be true, yes, but strategically, it was foolish to reveal his quirk up front instead of keeping them a secret. Nizu pointed out. Midnight and Nizu look at each other only for a single second of glancing to know that the Nomu has actual dragon traits that Lukoa informed them about, and this brings some fear into them that something big is going to happen in their heroic world. Speaking of fighting that Nomu, I heard it was done in by a maid that belonged to one of our own students. I'm still freaking out about that. Present might confessed. With someone powerful like her probably would have made herself known by now. Nizu, do you know anything? Aizawa asked the principal. Let just sat that she's a maid who is very faithful to Izuku Midoriya. But I'm going to have a chat with her later about getting a hero license. Nizu stated, which shocks present Mike. Back with Tamura, detective. Nizu looked to Toshinori. About how Shigaraki's moves. Yes, they are wild, immature claims, but did so with a completely straight face. And he even treated Nomu as nothing more than a pet. Aizawa recalled those behaviors. It seemed like he'd never been told no before, like he thought things would go his way no matter what. Toshinori stated on that behavior. He has the personality of a spoiled little brat. A man-child. Toshinori expressed of how he sees Tamura as. A child with incredible power though. Vlad King pointed out the decaying quirk. It's possible he never got the quirk counseling students receive in elementary school. Midnight guessed. Maybe so, but it doesn't really matter now. Snipe said. Child or not, a villain must be dealt with. There were 72 villains arrested in the aftermath of the USJ attack. They were all small-time thugs who usually lurked around back alleys. Naomasa informed them about the small villains. What worries me is that this man-child got them all to follow his crazy plan. They viewed him as a real leader. Naomasa explained. And their plan would have definitely worked with how powerful Nomu was. Thank God, Tora was able to deal with him even if she had gone to the extreme. Toshinori believed. That would make people uneasy and probably collapse the trust of heroes. Midnight feared. Criminals are starting to feel more pressure now that the world is brimming with heroes. That could be why they were so quick to back such simple-minded villainy. Naomasa stated. Guess that makes sense. Vlad King said. There are plenty of people out there looking for a cause to get behind. Snipe pointed out. So, what can we do to stop them? Midnight wondered. Well, it is thanks to the two women who suddenly showed up at USJ at the time to help save the students and stopping the villains. That'll give us time to devote ourselves into this case. Nao Mesa stated. Normally, we would take them in for Hero Act with permission and no hero license. But consider All Might, Nizu, and Midnight have vouched for them, they're off free. Nao Mesa said. It's still crazy knowing there is someone a bit stronger than you, All Might. Nao Mesa looked to Toshinori. Let's just say our world is bigger on the inside than you think. Toshinori commented. Anyway, we'll expand our investigation and continue searching for the perpetrators who planned this attack. Nao Mesa announced. A man-child, huh? Nizu said. Something about Shigaraki that got you, Principal Nizu? 13 asked. In some ways, he shares common ground with our students. Nizu answered. What do you mean by that? Aizawa asked curious. They both have so much potential. And like our students, I suppose it's possible someone is guiding him, trying to nurture his malice and villainy. Nizu explained of how he feels about Tamura. I don't want to think about what that could mean. Toshinori groaned. Hearing that Tamura might have himself a mentor, it suddenly made the symbol of peace think about some person in the world who could be evil and dark to make a young man walk into the darkness of the world. And to embrace it. Please, please let that man be dead after all these years. Toshinori thought prayed. 1 week later, present. Izuku has just finished tying up his shoes and tapping the toe area of his shoes with Toru behind to see him off as always. Okay, I'm off to school. Izuku informed. Have a great day and enjoy the lunch I made for you. Toru smiled. I will, I'm looking forward to eating them. Izuku smiled back. Toru leans forward to her boyfriend with her lips a little out, meaning that she wants her goodbye kiss. Izuku blushes of seeing this sign and hesitated a bit, though he goes in for a kiss on the lips. If anything goes wrong, please let me know. Izuku said. Let's go, Papa. I don't want to be late. Kanna rushed out of the apartment. Okay, we're leaving. Izuku waved goodbye as he was the second and last to leave the apartment. Bye. Toru waved back at her beloved. Oh, my heart just keeps on racing high every time our lips connect and our souls merging even for a few seconds. Toru squealed happily with her eyes turn into hearts. It's certainly a great moment to watch every time. Lukoa commented, walking up to her. I always believe it was destiny that Izuku would be my soulmate, but this is far more than I could ever imagined. Toru giggled, swaying her hips and tail. There's also that special reward that he gave you the day after the USJ attack. Lukoa teased with that little story. Oh, why did you have to go and mention that? Now I can't stop smiling. Toru giggled. But then Toru's phone started to ring from the pocket of her maid uniform, which got the attention of both dragons. The dragon maid pulls it out, seeing the caller ID is Toshinori Yagi. Huh, All Might is calling. Toru surprised. Oh, I wonder what the mighty symbol of peace of the world want with us little dragons? Lukoa asked curious. Don't know, but if he's calling me right now then it must be important. Toru shrugged. Somewhere in Mizudafu. In one part of the Japanese city known as Mizudafu, with the people minding their own business with work or having some fun of their own, and there doesn't appear to be any villain attacks either. But then, unknown to everyone, a black portal started opening up about 25 feet above a tall building and something big and long came out. Creature appears to be a blue sea serpent with a brown horn protruding from the forehead, and the tail looks just like a trident. The creature looks down at the city, move its head left and right as it is looking for something that the creature thought it could find something here, more specifically looking for someone. I know you're here to... Somewhere, I will find you. The large blue serpent before flying away and the giant serpent glow brightly, starting to become smaller, and female looking too. UA High School, Class 1A. Hey you guys. Did you watch the news last week? Toru asked to her classmates. About the USJ? Yeah. Mashireo answered. It was so cool that we got a few seconds of screen time. Toru bragged a bit. Though I bet nobody noticed me hanging out in the background. Toru exclaimed, feeling that she didn't get much attention as the others. Probably not. Mizo said bluntly, which made Mashireo gasp. It is difficult to stand out when you're just gloves. Mashireo pointed out, hoping to try make Toru feel a bit better to know this. We're totally big deals. Those news channels love us, we're basically celebrities. Denki believed. Yeah, it's kind of crazy, right? Ajiro asked. Get over yourselves. The hero course that pumps out pros was attacked, and that's what they care about. Kyoka stated. Not to mention those reporters would also want to know about the dragon maid who saved us from the villains. She got the attention most, ribbit. Tsuyu pointed out, remembering how powerful Toru was during that fight. Oh man, I could never forget that. Denki gasped, looking back on that day too. Who knows what would have happened to us if Midoriya's maid hadn't show up. Hanta said with a slight chuckle. Why'd you say that? Minoru yelled in fear. I'm gonna pee myself just thinking about it. Minori said, fearing that he would have been overcooked by that Nomu villain. Oh, shut up. Grow a pair, loser. Katsuki shouted to shut the little great boy up. Oh man, I can't believe how amazing that maid girl was fighting the bird guy who looked like his strength was on par with All Might. But even then, Toru was still able to beat him. Rikido bragged and throwing little punches. Yes, her strength is truly a thing of wonder just like how All Might is. Fumikage agreed. Midoriya, how exactly did you find a maid like her? Shoto asked curious. Oh, well, let's just say she came to me. Izuku chuckled nervously, that earned a look from Katsuki thinking he's hiding something. And the clock changed to a new minute and Tenya comes in. Attention, homeroom is about to begin. Everyone stop talking and take your seats. Tenya ordered. We're still sitting. Ijiro mentioned. Yeah, you're the only one standing. Hanta pointed out. Tenya took his seat feeling hurt that he failed to see his fellow students were already seated and Aizawa enters the room. Alright everyone, I hope you had a good rest during the week because your fight isn't over yet. Aizawa said. Our fight? Katsuki wondered what this teacher would be talking about. Don't tell me, Izuku feared something bad is happening right now. Not more bad guys. Minoru said shaking in fear. He really didn't want to go through that drama again. The UA Sports Festival is about to start. Aizawa revealed. Why would you scare us like that? The students gasped and yells at Aizawa a little bit. With Toru and Lukoa. Thank you for coming. I know this isn't something dragons like you would do, but Principal Niza thought this would throw off some suspicious on you not being heroes and all. Toshinori said as he and the two dragon girls are standing in front of a building. It's no problem, I was actually thinking of calling you about this anyway. Toru mentioned. Ready to make ourselves heroes? Lukoa asked. If it means to help Izuku more and cuddle with him more, then I'm all in. Toru determined. You sure are one lucky man, young Midoriya. Toshinori thought commented. KO a new chapter is done and hope you all enjoy it. There are some tensions about the USJ attack regarding the villains and their leader, while few leaves out the dragon part, and Aizawa has informed the students about the US Sports Festival while Toru and Lukoa seem to be doing something with All Might. KO comment, favorite, and follow through of how this story will go. Motivation and fierce rivalry. Class 1A has gotten excited when Aizawa informed them about the UA Sports Festival, which sounds really important when you're in a hero school. Let's go kick some butt. Ijiro yelled exciting. Wait a second. Denki said shoving his hand onto Ijiro's face. Is it really such a good idea to hold the sports festival so soon after the villains snuck inside? Kyoka asked. They could attack once we're all in the same place. Mashireo shared this worrisome as well as some of the students are also worried about a sudden villain attack. Since we had the entire week off from school since then, there hasn't been any villain attack at our school so far and we've been on high alert as well. Making sure to keep an eye out for anything off and suspicious. Aizawa explained about the long week. Because there was no villain attack, the administration believes the threat has been handled and it's safe to host the event. Plus, they're beefing up security compared to past years. Aizawa assured that this UA Sports Festival will be fine. This event is a huge opportunity for all students at UA. It's not something we can cancel because of a few villains. Aizawa stated firmly. I'm sorry, but why not? It's just a sports festival. Minoru asked, looking scared. Mineta, don't you know how important this competition is? Izuku asked, surprised that one doesn't seem to want to be part of the event. Of course I do. I just don't want to get murdered. Minoru stated his reason. Understandable with what happened at USJ. Our sports festival is one of the most watched events in the entire world. In the past, everyone obsessed over the Olympic Games, but then quirks started appearing. Now, the Olympics have been drastically reduced in terms of scale and viewership. For anyone who cares about competition, there's only tournament that matters, the UA Sports Festival. Aizawa explained how one of the big things UA became famous. That's right, and top heroes everywhere will be watching. This is where you get scouted. Momo mentioned about the heroes. Sure, unless you're dead. Minoru said, still scared. She's right. After graduating, a lot of people join pro agencies as a sidekick. Denki explained on that part. Yeah, but that's as far as some people go. They miss their change to go indie and star eternal sidekicks. Kyoka stated and looked at Denki. Actually, that's probably where you're headed. You're kinda dumb. Kyoka pointed out harshly, making Denki feel hurt in the heart. I don't know about that. Denki can still grow and will be a better hero than any of us can imagine. And I can't wait to see that. Izuku believed with a smile. This cheered up Denki as he smiles and giving Izuku a thumb up, while Kyoka is a little surprised that he would defend the electric idiot like that. Did he say all that just so Denki wouldn't feel bad about being dumb or something? It's true that joining a famous hero agency can garner you greater experience and popularity. That's why the festival matters. Aizawa narrowed his eyes a little. If you want to go pro one day, then this event could open the path for you. 1 chance a year, 3 chances in a lifetime. No aspiring hero can afford to miss this festival. Aizawa warned them about those chances. That means you better not slack off on your training. Aizawa said with a firm look. Yes, sir. The students responded as a yes. Lunchtime. Cementos just left the class 1A with modern literature being over and lunch has begun. The students start talking about the sports festival. Man. Oh man, I'm so pumped for these games. Ijiro excited. We put on a good show, and we're basically on the road to being pros. Hanta said smiling. Yeah, this is why I'm even here in the first place. Rikido revealed as he pounded his fist into his hand. We get so few chances. We have to make the most of this. Fumikage advised. Oh man, Ojiro, I'm getting kind of nervous about the festival. Toru squealed standing in front of the tail boy. I have to come up with a way to get noticed. Maybe with a cheer. Toru suggested on that. Sure. Maybe you should be looking at a shinier costume or something. Otherwise, you're gonna have to try really hard. Mashireo advised, worried for the invisible girl. What's a boy to do? I stand out even when I'm standing still. That means the scouts won't be able to take their eyes off me. Yuga bragged at Koji, who was very shy to respond to this. Don't you agree? Yuga asked, leaning closer to Koji, who just nodded nervously. You're so lucky, Shoji. People are bound to notice your unique quirk. Denki pointed out how cool Mizo is. Sure, but what matters is that I show them how useful I can be. Mizo stated. No doubt you'll make a scene too. Kyoka mocked, imaging Denki's stupid face of using his quirk too much. Oh yeah, I'm gonna make the most epic killer scene anyone can possibly imagine and will be shocked in more ways than one. Denki smirked, not letting Kyoka's insults get to him. Daemon, Izuku's words must have really got to him. Kyoka thought surprised. Wait, when did I thought thinking of his first name? Kyoka thought confused at herself. Wow, this is gonna be nuts with everyone so excited. Izuku noticed how everyone is being right now. Well yeah, of course we are. We enrolled at this school with the sole aim to become heroes. So naturally, we're all getting fired up. Tenya said with moving his arms and hips. Wow Iida. Those are some interesting moves. Ribbit. Tsuyu commented. You have to be excited too, right Midoriya? Tenya asked. Well yeah, of course I am. And also nervous. Izuku admitted. Deku. Iida. Ochako talked in a deep tone. Izuku and Tenya turned to their friend only to become shocked of how suddenly Ochako looked very fierce, like a predator animal or a mighty warrior on the battlefield out for some blood. Let's do our best in the sports festival. Ochako said deep again. Ochako, what happened to your face? Izuku asked, feeling a bit scared. Seriously, what's up? You're normally, like, the most laid-back girl ever. Mina asked, wondering what has gotten into this girl. Minoru was about to say something perverted and gross, so Tsuyu slapped him on the face with her tongue to stop that from happening. Ochako, did you watch a violent horror movie? Tsuyu asked. Everyone. I'm gonna do my best. Ochako shouted with her fist in the air and determination. This got the 4 classmates to cheer for her. Then Ochako turned to the other classmates with the same fierce look. I said I'm gonna do my best. Ochako shouted, which got the boys to nervously raise their fists too. You okay? You kind look like you're losing it. Ijiro asked concern. It feels like there's more to her sudden outburst for the sports festival. Tsuyu stated, which got Izuku thinking. Now that I think about it, there's something I've been meaning to ask her. Izuku believed this would be a good time to ask her. Izuku, Tenya, Ochako, and Tsuyu walked together for the cafeteria as the Deku Dragon Boy decided to ask Ochako this question. Hey, Ochako? Izuku said. What's up? Ochako responded. Why did you decide to come to UA? What made you want to be a pro hero? Izuku asked the question. This causes Ochako to flinch a bit and her cheeks blushing a tiny bit. Is it something embarrassing that you're blushing? Tsuyu asked. No, it's nothing like that. It's because Ochako felt a little worry about telling her friends this, but decided to tell them since they are her friends. For the money, Ochako revealed. For the money? You want to be a hero so you can get rich. Izuku surprised to hear that coming from such a nice girl like Ochako. If we're cutting to the chase, then yeah. Ochako said, rubbing the back of her head. Sounds like someone's being greedy. Tsuyu commented bluntly. I'm sorry about that. You 3 have such admirable motivations. I hope you don't think less of me now. Ochako felt ashamed of having good friends while being greedy for some cash. It's fine. We don't think like that to you. Tsuyu assured. She is correct. Your goal is to support your well-being, which is a perfectly admirable ambition to have. Tenya pointed out that some have to look out for themselves. Yeah, it's just kind of surprising. Izuku nodded. Ribbit. So, is there a deeper meaning of your get-rich goal? Tsuyu asked curious. Well, you see, my family owns a construction company, but we haven't gotten any work lately, so we're flat broke. Anyway, this isn't really something I usually tell other people, but Ochako explained the reason for her goal. Construction, eh? Tenya does some thinking on this. If she got licensed, I bet she could use her quirk to bring costs down a lot. Izuku figured that out. And they could sell their heavy lifting equipment. She could float everything. Tenya added this. Wow, that makes you the handy kind of hero that can help with the construction stuff. Tsuyu commented. I know, right? I've been telling Dad that since I was a kid. Ochako said, glad to see her friends are agreeing with her. But Ochako started to explain what her dad said back then. Flashback, you want to work for us? Ochako's dad asked surprise. When I grow up all big and strong, I'll help you and mommy out any way that I can. Little Ochako expressed her goal for her parents with tears on the verge of coming down. Ochako's dad smiled that his daughter wants to help them that much. I really appreciate that though, Ochako. But as your dad, I'd be even happier if you achieved your dream. That's the way to make us happy, and if you do make money, you can take us to Hawaii or something. Ochako's dad smiled. Daddy. Ochako clutched onto her skirt. Flashback and I'm gonna become a hero. I'll sign with a good agency and make plenty of money. Then I'll be able to let my parents have an easy life. Ochako determined to see this goal through to the end. This causes Tenya, Izuku, and Tsuyu to gasp upon hearing how Ochako wants to become a hero for money, yet the money isn't for herself. It's for her parents to have a better life than the struggling ones they have to go through. And they can see the fire in her eyes. Oh, beautiful. How noble. Bravo, bravo, bravo. Tenya clapped his hands, moved by Ochako's noble goal. Ochako, you truly are a good person. Tsuyu smiled, making Ochako blush a bit. She's not here because of some hero fantasy. She's more grounded than any of us. Izuku thought, amazed of how amazing Ochako of caring for others. Hey Midoriya. Glad I caught up with you. Midnight called out, walking up to the group. Oh, Miss Midnight. Izuku surprised. Come now, you don't need to be so formal even in school since we're neighbors. Midnight smiled, waving her hands a little. I'm still surprised that you have a pro hero living in the same apartment building as you. That gotta be the coolest thing I have ever heard. Ochako amazed with her eyes turning to stars. Is there something you want with Midoriya, Midnight? Tsuyu asked. Yes, I was hoping to have a little meeting with him about something and a little message I wanted to pass on to him from All Might. Midnight answered. Oh, from All Might? Is it something important? Izuku asked, surprise. Yeah, so follow me to the teacher lounge and we can have our talk. Midnight winked with her fingers, walking on Izuku's chest with a boop on his nose. That little action causes him to blush like crazy with his swing standing up toward the ceiling, and so does his tail. Ochako and Tsuyu are each showing their own jealous expressions upon seeing Midnight making a flirting move on their Deku, even though none of them have dated Deku yet. Miss Midnight, please behave better when you're in school. Tenya scolded. Relax, it's not like I was going to do anything to him. Midnight shrugged before turning around. At least not yet. Midnight whispered to herself and walked away with gesturing Izuku to follow her. Huh. Okay guys, guess I'll catch you later. Izuku chuckled nervously and followed Midnight. Despite how Midnight behaves most of the time, I'm sure she has a reasonable explanation on wanting to talk with Midoriya, and to hear this message from All Might is unexpected as well. Tenya said. Yeah, but I think she can be too forward. Ochako pouted as she walks away. Too rib-biting for my taste. Ribbit. Tsuyu commented, walking away right after Ochako, and Tenya quickly follows them. Teacher Long. What? Izuku screamed, almost dropping the bento lunchbox Toru packed for him. Wow, I would have thought screaming was also part of your dragon power. Midnight teased while picking her finger. Sorry, I was completely shocked when you just said that Toru and Lukoa are doing a provisional hero license. Although now that I think about it, it's probably for the best for them to have those licenses so they wouldn't be seen as vigilantes. Izuku said, calming himself down. Yeah, it was decided by Principal Nizu to help them fit in our world. Midnight mentioned. That was very thoughtful of him. I'll have to thank him when I get the chance. Izuku said, maybe he'll bring him a thank card too. So, what was the message All Might left for me? Izuku asked. Well, it was to let you know about Toru and Lukoa doing their exam. Midnight rubbed her chin, trying to remember if there was something else, until it came to her. Oh yes, he also said that you should use the opportunity to get next to become the next symbol of peace after him, using the sports festival to make your debut. Something about telling the world that, I am here, or something along those lines. Midnight passed on the message to Izuku. Oh wow, All Might is really expecting a lot out of me. Izuku surprised and feeling the pleasure starting to weigh on his shoulder. Perhaps, but I don't think you really need to push yourself too hard. Just go at your own steady pace, and push yourself only when you really need to. Midnight advised. I think I'll do that. Izuku nodded as while eating some chicken ball in his lunch. You know, Izuku, there was actually one more thing that All Might said. Midnight mentioned. Really? What's that? Izuku asked. He said, Midnight revealed what All Might said to her earlier. Flashback. Oh, and since you're aware of the existence of dragons like Toru, Lukoa, and Kanna, I thought you should also have the right to know about something about me and Midoriya that only few knows. Toshinori said, rubbing the back of his head. Tell Midoriya that he has my permission about the quirk, if he wants to. Toshinori decided to make this move. Flashback and All Might, you really think she can be trusted? Izuku thought, surprised. So, wanna tell me about your quirk that is not the dragon side? Midnight asked, crossing her legs. Izuku took a deep breath, knowing that she can be trusted with keeping one for all a secret like how she and her family kept the secret about the dragons. With Toru and Lukoa, Tora held out her hands to stop the attack of a giant fist from one worker acting at the villain for the exam. Lukoa is using her magic to form a protective barrier to escort the workers also acting as innocent civilians to get them away from the danger. Think we'll get our license like this? Tora asked. Just do the best you can, for Izuku. Lukoa said, then block a sudden sneak attack from a three-headed donkey man. KO, a new chapter is done and hope you all enjoy it. The students are really getting excited for the upcoming sports festival with feelings coming out from others like Ochako's reason of becoming a hero, and it looks like Midnight is about to tell the secret of one for all for being trustworthy. KO comment, favorite, and follow through of how this story will go. Rivalry of UA courses erupts. Oh my, that's a lot to take in. Midnight commented with a shock expression. Izuku has just finished telling Midnight about the truth of his quirk. Both he inherited from One for All and the dragon part from Toru that she goofed up the spell that was just supposed to give him a slightly increased strength but turned him into part dragon instead. I know it's a lot to take in, especially about a quirk that can be passed on which shouldn't be possible. Izuku said. And yet you and All Might are living proof of that possibility. You are quite the interesting boy to be caught in that kind of stuff, Izuku. It's like you were destined for this. Midnight commented. I don't know about that, I'm just grateful to have the support of everyone around like Toru, All Might, my mom, then there's Lukoa and Kanna. It was thanks to them I was able to get this far. Izuku smiled. Well then, perhaps you could also do something that All Might couldn't. Midnight giggled. Like what? Izuku asked. Not carrying the big burden alone. Midnight answered, which confuses Izuku, wondering what this means. All Might has always been a type to handle everything by himself just because he's the most powerful hero in the world. But sometimes he tries to do things a little too seriously when it comes to being a hero. Midnight said as she looks out the window. The man sometimes forgets about the other heroes and how they can help in dire situations too. Midnight said. He may have entrusted others to know about the secret of his body, and very few about One for All, but it feels like All Might is trying to do everything by himself, which is not a healthy state of mind. Midnight pointed out. Listen well, young man. Even the strongest heroes can ask for help when they find themselves in a situation they can't solve themselves. Midnight stated while looking at her fingernails. That really happens? Izuku asked, surprised to hear this. That's right, being the strongest and most powerful doesn't always mean you can literally do everything, like carrying a heavy burden that could end up causing your mind and spirit to slowly break until you end up like a crazy cat lady. Midnight stated. That can really happen? Izuku asked, gasp. No, but I can imagine far worse things. Midnight shook her head. What I'm trying to say is you got the support of everyone, including me and my family, so whenever you're feeling bad or find yourself in something you can't get yourself out, we'll be there for you. Midnight said as she crosses one leg over the other. Izuku does some thinking about what his history teacher just said about always counting on others when things get bad. Maybe that would be better than the kind of life that All Might has been doing for years as a pro hero trying to do things alone. There are a lot of people who have come by his side, such as All Might, Toru, his mom, Kanna, Ochako, Tenya, Siu, Kobayashi, Shoyuda, and probably his classmates. It feels really nice to have others to relay on, does it? Izuku asked, smiling. It is, just like how I feel with having Kobayashi as my wife and my beloved son, Shoyuda. Midnight smiled with a nod. In that case, I promise to do my best to become a greater hero than All Might in power and in heart for others, even having them help me. Izuku promised. Midnight softly squeals of R's excitement from those words as she almost wet herself, feeling her heart racing just like how she always feels for Kobayashi. Oh, I'm looking forward to seeing you become a hero. Midnight stood up from the couch and walked over to Izuku to give him a big surprise kiss on the lips. This causes Izuku to gasp with his face turning red. Both his wings and tail shot up toward the ceiling, and his mind going into overdrive with steam coming out of the head with the trouble of processing this. Do well in the sports festival to make yourself known and I might give you a special reward. Midnight grinned as she walks away. Looks like I'm gonna have that talk with Kobayashi tonight. Midnight said to herself. Oh, and be sure to hurry back to your class when lunch is over. Midnight instructed to Izuku before leaving the lounge. Izuku just sat on the chair with his face still red in shock that he just got kissed by one of his teachers in UA, and he's going to have to explain this to Toru when he gets home. Final bell ring. Everyone in Class 1A just finished packing up their things for school and some homework as they're about to leave UA High School, but now they find themselves with one obstacle in the way. Why the heck are all you here? Ochako asked, gasping at the dozens of UA first-year students standing in front of 1A door. Do you students have some sort of business with our class? Tenya asked. Why are you blocking our doorway? I won't let you hold us hostage. Minoru asked. Hold on, Mineta. I don't think they're here for anything dangerous. Izuku assured. Deku's right, these idiots are only here to scout out the competition. We're the class that survived a real villain attack, they want to see us with our own eyes. Katsuki pointed out as he walks up to the crowd of students. Yeah, I kind of had a feeling it was something like that. Izuku nodded as he walks up behind Katsuki. Also Kaken, promise me there won't be any exploding bodies around. Izuku pleaded with his childhood friend rival. Shut the hell up. I wasn't going to do that. Katsuki glared. But whatever, they just want to look at the future pros, then they can go on ahead. Not like I care how people like these extras thinks about me. Katsuki stated as he looks at the students. You can't walk around calling people extras, just because you don't know who they are. Tenya scolded. I'm really sorry if we're being a burden to you guys even though you guys had nothing to do with our class. Izuku apologized as he bows to them. This surprises some of the students. Hey, don't make us look weak, Deku. Katsuki yelled angry at him. So, this is Class 1A. I heard you guys were impressive, but you just sound like an butt. One purple hair student said, pushing through to the front. I was gonna ask if everyone in the hero course is delusional as you are, but it looks like that was already answered when this wing guy literally apologized to us. The purple hair boy said, looking at the boy with wings and tail for a second. Maybe I was wrong about all of you being a bunch of egomaniacs, but that doesn't mean I don't back down. The purple hair boy said. Back down? What do you mean? Oh, my name is Izuku Midoriya. Izuku introduced himself. You're strangely polite. The purple hair boy commented, making Izuku feel a little weird from that. My name is Hitoshi Shinszo, and I wanted to be in the hero course. Hitoshi introduced himself. Hitoshi is a fairly tall young man with messy, indigo-colored hair that flares out in large tufts around his head and notably straight teeth. His eyes are purple with white pupils, and are thin and somewhat triangular in shape, pointing downward, with no visible eyelashes. They're usually half-closed, and he has very dark eye bags underneath them. He wears the male UA high student uniform. But like many others here, I was forced to choose a different track. Such as life. Hitoshi revealed. Was it because your quirk wasn't suited for physical combat? Because that's usually the case. Izuku asked. You seem to know your stuff. Yeah, it was because of that I didn't make the cut the first time around, but I have another chance. Hitoshi said, which he noticed Izuku peeking with curiosity while Katsuki just glares at him. If any of us do well in the sports festival, the teachers can decide to transfer us to the hero course. And they'll have to transfer people out to make room. Hitoshi revealed a shocking fact that causes most of Class 1A to gasp. Scouting the competition? Hitsuhai looked at the other students of 1A. Maybe some of my peers are, but I'm here to let you know that if you don't bring your very best, I'll deal your spot right from under you. Consider this a declaration of war. Hitoshi warned. Where did this guy even come from? Izuku and few others mentally gasped. However, Izuku felt a small urge of anger, like he wants to yell at this purple tired-looking boy and the other students right behind him about how hard it was for him and his class when facing those villains. Hey you! Another boy shouted from within the crowd. I'm from Class 1B next door to you. We heard you fought some villains, and I came to see if that was true. But you're just a bunch of brats who think you're better than us. The boy with crazy eyes and gray hair shouted. In that moment when another boy mocked them, Izuku's inner dragon snaps and roar. Do you think we wanted villains to come over and kill us? Izuku shouted with rage that causes a small shockwave in the hallway. The crowd of students became silent from the sudden outburst of the green dragon boy. We were just having a class and we were going to learn about how recuse people. None of us knew about the villains coming, and we certainly didn't enjoy almost getting killed at every corner. Izuku clutched his fists, and his wings flapped a bit. The experience was a nightmare for most of us when those villains tried to kill us. Izuku remembered how the Nomu was brutal, beating Mr. Aizawa to near death. But even if we were scared and one of us probably sheet ourselves, we fought back in order to survival until All Might and the other teachers came to rescue us. Izuku mentioned, and his body starts to emit a dark green aura. While it may seem you guys think we're invisible after surviving that villain attack, but we're just kids who still don't know more than the grown-ups and heroes. Izuku stated. But also know this, that we have every intention on becoming heroes to help save people, and how we've seen how hard it is for the heroes to face those kinds of dangerous villains. We won't stop being heroes. And I'm going to become the greatest hero in the world, just like All Might. Izuku flapped his wings strong to make the wind blow. I'm going to let the world know I am here. Izuku shouted in a powerful determination and confidence, and his aura became more powerful flame. Looking. Everyone, both students in the hallway and in the 1A classroom, became very stunned with that epic speech from the Dragon Deku, feeling that their hearts just stopped for a moment and their soul being touched by determination of this guy. Wow. Deku! Ochako said softly. Ribbit, ribbit. Tsuyu blushed in amazement of Izuku's strength from his words, and softly touched her left bee. I never knew Midoriya could be so powerful with his words alone. Momo commented, feeling her heart just skipped a beat. Is it just me, or does he just seem like All Might just now? Kyoka asked, feeling Izuku like a major rock star. I thought Midoriya was a little cute before, but now I'm thinking of other things. Mina grinned. So manly Midoriya. Ijiro started crying tears of joy. Katsuki was a little PSS at Deku for making that stupid declaration that he's going to be #1 even though the speech was a tiny, itty-bitty impressive. He's still going to one-up that DMN Deku and prove to the world that he is stronger than him. Shoto on the other hand can see that Midoriya is more of a bigger obstacle for him to reach for the top than he thought, but that won't stop him from giving this his all and shoving his success in his father's face. Now, if you'll excuse us, school is over and we have to go home. Izuku walked through the crowd and made his way for the downstairs case. Did you know it was so mighty? Tenya asked Ochako. No, but I regret not knowing about it sooner. Ochako giggled erotically. Midoriya home. I can't believe I said all those things. I bet those students must think I'm above them now. Izuku exclaimed with his hands and wings covering his face. Are you kidding me? That sounds like the coolest thing you have ever done. Tora believed. Yeah, Papa, I wish I could have seen how cool you were. Kanna nodded excitedly. Do you think I was being overconfident and arrogant? Izuku asked. Sweetie, you have confidence and you're the sweetest boy we ever got to know. The arrogant part belongs to Katsuki, who gets that from his mother. Inko pointed out as she sat down the plate of cookies. Well, I guess I can take it. Izuku blushed while scratching the back of his head. Oh yeah, I want to hear more about Toru and Lukoa Day in the hero license exam. Did you guys get your hero licenses? Izuku asked with excitement. Does this answer your question, Izuku baby? Lukoa giggled as she pulled out her hero license right from between her bearthas. I got mine too. Looky. Toru showed her hero license. Wow, they look great, and your pictures sure look cool with those adorable smiles. Izuku complimented. You really like my smile? Toru asked, giggling with her cheeks blushing. You bet, I would expect nothing less from my beloved Dragon Maid. Izuku complimented. You're so sweet with words. Toru laughed as she jumps onto Izuku's lap and the two share a kissing moment. Let me tell you, getting this license was a piece of cake considered how powerful we dragons are, and those tests were easy to pass. Toru bragged with a smirk. Was it really that easy for you, Lady Toru? Kanna asked, raising an eyebrow. Of course, did you not listen to what I just said? Toru asked. Toru scored the lowest score of the exam to just barely pass the exam and got her license. Lukoa revealed with one eye answer. Lukoa? Why? Toru cried. Yeah, Toru was doing her best to do how the exam is done as we were instructed, but let's just say her temper was quite tested when the rescuing part was getting the people out. Lukoa explained as she ate one cookie. It's not my fault those actors are being so critical, and it was also so weird that the little kids were just small old men. And they made fun of my maid uniform, which I have dubbed to be my hero costume. Toru complained. I figured you would go for that, Toru. But I think you should add a few little more details on your hero costume, maybe add a symbol on the skirt. You could make the scales of your tail shine a little brighter and make the gloves into a flaming pattern one. Izuku suggested a few details for Toru's hero costume. Those sound good. And I'll even add a picture of us kissing on my chest area. Toru decided. Please don't. Izuku begged. I decided on my hero costume, and it's going to be off the hook. I'm even thinking about asking Midnight for an opinion. Lukoa mentioned. That's cool, have you guys even thought of your hero names? Izuku asked. Well, I'm not exactly creative on naming things even though I did help create humanity. So, I'm gonna go with my old name. I'll be known as the Aztec neutral hero, Quetzalcoatl. Lukoa answered as she tosses her hair up a bit. As for me, I've been thinking about you and how you would come up with cool names. I have decided my hero name shall be the Dragon Maid Hero, Chaos Drago. Toru revealed. Wow, that sounds cool. Kanna impressed. You're going to be great heroes. Izuku smiled proudly. KO, a new chapter is done and hope you all enjoy it. Looks like Izuku made a strong impact on the students trying to check up on Class 1A, and now they know how strong Izuku is through his words, and the dragons have passed their hero license exam along with getting their own hero names. Now all that's left is the costume. You'll see how Lukoa's is. KO comment, favorite, and follow through of how this story will go. Goddess Dragon feeling need for Deku. Two moms with their two children, a son and a daughter, are walking together as they have just finished having a fun time at a candy shop and they're about to head to another place for their kids. Mommy, are we going to see the water fountain that does those neat tricks? I heard from my classmates that it looks really fun to watch. The son asked. I'm not sure if they're used right now but can try and see them. Mommy 2 said. And if not, we can try making our own water fun. Mommy 1 suggested. Can it be apple juice? That sounds both fun and tasty. The daughter suggested. Suddenly a large part of the building they were walking under has exploded off and that large chunk is about to fall right on top of the family. Kids, get under us. Both mothers quickly pulled their kids under their bodies. They didn't want anything bad to happen to their kids and would do anything to protect them even if it means giving up their lives so they can survive. Oh, now isn't that a touching moment for parents to care so much for their kids? The mothers heard that voice and noticed that they're not crushed by the derbies. They open their eyes to see a woman standing there swaying her hips and moving her feet a little like she's doing a small dance with her hand holding up glowing green. Not to worry, your fate isn't sealed here. The heroine said. The mothers and the kids look up to see the debris being held in the air like someone just pressed pause on them, and they are even going backward being placed back on the building. There, back where it belongs. The heroine said with her face being revealed to be Lukoa, now doing her hero job as Quetzalcoatl. Lukoa aka the Aztec neutral heroine, Quetzalcoatl now wears a green face paint makeup for the upper half of her face and her hero costume is an Aztec clothing from the ancient times to her design like she's a ruler of an Aztec kingdom. To know what her hero costume looks like from what I base on, go to this link and you will see it. https://static.wikia.nocookie.net Maydragon images 226 special _ 7 _ Lukoa _ sacrificial.jpg revision latest scale to width down 1000 CB20180127191044. What the F dash? A villain with missile arms gasped in anger. Who dares stop my destructive plan to bring this building down? The missile arm villain demanded. I believe you are looking for me. Quetzalcoatl revealed herself as she is flying in the air with her broad feathered wings. A new hero on the block? You're gonna pay for ruining my plan. The missile arms villain angered. Temper, you know there are better ways of using your powers and help you control that baby tantrum better. Quetzalcoatl stated playfully. Shut up. The missile arms villain zoomed toward the new hero with both arms rocked at her. However, Quetzalcoatl easily caught both missile fists with her hands and even survived the explosion without flinching nor having a single scratch on her body nor her costume. Holy F dash. How tough are you? The villain gasped. If I have to give a proper answer, I'd say tough as a goddess. Quetzalcoatl answered with a calm answer. Quetzalcoatl held her hand up to the villain's face with her fingers held back by her thumb, which the villain fear what she's about to do, and he was hit hard by a single finger flick like he was just hit by a super speed truck. And just when I was gonna get my revenge on that hero Ryukyu. The missile arms villain groaned before passing out. Oh, you mean that dragon hero I've heard so much about. Tell me, do you by any chance know where I can find her agency? Quetzalcoatl asked, but the villain was already unconscious. Right, I knocked him out. Quetzalcoatl realized. Oh well, guess I can meet with Ryukyu another time when I get the chance. Quetzalcoatl said as she opens a portal to the police station and threw the villain in. So, you're looking for me? A deep female voice said. Quetzalcoatl turns around and looks up to see a large dragon-like creature looking down at her, though she doesn't feel threatened, and the ex-goddess dragon can already tell who this is. Nice to finally meet you, Ryukyu. I actually wanted to meet you at your agency. Quetzalcoatl greeted friendly. I know, you're standing right on top of it. Ryukyu pointed out, making the new heroine to look down at the building, seeing her poster and name of the agency. So I am. Do you mind if we talk for a while? There's something I always wanted to know about you. Quetzalcoatl requested. Well, consider you just saved my agency, I don't mind. Ryukyu granted as she transformed back to her human form. Ryukyu, a woman with chin-length blonde hair, which she wears swept back with a headband, a long fringe over the right side of her face, covering her eye. She has thin, yellow, inward-tilting eyes with slit pupils and notably sharp teeth. These aspects are purposefully reptilian as a reference to her quirk. She wears a dark red, traditional qipao with a pale green scale trim around her shoulders, which seems to only be slit on the left side, with yellow claw patterns on the bottom and smaller ones around her neck. She wears knee-high boots and a strap around her exposed thigh. She wears long, almost sleeve-like white gloves that nearly reach her shoulders, with higher tabs on the outer sides, and they expose her hands from the wrist. She wears a matching green headband with 4 large, pale purple claws attached, covering the right side of her face, and a set of small black dragon wings protrude from the back of her head, with a number of gold-spiked cartilage piercings decorating her left ear. BRSTS size, I cup. Come inside, we can talk there. Ryukyu offered to have Quetzalcoatl as her guest. The two women went inside and sat in Ryukyu's offers after all of her sidekicks thanked Quetzalcoatl for saving the agency and taking down that villain. They are also shocked to see that her BRSTS are bigger than Ryukyu's. Anyway, the two are in the office to have a private chat. Sorry about my sidekicks, they just looked up to me and all. Ryukyu apologized. I don't know, I used to have the reactions from other people I knew a long time ago. Quetzalcoatl said. I actually heard about you for some time. A new hero made her debut 4 days ago. You saved lives quicker and more efficiently than any other hero I've known. Not to mention your quirk, it's so unrealistically amazing. Ryukyu complimented. Oh, and how exactly do you mean? Quetzalcoatl asked playfully. Well, you're very fast like lightning, super strong to take on some tough villains and withstanding their might like they were nothing. You can even do things that some think they're magic than quirks, like how you restored my building. Ryukyu listed the things people have seen Quetzalcoatl can do. Well, if you really want to know. My quirk is called Aztec Mystic Dance. It's a very powerful and rare quirk I possessed when I discovered it in my homeland. It allows me to do many things like magic, and it even gave me enhanced physical capabilities when I first got it. Quetzalcoatl explained about her quirk, which is really her dragon magic. It's funny because it's almost like you really are the Aztec god Quetzalcoatl himself. Ryukyu chuckled. Girl, you have no idea. Quetzalcoatl giggled. But the downside to my quirk is that I need to dance in order to activate my quirk, as I can't do it on my own. Quetzalcoatl mentioned. Guess that explains your body movements. Ryukyu commented. So, was there something you wanted to ask me? Ryukyu decided to get to the question. I just wanted to know how you feel about dragons. What are they to you? Quetzalcoatl asked. Really? That's all? Ryukyu surprised a little. Yeah, I want to hear from your own words on how dragons made you feel in your life. Quetzalcoatl nodded. Ryukyu didn't expect to be asked about something deep in her life and involving dragons in her life, but she feels like she could be fully honest with that question to the new hero. When I first got my quirk, I was actually scared of it at first, and I was afraid of how others would view me as a monster. That I might end up becoming a villain. Ryukyu started her tale. If you heard about some bad talks involving those with heteromorphic type quirks, then you can imagine how all of those negative words can really hurt them if they're not careful. Ryukyu said, like becoming a villain for revenge and such. Quetzalcoatl said, understanding the dark side of human nature as she has seen this happen lots of times. Yes, and that's what scares me when I was little, thinking I might do bad things and hurt others if I let those words get to me. But then a month after getting my quirk, my father and parents were able to help me see I can be hero. Ryukyu smiled. How were they able to do that? Quetzalcoatl asked curiously. They told me the stories about dragons, how amazing they are and how they can be protectors. All of that inspired me to follow my own path to show everyone that a dragon can be a protector. Ryukyu said as she looks out the window. Sounds like you and I have more in common than I thought, and it's not just because we have dragon traits. Quetzalcoatl commented. I thought you were a bird with a really long body. Ryukyu joked, causing the two to laugh together. Thank you for your time, Ryukyu. And your answer. I have a feeling we're going to become good friends. Quetzalcoatl smiled as she stood up and created a portal. Me too, hope we can work together more often. Ryukyu smiled back. Well, now if you'll excuse me, I'm gonna find my man and have some loving fun with him. Quetzalcoatl said causally before stepping into the portal. What now? Ryukyu asked, shocked with her face blushing a bit. With Izuku. Izuku is out on the beach doing his own training session to get himself ready for the big UA Sports Festival. He has to be in tip-top shape if he wants to make some strong impressions to the pro heroes that will be coming and watching the event. And he will also show the world who is Izuku Midoriya, show them the kind of hero he is and that he is here. Time to work on my speed. Izuku said and sprinted forward. Hi, Izuku. Quetzalcoatl popped out of the portal. Izuku gasped upon seeing Lukoa here, and he bumps right onto her giant BRS that deflects him back and crashes onto the sand. Are you alright? Lukoa asked, walking up to him. Yeah, I'm fine. Just surprised that you suddenly showed up. Izuku groaned as he sat himself up. Why are you here exactly? Izuku asked, but blushing gasped when Lukoa sat herself on top of him on the stomach. Because I decided it's time to have fun with my precious Deku. Lukoa answered with a lustful smile. Lemon SEC alert. Scroll down if you're younger than 15 to skip it. WB Lukoa. We can't be doing something like this in the middle of a beach where people will see us. Izuku gasped as Lukoa took off her BRTS wear. Oh, you don't need to worry about that. Lukoa said while taking off the rest of her hero costume. I already formed a barrier around us that makes it so that no one is on the beach from the outside, and they can't hear us either. Lukoa explained as she leans down, pressing her BRTS onto his face. That way, no one can interrupt our mating. Lukoa said after taking off the last piece of her clothing, the underwear. Izuku could feel his entire body flinching in response to his dragon instincts roaring from his soul to take this dragon as his second mate right now, and he couldn't say no. Okay, if that is what my goddess wants. Izuku moved his hands slowly for a second and moves them grabbing her BRTS. Then that is what she'll get. Izuku growled with his eyes glowing dagger. Oh, my body is shivering from that stare. Lukoa thought smiled lewdly. Lukoa goes down taking the kiss onto her own lips which Izuku responded with his own, the two making out so intense while his hands are Jirbinji the giant BRTS giving them some hard squeezing and feeling his pee-pee getting hard from the running shorts. Lukoa? Izuku ummed within the kiss. I can feel it, your horny dragon instincts are kicking in and they're making mine feel crazy too. Lukoa giggled miming. Izuku pulled himself away from the kissing and starts skiing on the right NPL making Lukoa a little louder, and she squeals hard from how he bites on the NPL making her hug his head in more between her BRs. This is the kind of sensation she had not felt in many years, not with any of the male dragons back in her world, and certainly feels different than what she did with her little sister thousands of years ago. Izuku, you're making me feel so good. Lukoa smiling so lustful. It's because you're always showing off your demon's CC body for my attention. Izuku stated while skiing on the left BR. I couldn't help it. I just want to feel you so much, and now I'm finally getting that chance. Lukoa waved her hand to channel her magic to make Izuku's clothes vanished, leaving him but naked. Izuku smirks upon knowing that Lukoa just yelped when she felt his 21-inch PP touch her but with a light pat. Go on, take my PP into your PP and don't stop until all of it is inside. Izuku demanded. Yes, my alpha dragon. Lukoa nodded. Lukoa lifted her butt above the PP as her PP is dipping from the excitement and pleasure she's been feeling from Izuku's Junji, and shivers from the slightest touch of the top on her PP. She knew doing this will drive her move dragon crazy for SEC if she starts taking the PP in, but she couldn't go back on this now and pushes herself down taking the PP's head inside that is already making her feel intense. Oh, I've only just started, but I'm really loving your PP. Lukoa smiled lewdly. Lukoa kept going with the intense-size dragon-size PP expanding the inside and the pain is emitting a little from this, then she screams when quickly pushes herself down to take the whole PP inside. F yes. Lukoa screamed and immediately starts riding the PP fast and hard making her BRS bounce wildly too. This is the greatest moment I have ever experienced. I want this to F me so much that I'll scream to the heavens. Lukoa crazy with hearts in her eyes. Let me help you with that. Izuku grabbed her hips and moved his waist to clash against his new lover, going harder and faster is making Lukoa louder. Izuku can feel this PP to be amazing as not only is this the PP of a powerful dragon but also one who is a FING goddess herself, ex-goddess, but he doesn't give a crap as he can feel his PP being squeezed from inside the PP and the top hitting the womb hard like it trying to break through into her sacred temple. Izuku, I hope you know. You're the one true dragon to have ever made me feel so good. Lukoa confessed. I never F'd a goddess before, but I'm not complaining because it feels so good as sheet. Izuku commented miming and having her butt slam down harder. Lukoa is loud as she and Izuku are effing each other some more for a few more moments, or several, until Izuku starts to feel his PP is getting harder again and can feel something inside his PP is about to burst out. Lukoa, I'm about to come. Izuku alerted. Me too. OF dash, my PP has been doing some light orgasm for a bit. But now it's about to get real. Lukoa said. Come together with me, my love. Fill me up with your mighty Deku dragon seeds. Lukoa begged securely. Izuku decides to make this a bit more interesting by changing their position, flipping himself to be on top and Lukoa at the bottom being pounded away by the dragon Deku. F dash, F dash, F dash. Lukoa cursed securely. Izuku kept on ifing her for one last moment before he releases his large white creamy load into his goddess hero. Lukoa screams of joy upon feeling his cum filling her up. That was wonderful, Izuku. I love you so much. Lukoa smiled. I love you too, Lukoa. Glad you're a part of my life. Izuku confessed and the two kiss each other again. I can go on a few more rounds if you like. Lukoa smirked, still feeling his hard PP in her PP. Izuku chuckles and grabs onto her CC but giving one cheek a good squeeze making her KO. A new chapter is done and hope you all enjoy it. Lukoa has made herself known to Ryukyu and even had a nice chat together, And then Lukoa went to have her mating time with Izuku as the two went onto each other at the beach as the ex-goddess dragon became the second girlfriend for Izuku's harem. Also, I just saw the official trailer of the new Dragon Ball game, Dragon Ball, Sparking Zero, and it is awesome x20? KO comment, favorite, and follow through of how this story will go. Water gluttonous dragon and festival begin. Wow. I had no idea you could even mix wonderful food in such a way. I think I may have actually gone to heaven. A woman with a horn on her forehead squealed with delight. Mama, look how that lady is eating all of that food. A little girl with 6 golden arms pointed at the woman. Sweetie, it's not nice to point at people when they are enjoying themselves in a nice day like this. The mother scolded her daughter and have them continue walking away. Oh my, so delicious. The horned woman kept on munching on her food for a while longer until there isn't any left, which she started to feel sad that she couldn't enjoy a few more moments of enjoying all of that. Oh, if I wasn't looking for Toru then I would have wait. Toru! The woman shouted in shock of realization. Fing Dragon Heart. I can't believe I've gone through a whole week of forgetting about what I came to this world for. I need to find Toru and fast before something bad happens. The woman decided to get seriously focused. Oh, you said you're looking for Toru? An old man with a chainsaw sticking out of his head asked, having heard this woman mention Toru. You know of her? The horned woman asked. Yes, such a nice maid, and she's even gone to become a recent new hero too. The chainsaw head old man nodded. Please, can you tell me where I can find her? I need find her as quickly as possible. The horned woman begged. Midoriya home. Wow, it was so good. Everyone praised for the dinner they just finished eating. I have to say, that may have been your finest one yet, Toru. Lukoa complimented to the Dragon Maid. I can't take all the credit. Inko helped out with the rice and even adding in some bacon and little pieces of scrambled eggs. Toru looked at Inko, who also helped her make tonight's dinner. I'm just happy to have cooked together with you. It felt really nice. Inko smiled. Did you enjoy the dinner, Kanna? Izuku asked his adopted dragon daughter. It was great. Kanna answered with a nod. As Toru was about to place the dishes in the sink and clean them up, she flinches upon feeling another presence. And she's not the only one, as Lukoa and Kanna also felt this presence, as this feels like another dragon is coming. Huh, what is that I'm feeling? Izuku asked. What is it? Inko asked, noticing everyone looks like there is something going on right now. Then Lukoa held up her hand to use her magic on the entire apartment when something crashes through the glass door of the balcony like a meteor, but that has been restored and everything else remained unscratched. Inko and Izuku gasp in shock that something just crashes into their home so suddenly like that, but what's more shocking is that it is actually a person that came into their apartment. I finally found you. The horned woman said. Oh, it's her. Lukoa surprised. Do you know this woman, Lukoa? Izuku asked his second dragon lover. Yep, that there is Elma, a dragon from the Harmony faction. Lukoa nodded. Who would have thought I'd find you hiding out here of all places? Toru. Elma glared at Toru while standing up. Elma is a dragon with her appearance taking the form of a human woman with short black hair, large BRTHs, blue eyes, and a long spiral unicorn-like horn. Her hair also has purple tips. She wears a light tan scarf with a dark blue, sometimes black, leotard. She wears a purple kimono with pink piping and a dark blue sash over the leotard, with the top pulled down. She has bandages around her legs and sandals. She can be seen with a cobalt blue and turquoise tail. She also carries around a long, brown trident. BRSTS size, F cup. Wait, the Harmony faction? That's the group that is the opposite of the Chaos faction Toru was a part of. Then that would mean they're enemies. Izuku thought, worried. Have you forgotten all of our laws? Dragons disrupt the order of this world and are forbidden. You are to return with me. Elma demanded. Huh, she kind of reminds me of Tenya and it comes to following the rules. Izuku commented to himself. I see you're as boring and persistent as ever. Surprise. Not going back. Toru walked over to the living room with a glare at Elma. I have a bad feeling about this moment. Izuku said. That's because those two have been at each other's throats for many years. Lukoa said while drinking her tea. Yeah, they're like cats and dogs. Kanna added. Ah, you learned how to use terms of words like that. Good job, sweetie. Izuku petted Kanna's head, making her squealed. I think we should be more concerned about those two going explode at any second from now, like they'll end up destroying the entire building. Inko pointed out. Oh, trust me, Inko, they have done far worse than destroying buildings. Lukoa said calmly. Are they really that bad with each other? Izuku asked. I can't say for certain, but I remember the last time they fought each other, 3 whole islands disappeared, and they were a little bigger than the islands of Hawaii. Lukoa recalled hearing about that fight. I heard about that too. They left a big gaping hole in the middle of the ocean. Kanna said. What? That's awful. What about all the people that were on those islands? Izuku asked, worried and shocked. Lukoa only gave him a silent look, and that gave him the answer to know that the people from those islands died from the fight between Toru and Elma. He felt sad as those kinds of things happen here in this world when it comes to good versus evil. There will always be someone getting caught in the crossfire. Our power may be considered equal by some, but this time, I plan on settling the score. Elma determined. Hold on, can't we just? But Izuku's sentence was cut off when a soft growling sound came from Elma's stomach. Hearing that causes the group to become shocked of the fact that this new dragon woman who just showed up out of nowhere and challenges Toru to a fight is now feeling hungry just before the fight could break out. Okay, I was not expecting that, Izuku said, and he became even more shocked when he saw Elma's face is red and shaking a little. Or that? Huh, you want to eat before you fight? Izuku asked. No, shut up. I've already eaten some moments ago, so shut up and don't be distracting me, Elma demanded as she points her trident at Izuku. But then Elma started to notice something off about this human. She was already aware of the humans developing these quirk abilities over the centuries, and some even resembles dragon, and yet this boy is somehow feels very close to dragons like her and Toru. You boy, Elma said to Izuku. My name is Izuku Midoriya. You can also call me Izuku if you want. Izuku revealed his name, a little jumpy. Izuku, tell me, why do I sense the soul of a dragon from within your very being even though you're supposed to be human like the rest? Elma asked with a serious look from her eyes. Oh well, that's because, how do I put this? Izuku tried to come up with a way to tell Elma about his situation. Well, Elma moved a little closer to the nervous Izuku. Hey, back off, beach. It's not his fault that I accidentally messed up a spell that turned him into a dragon. Toru stepped in between Izuku and Elma. What the FNG what? You turned him into a dragon? Elma exped. True, of all the stupid things you could have done when I'm not around, this takes the cake, as the humans would say in this kind of moment. Elma yelled angrily. Shut up. It's not like you could have done anything better to reward a human for saving your life when at death's doorsteps. Toru angered. Huh, what do you mean by all of that? Elma puzzled. How about you come and step down with us, then we'll explain. Lukoa suggested. Wait a dragon minute. Lady Lukoa? What are you doing here? Elma shocked to finally notice that Lukoa is here and saw little Kanna is here as well. Would you like some tea? Inko offered a cup of tea to Elma despite shaking with nervousness. Everyone sat down together, having to explain everything about how Toru and Izuku met in that forest during the night and got drunk during the night. So, as a thank you for saving me, I cast a spell that would give him some physical enchantments to help him for that hero school exam, or at least that how it was supposed to be. Toru scratched the back of her head. But instead, you screwed up the spell and slowly turned him into a hybrid dragon, changing this boy's life forever. Elma glared, scolding at Toru. Don't look at me like that, I would have known something was wrong with the spell. Toru yelled. That's probably because you were busy being all lovey-dovey and head over heels for Papa at the time that you might have messed up the spell. Kanna guessed. I can definitely see that. Lukoa agreed. That definitely is something Toru would do. Inko giggled. Hey, don't give her the idea that I'm some kind of idiot. Toru embarrassed. You're already an idiot. Elma insulted. Like you're one to talk. Toru slapped Elma on the face so hard that it causes a small burst of shockwave. How dare you? Elma slapped back with the same force of the slap. Oh yeah, I definitely dare to kick your effing butt. Toru growled. Both Toru and Elma glares at each other with the intent of wanting to kill each other for how the other thinks, but the fight was stopped before it could even start because Izuku got between them with one hand on their shoulder. Girls, please, let's not fight. I'm sure there is a reasonable for us, Izuku said. And suddenly, both female dragons have somehow calmed down, though Toru giggles and snuggle her cheek onto his. Of course, I would be an idiot to upset my mate. Toru smiled and kissed him on the cheek. Mate. Toru, are you saying that you and this human boy have made it? Elma shocked with her face turning red. Oh no, I think she's gonna freak out. Izuku thought, worried. Yep, I have become the proud lover of this mighty heroic dragon. Toru hugged onto Izuku's arms. Wait, what? Elma screamed in shock. Called it? Izuku thought, sighed. Toru, of all the things, this one takes the cake even more. Elma yelled. I have no regrets. Toru smiled proudly. Well, you should. Do you have any idea how affect the other dragons when they get word about this? Especially your father, the Chaos Dragon King? Elma mentioned Toru's father. Toru grunts upon hearing her father being mentioned and clutches her hands, which Izuku noticed this, giving him the idea that she and her father aren't on good terms with each other right now. I don't care, I made my decision to live in this world and become Izuku's first wife since I already done the deed with him. Toru stated. Toru! Elma yelled. Calm down, you don't have to worry about Toru causing any trouble because she has been on her best behavior in this world and has even taken up the job of becoming one of those pro heroes. Lukoa informed. What? And you just allow that to happen? Elma gasped. I thought it would be interesting to see how humans have been living their everyday lives superheroes when waiting for one to raise up like back in that other world. Lukoa shrugged. So, I took the job as well. Lukoa showed her hero license. You gotta be kidding me? Elma shocked. Would it be even more shocking to you that I also mated with Izuku, making me his second lover? Lukoa revealed that part bluntly. Oh, come on. Elma yelled. Papa also adopted me, I'm his daughter and proud of it. Kanna mentioned as she hugs Izuku from the other side. Elma just stood there in shock and to hear that not only has boy who has become a hybrid dragon mated with both her rival enemy from the Chaos faction and the ex-goddess dragon from the neutral faction, but he seems to have also adopted Kanna as his own dragon daughter. It's almost like this boy is the center of the universe for those around him to come. I think I need to sit down, Elma said, and her stomach growls again. And it looks like you need something to eat. Izuku chuckled. Here, eat some of the leftover of dinner we just had. Inko handed a plate of food to Elma. Oh, thank you very much. Elma accepted the food without hesitation and starts eating it, then letting out a cute squeal of joy. I see you still have that stupid gluttonous of yours. Toru narrowed her eyes at Elma's way of eating. Shut ups. I just want to see how much humanity has improved with their cooking skills and how they helped each other. Elma proclaimed. But in reality, she just really wants to enjoy the food. So, Elma, just a quick question. Do you know how humans gain quirks? Izuku asked curiously. No, believe it or not, I don't know how this quirk power even started to appear in the humans of this world. Some have even tried asking the older dragons and other races if they know anything, but they don't seem to know anything. Elma answered. It's true, I couldn't figure that out myself. It's a total mystery. Lukoa concurred. Oh, I have an idea, why don't you come watch the UA Sports Festival with us? Lukoa suggested. The UA Sports Festival? I believe I heard some people talking about it. Elma recalled hearing some words from some exciting humans. Yeah, what better way to see how humans have gotten with their quirks than to watch the event that is known to be the best sporting event in the world? Lukoa nodded. I don't know, Elma hesitated to go through with this. Plus, there will be some tasty food for you to try out. Lukoa added with one eye open. I'll come. Elma immediately accepted the idea. Wow, this dragon would do anything for food. Izuku thought surprised. 1 week later, the scene shows of UA High on top of the large hill with fireworks going off and colorful smoke popping in the sky. At the front of the gate, some reporters are trying to get in though there is a security line that is being very strict with them. This security line is huge. What's the deal? The report woman asked her cameraman. A bunch of villains did just break in. Of course, the school's being stricter this year. Some people think they shouldn't be holding the festival, considering what happened. The cameraman explained. Perfect. Nothing brings ratings up like a little controversy. Plus, everybody will tune in to see Class 1A. The report woman excitedly with a grin. Meanwhile within the festival ground, the people are talking about some of them looking forward to seeing the third-year students showing their worth as their last chance, though another is more excited about the powerful first years. Some even mentioned the son of a certain fire hero being among the first-year students. All in all, everyone is excited for the big event as they want to see the first-year students Class 1A they've been hearing so much about. I'll take one order to go please. MT Lady requested at the takoyaki stand. Whoa. M Lady, is it really you? The takoyaki salesman asked, shocked and blushing upon meeting one of his favorite female heroes. And hold the salt, will you? MT Lady requested as well. Of course. That's gonna be $10. The takoyaki salesman said. However, MT Lady discovered that she had forgotten her wallet and fear that she can't go back home to get it, which means she will have to resort to one of her famous skills to get her octopus ball. Oh no, my money's in another costume. MT Lady pulled out her seducing cute charm. So hot. The takoyaki salesman shouted. This woman feels more like a succubus than a human. Chaos Drago commented as she and Quetzalcoatl are waiting behind with an exciting Elma looking forward to trying out those takoyaki ball. You better not keep us here for too long, otherwise I'll miss Izuku's big moment. Toru growled. Don't worry, I don't intend on missing out on what this festival is about. Elma growled back. Now, let's not do anything we may regret. Quetzalcoatl tried to calm the two dragons down. KO, a new chapter is done and hope you all enjoy it. That's right, everyone. Elma has finally made her appearance in the story, though it looks like she is going to stick around to see how well these humans have gotten with their quirk abilities, and mostly to stay for the food as well. And now we can get on with the UA Sports Festival. KO comment, favorite, and follow through of how this story will go. opening the sport festival with a tight start. The scene opens up to Class 1A in the waiting room getting themselves ready for the festival to start and trying to be brave, but there is an issue that one of them is having at the moment. I was totally hoping I could wear my costume. Mina complained as she and the rest of her class are going to be wearing their P uniform for the majority of the sports festival. At least everyone will be in uniform. That'll keep things fair, right? Mashireo pointed out. I wonder what they have in store for us in the first round? Rikido asked nervously, holding his hands tightly together. No matter what they've prepared, we must persevere. Fumikage said. Right. Mizo nodded. Everyone, get your game faces on. We're entering the arena soon. Tenya announced. Swallow your fear, swallow your fear, swallow your fear. Minoru told himself, pretending to literally swallow his fear to make himself scared of the pressure. Izuku took in a deep breath and clear his mind of anything that makes him doubt himself or any other negative thoughts, for he has one goal in mind, and that is to win the festival with everything he got, with one for all he got from All Might and the Dragon Power from Toru. This sports festival is going to be his debut to show the world what kind of hero he is. Midoriya. Shoto walked up to him. Hey Todoroki, what's up? Izuku asked. Everyone became curious to see what Shoto want from him. From an objective standpoint, I think it's fairly clear that we are somewhat equal to each other, though I'm still ahead of you. Shoto mentioned this power scaling. Yeah, you might be right about that. Izuku said, but not entirely sure what Shoto is going with this. However, you've got All Might in your corner, helping you out. Shoto mentioned, shocking Izuku. How does he know that I'm close with All Might? Izuku wondered. I'm not here to pry about what's going on between you two. Shoto stated. That put Izuku at ease a little. But know that I will beat you. Shoto declared his war on Izuku, causing the Dragon Boy to gasp as this also shocks the others. What's with these declarations of war lately? Denki asked. Yeah, what's the big deal? Why are you picking a fight all of a sudden? And right before we get started? Ijiro asked, placing a hand on Shoto's shoulder, but he shrugs it off. We're not here to be each other's friends. Don't forget. This isn't a team effort. Shoto reminded them what they're here for as he walks away. Wait a sec, Todoroki. Izuku said, getting the half-color hair boy to stop and look at him. I don't know what's going through your head or why you think you need to tell me that you'll beat me. And yeah, of course, you're better than me. In fact, you probably have way more potential than anyone in the hero course. That's why you got in so easily. Izuku admitted honestly. Midoriya, maybe you're being a little hard on yourself and us. Ijiro tried to calm him down. No, he's right, you guys. All the other courses they're going in and take on the festival with everything they got. Izuku said. He then remembers the words he said to All Might during their 10 months of training before the UA entrance exam. I want to be the world's greatest hero. Those words are still deep in his heart, the determination he has been carrying throughout his days since then and before onward. We're all gonna have to fight to stand out. And I'll be aiming for the top 2. Izuku determined, with his dragon eyes looking sharper at Shoto. Shoto suddenly felt a tiny bit of fear from those eyes. It's almost like he's staring at a real giant dragon looking down at him, seeing if he is truly worthy of a challenge. Shoto himself to not let the others know he just got scared from Midoriya. Fine. Shoto said, looking forward to crushing him. And showing, that man, how strong he is with just his ice. Arena field. Heyo, make some noise, all you rabid sports fans. Present Mike shouted excitedly as he appeared on the big screen, and the crowd screams. Get those cameras prepared, media ords. This year, we're bringing you some of the hottest performances in UA's festival history, guaranteed. Present Mike cheered, speaking from the announcement booth with Aizawa. I've only got one question before we start the show. Are you ready? Present Mike asked like a rock star at a concert, and audience screams. Let me hear you scream as our students make their way to the main stage. Present Mike said. I can feel Papa coming. Kanna pointed at one of the exit tunnels. Oh, this is so excited. I never thought we would be able to get some good seats right inside the UA Sports Festival. Inko smiled. She and her family have been given special beating to watch the sports festival. We're here. Chaos Drago cheered as she and the other 2 dragon women entered the seating booth. Did we miss anything? Tora asked Inko. No, they're just starting. Inko answered. Glad you could join us. Shoyuta greeted, sitting in the same seating both his Kobayashi mom. I didn't expect to see you guys here. Quetzalcoatl smiled at the 2. My wife is one of the teachers in UA High, so she got us special passes to come here and said that she's going to be chief umpire for the first years. Kobayashi explained. Chief umpire? What does that mean? Elma asked curiously. It means she'll act as the referee for the event. Kobayashi answered. Toshinori is sitting with the other teachers of UA High as they are waiting for the hero course students to come out first, the #1 hero in secret is having thoughts about how young Midoriya is going to do in his first participate in the UA Sports Festival and how much of an impact he's gonna do. Young Midoriya, you must introduce yourself to the world, and proudly say, I am here. Toshinori believed strongly in that boy. Then not another second later, all of Class 1A exit the tunnel hallway revealing themselves to everyone here along with more fireworks going off high into the sky. All Might, I won't let you down. Izuku said to himself. Welcome back to the UA Sports Festival, where up-and-coming heroes leave on the field as they fight for the chance to achieve worldwide fame and celebrity. Present Mike greeted with his usual grin. The first group are no strangers to the spotlight. You know them from withstanding a villain attack. They're the dazzling students lighting up your TVs with solid gold skills. That's right, it's the Hero Course students of Class 1A. Present Mike announced, getting the crowd to cheer for them loudly. I didn't know there'd be so many people. Izuku said nervously. I hope we're still able to give our best performance, even though all these eyes are watching us. I suppose it's just another aspect of being a hero we all have to learn to get used to. Tenya believed this is what his big brother has to go through. Present Mike sure did talk us up a lot. Kinda makes me nervous. How you feelin', man? Ijiro asked Katsuki. I'm not worried. Makes me want to win this thing even more. Katsuki grinned. They haven't been getting nearly as much screen time, but this next group is still chock full of talent. Welcome, Hero Course Class 1B. Present Mike announced as Class 1B comes out into the open. Next up, General Studies looking to have their chance to make themselves known. Classes C, D, E. Support classes with the inspiration of making gadgets, F, G, and H. And finally, the business classes with the means to make some profits, I, J, and K. Present Mike introduced the rest of the courses. Give it up for all of UA's first-year contestants. The crowd cheered for the students, telling them to give it their all. I get the feeling we're just here to make the hero students look better. One male general study student complained. I can't wait for this to be over with. One female student from the general study course said. Shut the F up, you losers. Did you already forget what that dragon guy said back then? Seems to me like you guys still haven't taken in on what he said. Hitoshi scolded his classmates, causing them to look down in shame. I won't disrespect you like that, Midoriya. But make no mistake, I will win. Hitoshi thought determined as he glances over at Izuku. Now, the introductory speech. A woman announced on the small white stage. Whoa! This year's chief umpire for the first years is the R-rated hero Midnight. One hero excited from the audience seats as he along with some other heroes blushed, including some females too. Amazing! One hero with an alien head mask said blushing as some of the other men and women look at her. Seriously, the other years don't know what they're missing. One hero with a black helmet chuckled. Someone should talk to Ms. Midnight about what she's wearing. Ijiro said, blushing a little as some of the other students are also blushing. Yeah, that costume should come with a warning. Denki nodded. Is that really appropriate apparel for a high school game? Fumikage asked. You know, I always wonder how your wife is even allowed to wear that as her hero costume. Inko said to Kobayashi, who chuckles. Be really thankful that you haven't seen what her first hero costume was like back in those days. That costume was the only reason why regulations were made to limit the amount of skin that can be exposed for hero costumes. Kobayashi explained. Minoru seems to be one of the very few people who approves of Midnight's hero costume with a shaken thumbs up. Silence. And for the student pledge, we have Katsuki Bakugo. Midnight announced, shocking most of Class 1A. He's the first-year rep. Izuku was confused. He would have thought that Tenya would be the one giving the speech. I guess that hothead did finish first in the entrance tests. Hanta mentioned. Honestly, I was expecting someone else in the hero course to give a speech. One general study girl said as she looks over at Izuku. Huh, is she looking at me? Izuku asked. Dude, you gave one hell of a speech of your own back there. Everyone was going to hate us, but you talked down the hate. Denki said with a thumbs up. I just hope Bakugo doesn't do anything to mess that up. Hanta glared at Katsuki. Katsuki got in front of the microphone, taking in a few seconds to look at all the people on the audience seats as they are looking back at him while all of the other students are waiting for them to speak. And he only spoke 7 simple words. I just want to say, I'm gonna win. Katsuki said. I knew he'd say something like that. Class 1A thought freaked out, gasping. Then there were some booings from several of the students from other courses that got mad at Katsuki for saying something like he's better than everyone here. Why would you be so disrespectful? You're representing us all. Tenya did not like how Katsuki said in that short speech. Not my fault, the rest of you are just stepping stones to my victory. Katsuki said, giving his own class a thumbs up. I'm gonna crush this overconfident JRK. I can't wait to knock him down a size. The sliver hair guy from class 1B angered, clutching his fist. I don't think it is overconfidence. The old Kaken would have laughed while saying that, making it a joke. This is him pushing himself. Izuku thought noticed that slight change in behavior. Katsuki walks past Izuku with a bump on his shoulder with his own but not looking at him in the eyes. And maybe turning all the rest of us into targets at the same time. Izuku thought sighed a little. I never liked that guy. Too exploding and full of himself. I hope Izuku buries that guy in these games. Toru glared at Katsuki with a growl. And that kid is supposed to be Izuku's friend? Elm questioned this while eating some popcorn. Well, they used to be friends and then stuff happened. Inko exclaimed nervously. Without further ado, it's time for us to get started. Midnight announced. UA really doesn't believe in letting us catch a breath, huh? Ochako commented. This is where you begin feeling the pain. This first fateful game of the festival. Midnight said, and a big holographic screen appeared behind her doing roulette spinning to pick out the first game. What could it be? Midnight asked excitedly, then after a moment the roulette stops. Tada! Midnight yelled smiling. The first game is going to be an obstacle race for everyone. So, it's gonna be an obstacle course. Izuku said. All 11 classes will participate in this treacherous contest. The track is 4 kilometers around the outside of the stadium. I don't want to retrain anyone, at least in this game. As long as you don't leave the course, you're free to do whatever your heart's desires. Midnight explained as locked her lips. Now then, take your places, contestants. Midnight gestured over to the starting line gate. If I understand this right, those kids are allowed to use their quirks on each other or in any other advantage in the race so as long as it's within the racing course. Elma said. You got it down right. Shoyuta nodded. Although you won't see all of them use their quirk at once, some of them would like to save their energies for the next game or so in order to really make themselves shine. Shoyuta explained. Shine. Kanna imagined everyone making themselves shiny like diamonds or even a star. The students are standing and waiting at the big red gate as the starting line of the obstacle race as there is only a few moments away for the race to start. All might, I will do my best. Izuku thought promised his mentor. Toru, Lukoa, I promise the help you girls gave me with my dragon side won't be wasted. Izuku thought promised to his 2 dragon girlfriends as well. I have to be smart about this. I'm still not able to control one for all just yet, but Lukoa provided me something that I might be able to work. But even so, I have to be careful when I use it. Izuku thought knew he's gonna have to be careful with using All Might's quirk. 1 green light went off and only 2 are left. That means, I have to go beyond. Izuku thought knew what he has to do. The second green light went out, 1 more remaining. Everyone is waiting and feeling edgy on how the start of this race is going to be like. I hope you all are watching. Izuku thought readied himself to give this race everything he got. The final green light went off and an alarm sound was heard. Begin! Midnight shouted. All 11 classes of UA first-year students charged through the red gate and through the tunnel to begin their way towards victory. And we're off to a racing started. How about some color commentary, Eraserhead? Present Mike asked excitedly. How did you talk me into you this? Aizawa asked, still bothered that he found himself doing commentary with Present Mike. What should we be paying attention to in the early stages of the race? Present Mike asked as the students are going on. The doorway. Aizawa answered simply. Right off the bat in the obstacle race, all of the students have suddenly found themselves stick in such a tight and hard space. Consider how everyone ran in at the same time, some are struggling to get through to the other side while others are trying to breathe in the tight space. Ow, my wings! Izuku groaned in a little pain, but his focus is on the exit of the doorway. I get it, they're testing us to see how we get through. Izuku thought realized. This is the first obstacle. Shoto said while icy mist emits from his right side. KO, a new chapter is done and hope you all enjoy it. The race has started with everyone running into the doorway to make their way into the obstacle race, only to immediately find out that the doorway is the first obstacle of the race being in a tight situation which may not be a problem for Shoto soon. KO comment, favorite, and follow through of how this story will go. Running on ice and robotic roadblock. Ouch, I hate to be the one to struggle through that kind of obstacle. Lukoa commented, seeing the students are seriously struggling to get through the doorway. Bet it's a struggle for Izuku to get through since his wings would also be caught in that crowd. Shoyuta said, I'm sure Izuku will get out of there no problem. Toru said with a smug, I'm suddenly in a mood for an ice-cold drink. Within the doorway. This is the first obstacle. Shoto said while icy mist emits from his right side. A big icy mist burst out of the doorway which encased the frame of the doorway to be covered in ice in only a couple mere seconds. Apologies. Shoto apologized while running ahead of the students, leaving them trapped in his ice. Oh, no fair. One student complained. So cold. Another student shivered from the temperature. However, not all of the students were trapped in ice as he had planned, for there are some who were able to react faster than expected in order to avoid the ice and keep themselves in the race because they are determined to get through this festival, such as the students of Class 1A. Here I come. Ijiro shouted. Nice trick, Todoroki. Momo complimented as she created a pole to push herself out of the way from the ice wave. Hearing the shouts got Shoto to turn his head around and his eyes slightly widen with shock. See, they managed to escape the doorway and avoid the ice. I won't let you get away so easily. You icy hot bastard. Katsuki shouted in rage as he soars with his explosion quirk in the air. You froze me in place once before, it won't happen again. Mashireo smirked as he made a high jump with his tail quirk. Thank goodness for the wings, now I can really give this my all. Izuku believed while flying past Katsuki. Don't think I'm going to let you get the best of me too, Deku. Katsuki shouted at the flying dragon boy. Close one. Mina quickly used her acid throw the holes in her shoes to skate on the ice, even though it's a bit difficult for her. Gotta wait for the right time to show off my quirk. Ochako advised herself while carefully walking on the icy floor. So, they are good at using their powers, huh? Hitoshi was impressed with what he is seeing while being carried by 3 guys, though they appear to be in some kind of trance. I didn't expect so many people to dodge that. Especially those from the other classes. Shoto surprised. Don't take your eyes away from what's in front of you, otherwise you might miss out on something. Izuku said as he flew past on his right. Midoriya. Shoto glared at his classmate rival. And right behind Shoto is a certain short purple-head boy throwing his pop-off ball on the icy ground to use as bouncing ways to catch up to Shoto in order to make him look bad. You think you're so cool, but I've outsmarted you. How pathetic, Todoroki. Minoru shouted with a scary grin and the look in his eyes. Eat this. My special attack. Minoru prepared himself to trap Todoroki with his ball and make him look bad. But Minoru never got the chance to use his special attack on Shoto because out of nowhere a big metal thing struck him hard on the side and trembling away like a wheel as he shouts in pain. Are you okay? Izuku asked concern. Izuku towards the attacker to discover that it's not just one, but over dozens of robots, and they're not just any robots either, they are the exam villain robots from the UA practical entrance exam the students took before the start of the new school year. Target acquired. Terminate them. One villain robot said, locking sight on the students. It's those robots from the entrance exam. Izuku recognized them anywhere. Stadium. Ooh, enemies haven shown up out of nowhere. I bet we're in for a treat here. Present Mike grinned as he and Aizawa look at the screen, seeing the robots have made themselves appeared on the field. Are those the robots Papa mentioned? Torest. I would believe so, but it's still a bit scary to have children fight against robots. Inko commented. Can't you humans come up with other things to test their power? Elma asked, but she is curious to see how these children will fare against those robots. Back at the obstacle course. A test of strength and cunning. It's a Robo Inferno. Present Mike revealed the next obstacle of the race. Things have suddenly gotten a lot more difficult for the students as there are more robots on the field, including several giant ones like the 0-point robots, as they are here to block their path as well. Are those the 0-point villains from the practical test? Denki gasped. Loudly. Seriously? This is what the Hero Course students had to fight. The other course classes shocked, never imagining the kind of insane exam the Hero Course students had to go through. I didn't think I have to see those things again. Izuku gulped, feeling a tiny bit scared. So, this is what the other students faced in their entrance exams. Shoto said, seeing as he took a different kind of exam for those getting into UA based on recommendations. Where's the school even get the funding for these things? Momo asked. They're just as scary as I remember, but things are different here. Izuku thought clutched his fists. It looks like I'm gonna have to go with what Lukoa told me. Izuku thought looked at his hand. Flashback. Another hard day of training for you, Izuku baby. Lukoa smiled, laying on the bed with Izuku on top and his head between her beers. Why yeah, just need to work on controlling one for all to make it work for me. Izuku blushed, still feeling flustered despite already having SEC with her and accepting her as my second girlfriend. Still? Lukoa asked. Yeah, I still can't figure out how to get it under control. All I can do now is either 100% or nothing. It's a big struggle for me, even with my dragon body being able to withstand the backslash and not break down, I'm still in the dark with this one. Izuku worried about this problem. I think you might be overthinking this too much. Lukoa said this confuses Izuku. While it is true that you need to master the power All Might gave you to handle 100% without any issues, but you don't always have to think about going full power all the time. Lukoa petted his head. In order for you to move forward with the progress, you first need to start small, then work your way up until you get to 100%. That way, you can be on your way to being better successor who surpasses All Might. Lukoa advised. Oh, that sounds much better than I was thinking. Izuku realized. Does that mean you're going to try a different way to help with your quirk? Lukoa asked. Yeah, you've given me something I can work on. Izuku nodded. I'm happy to help you, now how about a little reward? Lukoa pulled Izuku's head up for a kiss while stroking her hand on his pee-pee. Flashback and... Okay, time to put it into action. Izuku thought-readied his fist. One 0-point robot spotted Izuku in the air and tries to reach out to grab the boy and crush him while the other one goes after the students on the ground. With present Mike and Eraserhead, the first-year students are already off to one rockin' start. And it's only the first round. Talk about a cruel obstacle course. Present Mike felt excited. Our players are racing against each other in a vicious battle where anything goes so long as they stay on the track. Present Mike explained as he swings his arm almost hitting Aizawa. Watch it. Aizawa complained lazily. We'll continue to bring you live updates and pulse-pounding action thanks to the camera robots placed around the course. Present Mike mentioned. Why do you need me here? Aizawa asked, never wanting to be here and yet here he is. Back in the Robo Inferno. The stakes are high. We got a whole school of top-notch students trying to be heroes, but do they really stand a chance against our heavy metal swarm of Robo Infernos? Present Mike asked. They obviously went through a lot of trouble, but I'd wish they'd prepared something a little more difficult. Shoto had expected something a little more for his ice power as he forms ice on the ground. Especially since my dear old dad is watching. Shoto mentioned with a glare at the robot. Here goes nothing. Izuku charged at the 0-point robot. Izuku tightened his fist as his right arm started to glow green with sparks of electricity emitting around it as he reels it back. Is that guy doing what I think he's doing? One bug guy from Class 1B asked in shock. Dragon Smash. Izuku threw the punch against the 0-point robot that actually pushed it back and left a big dent on the head causing some explosions on the inside, just like how it was back in the entrance exam. At the exact same time, Shoto swung his hand up at the giant robot sending a giant wave of ice that completely froze the entire giant robot in its tracks. Shoto saw his work done and quickly ran between the legs, then looked to see that Izuku had actually took down one robot with a strong punch. It looks like that rumor I heard about him taking down a 0-pointer wasn't all talk after all. Shoto recalled hearing about a guy taking down a 0-pointer with one punch. What the F dash? Those two actually stopped those robots. One student gasped in pure shock and fear at the same time. Dude, he stopped the robots. One student with red hair was shocked by what Shoto did. Look between the legs. We can get through. Another male student pointed at the opening. Careful now. I froze them while they were off balance during the attack. On purpose. Shoto revealed his plan while the robot fell forward causing a big dust cloud. Wow, his power is so incredible. Much more than during the combat training. Izuku was amazed having seen this feat from a high view. That's Todoroki from Class 1A pulling ahead to an early lead with a devastating display. Present Mike commented. With Aizawa and Present Mike. Amazing. He's one we should watch. It almost seems unfair. Thoughts? Present Mike said and wondered what Aizawa would say about this. His attack was both offensive and defensive. Aizawa stated. No wonder he was let in on recommendations. He never even fought those Robo Infernos before, but they didn't stand a chance against his chart-topping moves. Present Mike impressed. The humans these days with their powers are something else to behold. Having such power like that could almost make them rival to other magical creatures, but not dragons. Toru commented. Wow, that was so cool. Shoyuta was amazed. Literally cool, but I really hope there weren't any students under the robot, otherwise we may have a problem with him. Kobayashi was concerned for that kid. Back to the Robo Inferno. Most of the other students are shocked that two of those Hero Corps students have each defeated a 0-point giant robot with one that is covered in ice fell over close to the students. There's someone trapped under that robot. One student with a swordfish face alerted. Do you think we should try and help him? One dark-skinned student asked. Are people seriously gonna die here? One freaked student asked. While some are freaking out and unsure of what to do, something is happening at the top of the fallen frozen robot as some cracks appear and bursting out is Eijiro using his hardened quirk to survive the fallen robot. I'm alive. Eijiro shouted. Kirishima from Class 1A. What a hardcore debut for this rookie. Present Mike reported. Todoroki, I can't believe you pulled something like that. Geez, anyone but me would have been killed. Eijiro said, a little angry at Shoto for doing such a dangerous stunt. Eijiro Kirishima, quirk, hardening. This power makes his entire body hard as a rock. That means he can be the ultimate shield, or a devastating weapon. With Reiko and Georgie. Oh yeah, that's Big Brother Eijiro. Not even a giant robot can stop him from charging forward. Reiko cheered as she and Georgie are watching the event with the whole family. I was really worried there for a second, but I'm glad my fear was proven wrong. Georgie smiled, relieved to see her master, alright. Huh, It looks like something else is about to come out. Georgie noticed another crack on the robot. Back at the Robo Inferno. Class 1A is really fully of Jargus. Tetsu angered as he bursts out of the robot's body like Ijiro did. I'll smash that ice guy when I get my hands on him. Tetsu proclaimed. Tetsu from Class 1B was also stuck underneath. What are the odds? Present Mike shocked excitedly. You know, anyone other than me would have been killed. Tetsu pointed out. Tetsu, Quirk, steel. This makes his entire body hard as steel. So, he can be the ultimate shield, or a devastating weapon. Our quirks are basically the same. How am I supposed to stand out now? Ijiro asked, crying from the fact another guy has a similar quirk to his. Udiamin copycat. Tetsu yelled, running as well. Man, how lucky are they? They don't have to worry about being crushed. Denki felt jealous that those two have such incredible quirks to survive being crushed like that. We're racing each other, but we can team up for now. Let's crave a path. One black hair boy from Class 1B suggested with his left arm becoming green scales. But suddenly they heard some loud explosions from behind them and are shocked to see Katsuki using his explosion quirk to fly toward the head of one 0-pointer. Bakugo! Denki gasped. No way am I letting Todoroki and Deku beat me. Katsuki thought as he dodges a giant punch and slide on the head. Class 1A's Bakugo is rocketing over the obstacles. Clever. Present Mike impressed. Present Mike commented with a grin. I expected of Kaken to not give up that easily. Izuku smiled, seeing Katsuki going forward to pass the giant robots. Katsuki lands on one 0-point robot and looks behind to see if there is anyone following him. I figured you'd just try to blast your way through these things with your quirk. I'm impressed. Hanta commented as shot his tape quirk on the 0-pointer's head. I'll hitch a ride on my shadow. Fumikage said with dark shadow in front. Hanta Zero quirk, tape. He can shoot tape-like material from his elbow, stick it to objects, or wrap things up. You should see the traps he makes when he rips it off. Let's land. Fumikage said to his quirk. Aye. Dark Shadow nodded. Fumikage Tokoyami, quirk, Dark Shadow. He's got a shadow-like monster inside him that can materialize and morph into any creation he wants. Everyone else is doing great with how they're handling the robots. Shouldn't be a surprise considering the kind of strong kids we are. Izuku smiled, really glad to see everyone in his class giving this festival their all. With the UA hero teachers. The crowd is cheering loudly for the students making their way through the Robo Inferno obstacle, and they are very impressed with how the students of Class 1A are doing so well that even the giant robots aren't scaring them anymore. Looks like all the pack leaders are from Class 1A except for one. At least for now. Snipe said. It's not that 1B and the other students are doing poorly. It's just. Toshinori noticed that Class 1A is really pushing themselves to go forward. Class 1A has learned not to hesitate. Aizawa said while watching his students breaking through the robots. With Class 1A, Tenya is using his engine quirk for an increase of speed to kick down one robot on the ground and kept running. Kyoko destroyed two with her earphone jacks while running past them with a smile. Denki ran into and jumps on electrocuted one robot with his electric quirk. With Aizawa, they've seen what the real world is like. They've felt the fear of facing villains, yet they fight on trying to overcome that fear. They have all grown and they know they have to act quickly if they want to stay alive. Aizawa explained their drive while watching his students keep moving forward. They've grown. All of them. And they know they have to act quickly if they want to stay alive. Aizawa stated, wanting to see more of what his students can do now. KO, a new chapter is done and hope you all enjoy it. The Robo Inferno may seem scary to some, but Class 1A had already dealt with the kind of fear that encourages them even more to move forward in order to become heroes more than ever before. Let's see how they can keep moving forward with that much spirit in this festival. KO comment, favorite, and follow through of how this story will go. Flying over a big hole and booming field. Release. Ochako deactivated her quirk to drop two robots crashing into the ground. Deku is already ahead of us with his flight. I have to do my best to through this race. Ochako thought, determined to catch up to Izuku. Suddenly 3 of the 0-point robots were shot in the face, forcing them to fall backward to cause some of the other giant robots to fall as well. They turned to see that it was Momo with her gym shirt open, showing her black bra, to use her creation quirk to create a small but powerful-looking cannon. Piece of cake. Momo nodded and run. The path is clear. Everyone else ran as well. No way. Momo was actually able to beat those 0-pointer with just one shot each. That's crazy. I guess this is why she got in on recommendation. Ochako was surprised to see that Momo has such incredible power. Stadium. Sheet. I had no idea there would be a kid with a powerful quirk that can take on a giant robot. It's scary when you think about it. Kobayashi thought, shocked in a little fear when seeing one girl take out all of those 0-pointers by herself. Hey folks, just wanted to say that Izuku Midoriya was able. Pretty wild when he punched one of those zero-pointers with a powerful hit. Believe it or not, this is the second time he has done it, and that was during the entrance exam. Present Mike mentioned, replaying a footage of Izuku punched the giant robot in the obstacle course. Oh yeah, that was the moment Izuku fully unlocked the dragon traits. Tora remembered that day. From the spell you messed up. Alma reminded her rival of that. Are you ever going to let that go already? Tora glared. Not until you learn to do better with your magic. Alma glared back. Go Papa, you're wicked. Kanna cheered. You're better off dodging those big fellas most of the time. But if you gotta take him down, they're just slow, dumb hunks of metal, pretty easy to hit. As long as you land a smart shot, that is. Snipe pointed out. Toshinori is watching the event in silence and saw how young Midoriya has taken first place using his wings to fly over the obstacle course. It looks like he's doing better than he expects the boy to do, though it also feels like he's asking too much of him. I've asked so much of you, young Midoriya. You don't have to come in first, just get to the next round. Toshinori hoped. But Toshinori can see from the looks of it, Izuku is gonna get in first place at the rate he's going. Back at the obstacle course. For those of you who thought the first obstacle was easy, let's see how you feel about the second one. Present Mike smirked. Hey, is this for real? Izuku gasped when he looks down at the second obstacle course. He's not the only one with the shock reaction, as those who have arrived at the second obstacle like they're staring at a very deep black abyss. If they take a spill, they're out. If they want to pass this test, they'll have to get creative. It's the fall. Present Mike revealed the whole area is a giant pit with large stone pillars and rope connected between them. When did they even have time to build something like this? Ochako asked, not sure about getting through this. What are you doing? Mina asked when she saw Tsuyu comp down. Tsuyu jumps over a dozen feet forward and lands on the rope, showing off her skills and balance like a woman on a tightrope. This is my moment, easy peasy. Tsuyu crawled onward a little fast. She's fast. Mina was surprised with how well the froggy girl is going on that rope. Well, it's a deep fall, so I better keep moving. Izuku said, not wanting to delay himself any longer. A chuckle was heard from behind, causing Mina and Ochako to turn around to see a girl, though they feel a little creepy vibe from her. Yes, finally. This is my chance to show off what I can do. My support items are gonna steal the spotlight from these wannabe heroes. The girl was excited. Everyone, observe what my brilliant gadgets can do. Wire arrows and hover sols. The girl shouted with excitement. You're from support. Ochako realized this girl is from the support course of UA High. Hey, how come you got to bring all that stuff? Mina asked. Students in the hero course get all kinds of combat training for their quirks. In order to keep things fair and give us a fighting chance, we're allowed to bring whatever gadgets and costumes we want into the games, so long as we develop them ourselves. The gadget girl explained. This gadget girl is a reasonably short girl with quite a mature build. She has salmon pink hair, which is generally shoulder length, although it does vary, which is styled into thick dreadlocks and sideswept to her right. Her eyes are covered by red and gold steampunk goggles. She wears the regular UA gym uniform, but she also adds some of her own gadgets onto it, including utility belt to hold the various tools, oversized speed-assisting boots, and what could possibly be a jetpack strung over her shoulders. BRSTS sizes, GG Cup. Her name is May Hatsum, support core student who wants to show off her inventions. So, sit back and enjoy the show. May fired one wire arrow at one of the rock pillars. For those of us in the support course, this is the perfect obstacle to show off our ingenious ideas and creations to any companies out there who might want to recruit us. May bragged as she floats a little from her hover sols and pulls in from the wire as she jumped. I hope employers are watching. My super cute little babies are sure to make a splash. May excitedly laughed. May let out a loud crackle as she is flung into the air from the pull of the wire and lands on another pillar. Wow! Ochako was impressed with how well prepared that May girl is. Talk about annoying. Mina commented, thinking that girl is too much with the gadgets. But despite seeing how equipped that gadget girl is, Ochako isn't going to let that even slow her down to finish this race. I won't lose. Ochako was determined as she goes to the fall. Ugh, this is so unfair. Mina complained before going in too. Interesting. Hitoshi saw something interesting when that May girl showed off her support gears. With present Mike and Aizawa. In the world of heroes, it's hard to get popular without a flashy quirk. Right, Eraserhead? Present Mike asked his co-announcer. I don't know what you're talking about, idiot. Aizawa ticked off, clearly feeling a little touchy on the subject. Oh, it looks like Midoriya has already cleared the second obstacle and has decided to go through the rest of the way on foot to rest his wings. Present Mike informed upon seeing Izuku land. Back to the obstacle race. Shoto is shown sliding through the ropes using his ice on his feet and close to the stairway to the third obstacle course right behind Izuku. Looks like Todoroki is still skating by easily in second place. Present Mike commented. Shoto didn't like hearing that he's in second place to Izuku, who only managed to get through this because of his wings, but he will not give up on trying to outdo that guy. He heard explosions, making him turn his head to see Katsuki flying over the fall with his exploding quirk and can see the big angry rage on his face. Looks like he's getting fired up. It took him long enough. Shoto thought commented as he tries running the fastest, he could try to catch up with the 3 runner-ups. You both SK? Katsuki shouted in rage at both Izuku and Shoto. Tenya arrived at the next pillar to get through as he looks ahead to see the leaders being far from them. My older brother's probably watching this. I can't let him see me look foolish, I've got this. Tenya jumped onto a rope and slid through using his engine quirk. While in a foolish-looking pose. Boy, does he look foolish. Present Mike commented with a little chuckle. With the audience. Yeah, go Deku. How those wimpy humans what the might of the dragon is like. Toru cheered loudly with hearts around her. You're doing great, sweetie. Inko smiled proudly at her son. The dude with wings in first place is so far ahead. One police pro hero commented. His quirk is really powerful when I punch that one giant robot down. But he seems to be the smart type to fly over the other obstacles and then decided to run the rest of the way. One three-eyed hero commented on Izuku. There is also that second place boy with a powerful quirk of his own, but it's his natural athletic talent and keen judgment keeping him close to the first place boy. The three-eyed hero stated about Shoto. I'm not surprised. Don't you know who his father is? The flame hero, Endeavor. One young man pointed out. Wait, for real? That guy's second only to All Might himself. Another guy mentioned. If that kid is having trouble against someone and being in second place, I bet a lot of people are going to be fight to have either of them as a sidekick for sure. A giraffe man grinned. Looks like Izuku is getting some praise as should be fitting for a dragon. Toru grinned. With Izuku, the leaders are putting some distance between him and the students stuck at the fall. It hasn't been announced how many competitors will next it through to the next round, so there's no time to relax. Present Mike said. Izuku is making his way to the final obstacle on foot as he turns his head to see that Shoto is really trying to catch up to him. He can see the determination in that guy's eyes. Todoroki is dead set on trying to beat me, and I'm doing the same. Izuku thought ran a little faster. However, Izuku quickly stops himself when he arrives at the final obstacle field, and this one looked like it was made for a war zone. And now, we're finally approaching the last obstacle. Everyone had better tread carefully, you're stepping onto a minefield. Present Mike announced crazy as Shoto and Izuku seize the giant field. If you look carefully, you can see where those little bombs are buried, so keep your eyes on the ground, folks. Present advised. With Present Mike and Aizawa. By the way, those landmines were designed for the games, so they might be loud and flashy, but they're not all that powerful. Just enough to make you wet your pants. Present Mike warned in a freaking out tone. Get a hold of yourself. Aizawa sighed. Does that man always talk like that? Lukoa asked Inko. I'm not really sure, I don't really listen to his radio show like Izuku does. Inko said. Minefield obstacle. Crap, maybe this a bad time for me to take a break from flying. Izuku thought gulped. Shoto arrived right next to Izuku as they look at each other for a quick second. They clutch their fists and start moving into the minefield at the same time, though being very careful with their movements. Some of the other competitors have arrived at the minefield and try to be very careful with moving around on the minefield, but then the exploding of pink smoke started to go off when a few students accidentally step on one spot, blowing them away. Very clever, those in the lead are actually at a disadvantage here. Guess it makes for good entertainment. Shoto thought started to see how this could be trouble for him. Looks like Todoroki and I are at the same pace for now, but no doubt we'll make a break for the finish line once we get out of here. Izuku thought readied himself for what's to come. Haha, it's over. Katsuki smirked as he comes in. Izuku and Shoto quickly saw him coming from behind. Then out of nowhere, Katsuki comes bursting in as he flew over the minefield with his explosive flight and then flew right between Izuku and Shoto. Biasudi, your declaration of war was to the wrong person. Katsuki shouted and threw an exploding left hook which Shoto was forced to dodge. And, Deku, I'm going to make you regret taking a break from that flight because I'm going to turn you into dark brown. Katsuki declared his war on Izuku with an explosive attack that got Izuku to block it with his wings. Just like, a new student takes the lead. The media here is going crazy. There's nothing they love more than an upset. Present Mike excited. I expected nothing less from you, Kakin. Your drive is fiercer than ever. Izuku thought admitted with a grin. The other students are doing their best to catch up with the leaders of the race, even though it's a big struggle for some like Tenya trying to use his super speed to outrun the explosions before they go off. Hey, the rest of the competitors are catching up, and what's this? Present Mike was surprised that the other students are slowing catching up. The three boys are having their own little battle while trying not to step on the bombs at the same time, which is really hard. Izuku tries to whip Shoto with his tail, though he dodges and grabs Katsuki's arm to freeze the hole, only thing for the exploding boy to shake it off, only getting little ice on him. Katsuki glares at Izuku as he throws in a kick that he deflects with his wing, but Katsuki uses that opportunity to use the shockwave of his explosion on Izuku's wings to push him back. Can our three leaders fight each other and stay in front of the competition? Present Mike asked. "D-minute, Kaken used my wings against me." Izuku thought grunted, finding himself behind. "Hold on, that gives me an idea." Izuku thought gotten an idea so crazy that it just might work. Izuku dived his hands into the dirt and start digging up a bomb and then onto another. "I gotta think about this. These landmines go off if you step on them. They're not that powerful, but they can turn into a huge pain if you detonate a bunch of them. You can't just rush through. It's better to slow down and avoid them altogether. That way you won't risk injuring yourself with one. Even the people who are good at jumping can't be too careless. And there are even more of them to watch for here in the front." Izuku thought looked ahead to see more landmines. "No one's going to be able to go through this very quickly. I can use that to my flight advantage. I can do this." Izuku thought dug up at least a dozen landmines. Todoroki and Bakugo are neck and neck for the lead and knocking on the finish line. Present Mike reported. As for Midoriya, he got behind. "Can he make a comeback?" Present Mike asked. "You better. Believe I am." Izuku smirked. "Thanks for the idea, Kaken." Izuku raised his tail high and strong with his wings spread, ready to carry out his insane plan. "Hey, what is that guy doing?" One orange hair girl from Class 1B wondered. "Super explosive turbo speed." Izuku slammed onto the landmines with his tail, causing them to explode into a powerful and gigantic explosion from all the landmines combined. "What's with that huge explosion in the front? That was way more powerful than it should be." Present Mike gasped. The big explosion on the front even got Shoto and Katsuki to stop for a moment and brace themselves from the shockwave and almost made them lose their balance. Everyone looked up to see Izuku being high in the air and zooming way ahead of the group, leaving the minefield as he is heading straight ahead for the finish line. "Incredible!" Present Mike shouted. "Stadium." "Yes." Toshinori smiled. "Go, Izuku." Toru and the others cheered for him. Even Elma is getting in on this. Back with Izuku. What just happened? Whatever the case, Class 1A's Izuku Midoriya is suddenly in the lead once again and is making his way to the finish line faster than expected. Present Mike shouted in shock. "This is it. I'm going to win this." Izuku thought sprinted forward in the air, making his way to the doorway back into the stadium. "Deku, what the hell do you think you're doing, huh?" Katsuki blasted into the air and forward to Izuku. Shoto has decided to use his ice quirk to make a small yet steady path through the minefield. This ice path will end up helping the others, but there's no time to worry about them. Shoto thought running as fast as he could to catch up to Izuku. With Toshinori, the #1 hero in his true weakened form, sitting with the other teachers while watching the race, is clutching his fists, feeling excited that Izuku has gotten the lead now and hope he can continue doing what he does best. Anything can happen. Toshinori thought. Toru and the others are on the edge of their seats to see what is going to happen in the next 5 seconds or so when Izuku comes in. "Eraserhead, your students are amazing. What the heck are you teaching them?" Present Mike asked. "This has nothing to do with me," Aizawa said as he watches his students on the screen in the stadium. "Each of them is powered by their own drive to succeed." Aizawa stated. "There you have it. Eraserhead is a terrible teacher." Present Mike commented. "I'm what?" Aizawa glared. Who would have imagined that at the beginning of the race that the climax would be a non-stop megamix of surprises? Present Mike said exciting. And then Izuku came out of the tunnel and back into the stadium. "Izuku Midoriya is our champion," Present Mike declared, and the crowd cheers wildly. "KO, a new chapter is done and hope you all enjoy it. The obstacle race is over, and the winner of this race is none other than Izuku, taking the lead with his flight and even using the explosions from the landmines to make him go faster, but he's about to discover that taking first place may not have been the best thing for him in the next game. KO, comment, favorite, and follow through of how this story will go. 10 million points for the dragon winner." Right outside of the stadium, where some pro heroes are working as security to keep the festival safe and no incidents would happen like the USJ incident, 2 heroes known as Death Arms and Kamui would turn their attention to the screen, seeing Izuku winning the first game. "Hey, look, it's that kid." Death Arm recognized that boy from around a year ago. Death Arms is a very tall, muscular man of a wide build with slightly tan skin. He has a square jaw which juts out a notable amount, small eyes and short white hair, spiked out behind his head. He wears large headband with a yellow and black striped caution pattern, matching his thick wrist guards and the belt around his waist. A square buckle with a triangular decoration sat in its center. He wears what looks to be a cyan-colored cardigan, which exposes his lower torso and the center of his pectorals. held onto his chest on each side by small metal nuts. His pants are dark blue, a white stripe down each side, and are slightly baggy on him, and his shoes are plain black with a simple design. Oh yeah, he fought the sludge monster. Kasumi would remembered that kid charging in that danger. Kaomi Wood is a young man with a rather muscular build. He wears a wooden mask covering his whole face with holes for his eyes, a dark blue bodysuit that includes a wooden belt, wooden knee pads, and wooden shoes. A small bundle of roses hangs from the left side of his belt. Emmy Lady was busy doing some poses for some cameramen taking her pictures, few of them being perverted for their own reason. Hold on, did the kid always had those wings and tail and scales? Death Arms was confused about those traits on Izuku. No, he did not. If I had to guess, it must be a transformation quirk. Kaomi guessed. Unknown place. It's that brat again. Watching the sports festival on a computer screen in a dark and creepy is Tamura Shigaraki, one of the boss villains who attacked UA with his group a while back, and he didn't like seeing that brat's face again while scratching his neck. That brat and his maid, Tamura thought angered of those two wanting to kill them so badly. With Izuku at the stadium, Izuku lands on the grassy ground and looks around seeing all the people here are cheering loudly for him for winning the obstacle course race. He sees All Might clapping for him with a proud smile on his face and saw his family and family friends cheering proudly at him too. Izuku clutches his fist proudly in responses to All Might's smile. He can feel the tears are about to come out and quickly tries to wipe them away. I knew he would win. Nothing can beat a dragon. Toru smirked. I have to say, it was fun watching that race and seeing others doing different things to get through. Lukoa said. Papa was so cool that he won the whole race. Kanna sparkled with joy for her adopted dad. This was fun to watch. I'm actually looking forward to see what they're gonna do next. Elma smiled giggling. Izuku, my baby. I'm so proud of you. Inko cried a river of tears of joy. This sports festival is a competition where everyone aims for the top, even though that means defeating your friends and classmates. And for professional heroes, popularity plays a huge part in their careers, so they have to want to be the best. It's a bloodthirsty world. Toshinori thought as he looked up seeing the play-by-play of Izuku flying through the minefield. At your core you want to help others. That's why I chose you, young Midoriya. But in all honesty, I also thought your selflessness could be your weakness. Toshinori thought admitted worry. Turns out I was worried for nothing. You are a fighter. Still, maybe cool it with the waterworks. Toshinori thought clapped his hands smiling. This has gotten even more interesting. One boy said, I think it's obvious that Midoriya's stock is about to go up. Another boy grinned. You may be right, he just demonstrated his strength when he punched that big robot earlier and he has shown himself to be smart like using that big explosion to give himself a boost in speed with his wings. The companies could mark him greatly. One boy with swirling red cheeks said, they definitely have their work cut out. One glasses boy said, this guy definitely has more than he's offering with his dragon-like appearance and strength along with skills to work with even when he performs under pressure. One boy with a big and long drill-like hairstyle stated, business course students. Some things never change. Toshinori thought looked down, seeing those students being all business stuff and all. The business course. There's really no benefit to them participating in the sports festival. So, they cultivate their instincts by selling things or running market simulations. They have a lot of free time. Katsuki is seen panting from all that running and having to use his explosive quirk so hard on that race as he grabs his left arm and feeling angry that it was Deku who won the race before him. Deku, no way. Not again. Katsuki gritted his death. The contestants are pouring in one after the other. Let's hear some applause for all of our competitors as we prepare the results. Present Mike said. Shoto is also panting from using his ice power to slide his way hoping to get in first place before Midoriya, but it would seem that is not the case with this one and look over to Izuku for a second and walk away. Deku, that was amazing. Ochako shouted as she runs up to him exhausted from all that running while Tenya is looking gloomy close to them. I can't believe you got first place, I'm jealous. Ochako exclaimed. Oh, it was nothing. Izuku covered his blushing face with his wings. Honestly, I was more surprised that my little gamble right the landmines actually worked otherwise that might have hurt. Izuku thought relieved that worked out well that he was lucky. My ability will still be tested after this. What comes next? Izuku thought wondered. But then he saw something he was not expecting to see, and it made him feel unease. How could this happen? Momo asked panting, and her body seemed heavy because of an unexpected and unwanted package on her back. It is Minoru Mineta who used his sticky ball to latch onto Momo's back to finish the race and get on a CC girl at once. Two birds with one stone. I'm a genius. Minoru said with a perverted grin. You are the worst. Momo disgusted with this pervert on her back. Mineta. Izuku suddenly appeared right behind Minoru with a deadly glare that sends shivers down the great boy's spine and causing him to be scared to death. You will get off from Yaoyorozu's back and walk away right now, or I can force you to get off. Your choice. Izuku threatened with his claws. Hey, I'm getting off. Minoru exclaimed in utter fear and quickly jumped off from Momo, and then ran for his life. Here, let me help you with that. Izuku blew a little of his dragon fire to burn away the sticky ball without burning on Momo's gym uniform. Thank you, Midoriya. I feared for the worse if Minoru kept on hanging on my back. Momo thanked Izuku. You're welcome. For some reason, I didn't like how he was onto your body like that, and I just want to set him straight. Izuku explained. Oh, you set him straight all right. Straight for his mommy. Momo joked. They share a little laughing moment. I wonder if this is how Toru feels whenever there's a girl next to me? Izuku asked himself. Your maid, I heard she just became a pro hero. Momo mentioned. Yes, she is. I'm proud of my girlfriend to become a hero. Izuku nodded. Yes, it's quite an amazing feat for her to become a hero in such short wait. Did you just say she's your girlfriend? Momo asked in shock when hearing that Toru and Izuku are a couple. Huh, well, things happened and having two girlfriends is a lot, but I'm doing my best. Izuku accidentally mentioned that he has two girlfriends. Wait, two girlfriends? Izuku Midoriya, just what is going on with you? Momo asked in shock while her cheeks are blushing. Huh, I have to get ready for the next game. Izuku quickly walked away to avoid the questions. Him with two girlfriends? It's hard to imagine Deku like that. Momo said. And yet for some reason, I feel as though I want to be a part of that. Momo felt her heart beat a little harder than normal. Hey Toru, I think Izuku may find himself another mate. Lukoa informed softly in Toru's ear. Are you for real? Toru was shocked to hear that. A few minutes later, all of the students have arrived back in the stadium, which means it's time to move on. The first game for the first years is finally over, and what a game it was. Midnight announced as she smiles proudly. Now, let's take a quick look at the standings, shall we? Midnight winked. The list starts off with Izuku in first place, Shoto in second place, Katsuki in third place, then goes off showing the rest of the 42 students who have made it through the finish line, with Yuga being in last place with a very upset tummy. Only the top 42 will advance to the next round, but don't be too let down if you didn't make the cut. We've prepared other opportunities for you to shine. Midnight assured as she licks her lips and looks directly at Izuku. Why am I suddenly feeling that she wants me for something? Izuku gulped. Oh boy, I know that look anywhere. Kobayashi noticed how her wife is staring at Izuku. Now the real fun is about to begin. The chance to fully move yourselves into the limelight. Give it your best. Midnight smacked the air with her whip as the hologram board starts spinning for the random selection of the next event. Izuku and everyone look up to see the roulette spinning for a moment, bracing themselves for what the next game could be. Let's see what we have in store for you next. Will your wildest fantasies come to life? What could it be? The waiting is torture. Midnight smiled securely. Sometimes, I wonder if mom is taking her job seriously. Shoyuta said. You and me both, kiddo. Kobayashi agreed. Prepare yourselves for this. Midnight shouted and moved her body, causing her BRS to bounce. The roulette screen also shows that the second game is going to be a cavalry battle. Grit your loins and prepare yourself for your next test. A cavalry battle? Midnight announced. Cavalry battle? I'm terrible at those. Denki groaned. Huh, so it's not an individual event. I wonder how they'll split us up. Tsuyu asked as Minoru becomes excited for this event. Allow me to explain. The participants will form teams of 2 to 4 people as they see fit. In theory, it's basically the same as a regular playground game, but there is one difference. Each player has been assigned a point value based on the results from the obstacle course. Midnight explained. I get it, a point-based system like the entrance exams. That seems pretty simple. Rikido started to understand that. So, that means each team will have a different point value based on which students are on it. Ochako said, and Mina also agrees with a smile. Maybe you should shut up and let me explain things to you. Midnight yelled, hated being interrupted and others sounding like know-it-alls. Now then, the point assignments go up by increments of 5, starting from the bottom. For example, 42nd place is worth 5 points, and 41st is worth 10, and so on. Midnight explained as the hologram board shows the students with their point value. Oh, so that means Papa gets the highest point of 210. Kanna realized, understanding her math. Please, Izuku deserves a higher number than that small amount. Toru proclaimed. Actually, Midnight said there is going to be a surprise for the first place winner of the first game. Kobayashi mentioned. And the point value assigned to the first place contestant is 10 million. Midnight revealed. T10 million? Izuku quivered in fear. Shocked that he ended up having so many points. Really? Hitoshi thought smirked, turning his head to Izuku. In other words, if you take down his team, Mei thought looked towards Izuku. You'll win the cavalry game and take the lead yourself. All the students thought of the same thing, as they all have set their sights on Izuku like a bunch of predators aiming at their prey. That's right, it's survival of the fittest, with a chance for those at the bottom to overthrow the top. Midnight declared excitingly with a sinister smirk. Izuku can already feel getting smaller and smaller the more everyone around him with those dark intense stares, and his inner dragon instincts are roaring that he has been challenged by these fools and he is going to accept that challenge head-on. Those of you at the top will suffer the most. Midnight said. Of course, that's something you'll hear over and over again at UA. Show us what plus ultra means. Midnight cracked her whip, pointing at Izuku. Izuku Midoriya placed first in the qualifier. He'll be worth 10 million. Midnight mentioned this again. Everyone's staring at me, ready to challenge me. Izuku thought, clutched his fists. This also reminding him of the times he was mocked back in middle school and what Katsuki said back then. Flashback. Izuku, before one for all and gaining dragon powers, is shivering in the classroom where most of his classmates are laughing at him mockingly. You'd never be able to hang with the best of the best. You're just a quirkless wannabe. Katsuki stated. Flashback. And things have changed so much since junior high, but I'm still a target. I managed to get into first place with my strength and a little bit of good luck. Not that that matters, I guess. Izuku thought started to see that being at the top isn't always a good thing. Now you know the burden of being the best. Toshinori thought knew that young Midoriya would have to learn about this soon. What they say is true. It's hard being at the top, right, All Might? Izuku thought, clutched his hands, knowing this is going to be harder to get through. His wings flapped a bit and his tail slams into the ground. No matter what goes on from now on, he is going to keep on pushing through with all his might. First years. These are the rules that you'll abide by. Midnight started explaining the rule of the cavalry battle. The game itself will last 15 minutes. Individual point values will be added together to reach your team total. Everyone will know how much you're worth thanks to your headbands. Swipe as many as headbands as you can to raise your team score. Stolen headbands must be worn from the neck up, so the more you steal, the harder it'll be to manage them. Midnight said. And another thing, even if your headband gets stolen or your team falls down, you can keep playing until time's up. Midnight mentioned. It's anyone's game then. Momo said. And since there's 42 contestants, there'll be 10 or 12 teams fighting on the field the entire time. Rikido stated. Sounds hard. Yuga commented, feeling a little scared from this. So, if you lose your headband at the beginning, you have more time to make up a plan. Mina believed that to be the case in this game as well. I dunno, Mina. Maybe we should wait and see how the teams turn out before we start strategizing. So you said, not wanting to jump at anything yet. This is going to be rough. You may use your quirks as much as you like, but there are still rules. Make a team fall on purpose and I'll slap you with a red card. You'll be disqualified. Midnight warned. Now, you've got 15 minutes to build your teams. I recommend you get started. Midnight recommended. Now this game is about teamwork. I wonder how those kids will do in this situation? Lukoa asked. KO, a new chapter is done and hope you all enjoy it. With the obstacle race finish, everyone has been given point value and Izuku got the highest points of all, being 10 million, making him the biggest target of the game, and next up is going to be a cavalry battle. Let's hope there will be at least a few people that will join his team. KO comment, favorite, and follow through of how this story will go. Team making for the riding of survival. It doesn't matter how many points my teammates have since I've got so many. I just need to pick the right people. Okay, I know who I want. Izuku hoped those people would agree to become his teammates. Who do you think Izuku is going to team up with? Shoyuta asked. Well, I know that he won't. Ask Katsuki to join since he would want to destroy him rather than team up with him. Maybe he could ask that Ijiro boy or his other friends like that Tsuyu girl. Inko guessed. Whoever wishes to join Izuku won't matter because that boy is going to once again dazzle everyone with the might of the dragons. Tora grinned. I don't know about that, something unexpected could happen. Just saying. Kobayashi shrugged. Well, I better hurry up and get more food before the next game starts. Alma left the booth to get some more food from the food stances. I'll go make sure she doesn't go overboard. Lukoa decided to follow her. At least I'll finally get some peace and quiet from that beach. Tora mumbled. Break room, staff only. Death Arms, Kamui Wood, and Empty Lady are inside the break room to get some time off from the patrolling duty around the stadium and watching the TV to see the festival going to have the next game soon. The sports festival isn't really about seeing how prepared they are at being heroes. It's more about simulating the competition they'll face if they go pro. Death Arms stated before taking a smoke. What are you talking about? Empty Lady was confused about what he said. We both know this country's overrun with agencies right now. If you want to put food on the table, you gotta be willing to step on top of the other heroes. That was the whole point of the first round. Death Arms explained. That's such a sad way of looking at our jobs. Lady commented while covering her mouth and nose from the awful smell of the smoke. Seriously? You never had a problem stealing the spotlight. Kamui would recall the time when MT Lady made her debut by stealing the villain he was gonna stop. But on the other hand, even if you're battling each other for popularity, there are plenty of cases where you have to work together. Death Arms pointed out. You're right. It's just like this cavalry battle. Every point you score isn't just for you, but for your teammates as well. Plus, you have to think about how quirks work together and who you're compatible with. MT Lady realized that now. It's kind of like coordinating with your sidekick or doing quirk training with other agencies. Kamui would said before realizing he can't drink his water bottle with his mask still on. I'm sure at least some of the kids are thinking about all this. If they become pros, it'll be their way of life. Death Arms stated. They've still got a long road ahead of them. Milady said, you know, I wouldn't mind having that first place boy as my sidekick should decide to after graduating. Kamui would said, the first place kid? Milady asked. Yeah, he's the kid who fought that sludge villain a year ago. The one who charged in like crazy to rescue his friend. Death Arms mentioned. The sludge villain? You mean the kid who almost got killed? That was him. Milady was shocked that the dragon kid she saw once on TV was the same kid from back then. The same. Kamui would nodded. Oh shit, I think I've just fallen for the kid. Milady said. Back in the stadium. The students are now going with each other and talking things out about becoming teammates. Some are a little easy picking while the others are a little hard because of how strong they are. Such is the case with Katsuki being surrounded by some of his classmates. You should team up with me. Rikido said. No, you definitely want me by your side. Mina pointed at herself. I don't want to beg, but please. Yuga exclaimed in pain from his stomach still hurting. Katsuki said nothing for a second as he saw them a little good to be on his time. He just needs to clear something up first. Wait, remind me what your quirks are again. And your names. Katsuki said, causing his own classmates to be shocked. You're kidding? We're your classmates? Mina was shocked that Katsuki didn't bother to even know their names. Can you really be that self-centered? Rikido asked angrily. Oh man, I knew I should have gone to Izuku. Mina thought regretted not going to Izuku first. Toshinori saw how some of the students surrounded Katsuki to try getting him to one and the other. Bakugo! Ijiro called out, getting the explosion young man's attention. I was gonna try Todoroki, but he already picked a group. So, hey, we should team up. Ijiro offered to lend Katsuki his aid. Hey, dumb hair. Katsuki greeted deadpan. My name is Ijiro Kirishima. And my hair's not that different from yours. Ijiro corrected for his name and pointed out about their hairstyle. Come on, you want to be the rider, right? So, you're gonna need a strong front horse who won't be hurt by your blasts. That'd be me. Ijiro stated as he hardens his arm. I need someone with guts. Katsuki said. My quirk was made for this. I got you covered, man. Let's go charging into battle together. 10 million, bring it. Ijiro smirked of excitement and a fierce look. Katsuki grins widely upon seeing how front this guy is being and showing some serious guts. Now this is someone he can respect. Shoji. Minoru called out to Mizo, who turned to see him crying. None of the girls want to team up with me. Please, be my partner. Minoru begged. This just makes Mizo want to walk away. I'm super tiny, so I can't be a horse, but for some reason no one wants me to climb on top of them so I can be a rider. With your huge body and those tentacles, you could cover me completely, so no one will take my headband. Right, please? Minoru begged some more. Hearing that his body could be the perfect shield for the rider, this could also show some of the heroes what he can do with his quirk. So, he moves one tentacle with a mouth in front of Minoru. Good idea, let's go. Mizo smirked. Izuku looks around to see how the teams are being formed and who's teaming up with whom. Just like I expected. Everyone's sticking to the people in their homeroom class. It's too much of a gamble to partner with someone if you don't know what their quirk can do. I need to find a team of my own and fast. Izuku knew he has to form a team, but there is just one problem. But everyone is avoiding me since I'm worth so much. Izuku felt isolated. Look at them being scared and helpless before Izuku. That's how dragons should be feared to these puny humans. Toru chuckled. Aren't you supposed to be one of the heroes? Elma reminded her rival of that. And wouldn't that also beat the point that Izuku needs to have people to form a team? Lukoa mentioned that as well. Oh dear, I really hope Izuku finds someone. Inko worried. Hey, what's up, Ojiro? Izuku tried to talk with Mashireo. Sorry. But Mashireo walked away. It makes sense. No one's worried about keeping their own headbands the whole game. It's a better strategy to steal as many points as you can at the end. Izuku thought knew of this. And even though there were only a few of them who wanted to team up with me, they didn't have the right stuff besides their quirks for me to work with. So, I need to find some people and fast. Izuku thought need to hurry. Izuku. Tsuyu walked up to him. Do you mind if we team up? Rabbit. The moment Tsuyu said those words, Izuku suddenly burst into giant waterfall tears that almost got on her. No ways. I was going to ask if I could team up with Deku too. Ochako smiled. Once again, his tears came out even more, wetting the gravity girl on the face a little bit. Uraraka. Are you sure? Everyone will be after me and my 10 million stupid points. Tell me neither of you are kidding. Izuku exclaimed, hoping this is not a joke. Nope, I'm serious about teaming up with you. Tsuyu answered. Me too. If we run away the whole time, then we'll win, right? Ochako asked. You're either overestimating me or underestimating everyone else here. Izuku said, not sure which one it is. Phooey. Ochako smiled. Anyway, it's better to team up with people you like. Ochako stated with her cute smile. Hearing that from Ochako suddenly made his heart squeeze, which also causes his face to squeeze. Is something wrong? You look so gross. Ochako asked. You look like you need to go to the bathroom. Tsuyu said bluntly. No, I just thought my chest was gonna explode for a second. Izuku tried to quickly calm his heart down. That sounded like a love confession before dying in battle. Tsuyu commented, causing Ochiko's face to blush up in shock. No, it wasn't anything like that. It's just because we're friends and nothing more. Ochako proclaimed, but her heart won't shut up. Anyway, how do we know that you're not here just because you're grown a liking to Deku? Ochako pointed at Tsuyu, trying to embarrass her. I shall neither confirm nor deny. Tsuyu said, turning her head away to hide her blushing cheeks. Demented heart. Please calm down. Izuku thought exclaimed. Actually, I wanted to team up with Uraraka too. Thanks a lot. Izuku thanked her. You're right. For a game that requires so much teammate, it's smart to find people you can communicate smoothly with. Izuku said as both girls nodded. In fact, if we had both your quirk and one other person, you know what, I think I might have a solid plan. Izuku said as he looks over to find one more person for this team. Tsuyu and Ochako look over to see who Izuku is looking at, and it's the back view of Tenya Iida as they go over to him hoping he'll join their team. Iida. Izuku said, getting his attention. The three of us would be horses with Iida in the front. Using the combination of my wings, Uraraka and Tsuyu's quirk, we would be able to make ourselves lighter and move around in the air, so we'd be able to maneuver around really easily. No one could catch us. Izuku explained his plan. Good idea. Ochako agreed with this. And with Iida's speed, it would make things harder for the other teams to even see us coming. Tsuyu added. I know it may not be much, but it's the only evasive plan I could think of this fast. Izuku said to Tenya. A good strategy, but I'm sorry. I'm afraid I must refuse your offer. Tenya turned down Izuku, causing him and the girls to be shocked. You're already on another team, are you? Tsuyu asked. Since this all started, I've been losing to you. Please don't take this as an insult. You're a great friend, but if I continue to follow you, I'll never get stronger. Tenya believed as he looks at Izuku with a serious look. Bakugo and Todoroki have challenged you already, but they aren't the only ones who see you as a rival. Tenya shared his thoughts on seeing Izuku as his own rival too. Midoriya, I'll try my best to defeat you. Tenya turned away and walked over, showing that he's on a team with Shoto along with Denki and Momo. Whoa, Iida. Ochako was surprised by this. That went south. Tsuyu commented. So, it's already begun. Everyone's an enemy. I'm at the top, and they'll all be coming for me. I can't rely on anyone. Not this time. Izuku thought looked determined more than ever. Looks like we're gonna have to find someone else fill in for Iida to complete our team. Tsuyu said. Oh, perfect, you're still looking for one more. And you're the star. Hearing that causes the three to turn around to suddenly see Mei right in front of them. Team up with me, person in first place. Mei said, right in front and very close to Izuku's face. So close. Who are you? Izuku asked, gasping. I'm a student in the support course. Name's Mei Hatsum. Mei introduced herself. Oh, you're that weirdo from the obstacle course. Ochako recognized that girl from the last game where she showed off her gadgets at the fall. We haven't met, but I'd like to use your current fame to my personal advantage. Mei revealed why she wants to team up with Izuku. That's straightforward. Izuku thought, surprised to see this girl being honest with her reason. That's pretty straightforward of you. Tsuyu commented. If I team up with you, then I'll be in the spotlight. Part of the team that everyone is keeping their eyes on. That means my super cute little babies will inevitably be seen by the big company CEOs who's tuning into the sports festival. And following that line of reasoning, this is the best way for me and my marvelous gadgets to get recruited. Mei explained more as she moves in closer to Izuku. Could you slow down a minute? Ochako asked, having a hard time to keep up with what May is saying right now. When you say babies, do you mean the equipment you're wearing right now? Tsuyu asked. Plus, you three would definitely benefit. May is more focused on Izuku than the two girls. Oh, she doesn't care about us. Tsuyu and Ochako realized this now. The support course specializes in creating equipment that helps heroes deal with their quirks and enhance their skills. May opened a chest that she brought along, showing him the support gears inside as they are shiny and new. I packed a ton of powerful babies to bring with me, so I'm sure you'll find something you like floating around my arsenal. May bragged, showing off her big love for gadgets, which is shocking to Izuku. Oh, I see one's caught your eye. I based this on a certain hero's backpack. Though of course I added my own twist. May showed a jetpack that she seems to suit Izuku's fancy. Wait, I recognize that. Air Jet, the Buster hero has one of those. Izuku remembered a pro hero who uses a jetpack just like the one May has. I love that guy. Izuku smiled. Isn't he awesome? May laughed, thrilled to see that this guy here has some interest in support gears too. Ribbit, those two get along well. Tsuyu commented, seeing how Izuku and May have suddenly become friends. Yeah, they are. Ochako said, almost feeling a little something in her about this scene. Okay, so I got Hatsum, Tsu, and Uraraka making our team complete, and maybe most would think we're a little out of order. That might be our advantage. We're to win this and make it to the next game. Izuku thought, determined to get through this. Meanwhile, there is a little talk going on within Class 1B. Almost everyone in the audience is foaming at the mouth for Class 1A. Why is that? At first, I thought they were full of themselves until Tetsu told us all about what Midoriya said about their experience with the villains. Meaning they're not overconfident or any of that. Guess we can give them a break for that. One boy of Class 1B decided not to hold anything against Class 1A. Surprised you're calm about this, Monoma? The orange-haired girl from Class 1B said. Maybe I am, but that doesn't mean that we of Class 1B aren't second-rate or can't show everyone that we're just as good as Class 1A. That means we're going to step it up and show everyone that we're heroes in the making too. Are you with me? Nito Monoma asked. Nito is a young man of average height with slick blonde hair, which gets shorter the further down his head, styled so that it's parted to the right, his bangs left hanging over his right eye. His irises are a periwinkle blue, his pupils white, and his eyes are shaped so that they're slanting downwards towards the far sides of his face. He wears the UA gym uniform. Let's go out there and make our class proud. Nito grinned. KO, a new chapter is done and hope you all enjoy it. The cavalry battle is about to begin with everyone having found their team, including Izuku, though his team is a little different than in the anime, such as Tsuyu taking Fumicage's place and Izuku having wings might give him a better advantage. But we'll have to see how this game will go. KO comment, favorite, and follow through of how this story will go. Keep away from the many students. The timer for the 15 minutes went down to 0 with a siren sound going off to let everyone know that it's time for the cavalry battle. Oh goody, it's time to get this party started. Midnight stretched her arms, getting excited for the second game of the UA Sports Festival to start. Hey, look alive. Present Mike tapped on Aizawa on the shoulder, waking him up from his nap. After 15 minutes to pick teammates and talk strategy, 12 cavalry teams are preparing to go head-to-head. Present Mike commented. I see some unexpected student combinations. Aizawa noticed the students that have teamed up with one another. Come on, everyone gets your hands in the air. It's time for an arena-thumping UA battle royale. Let me hear you scream. Present Mike yelled with excitement that got the audience excited too. Izuku and his team are ready for the action of the game as the boy himself is tightening the headband of his and the girl's points combined. This is going to be a difficult battle for them, but they are prepared for this. Ready? Izuku asked Ochako. Yeah. Ochako answered with a smile. Rearing on the left flank. Hatsum. Izuku checked to see if her systems are ready to go. She responds with a giggle as she is excited to show off her babies to those support gear company men. Position on the right. Ashui? Izuku checked the frog girl on the front. Ready to hop. Ribbit. Tsuyu nodded. Let's do this. Izuku said, determined to survive this game without anyone trying to take his points. Earlier, we move back a little in time to show Shoto Todoroki talking with his teammates about how the team should be such as the roles they'll be taking. I chose the three of you because I believe will make for the most stable formation possible. Kanna Arrives our left wing. He can use his quirk to keep enemies at bay. Shoto believed Denki could do that with his electric quirk. Yaoyorozu, you'll take the right wing. Focus on insulation and defense. Shoto instructed Momo to focus on protecting the team. Iida, you'll take the front. We'll rely on you for mobility and physical defense. Shoto assigned Tenya as his speed will get them far in this game all the way to the end. And you'll be attacking and creating diversions of ice and fire. Is that right? Tenya guessed Shoto's role as the rider of the team. Not quite. Shoto looked over to the audience dance, his eyes caught sight of one single man standing at the wall. The man he expected to be here, the one he hates the most of his life with his entire being. When I'm in battle, I never use my left side. Shoto explained while glaring deadly at the man who is his father, the flame hero Endeavor. Endeavor is a tall, sturdily built man with a very muscular physique. He has short crimson hair, which he wears spiked up around his head, and sharp turquoise eyes. His beard and mustache appear to be made of fire. He wears a tight, navy turquoise bodysuit, with flames streaming across his chest, upper torso, arms, and most prominently his shoulders. He uses his flames as a makeshift mask around his eyes, and his tall boots appear to be either made of fire themselves or constantly left alight, as only their soles and laces are visible around the flames. He sports white bracers on his lower arms, styled in a cage pattern, and a blue belt with a pouch on either side. Endeavor is watching him like a hawk, waiting to see what Shoto will do in this fight, and to see that boy's fire. Present. Okay, all you first years. I hope you're happy with your chosen teams. Present Mike said. Tetsu. No hard feelings, okay? Nito hoped the metal guy understands that they still have to battle each other since one of them is going to the top. Right. Tetsu understood with a fist pump. Let's get this party started. One final countdown before the game starts. Present Mike excited. 3. Get them. Katsuki cracked his knuckles with a glare at Deku. 2. It's ours. Shoto said looking directly at Izuku. 1. Begin. Midnight announced the start of the game. The moment the game begins, 3 or 4 teams all charge at Izuku's team, which shocked him a little even though he expected something like this to happen with how everyone was glaring at him earlier when it was announced that he would be worth 10 million points. It's basically one big battle for 10 million points. Tetsu stated. I'll be taking that headband, Midoriya. Toru cackled. Wow, Toru sounds pretty serious just now. Tsuyu commented. This is it. Ochako knew this is going to be the moment that this team will have to survive at all costs. Here they come. Mei said. So, what should we do now, Izuku? Tsuyu asked. That's easy. We're running away. Izuku commanded. Don't think so. Tetsu shouted. Yeah. Juzo nodded. One stomp on the ground and the spot around Izuku's team have become softened like it's quicksand. What's happening? Ochako asked worry. We're sinking. Izuku was shocked to see that the ground has suddenly become soft like quicksand. It must be that guy's quirk. Izuku guessed at the front horse of Tetsu's team as they charge at them. No good, I can't get out. Ochako said as she tries to move her legs. Girls, hang on to me, I'm going to fly us out of here. Izuku said as he prepares his wings for takeoff. But can you even carry all of us at once with the current weight we have? Tsuyu asked. Don't worry, my wings are strong. Izuku proclaimed, at least his hopes so. With one strong flap of his wings, Izuku was able to get his whole team out of the muddy trap and flew right over Tetsu's team, much to this shock. Holy F dash. He's literally carrying his entire team in the air. After them. Tetsu was shocked, then ordered his team to not lose sight of Midoriya's team. Jiro now. Toru commanded. I know. Kyoko extended her earphone jacks at Izuku's team while they're still in the air. Tsuyu, take care of her. Izuku commanded. You got it. Tsuyu nodded and latched her long tongue to smack Kyoka's earlobes away faster than she could react. Damn it, Tsuyu is really good with her tongue. Kyoka cursed. Nice job, Tsuyu. You reacted in time and were fast to defend us. You might be able to defend our blind spots. Izuku complimented Tsuyu. Thank you, though I'll need help on that. But hey, I got a surprise from Toru. Tsuyu said. We're landing. Ochako alerted. She pressed a button that activated the jetpack on her back, and Mei got her hover shoes to work for them to have a soft landing. Uraraka's quirk is awesome. She's floating everything but her and the equipment, making the use of my wings lighter to fly when we need to. Izuku thought amazed of Ochako's zero-gravity quirk. So, what do you think of my babies? Aren't they just precious? Cuteness can be manufactured. Mei bragged. Excellent mobility, your babies are amazing, Mei. Izuku complimented with a nod. Thanks. Mei giggled with her cheeks blushing a little. I'm the one making us float. Ochako muttered, feeling a little jealous. They're not that far away. Come on, team, full speed ahead. Toru pointed at Izuku's team with her invisible finger. Hey wait, Hagakure. Your headband is gone. Rikido alerted, gasping. What? No. Toru freaked out. By the way, I got us a little prize from Toru during that counter. Tsuyu revealed that she has taken the headband from Toru, showing the points to be 390 on her tongue. Huh, you took that from Toru? But isn't that kind of pointless since we already have over 10 million points? Izuku asked, surprised that Tsuyu actually did that. I thought about it for a little bit and figured we should be prepared if our headband gets stolen, we'll need enough points to move on to the next round. Tsuyu explained her reason, can't hurt to have some extra points. Well, I'll be DMN, Team Midoriya took a band for themselves. If I had to guess, they must be getting cautious with how many are going after him for the 10 million points and want to make sure they're still in the game. Nito theorized. Hey Nito, another team on our right. Cozy Eye alerted. Wow, barely 2 minutes have passed since we started, and it's already a total free for all. Present Mike commented exciting, seeing how the students are going at each other. Yeah. Watch those headbands, you can even ignore the 10 million points and go after the other chart toppers. Present Mike stated. That would be a good idea to try grinding up the points first before going after the big catch, don't want others to think they're overconfident. Tursid. Go Papa. Don't let anyone steal your numbers. Kanna cheered. Minoru's laughter can be heard from behind Izuku, making him turn his head to see Mizo is charging at his team with his tentacles up on his back like a protective shield, and he seems by himself for some reason. This is too easy, it's not a fight. It's more like a massacre. Minoru shouted. Shoji is here, and I just heard Mineta, but I don't see him. Izuku tried to find out if Mizo really is alone or not. Midoriya, Team Tetsu is coming at us from the front. We need to get away from here. Tsuyu alerted, seeing another team coming at him. Ochako tries to get moving with her team, but for some reason her left foot is barely moving like something caught her foot on the spot. What, is something wrong? Izuku asked. Yeah, I'm stuck. Ochako answered, feeling something is keeping her foot on the ground. Izuku quickly sees that it's one of Minoru's pop-off ball. That's Mineta's ball. But where did it come from? Izuku asked as he looks around trying to spot Minoru. From right over here. Hi, Midoriya. Minoru revealed himself hiding inside Mizo's defense formation riding on his back. What? Is that even allowed? Izuku was shocked to see Minoru riding on Mizo like that. Judges say yes. Midnight answered Izuku's question. Suddenly something big and dark came out from Mizo, looking like a very long bird-like creature revealing to be Dark Shadow as it tries to attack Izuku only for him to quickly deflect the attack with his wings to make Dark Shadow go past him and almost hit Tetsu instead. Impressive to deflect my Dark Shadow, Midoriya. Fumikage complimented, revealing himself to be with Minoru. Oh man, you've got Tokoyami in there too? Izuku was surprised by the bird head boy in Minoru's team too. Let's see how long you can keep up the defense. Fumikage said. Here I come again. Dark Shadow charged at Izuku while Minoru throws his sticky ball at them. Izuku does his best to dodge the sticky ball from touching him while fighting off Dark Shadow with his own claws and dragon strength, but this is still too much for him to keep up as he needs to get his team away from this. Team Mineta is coming in like a tank, making clever use of how compact their members are. Present Mike was impressed with that move. Guess even perverts can be smart as they want. Kobayashi thought commented, this reminded her of how Namuri can be when using her own smart. We need to get out of here or we're toast. Tsuyu pointed out. Toast. That's it. Izuku thought remembered something that he can do and might work out better on Fumicage's quirk too. Dragon Fire. Izuku let out a strong fire breath onto Dark Shadow, causing it to shriek in pain and retreated back to Fumikage. His fire is strong. Fumikage cursed. Okay, we're getting out of here. Izuku declared as he flaps his wings hard to get them into the air, but doing that also broke the left hover boot for the escape. My baby's ruined. Mei sobbed in sadness, seeing one of her creations broken. Sorry, but at least we got away from them. Izuku stated, hoping to stay in the air for just a little while. However, fate had other plans for him being in the air, and that is Katsuki soaring high into the sky using his explosive boosts to rocket himself toward Izuku, seeing the opportunity to steal the 10 million points and to show off that he is better than Deku despite having that powerful-looking dragon quirk. Kaken. Izuku was shocked to see Katsuki coming right at him in the air. Don't think for a second that you're safe. Katsuki stated as he closes the distance between himself and Izuku. I got you. Katsuki threw his hand at him. Girls, I'll be right back. Izuku clutched his fists. Deku, what are you? Ochako's question was cut off when Izuku jumped from his team and ran into Katsuki, pushing him away. Are you effing insane? Katsuki was shocked that Deku would do something like this. You better believe I am. Now I'm going to be taking your headband to make myself ahead of everyone further. Izuku moved his hand for Katsuki's headband. F off. Katsuki blasted that hand away before it could even touch the headband. I'm gonna turn you into barbecue. Katsuki grinned. Not before I chew up that ego of yours and spit it on your face. Izuku talked back with his own grin. Whoa. Holy shit. Present Mike shouted in shock. Bakugo and Midoriya have been separated from their horses. And they're having a battle in the air. Present Mike announced. Come on Izuku. Show them why dragons are also known as the rulers of the sky. Tora shouted for her beloved Deku. Both Izuku and Katsuki throw their hands at each other to land some attacks while also trying to snatch the headbands, but neither of them are giving an inch to let their headbands get stolen from each other as they soar around in the air with one attack of explosion versus fist sending them back from each. Is all that even allowed? Present Mike asked. They never touch the ground, and they are in the air, so technically it's okay. Midnight stated that they haven't broken the rules. Don't think I'm through with you, Deku. Katsuki charged forward at Izuku. Then just try me. Izuku roared with fire sparking from inside of his mouth. Both students clash each other with fire breath versus explosion. The clash causes a powerful shockwave that can be felt to the ground and to the audience. It also pushes Izuku and Katsuki away from each other to one side of the field. It's quite a surprise that Katsuki kid is doing well fighting in the air like that. Lukua commented. From what Mitsuki told me, Katsuki has trained with his body and quirk the most to achieve his goal to surpass All Might. Inko explained. Katsuki falls from the air battle and would have hit the ground had Hanta not used his tape quirk to catch and bring his leader back to the ground. Whoa, nice catch. Ijiro commented that Katsuki is reunited with his team. Girls, are you okay? Izuku asked as he returns to his team. We landed fine, but it's kind of hard with a busted boost. Ochako answered. Don't worry, we still have my wings and mobility advantage. So, we should still be okay with this as long as we keep moving. Izuku stated. Hero break room. As expected, everyone is after the first place team, giving them no time to catch their breath. What a show this is. Present Mike commented from the TV. Wow, those Class 1A guys are pretty good. Death Arms commented. Back in the stadium. With all those flashy quirks, I can't decide who I should be watching. One cameraman grinned. Looks like the experienced fighting villains made that class level up super fast. Another cameraman said. Now, who wants to take a look at each student's points so far? It's been 7 minutes, so let's get those rankings thrown up on the screen. Present Mike declared and the scores are shown on the screen. KO a new chapter is done and hope you all enjoy it. The cavalry battle has gotten more intense with how Izuku's team is doing their best to get through the ones coming at them for the 10 million points, including that air battle between him and Katsuki. But everyone is going to be surprised when they see the points each team currently has. KO comment, favorite, and follow through of how this story will go. Dragons fire against the icy wall. The second the big TV screen shows the points of each student has, everyone had their faces become that of surprise and confused on what is going on with the current score right now. An unexpected twist. Lukua smiled with one eye open. Hold on here, this is an expected turn. Other than Midoriya, Class 1 is not doing so hot. Even Bakugo is losing. Present Mike gasped. The scene shows the jumbo screen again seeing that Katsuki's team just went down to 0 points, and that happened because Nito unexpected snatched his headband from behind before Katsuki could react. You know, I really took sympathy on your class, but I also see that you're the one out of Class 1A who has the small mind. Think bigger. Nito mocked a little. He got us. Mina gasped that their points got stolen. What did you say? Come back here. Katsuki yelled in rage. Midnight said the obstacle course was just the first game, and we figured they wouldn't cut that many of us right off the bat. Would they? Nito asked, which Katsuki was confused. Assuming they'd keep at least 40 contestants for the next event, all we had to do was make sure we stayed within that group as we ran. From our spots, in middle ranks, we could fully observe the quirks our rivals have and judge their capabilities. Nito explained. Only a fool would obsess over winning the preliminary rounds, wouldn't you agree? Nito asked sarcastically. You planned this as a class? Katsuki asked. Not quite. This is just my own thoughts I shared with my classmates, this is my own game plan, and it worked out well for some of them. Nito said while putting on Katsuki's headband. Hey, they're coming. One classmate alerted Nito that others are coming. It's better than chasing after a temporary frontrunner like a horse with a carrot waving in his face. Nito mocked, causing Katsuki's face to get angry. Oh, while I have your attention. You're kind of famous, aren't you? For being attacked by that sludge villain. You'll have to tell me about it sometime. It must be strange to always find yourself in the hole of the victim. Nito mentioned that incident Katsuki got caught in as an insult. That was a big mistake because Nito has no idea on how capable Katsuki can be when someone pushes certain buttons. They should never have pushed, and he will see that soon. Kirishima, we have a change of plans. Katsuki said in a low tone as his body emits a demonic red aura with his eyes glowing red too. Seeing Katsuki getting angrier than anything his classmates have seen, almost like he has become a beast ready to hunt down Nito until the ends of the earth. Nito noticed this as well. Whoa, Katsuki looks like demon. Kanna saw this and was surprised a human could become this scary like a demon. Oh dear, I hope he doesn't end up hurting anyone too badly. Inko exclaimed worry. Before we take down Deku, we're gonna kill every last one of these B-list idiots. Katsuki declared as he glares fiercely at Nito who just grins. Holy well. Class 1B had a long-term strategy that involved throwing the qualifier. I guess that could help them leave a bigger impression with the audience. Everyone does kinda love an underdog. Izuku thought was impressed with Class 1B making their move. But if they're playing the long game here, they might not even bother coming after my headband at all. Izuku thought realized that as well. Everyone, don't worry, I think we're okay. Izuku said to his teammates. Think again. Tsuyu said as everyone stops. The reason for Team Midoriya stopping is because they have found themselves right in front of Team Todoroki with the leader looking at Izuku intensely. And now we've reached the halfway point of the game. Present Mike announced. Izuku was surprised to have run into Shoto now of all times, just when he and his team were doing so well in avoiding everyone for a long while, but now they have come across a difficult challenge and there's no getting around that. I thought we had it made. Guess I was wrong. Izuku knew he would have to face Shoto sooner or later. As the cavalry battle enters its second half, it's anyone's game. Class 1B has made an unexpected showing, but who will wear the 10 million points in the end? That's the real question, sports fans. Present Mike commented. I'll be taking that now. Shoto said. Meanwhile, with Minoru's team. When you told me about this plan of our team, it was a good idea. However, it would seem fate has played a cruel joke on us. Fumikage stated that Minoru somehow lost the headbands. Where the F did it go? Minoru whimpered. If I had to guess, someone must have taken it while we were relaxing despite keeping our guard up. I apologize for not noticing it. Fumikage apologized. This just means there's nothing left to lose. Minoru clutched his fists, feeling angry from this. Shoji, full-on attack mode. Minoru ordered. Mizo opened his arms and holding them forward then charges at Team Midoriya and Team Todoroki. We'll use all our powers to steal the points from those two teams. Minoru said. Striking while they're busy with each other, that's a good plan. Fumikage said while having Dark Shadow out to be ready. Ribbit, ribbit. It looks like Todoroki is dead set on taking you down right here and now, Izuku. Tsuyu croaked nervously. The game's only halfway over. We can't stop me. Izuku said. Now Iida. Forward. Shoto ordered. Right. Tenya burst forward with his engine quirk. Yaoyorozu. Be ready to protect us. Shoto said to Momo. On it. Momo started using her creation quirk to make something for the upcoming attack they're about to lay onto Izuku's team. Kaminari. Oh, I know what I gotta do. Denki already knew what his part in this attack and he is ready for it. Izuku can see that Shoto's team is coming at his, and he quickly looks around to see that there are more incoming charges toward him. Watch our surroundings. It's not just Todoroki. Everyone's after us. Izuku alerted, seeing a few more teams coming at him as well. I hope you made something strong, Yaoyorozu. Denki said, charging up for his big attack. Shoto pulls up the electric proof blanket to cover himself along with Momo and Tenya to protect themselves from Denki's attack, and Momo even made a block rod from the ground. Indiscriminate shock. 1.3 million volts. Denki unleashed a huge wave of his electrification quirk that zapped everyone around them, making them feel more shocked in a painful way. No! Izuku quickly grabbed onto the girls and flew up with his strong wings to avoid the electric attack. Kaminari! Kyoka shouted in pain. Once the electric attack stops, Shoto prepared himself to do his part in the plan. Less than 6 minutes left. It's time to make a move. Shoto grabbed the rocky pole to spread his ice there and onto the ground, freezing the other teams behind them. Sorry, but there's no other way. Shoto apologized while leaving them in the ice. Will you look at that? He stopped all those teams cold in their tracks. Present Mike surprised. But only after Kaminari had immobilized the students using his electricity. Aizawa pointed out. In the obstacle course, he was surprised by how many people avoided his attack. He's adapting his strategy. Aizawa stated. Nice commentary. Present Mike said holding a thumb up at Aizawa. I might as well take these too. Shoto said as he grabs a few headbands from some of the other teams and then created an ice wall to block them from going after him. Ochako heard a little boom from right behind her and she turns to see something is wrong with the jetpack. Hey guys, the jetpack isn't working anymore. I think it's broken. Ochako informed nervously. Baby, guess it needs some upgrades. Mei was saddened that another of her babies is down. They're too fast. We can't get away. Ochako worried. I'll get them. Tsuyu launched at Tongue to attack the block, only that attack was blocked by Momo's quick creating to stop it. She's too good at her creation quirk. We have to be careful. Izuku commented. It's not just her we have to worry about, but Kaminari too. If his attack had gotten us, then we would have been done for with no 10 million points. Tsuyu pointed out another threat. Yeah, it was a good thing I was able to dodge that. Izuku said. Now he needs to come up with a plan to deal with Team Todoroki, but then the team stops at the edge of the field. Team Midoriya has nowhere left to run. Present Mike commented. Oh no, they're trapped. Inko gasped, seeing they are surrounded by ice. Don't worry, Izuku will think of something. I hope. Toru gulped, feeling nervous about this. We need to think of way to get around him. I say, on his left side. Izuku focused his sight on Shoto's left side of his body, knowing full well that Shoto never uses his left side in battle. This'll work out. All we have to do is hang on to the 10 million points, no matter what. Izuku determined to get through this. With Team Bakugo versus Team Minoma. Minoma. Don't provoke him, man. That's the kind of thing he would do. Sen Kaibara advised. Sen is a young man of average height with dark brown, shaggy hair and black eyes with white irises, which look relatively thin and lazy-looking. He has a modest athletic build, the same as most of his classmates, and a slight tan. He wears the gym uniform of UA High. Yeah, I guess you're right. It's not very heroic of me. Besides, you know how these things work. Heroes are always being hounded by moronic villains desperate for some kind of revenge. Nito proclaimed. Calm down, Bakugo. You've got to keep a level head or we'll never get out points back. Ijiro advised. Katsuki just let out a roar and slammed his hands together, making a little explosion, showing that he is ready to attack. Shut up. I've never been calmer, can't you tell? Katsuki proclaimed with a scary dark grin. Now get after them, Kirishima. Katsuki ordered. Please don't make us regret this. Ijiro said before the team charges at them. You think you're tough? Katsuki shouted at the idiot from Class 1B. Nito doesn't look scared in the slightest even when he saw Katsuki looking effed up scary a moment ago, but that won't matter because he is going to surprise him with a little something of his own. Die! Katsuki threw an exploding punch, but Nito parries it away and letting Katsuki past him. Katsuki was surprised that this extra was able to dodge his attack just like that. This only pisses him off even more as he turns around to attack again only to suddenly got blasted in the face by an explosion from Nito's hand. Wow. I see why you like this quirk. Nito commented and made a slight touch on Ijiro's hair. My power. Katsuki shocked and shrugging off the attack. How weird. That guy has your quirk. Ijiro gasped as he also hardened himself. Demenit. Katsuki threw another exploding strike with a little more power. You both have impressive powers. But I think you'll agree mine's better. Nito complimented, showing that he is not only unharmed from the attack, but parts of his body is hardened too. What? Mine too? Ijiro was shocked that this guy somehow has his hardening quirk too. BSRD. His quirk, he can copy other powers. Katsuki figured out what this Nito guy's quirk. Very good. Nito said sarcastically, but really impressed that Katsuki actually has any brains to figure that out. Nito Minoma. His quirk, copy. He can use the quirks of whomever he touches, but only for 5 minutes. Plus, he can only borrow one at a time. So, even an idiot can figure it out. Nito mocked. That got Katsuki angry to charge at him and throw down some explosive beatdown, but his path was cut off when another student from Class 1B shots out a big sticky glue-like substance from his face. Did that guy just vomit? Alma felt gross from seeing that. Is it something that you can eat? Kanna asked curiously. Absolute not. Inko and Kobayashi yelled at the same time. It kind of looks like glue. Show you to guess. Nice one. Thanks for the backup, Bondo. Nito thanked. Minoma, if we keep those headbands, we're good. As long as no one gets near us, we'll make our class proud. Sen said and the team exit the scene. Stop them. Katsuki ordered. It's too sticky. Crap, I can't move. Ijiro cursed as his right foot got caught in the white sticky trap. No prob. I'll melt through this stuff with my quirk. Mina hurried using her quirk from her foot to start the melting. Well, hurry. We're sitting at 0 points now. Hanta panicked that the team is behind right now. Oh, no hard feelings, right? After all, you provoked us. Nito said to Katsuki. What was it you said in your little speech before the games? Nito said, pretending he doesn't remember, which made Katsuki angry again. Oh right, oof. Nito grinned. Flashback. I just want to say I'm gonna win. Katsuki said for the opening speech. Flashback and, this isn't over. I'm still gonna come out on top. And I won't just make it to first place, I'll be the undeniable champion. Katsuki thought, determined with rage. Only 1 minute left. Todoroki has cornered the 10 million point team and is poised to seize the ultimate prize. Present Mike announced. At least that's what I would have predicted 5 minutes ago. Present Mike laughed. This game has truly gotten amazing even right now. Unbelievably, Team Midoriya has been able to keep away from the Ice Master for the last half of the game. Present Mike impressed. Stay back. Izuku shouted while his team move on their right, which is moving on to Shoto's left side. You're going good, kid. Toshinori thought smiled, seeing how well Izuku is doing so far. He's exploiting your weaknesses. Don't be a fool. Endeavor said, knowing this boy has used it. This battle just became a little harder than he thought with how Izuku and his team are moving. Midoriya is keeping his distance and staying on my left side, that's his strategy. Shoto thought figured out. From this position, if I try to freeze them, I'll hit Iida. If he keeps moving like this, there's no way to get a clear shot at his team. Plus, Midoriya might use his fire breath to melt the ice and escape. We have to stop him before he does that. There's not much time left. Shoto thought frustrated of Izuku's thinking mind. Midoriya, how fast can your fire melt that ice? Tsuyu asked. Not sure, let's move in closer to the ice. Izuku ordered. The BS30. Shoto thought cursed of how well played Midoriya is being. Everyone, we have less than 60 seconds. I'm gonna do something that'll make me useless to you. Tenya warned. What are you gonna do? Shoto asked as he and the others are confused of what Tenya is talking about. Make sure you get that headband. Tenya bends down one knee and the engine sound from his legs are going off. Brace yourselves, hold on tight. Tenya started increasing the fire of his engine pipes to let out blue flames. Torque over. I gotta, but Izuku was able to react in time to use his fire breath to melt through the ice to escape for Team Todoroki have snatched the 10 million point headband with such incredible speed. Reciprocal burst. Tenya shouted. Izuku and his team were shocked that somehow, Tenya was able to turn the tide against them and now they're the ones in the lead with the 10 million points. What was that? That was one big blur. Holy smoke, folks, why didn't he show off that super speed in the preliminary? Present Mike asked, feeling amazes from that. Iida, what was that? Shoto asked, still shocked. Forced my torque and RPM into overdrive, which gave me explosive power. Unfortunately, the recoil stalls me engines for a while. It's a secret move I've been saving, no one in the class knew about it. Tenya explained with his engines no good for a while. Izuku had no idea that Tenya had this kind of power from within his quirk, and now he has seen it with his own eyes how strong Tenya has gotten before the sports festival. I told you, Midoriya, that I'd go my best to beat you. Tenya grinned. KO, a new chapter is done and hope you all enjoy it. Tenya had used a secret move of his that got his team to snatch up that 10 million point for themselves, leaving Team Midoriya with only 390 points. Now Izuku will have to try and get those points back with little time they have left. KO, comment, favorite, and follow through of how this story will go. Melting the ice to stay at the top. Insanity. This entire game was just turned completely on its head. Todoroki's team has the 10 million points, and Midoriya's team is suddenly left with only 390 points. Present Mike announced exciting, and the crowd was very surprised to hear that, which got them even more excited than before. So, one of his human friends got the big headband away from Izuku with a secret weapon of his own. Now he's barely hanging on. Elma pointed out. Maybe so, but he's not going to let that slide. For us dragons, if something is taken from us, then we do what we can to get it back, no matter what, even if it means charging at death itself. Tora believed that Izuku will get his headband back. I really hope there isn't literally death in this. Inko exclaimed. Don't let them go. Izuku ordered, not going to let this slide. Are you sure about that, Ribbit? I think it would be best to go after the other points, just enough to get us in the next round. Tsuyu advised as Mei nods in agreement. We can't. We don't know who's got the other headbands. This is our only chance. Izuku pointed out, since they're low on time anyway. Then let's go. We'll get the points back, Deku. I know it. Ochako pushed her team forward, determined to get their points back for Deku. Uraraka. Izuku shocked and recalled the talk about Ochako's reason of wanting to become a hero. I'm gonna become a pro. I'll sign with a good agency and make plenty of money. Then my parents will have an easy life. That's right. Izuku thought started to realize something as he also recalled what Mei said to him. I'd like to use your fame to my personal advantage. I'm not alone in this. Izuku thought realized that now. Then remembers what Tsuyu said to him right before the cavalry battle started. Flashback. Midoriya, no. Izuku. Tsuyu started calling him by his given him. We're all counting on you to get us through this game together. We're putting our faith in you, including me. Tsuyu smiled at Izuku. Flashback, and all three of them put their trust in me. This is my responsibility. Izuku thought started charging up one for all throughout his entire body, though doing this on instinct without realizing it. Shoto gasped, seeing the powerful determination on Midoriya's face as he and his team come charging at him to get the 10 million point headband back, almost like he is staring at a real dragon coming to burn him down. We all have our reasons to win this, and I refuse to let the others down. Izuku thought charged forward. Shoto moved up his left arm for defense, though he is so focused on Midoriya that he hadn't noticed that his fire side of his quirk came out of the arm for an extra burning defense. With time almost up, Team Todoroki is in first place with 3 headbands. Despite their best efforts, Team Midoriya has fallen in 5th place and struggling big time. Present Mike announced. Will these be the top 4 teams that move on to the next round? Present Mike asked, exciting. Come on, Deku. Toru shouted loudly. We've done pretty well for ourselves. Now, we can let the clock run out. Nito decided to hold out until the end of the game. Loser! Get back here! Katsuki shouted angrily. Doesn't he ever give up? Nito sighed and decided to give Katsuki a little lecture. Knowing you've been bested is an important part of being a hero. Nito stated. However, Katsuki just immediately launched himself from his team toward Nito's team as he wants to teach that copy BSTRD a lesson. Hey, don't just fly off on your own. Ijiro shouted. Tsuburaba, stop him. Nito quickly ordered. Cozy-eyed Tsuburaba made an inhale of breath and blow, creating a wall of air that stopped Katsuki from getting too close to Nito, literally stopping him in midair. Alright. Cozy-eye smiled proudly of his quirk stopping the guy. Cozy-eyed Tsuburaba. His quirk, solid air. He can harden the air to form walls or steps. The bigger the breath, the stronger the shield. Cozy-eye is a young man with short brown hair, spiked up at odd angles on his head. His eyes are oval-shaped, along with his large pupils. He wears the UA High Gym uniform. You look pretty stupid fighting with air. Cozy-eye mocked with a chuckle, seeing how Katsuki is trying to punch through his air shield. But before Team Minoma could move away from the annoying angry boy, Katsuki broke through the air wall with his bare hand and grabs onto two headbands, nabbing them. Away from Nito. Crap, he snatched some of them. Nito shucked. Katsuki is once again pulled back onto his team thanks to Hanta's tape while the leader glares angrily at the stupid copy BSRD. Team Bakugo nabs two headbands and moves into third place. Present mic announced and the crowd goes wild again. The final moments of this game have been full of shakeups. Oh, to be young again. Present mic commented excitingly. Nito and his team quickly defended themselves from two other teams that tried to come at them and take their headbands to increase their own points, but they're stopped with Cozy-eye and Nito using solid air together. Damn it. Nito cursed himself for losing the headbands to Katsuki for clearly underestimating him. We're still in fourth place, it's fine. Cozy-eye assured. Kendo's been frozen and hasn't been a real player. Cozy-eye pointed out as Itsuka and her team are still trapped in the ice and are struggling to get out. Yeah, if we defend this one to the death, we'll move forward. Nito determined as he held the headband up to his face. I told you to warn us before you jumped. Hanta scolded. Whatever, this means we're advancing. Ijiro stated. We're not done. We're gonna be the indisputable champions of the game. Katsuki determined while pounding his fist on Ijiro's head, which was hardened. Yep, he's not done with Nito just yet. Now look at this. One of Class 1B's strategy was a reasonable one, but there's one thing they forgot to consider. Aizawa said, seeing how Katsuki's team is chasing after Nito's team. I couldn't brace myself earlier when I jumped. Get closer, we'll get our points back from this idiot, then go for the big one. Katsuki plans strongly as his teammates are surprised and agrees with him. Do it. Hanta said, going with Katsuki's exploding approach all the way. Elbow guy, tape them. Katsuki ordered, moving up his left leg. My name is Siro. Hanta corrected and launched his tape forward next to Nito. You missed. Nito pointed out the bad aim. But what he doesn't know is that Katsuki has a plan to get in closer to him. Raccoon eyes. Lay down some acid in the direction we're going. Katsuki ordered again and lifting his right leg this time. It's Mina Ishido. Mina corrected and released some acid forward. Young Bakugo, you understand something crucial, a truth no one had to teach you. But there's a difference between those aim for the top and those who will settle. And that difference matters. Toshinori thought admired Katsuki's drive. Class 1B didn't take into account Bakugo's overwhelming tenacity. Aizawa mentioned the thing that always pushes Katsuki forward no matter what. Cozy-eye quickly formed a solid wall of air to stop that crazy guy from getting their points, and maybe Nito can use that little moment of pause to try taking back the other points that were stolen from them as well, but that plan completely failed when Katsuki completely shattered the air wall with his explosive quirk and snatched his team's headband as well. Bakugo is a merciless force. What a point hog. That was a shield break heard around the arena, and I can't wait to watch the replay. Present Mike commented and the crowd cheers for him. No. We're going after Deku and Todoroki. Katsuki ordered. With Izuku versus Shoto. Just like what happened with the 0-point robot. I used only 10% of one for all and it worked out better than I hoped for. Izuku thought remembered back in the obstacle course, that punch on that robot was enough to push it back. Though I'll admit that punch did feel a bit more powerful than I expected, but even so, I'm going to charge in. Izuku thought crouched down and jumps straight up into the air. The force of the jump causes a little shockwave to make Shoto feel that wind. And that wind is also fanning the flame on his left arm for the user to finally notice it, and he was shocked to see that it somehow came out on its own. My left side. What am I doing? Shoto thought wondered how he let that disgusting fire come out from his left side. He's turned the bands around to hide their point values, but he put the 10 million one on last, right? So, it must be on top. Izuku thought, guessing which headband is his target. But then his nose picked up something in the air and it's coming from below him right at Shoto in the neck area. It was then he realizes that it must be the heightened sense of his nose being high as a dragon's nose and it's telling him where the headband is. Got it. Izuku zoomed back down at Shoto and snatched one headband. But at the moment Izuku grabbed one of the headbands, Shoto saw him coming down fast and quickly move his right hand to freeze him in place to prevent him from taking the band, only to be met with the dragon fire push the freezing hand away, and suddenly on instinct the fire of the left side came out again to protect Shoto from being burned by the dragon fire. Izuku quickly moved away from Team Todoroki and took to the sky to get himself some distance from his opponents. Izuku takes a good look at the headband to make absolutely sure that he got the right one, and to his relief it is the headband worth 10 million points. I did it. Izuku roared loudly for everyone to hear, and it was a loud roar indeed. That's right, let the entire world know that you're the one on top. Toru smiled. Go Papa, you got this. Kanna cheered for Izuku again. With just 11 seconds left, Team Midoriya has snatched another headband to get themselves back in the leaderboard. Present Mike announced exciting. All right. Ochako smiled. Good work Deku. Tsuyu was proud of Izuku for getting it back. Oh yeah, we're back at the top now baby. Mei shouted with excitement. Impossible. How could he have known where the 10 million point headband was? We mixed them up so that Midoriya could get the wrong one at the top. Momo was confused, she didn't expect Izuku to get the right one right off the bat. It would seem that we may have underestimated Midoriya's instinct than we thought. Tenya said. Deku, how did you know where it was? Ochako asked, having heard what Momo said about their mix-up plan. It was my nose, I sniffed my scent when I had the headband on. Izuku answered. What are you, part bloodhound now? Tsuyu asked, doing a little joke. That game's almost over. Time for the countdown. Present Mike announced and the hologram board changed into a timer down from 10 seconds. Let's get out of here now. Izuku ordered, seeing no point in fighting anymore now that they got their 10 million points. However, someone else came through the ice wall revealing to be Katsuki, having used his powerful explosions to burst through and flew off with his team following right behind him. Deku! Katsuki shouted at his dragon rival. Bakugo! Ijiro called out to the leader. Nenit, Kakin is here. Izuku cursed. We have to get moving now. Yayazoru. Shoto ordered as Momo created a metal staff for him, but it's going to be hard to move fast with Tenya's engines still wore out from using his special move. Bring it on. Izuku shouted he's willing to take on both of them at once. Katsuki shouted as he blasts himself toward Izuku while Shoto's team is about to advance forward at Izuku as well. All three teams look like they're about to make an epic clash that could be spoken in the history books. Time's up. Present Mike declared, and Katsuki just fall flat on his face to the ground and the team stopped. And with that, the official second battle is finally over. Present Mike said. Izuku let out a sigh of relief knowing that the cavalry battle is finally over and that he can finally rest for a while before the next game. Bakugo, are you okay man? Ijiro asked concern for his friend, but Katsuki only growls, mumbling to the ground and pounding his fist on the ground in anger as well. Damn it. Shoto cursed under his breath. Now, let's take a look at who our top 4 teams are. Present Mike excited while Aizawa just looks on emotionless as always. In first place, Team Midoriya. Present Mike announced. Yes. Toru and Kanna shouted in joy at the same time. The others are happy to see that Izuku's team was able to get through this despite the hardness of the game. We won. We actually won, but it was so hard just to keep away from everybody. Ochako smiled exclaiming, like her body is about to give out. It was a big struggle, good thing our leader pulled through in the end. So you said, you hear that my babies? Your sacrifices weren't in vain. Mei hugged onto the jetpack, feeling proud of her gadgets lasting this long. Thank you girls. I'm really glad to have teamed up with such wonderful girls like you. Izuku complimented with his kind smile. That causes Ochako, Tsuyu, and even Mei to feel their hearts have been struck with their face blushing. In second place, Team Todoroki. We may not have gotten in first place, but it was too close for comfort. Momo sighed as she was nervous for a moment there. I'm sorry, I let everyone down, didn't I? Tenya blamed himself for almost losing the position. That's not true. You're the reason we were very close. Thank goodness for that special move of yours. Momo tried to cheer up Tenya despite the team being in second place. In third place is Team Bakugo. We were so close to first place. Mina complained and shook her hands from having to use so much of her acid quirk. Meh, sure. But we're moving on, so it's all good. Hanta smirked, thinking they can still get their chances to shine in the next round. I don't think our leader would agree with you. Like at all. Ijiro pointed out as Katsuki is screaming in rage of being in third place, right behind Deku and that icy hot bastard. And in fourth place is Tetsu. Wait, what? It's Team Shinszo? When did they come back from the dead? Present Mike was surprised to see that Hitoshi and his team were able to secure a spot for them to advance further into the final game of the UA Sports Festival. Thanks for all your help. Hitoshi thanked his team as he walks away, but the three looked more confused, like they haven't the foggiest clue on what was going on around them. These four valiant teams will be moving on to the final round. Present Mike declared. Toshinori let out a sigh of relief, feeling like he was on the edge of his seat just now from how things were getting for young Midoriya. Shoto looked over at Izuku, who is feeling happy and proud that he was able to keep himself at top for a moment, and then he looks down at his own left hand, remembering just a short moment ago on what happened in that last moment of the cavalry battle. I said I never used this to attack, but as soon as I was overwhelmed, I broke my own promise. And it happened twice. Shoto thought, clutched his left fist. At this rate he'll win, and I'll end up who he wants me to be. Shoto felt like his BSRD of a father is going to get his way with him soon. Now, let's take an hour lunch break before we start the afternoon festivities. See you soon. Present Mike signed off from the mic. Hey, Eraserhead, let's grab some food. Present Mike offered to have some with Aizawa. I'm taking a nap. Aizawa decided to sleep on it. Meanwhile, with the disheartened team Tetsu. What the effing hell just happened? Suddenly we had 0 points, and it was all over like sheet. Tetsu wondered. Maybe it was some sort of karmic punishment for taking the tiny one's headband. It was so underhanded. Ibra guessed, remembering how she stole Minoru's headband from behind where there was an opening in Mizo's defense. KO, a new chapter is done, and hope you all enjoy it. The cavalry battle is finally over, and 4 teams have gotten enough points to move on to the next and final game of the sports festival, and Izuku remains at the top thanks to his dragon might to get his 10 million point headband back from Shoto. Now, it's lunch break for everyone. KO comment, favorite, and follow through of how this story will go. Shoto revealing his dark burning hatred. Mina, congrats. Tsuyu walked up to Mina, seeing as she did well to make it to the advancement. Thanks Tsuyu, but Bakugo only asked me to join because I could melt Todoroki's ice. It's not like, I really helped that much. Mina felt like she didn't do anything special during that time. Iida, you were holding out on us. I had no idea you could do that. Ochako said while running in place. Rest assured it wasn't my intention to deceive you, I was just being strategic. Tenya said, though Ochako still pouts at him. And Kaminari in his dizzy state said that everything was fun. I merely wanted to show that I could compete with Midoriya. Tenya said, believing he could keep up with Izuku and his dragon quirk with his mighty speed. You're always trying to one-up each other. Ochako said, seeing that clearly between Tenya and Izuku. Oh, speaking of which, where'd he go? Has anyone seen Deku? Ochako wondered where Izuku is. At the faculty and student entrance tunnel, within that small area are Izuku and Shoto, who was the one to ask Izuku to come with him here for something that he hadn't told him yet, and it's making Izuku feel a little nervous. You brought me here. Now what? Izuku asked. With Endeavor. Endeavor is seen walking down another staircase to get himself some food while also thinking about how his little weapon Shoto ended up losing to that Midoriya boy with the unique dragon quirk. It reminds him of Ryukyu's own dragon quirk, but it feels different than hers for some reason. So, long time no see. Let's catch up, Endeavor. All Might called out to his fellow hero as he wanted to speak a few words with him. All Might. Endeavor said in a low tone, turns around to give All Might his known fiery glare. Back with Shoto and Izuku. The air was nothing but silence between the two boys, like time is frozen as Izuku can feel the tension from the eyes that Shoto is giving off until he spoke. We should get lunch soon, the cafeteria is going to be busy. Don't you think? Izuku pointed out, but Shoto just kept on staring at him for a moment. He's all cold and intimidation. Way different from Kakin. Izuku thought gulped, seeing how his stare is different than Katsuki's own angry stare. And then Shoto finally spoke. I was overwhelmed. Shoto said, which confused Izuku. And it made break the promise I made to myself a long time ago. Shoto said. It would have given him such an advantage to use his left side. And yet, he didn't. Izuku thought, always wondered how Shoto never wants to use his left side of his quirk. Iida and Kaminari, Yaoyorozu and Uraraka, none of them felt it. Shoto recalled that very moment he and Izuku was charging at each other. In that moment, I was the only one who could sense your true power. It reminded me of something, experiencing that maid of yours, Toru's quirk. Shoto recalled back at the USJ incident, when he saw Toru defeating the Nomu with her fire breath. Oh yeah? Is that all? Izuku asked. At the same time, that brute strength of hers reminded me of All Might whenever I saw videos of him performing amazing feats. Shoto mentioned, which is getting Izuku very nervous. The power coming from you felt the same as All Might and Toru's. Shoto said, making Izuku very worried that Shoto might have a theory about their connection which may end up proven right. Midoriya, tell me. Shoto looked at Izuku being silent again for just a few seconds. Is Toru really All Might's secret love child or something? Shoto asked the big question he wanted to know. Is she what? Izuku thought was in utter shock to hear that kind of question. Where exactly did he get an idea that Toru and All Might are related in any way at all? That just sounds insane. Izuku thought stated that it would be impossible to find their father and daughter considering their real age differences. Well, is she? Shoto asked again. No, that's not it at all. Those two just happened to know each other before she became my maid. Izuku stated, trying to make that clear without revealing their secrets. All that is just suggesting there is something between you and All Might that you're not supposed to talk about. Shoto said, which got Izuku to panic on the inside but kept up a brave face. Shoto can tell that it must be a touchy subject for Izuku to talk about, so he will not pursue it and goes on with his own thing. He wanted to talk with him about his own life. My father is the hero Endeavor. You must have heard of him, which means you're aware that he's the number 2 hero. Shoto mentioned his father. So, if you're connected to the number 1 hero, All Might in some way, that would mean that I have even more reason to beat you. Shoto proclaimed. Back with All Might and Endeavor. I haven't talked to you since that press conference 10 years ago. Been a while, I saw you and figured I'd say hi. All Might said friendly. Did you now? Well then, if that's all you wanted to do, we're done. Chatting like we're old friends? What a joke. Endeavor snorted as he turned away and walked down the steps. However, All Might wouldn't let the flame hero go that easily as he jumps down to the end of the staircase blocking Endeavor's path just to have a little chat with him some more. Come on, why the cold shoulder? All Might joked, which only seemed to annoy Endeavor. You should be thrilled. After all, your son's doing very well out there, just using half his power. You must be a great teacher. All Might complimented. Are you implying something? Endeavor asked. No, I want to know your secrets. How do we train the next generation of heroes? All Might asked. He's been thinking about putting more effort into his job as a teacher of UA High School to help the students grow stronger. Do you really think I'd tell you anything I've taught the boy? You're all flash and no brains as usual. Out of my way. Endeavor mocked as he slightly shoved onto All Might as he walks away. Okay. All Might said, not bothered by that. He can see that Endeavor is still hot-headed as always. Endeavor really didn't like how All Might is just this powerful man and yet he doesn't have much of a brain inside that head of his, but he decided to rub it in All Might's face about Shoto's fate that he has plans down. Let me assure you of one thing, All Might. Endeavor said without turning towards All Might. Whatever it takes, that kid of mine will beat you someday. I'll make sure of it, that's why I made him. Endeavor smirked with his expression looking a little dark. You did what? All Might had a bad feeling about the relationship between father and son. He's in a rebellious phase right now, but he will take your place. I'll make sure of it. Endeavor declared with intense stare that surprises All Might. But I will say that boy who got in first place twice in the sports festival has proven to be a great challenge for Shoto, so I know he will push him to use his fire and then you will see his potential. Endeavor said, referring to Izuku before the flaming hero walks down the stairs. Back with Shoto and Izuku. My father is ambitious, he aims for the top. He used his power to make a name for himself as a hero. But he was never able to best All Might, so the symbol of peace is living proof of his failure. He's still at it though, trying to take down All Might. One way or another. Shoto explained about his dad and his goal. I'm not really sure what you're getting at. What are you trying to tell me, Todoroki? Izuku was confused. Have you ever heard of quirk marriages? Shoto asked. But it doesn't look like Izuku heard about it. It became a problem in the first few generations after superpowers became widespread. There were those who sought out potential mates solely with the intention of creating powerful children. Many people were forced into relationships. They were simply viewed as old-fashioned arranged marriages. But clearly, it was unethical. Shoto explained, feeling angry about it. My father has not only a rich history of accomplishments, but plenty of money to throw at his problems. He bought my mother's relatives to get his hands on her quirk, and how he's raising me to usurp All Might. Shoto revealed. Gasping of this sudden revelation, Izuku started to slowly understand what Shoto is trying to tell him. It's so annoying. I refuse to be a tool for that scumbag. Shoto was angered to be that man's son. And every memory of my mother, I only see her crying. Shoto remembered how much his mom would cry. I remember she called my left side unbearable, before she poured boiling water on my face. Shoto revealed how he got his scar. This shocked Izuku even more. The reason I picked a fight with you was to show my old man what I was capable of doing, without having to rely on his med fire quirk. Shoto explained. You see, I'm going to show him that I reject his power, and I can take first place without using it. Shoto determined. What neither of them knew is that Katsuki is standing close to them, standing behind a corner and having to listen everything about Shoto, and his reason for hating his firepower is the result of hating his own father. The life he led is so different than mine. It sounds terrifying. Izuku commented. How strange that we could be aiming for the same thing despite such different childhoods. Izuku wondered if things were different for Shoto and his dad, but that's mostly unlikely right now. Shoto walks away, deciding to end their private conversation with some last words for Izuku to hear. You're obviously connected to All Might and through Toru as well, even if you won't tell me about it. But no matter how fiercely you come at me in the future, I will defeat you using only my right side. I can assure you of that. Shoto determined. So this is why Todoroki's so focused. He's like a comic book character. A hero with a tragic backstory. Fighting to rise above it. Izuku commented, feeling sad for what Shoto had to go through. Izuku can tell that this might be eating away at Shoto with his hatred toward his own father, but he needs to give out his own words as well. Hey, wait. Izuku ran up to him and Shoto stops just to hear what he has to say. Listen, I'm only here because others have supported me. I've been really lucky. Izuku admitted. In fact, I've had even more help since I've come to UA. Izuku looked back on all the people who has supported him up until now. Flashback. Remembering the times when Izuku was caught by the sludge villain and was rescued by All Might. Have no fear. You're safe. I am here. All Might spoke in his famous known words. The scene changes to Ochako, who wanted to share some of his points to Izuku, who didn't have enough back in the practical exam. Can't you just give him some of my points? Ochako asked. Next, to the time when Inko said they will help give him support in any way she can. I'll support you with everything I've got from now on. Inko promised with little waterworks from her eyes. Then to the words Mr. Aizawa told him when he fought some villains in the USJ incident. You can't be a pro if you only have one trick. Aizawa said before jumping into the fray. We clear the shipwreck zone. Tsuyu complimented as the scene shows the three escaping the shipwreck zone after trapping some villains. Team up with me, person in first place. Mei requested back in the cavalry battle. Then to the words of the dragon girls who said to him. Next is Lukoa giving Izuku that advice before the UA Sports Festival. In order for you to move forward with the progress, you first need to start small, then work your way up until you get to 100%. That way, you can be on your way to being better successor who surpasses All Might. Lukoa advised. Kanna saying how proud she is to be Izuku's daughter. Papa also adopted me, I'm his daughter and proud of it. Kanna mentioned as she hugs Izuku. And the words Toru said to him about being brave. It was a really brave of you to pull that sword and invite me to your home. Last scene is after the sludge villain incident when All Might in his weakened form told Izuku the words he always wanted to hear. Young man, you too can become a hero. Toshinori said. Flashback and All Might is constantly saving people with a fearless smile. He's the greatest hero, and I want to be just like him. Izuku admired how All Might can save lives with that famous smile. In order to do that, I have to become strong enough to become number one. I know my motivation might seem stupid compared to yours. But still I can't lose this either. I owe it to everyone who supported me to try my best. Izuku stated he is this strong because of the people around him. You declared war on me earlier. Well, right back at you. I am going to beat you. Izuku declared, determined to show him that he is going to become a great hero more than All Might. Shoto looks at Izuku, seeing the fire in his eyes has become a little brighter than before, and walk away, knowing this guy is going to be a true challenge to him once they meet again one-on-one. Katsuki leaves the corner having heard everything and went back to go get his lunch to fill his stomach. Izuku, I found you. Toru shouted in joy, appearing out of a portal right next to Izuku, shocking him. Izuku, why are you out here? We've been waiting to have lunch with you and your friends. Toru asked. Sorry, I just had a little chat with one of my classmates. Izuku said, not revealing everything about Shoto's past and his hatred of his father to Toru. Well, come on, I have our lunch ready to be eaten, and Kanna can only hold back Elma for so long before that piggy beach ends up eating all of the food. Toru gestured him into the portal. Sure, let's go. Izuku nodded and stepped through the portal to meet up with his family and some of his classmates. Hey, the big man of honor has finally arrived. Now we can get this party started. Quetzalcoatl declared as she raises her cup. Dude, why didn't you tell us that your maid was such a great cook? This is nothing I ever tasted. Not even when Georgie cooks for us. Ijiro was amazed while chowing down on the food. Yes, Toru may have actually done something good in her life. Elma agreed while also eating on the food as well. Hey, no talking while your mouths are full. Inko scolded a little. This tastes really good. Ryukyu complimented with a smile. No way. The Dragoon hero, Ryukyu. What are you doing here? Izuku asked in shock. Lukoa invited me over to have lunch with everyone and to meet some of the next generation of heroes. And I have to say, you all have proven yourselves to have what it takes to carry on the mantle. Ryukyu smiled at some of the students in Class 1A. She complimented us. Ochako and Tsuyu squealed. Here, Izuku. I saved this for you. Toru offered him a bento lunchbox who greatly thanked her. KO, a new chapter is done and hope you all enjoy it. Izuku learned some dark personal things from Shoto about how he hated his father for years and why he refuses to use the fire power of his quirk, different from how Izuku pathed down the path of heroes due to the support and encouragement from everyone around him. KO comment, favorite, and follow through of how this story will go. Heroic cheering and final round announcement. Everyone enjoyed their relaxing time with lunch, enjoying the good food in the stadium and the cafeteria for the students along with enjoying each other's companies, but now it's time to get back on the action with the remaining sports festival. Get those foam fingers in the air. It's almost time for the last round. Present Mike informed, sounding excited for this. But before that, good news for everyone who didn't make the finals. Since this is a sports festival, we've prepared some super fun side games everyone can participate in. Present Mike revealed, which made some of them happy they still get a chance to show what they can do. We even brought in cheerleaders from America to get your blood pumping. Present Mike added. Why are their noses look so weird? Kanna asked, seeing their nose being curved up. Maybe they were born this way? Toru guessed, not sure on about the nose thing either. Hold up. Present Mike noticed something a little off on the field as he and Aizawa looked at one certain group. What are they doing? Aizawa asked. This is not what he was expecting to see right now. Hey look, the girls from Izuku's class are wearing the same outfits those older girls are wearing. Kanna pointed down at Class 1A. Seriously? Why are they doing that and what gave them the idea to do it at all? Kobayashi wondered as Shoyuta was shocked and quickly looks away. Turns out the entire female classmates of Class 1A are all wearing cheerleader outfits out in the open for all to see, and they are feeling embarrassed as well. Looks like 1A is going full-on fan service. Present Mike announced loudly. Denki and Minoru can see that their work has blossomed nicely and they gave each other a thumbs up for seeing this with their own eyes. What? You tricked us? You're going to regret this? Momo shouted angrily for having to fall for their deceiving ways. Seriously, how did that happen? Kobayashi asked. UA Sports Festival, lunchtime. Yaoyorozu. Jiro. Denki said up to the two girls as he and Minoru are standing together. Aha, do you need something? Momo asked. Well, I'm sure you already know since you're like a class rep. But they said all the girls have to wear those uniforms for the big cheer battle this afternoon. Minoru informed as he points at the American cheerleaders in the cafeteria. Huh. Kyoko was shocked to hear that she has to wear one of those outfits, which is an embarrassing thing that she would never do. That's odd. This is the first time I'm hearing about it. Are you sure? Momo asked, surprised she wasn't informed about this. You don't have to believe me if you want to get in trouble. But this is coming straight from Mr. Aizawa. I thought maybe you'd forgotten, so I figured I'd mind you, just in case. Minoru explained, a clever lie, while Denki nodded. Present. Why is it that I always end up falling for that little pervert's stupid schemes? I even used my quirk to make these outfits. Momo exclaimed, falling on her knees, and Ochako tries to comfort her. Ugh, I hate those guys. Kyoka enraged as she threw down the pom-poms and glares at those two. Well, we do have a little time before the finals start, and I kinda like these uniforms, so how about we just roll with it? Toru decided to go with the flow, and now her dream of being a cheerleader can finally come true. Are you crazy? Kyoko was shocked to hear that the invisible girl is really okay with this. Wow, Toru, you've got skills. Tsuyu commented. Oh, and it looks like Deku already got some revenge for us. Tsuyu informed. The girls of Class 1A looked over to see that both Minoru and Denki's heads have been punched into the ground by Izuku, who has the look of disappointment on those two, but they still don't regret their actions with their thumbs up still up about it. Have fun competing in these little side games, everyone. After they're over, the 16 students from the top 4 teams will be duking it out one-on-one in a tournament-style fighting competition. Present Mike announced with the big screen showing the tournament-style roster. I promise you're not gonna wanna miss these epic matchups. Present Mike guaranteed the excitement of the final game. Oh yeah, finally getting the chance to show what we're made of. I watch these finals every year, and now I'm actually in them. Ijiro felt excitement rushing throughout his whole body. So wait, is it always a tournament? Mina asked, curious. The finals always a one-on-one competition, but they switch it up every time. Last year, it was a foam sword fighting match. Hanta explained. Come closer and draw lots to see who you're up against. Then enjoy the pleasure of the recreational games before we start. Midnight said while holding up a box. The 16 finalists have the option of participating in those activities or sitting out to prepare for battle. I'm sure you all want to conserve your stamina. Midnight explained in case anyone wants to know. So, the matchups will be random on who gets to face whom. Leaving it to fate, This should be interesting. Lukoa commented. What kind of one-on-one stuff did Mamanamuri did when she was a student here? Shoyuta asked Kobayashi. I think she mentioned one about snowball fight involving a pro hero who does snow. Kobayashi recalled that mention from her wife. I'll start with the first place team. Midnight said as she was about to move towards Izuku. Excuse me. Mashareo raised his hand, getting Midnight's attention. Sorry, but I'm withdrawing. Mashareo declared with a slight hint of pain on his face. Everyone gasped as they are in shock to hear that one of the students who was able to make it to the advancement of the competition has suddenly decided to quit out of nowhere like that. They wonder what could make him drop out when he's in the final round. This also got Lukoa's attention as she listens carefully with her super hearing. Ojiro. No way. Izuku never expected him to drop out. But this is a rare chance for you to get scouted. Tenya reminded him of the pro heroes coming here to see what he can do. It just wouldn't be right. I barely remember anything from the cavalry battle until the very end of it. Mashareo felt like he wasn't really there during that time. I think it was that guy's quirk. Mashareo said. Wait, who was with Ojiro with again? Him. Izuku thought looked over to see Hitoshi, who quickly looked away to avoid any eye contact. I know this is a great opportunity. I wish I could take advantage of it, but my conscience won't let me. Mashareo stated that his inner self knows going on like this isn't right. Think about this. Izuku said, wondering if Ojiro really have thought of this. I have, okay? Mashareo clarified, which surprises his classmates. Everyone gave their all in round 2, but I was just someone's puppet. No way. I don't want to advance if I don't even know how I got here. It wouldn't be fair. Mashareo said he would feel shame on himself if he kept going on. You're making way too much of this. Just kill it in the finals and prove you should be here. Toru tried to encourage her big-tail friend to not give up on this. Yeah, what she said. I didn't do much in the battle either. Mina mentioned. That's not it. Mashareo placed his right hand on his face. I'm talking about my pride here. I refuse to give that up. Mashareo stated strongly, as some of the others around him understand that as well. Also, why are all the girls dressed like cheerleaders? Mashareo asked, exclaiming, causing the girls to groan in pain on the inside. Nairenjiki Shoto from Class 1B. I think I should withdraw for the exact same reason. Nairenjiki requested the same thing as Mashareo. Nairenjiki is a chubby young man of average height with short, ice blue hair and a round face. He has large, wide eyes with small pupils and is usually seen looking sheepish and apologetic. His eyebrows are almost always pointed upwards. He wears the blue gym uniform of UA High. Regardless of how strong I am, this isn't how I wanted to get here. It would go against the values of the festival to advance without earning my spot. Nairenjiki believed he didn't truly earn this. Listen to those guys. They're so manly. Ijiro sobbed, feeling the intense manliness from those guys who willing to give up just for the sake of their pride and all. Well now, here's another weird turn of events. Present Mike was surprised that 2 students are dropping out of the competition. We'll have to see what Midnight have to say about all this. She's the one in charge. Aizawa said. Midnight is surprisingly quiet for a little moment after hearing both boys with their reason for withdrawing from the competition and how serious they are felt moving. She's going to say all of that turns her on. Kobayashi grinned as Shoyuta nodded, both knowing her well. This sort of talk is incredibly naive, my boys. That turns me on. Ojiro, you're withdrawn. Midnight decided to let them drop out. Did she just say it turns her on? The students asked, feeling a little weird from that. Called it. Kobayashi said, don't worry. I'll win it for you. Yuga promised to Mashareo since he's not backing down from the final round. Now let's see. We'll have to move up 2 students from the 5th place cavalry team, so we have enough contestants. Midnight said as she looks over at the team who got in 5th place. We were frozen most of the time. Honestly, we barely did anything in the cavalry battle. Isn't that right? Girls. Itsuka Kendo asked her teammates, who all agrees with her. Itsuka is a girl of medium height and has a slim build. She has teal eyes and long orange hair that she typically wears tied into a high ponytail on the left side of her head. Her bangs are split into 3 clumps around her eyes, and some of her hair sticks up in large tufts at the top of her head. She wears the UA gym uniform, BRSDS size, F cup. You should choose from the group that kept fighting the whole time. Team Tetsu. Itsuka nominated Tetsutisu's team to move on in the tournament. Kendo. Tetsu was shocked that Itsuka is willing to let him move on. I'm not doing this as a favor. It's just fair. Itsuka stated. Seriously, you guys? Thank you. Tetsu shouted with joy to the sky. Tetsu and Ibra were decided by the team that they should be the ones moving on to the final round of the sports festival. Both of their teammates wish them good luck. And so, Tetsu and Shiozaki have advanced to the final. Midnight declared. Wow, I never would have thought these humans would hold such pride and honor within themselves. Elma was surprised by this. Yeah, human beings can surprise you in many ways. Glad I helped created humanity long ago. Lukoa smiled, seeing that these humans were the right call to make. Take a look at the bracket, my dears. These are you opponents. Midnight cracked her whip at the screen. The jumbo screen shows the bracket of which student will be fighting the other as the crowd got excited as the students looked to see who they'll be fighting against. Tetsu versus Kirishima. Seriously? How does this keep happening? Ijiro and Tetsu were shocked to see that they're going to face each other in the first bracket of the tournament. And they don't sound excited because of how they're almost the same. Ashui versus Yaoyoro's. You're going to be a tough cookie, but I'm not backing down. Tsuyu said to her opponent, being Momo. All I ask is for you to give it your all. Momo advised. Ishido versus Aoyama. Ma chérie, I'm afraid it's the end of the road for you. Yuga proclaimed with a wink. I can't wait to melt your butt. Mina grinned. Izuku looked up to see his name at the very first bracket. I'm the first match of the first bracket, which means I might fight Todoroki next. Great. Izuku thought groaned a bit. Looks like he's gonna have to deal with Shoto's sheet sooner than expected. First thing first, I have to worry about this Shinszo guy. Izuku thought wanted to focus on getting ready for his battle. Looks like you and I are the first ones, huh, Midoriya? Hitoshi asked, suddenly appearing behind him, causing Izuku to jump a bit. Then Izuku remembered what Hitoshi said to him back when they first met in front of Class 1A's classroom 2 weeks ago. If any of us do well in the sports festival, the teachers can decide to transfer us to the hero course. He's the guy who wants to get into the hero course. Izuku thought believed Hitoshi wanted to be a hero. So, excited for our match? Hitoshi asked. Izuku was about to respond, but Mashareo immediately stopped him with his tail. Not so fast. Mashareo glared at Hitoshi, who just grins and walked away from the two. Seeing that it's safe now, Mashareo removed his tail from Izuku's mouth. Ojiro, what's the deal? Izuku asked. You can't say a word to him. Mashareo advised, which only confuses Izuku. Shoto is looking up at the bracket to see that his fight is going to be after Izuku's match, which is what he was hoping for. He could be my second match. You must advance, Midoriya. So I can beat you with one hand. Shoto thought will pushed himself forward without having to use his father's fire. Uraraka? Who the hell is that? Katsuki puzzled, being an idiot for not remembering one of his classmates again. Ochako is feeling very scared that she is going to fight Katsuki, which she was really hoping it wouldn't be him, but now things are starting to feel like life is playing a joke on her. Hey legs, you're Iida, right? Mei asked as she walks up to Tenya. Correct, I'm Tenya Iida. Tenya answered. Oh, that's perfect. I have something nice for you. Mei excited, believing her big plan is going to work out. Okay, let's pause for a momentary interlude. Before the battles begin, it's time for some pulse-pounding side games. Present mic announced with fireworks going off into the air. The girls of Class 1A decided to get on with the cheerleading since they are still wearing the outfits. They might as well play the part to give the crowd some good positive energies. First, how about a scavenger, huh? Present mic said. The students ran around on the field to pick up a card that are scattered all over the field, and each card has a word of an item they need to get. They can get the item by asking the audience to give them one. Hey, anyone up there got a bag they can give me? Hanta requested. A cat? Rikido was puzzled on how he's supposed to find a cat here. Anyone got a textbook? Denki asked. What in the F-dash? Minoru is shaken from the card picked up, saying he needs to find something that's a back fat, whatever that's supposed to be. What a joke. They're actually taking these dumb side games seriously? And I had hoped Class 1A would have their priorities in check. Nito said. Minoma. Itsuka ran up to him. If you're not playing, come with me. Itsuka ordered. Okay. Nito was confused on how his class rep needs to come with her. The answer came when she showed her card saying, perverse person on it. I think you may have the wrong impression of me, Kendo. Nito proclaimed while being carried away by Itsuka's giant hands. Trust me. This fits. Itsuka said. Wow, everyone is having fun out there. Lukoa commented. But then both Izuku came up to the special seating booth and Tsuyu with her jump. Ribbit. Kanna, I need you to come with me. Tsuyu said, showing the card that says, Gothic Lolita with a tribal theme on it. And I need you, Lukoa. Izuku said. Me. Lukoa was puzzled. Then she saw on Izuku's card saying World Class, which is what he's here for. Izuku and Tsuyu took the two dragons from the booth to bring them over to Midnight, showing her that they have brought what the card said. You both pass. Midnight said with a thumbs up. I really hope it's my imagination because Lukoa's BRSTS looks bigger than before. Izuku thought, gulped, and his face blushing. How come Lukoa is world class and I'm not? Toru pouted. KO, a new chapter is done and hope you all enjoy it. The final round of the UA Sports Festival is going to be a tournament-style fighting competition where the students are going to face each other in a match to see which one of them is the top dog, as soon as the side games are done and everyone trying to have some fun. KO comment, favorite, and follow through of how this story will go. Dragon Mind struggle in the first round. Izuku, even though we were told to have fun, those in the tournament couldn't relax. Izuku is shown sitting with Mashireo for the tail boy to inform him about Hitoshi and his quirk, hoping he doesn't fall for the same thing he did in the cavalry battle. Some tries to come up with a strategy. Yuga is seen resting in the recovery girl's temporary nurse's office to get his stomach to calm down from the pain and getting his mind to be ready to. Some try to rest their bodies. Tenya is carrying a few cans of orange soda in one arm while drinking another can just to get himself fueled with plenty of energy for the tournament. There were those who prepped for the fight. Katsuki is surprisingly doing nothing except staring at a wall for some reason, being quiet and not letting out his usual rage shouts as he is saving his own energy for the big fights. Or tried to hype themselves up. Shoto is sitting alone in the shadows of the stadium and among trees, getting his mind ready for the tournament where he will face Izuku in the second fight and pushed his father away once and for all. And others still who just focused on trying to calm their nerves. Ochako, Tsuyu, and even Momo are still doing some cheering as a way to calm their nerves down from the crazy tension that awaits them soon, even though they are still nervous on the inside because some aren't exactly sure what to expect in the tournament. We wanted to be ready for anything. And before we knew it, the finals began. The scene shows a long and large tube out on the field and the pro hero Cementos using his cement quirk to create the fighting stage for the tournament, and he is just about done. That's it, I'm pretty much done here. Cementos finished his work. Cementos appears to be a humanoid block of cement with black, seemingly shut eyes and gray hair tied into a short ponytail. His body shape is evenly blocky all around his body. His eyes are generally closed, but tiny when opened, and his lips are pulled upwards. His hero costume consists of a sleeveless brown suit that includes yellow stripes, shorts, and an elongated collar. He also sports gray shoes with yellow soles. Thank you, Cementos. Present Mike thanked. Hey sports fans. Are you ready? Present Mike asked with a grin, and the crowd gave their answer by shouting the loudest they can, for they are excited for the final round. After all the action you've already witnessed, it's time for the real battles to begin. Can you feel the excitement? Present Mike excited with his fists pumping. Our competitors are on their own now. Sometimes, heroes have only themselves to rely on. Strength, wisdom, courage. They'll have to use all those things to rise to the top. Present Mike stated. Izuku is going to dominate the first match no problem. Tora grinned. True, with his dragon powers, these matches will be a cakewalk for him. Elma nodded while eating some tacos. Duh, I trained him myself to be a strong dragon warrior. You could say I really outdid myself. Tora grinned. With Izuku. Izuku is standing close to the exit of the tunnel, waiting for the call to be made and clearing up his mind from any doubts and fears he has within himself as he is about to face Hitoshi as his first fight in the tournament. He just hopes that he'll remember the talk he had with Mashireo in the waiting room. Hey! Toshinori called out, surprising Izuku as he turns around to see him walking up to him. Sorry, I haven't said hi. You've been great. You HR this one for all. Toshinori smiled at his successor with a thumbs up. Thank you. I got the idea from Lukoa when she pointed out that I needed to start off small then work my way up. The power I used on that robot was only 10%. Izuku explained. No kidding, only 10% on that giant robot? Wow, guess the rest of that strength must have come from your dragon strength. Toshinori was impressed. Yeah, it's amazing. It's a wonder if I have been able to get this far in high school because of some dumb luck and my friends. Izuku chuckled. But out of nowhere, Toshinori chopped his hands on both the head and under the chin, which was unexpected. All I want to hear you say is that you'll do your best, damn it. There's no such thing as luck. You're never gonna become the hero you want if you believe in something like that. Toshinori scolded. Okay, but did you really have to hit me like that? Izuku exclaimed a little. Listen, whenever you're scared or nervous about a fight, just try and deal with it by smiling. You've made it this far, kid. Even if you're worried, you must stand tall. All Might encouraged as he transformed into his hero form. Don't forget that I'm counting on you and cheering you on. All Might said with a thumbs up. Izuku gave him a nod and turned around knowing that he is going to make it through to the end with everything he got, and he can feel within his dragon instincts that he'll win this tournament, making his way to the top. Outside, the crowd are cheering loudly as they couldn't wait another second for the final round of the UA Sports Festival to get started while 4 pillars of fire burst from each corner. Alright audience, let's cut the good stuff and not delay these finals any longer. Present Mike said. Welcome our fist fighters. Present Mike announced before the screen changed to Izuku and Hitoshi. Whoa, he looks kinda scary in the picture, doesn't he? It's Izuku Midoriya from the Hero Course versus Present Mike commented on Izuku's face in the picture as the dragon boy himself walks to the stage. Hitoshi Shinszo from General Studies, who really hasn't done anything to stand out yet. Present Mike introduced Hitoshi. The rules are simple. Immobilize your opponent or force them out of the ring. You can also win by getting the other person to cry uncle. Present Mike explained the rule of the tournament. Present Mike explained the simple rules of the fighting tournament. Bring on the injuries, cause we've got our very own recovery girl waiting on standby. So, put your morals aside and don't be afraid to play dirty. Present Mike mentioned the nurse hero of UA High. But of course, no life-threatening crap, folks. It's not allowed. Real heroes use their power to throw villains in jail, not kill them. Present Mike reminded them on what being a hero is. I'll stop anyone who tries to get too rough. Cementos added after using his quirk to make himself a chair to be on bystand. You got this, Izuku. Toru shouted with love, making Izuku wave at her. So, you can just give up, huh? Hitoshi said, getting Izuku's attention. In a way, this is a test of how strong your spirit is. If you know what you want your future to hold for you, you can't worry about what other people think. Hitoshi stated with a slightly dark expression. Ready? Present Mike asked loudly. That monkey was going on about his pride earlier. Hitoshi mentioned Mashireo. Begin. Present Mike announced the start of the first match. But I just think he's an idiot for throwing away his chance like that. AFING idiot. Hitoshi stated, believing that Mashireo is going to end up a loser like that. Hearing this got Izuku to feel angry from within as his wings shakes with his anger and let out a soft growl, then he walks up to Hitoshi. Don't you talk about him that way. You hear me? Izuku was angered as he was about to jump at him for a punch to the face. However, Izuku suddenly stopped his approach, and his face became blank like the life left his body, and Hitoshi grins, believing that this idiot fell right into his trap. That's it. I win. Hitoshi said. I warned him not to say anything. Mashireo groaned. Hey, what's the dealio? This is the first match. It should start out with a bang. Present Mike was shocked with confusion. Huh, why did Papa stop? Kanna was confused, along with everyone else in the stadium as well. Oh dear, something must have happened to him, and it was that boy's doing. Midnight Thought looked over to Hitoshi, who is grinning. Come on, Deku. Ochako started to feel worried for him. Why in the world isn't he moving? Tenya asked in confusion. The fight has just begun and Izuku Midoriya is completely frozen? Present Mike gasped. Hey, what happened to dominating the field with Dragon Might? And why does his face look like he's in a deep trance? Toro asked, noticing the weird face Izuku is making. It almost looks like the same face I make whenever I get hungry and there aren't any foods around. Elma commented before eating a big bowl of ramen. He's not moving a muscle. And what's with that look on his face? Could this be a quirk at work? Hitoshi Shinszo seems to have. Izuku Midoriya completely stunned. Present Mike commented in shock. It looks like that Hitoshi boy is more than meets the eye. Lukoa said. He didn't stand out in the first round at all, but it's possible Shinszo's crazy powerful. Present Mike gasped. Who would have thought this would be a turn of event? That's the festival for ya. Present Mike commented, feeling a little excited from this. This is a perfect example of why the UA entrance exam isn't rational, not like the entrance exam I heard about Musashi. Izawa stated. Okay, why's that? Present Mike asked curiously on what's on Eraserhead's mind on this match. Since we're on the individual matches, I had information compiled about our final competitors. Izawa looked down at the two papers about both Izuku and Hitoshi, though his eyes are more on Hitoshi. Shinszo's failed the practical exam to get into the hero course. Since he also applied for the general studies, he probably figured that would happen. His quirk is incredibly strong, but the entrance test consisted of fighting faux villains, robots. It gave a huge advantage to those who had physical superpowers they could show off. Izawa explained about Shinszo. Despite his abilities, Shinszo never stood a chance at passing. Izawa looked down at Hitoshi, thinking that for some reason they're similar in a way. I don't get it, did that purple hair guy do something to Papa? Kanna asked the others. From what I can tell, the type of quirk Shinszo has is like mine. Not for physical combat, but effective in other ways. Kobayashi said, if I had to guess, I would say his quirk might something like brainwashing or something that has to do with mind control. Shoyuta theorized. So, here we are. You're so lucky to have been so blessed, Izuku Midoriya. Hitoshi complimented sarcastically. He always felt a bit jealous of those with stronger quirks. Now turn around and walk out of bonds like a good little hero. Hitoshi commanded. And with that, the mind-controlled Izuku turned around and began walking toward the edge of the fighting stage for Hitoshi to win. A what? Midoriya's obeying him. Present Mike gasped in horror. Oh no, Deku, what are you doing? Ochako asked, feeling really worried for Izuku. He can't walk out of the ring. He'll lose the match if he does. Tenya freaked out. Katsuki is just staring at Izuku and a little more on Hitoshi. The exploding boy may already figure out that guy's quirk and why the idiot Deku is acting this way. Toshinori is watching this in horror that this purple-hair kid suddenly has the upper hand in this match for an easy win. This scares him that young Midoriya is going to lose. What is this power? Toshinori wondered. Hitoshi Shinszo. Is quirk brainwashing? When an opponent answers his question, it flips a switch in their minds, forcing them to do whatever he says. Not every question does it though. He only brainwashes when he wants to. In the fitness test on the first day of school, Midoriya scored first place, which gotten him to earn his place in the hero course. Still, even in tests where he didn't use his quirk, he outperformed Shinszo. Aizawa recalled seeing Izuku being strong throughout his time here. If they fought without powers, Midoriya would certainly win. But he'd have to overcome Shinszo's brainwashing to do that. Either way, this match will be over quickly. Aizawa knew this battle won't be long. What are you doing, kid? Get back in there and show him what you're made of. Toshinori freaked out, hoping for something to happen. Deku! Toru shouted in fear. Izuku, you have to break out and win this. Inko called out to her son, really hoping for something to happen that will save Izuku from losing like this. While Izuku's body is moving from the command of Hitoshi's quirk, his mind is struggling to break free and it's not doing so well. What's happening? My body is moving on its own. I feel like my brain is full of fog. I can't concentrate. Izuku saw he is getting closer to out of bond. No, not like this. Gotta stop, damn it. Izuku feared that he is going to lose on the first match. I fell for it even after Ojiro warned me about his power. I'm an idiot. Izuku cursed himself for not heeding Mashireo's words. Moments before the first match. So, his quirk is that he can control other people? Can I beat something like that? Izuku asked, gulping a little in fear. Just by not giving him a chance to use it. He didn't get into my head until I answered a question he asked me before the second round. I think that's the secret behind his power. Mashireo stated. So, I have to be careful not to say anything or I'll lose for sure. Izuku feared. Not exactly. Even if he gets you, there's still a chance. Mashireo said. For round 2, I don't remember anything at all except the very end of the battle. Mashireo mentioned. Flashback. The scene shows Hitoshi having used his brainwashing quirk on Tetsu to steal his headband as his team moved past them. I think we were running away after Shinszo took Tetsu's headband. I bumped into another person, and it was like I woke up. I was me again. Mashireo explained. Mashireo's shoulder bumped into Ibara's shoulder, causing him to wake up from the trance and looked around very confused. Flashback and suddenly I was able to think clearly. Mashireo finished his story. So, that bump broke his hold? Izuku asked. Maybe. It's only a guess. I don't know how much of a shock it would take to break his spell. And in a one-on-one match, you can't count on an outside force intervening to help you. Mashireo pointed out. Anyway man, I hope that's helpful, 'cause it's all I know. Mashireo said as he stood up. Thank you so much. You're a good guy, Ojiro. Izuku thanked him. I know this sounds selfish, but I'll say it anyway. Beat this guy for you and me, alright? Mashireo held out his fist to him. I'll do my best. Izuku promised and does the fist bump. Present. I'm going to lose. It's all over. Izuku feared. Then something slams into the ground, preventing Izuku from moving to the edge any closer. Everyone is in shock and confused to see what just happened. What's this? Another unexpected surprise. Present Mike asked as Aizawa is shocked from this as well. Hey, what the F is going on? Hitoshi asked in confusion, how the F is going on here? The scene reveals that Izuku was stopped by his own tail piercing into the ground of the fighting stage, and then his right arm started to move on its own, forcing Izuku to turn around and jump at Hitoshi. KO, a new chapter is done and hope you all enjoy it. Izuku fights against Hitoshi in the first round of the tournament only to be caught in the mind control power and was about to get off the ring, but it looks like his inner dragon is going to allow him to give up the fight that easily as his tail and right arm are fighting the control. KO comment, favorite, and follow through of how this story will go. Inner dragon saves the day. Okay, now I'm at a loss of words. Aizawa said. Me too, like what the F is going on down there? Present Mike freaked out. We saw that Izuku Midoriya has been caught in the trap of Hitoshi Shinszo's quirk that was going to cause him the match by a ring out, but suddenly he started acting totally weirder than before. Present Mike pointed out what is going on in that ring. Stop. I order you to stop. Hitoshi shouted while dodging a claw strike from Izuku's right arm. While Izuku's mind is still under the effect of Hitoshi's brainwashing quirk, it would seem that both his tail and right arm are going against the order as the tail slams on the ground to make the body move toward Izuku and the right arm is reaching out to attack him, almost getting close to him. I don't know what the F is going on with Izuku, but this is starting to creep me out a little. Kyoka felt worried for Izuku. Go Deku, beat up that guy for trying to control you. Ochako cheered. You idiot, his mind is still being controlled by the purple extra. Katsuki stated the obvious that the others couldn't see. He's right, his face still tells us that Midoriya is still under the effect of Shinszo's quirk, meaning he didn't break off on his own. But it would appear that two parts of his body are working against him. Fumikage noticed this. But how is that even possible? Momo wondered in surprise. This boy, he is unlike anything any of us have ever seen. An unknown. Ryukyu commented, seeing how Izuku is still attacking though not exactly himself. Huh, what is going on over there? What is happening to my baby? Inko worried for her son. Is that part of his quirk? Kan asked. I don't think so, this appears to be something else entirely. Shoyuta said. You're right, this might have something to do with his dragon side. Kobayashi guessed as she looks over to Toru and the other 3 dragon women. I'll be honest, I never seen anything like that before. But you might also be right about the dragon side. His inner dragon must have taken hold on whatever willpower Izuku had within him and is trying to attack that Shinszo boy to break him out. I believe you are exactly right. All dragons have their own inner instincts that have us do things before we could even think about doing it, and most of those instincts are but one thing. Lukoa explained. That is to destroy those who would have dark intentions against us. Elma revealed that for Lukoa. But if we're lucky, Izuku should be able to hold his inner dragon back from actually killing the guy, even though I want him to burn to death with even his ashes being completely erased from the face of the earth. Toru smirked evilly. Toru, you know fully well that would never bring himself to kill someone. Inko reminded her of Izuku's heroic heart. Yeah, Papa is a better dragon than that. Kanna nodded. But still, Izuku better find a way to get himself back in control or else he'll end up killing him. Elma said. Back in the fight, Izuku's right arm is still trying to get close to Hitoshi to slash him down to size, which is getting closer and closer. This shouldn't be happening. Your body shouldn't be moving at all, you should be out of the ring and I win. Hitoshi was confused and angered at the same time. What's going on? Am I fighting? No, this feels different. Izuku thought noticed something off is going on here. The right arm of the dragon boy leaps over to Hitoshi and almost got him, leaving a small cut on his cheek with a very thin blood drop coming out. Are you trying to kill me? Hitoshi asked in shock. Kill him? No, this isn't what I wanted. I just want to win, to move up in the tournament and win this using my own strength, but I will never forgive myself if I kill someone who just wants to prove himself. Izuku tried to stop his own body from killing Hitoshi. Izuku's right arm and the tail kept on attacking Hitoshi with one strike from the tail in the stomach that knocked the air out of him and another slash on the shoulder that ripped the fabric into a hole with little cuts. Sheet! Hitoshi threw a punch in the stomach, but that did nothing and kicked him on the chest to push himself away from Izuku. No, this isn't the kind of fight I want, not how I want to show myself to everyone on what kind of hero I am. Izuku struggled more to summon his willpower to stop his body. Hitoshi pants with a slight sting of pain as he looks over his shoulder to see the small cuts and look up to see Izuku coming at him to attack. Hitoshi braced himself, but the attack never came as he looks up to see that Izuku has stopped. Mindscape. Huh, what's going on? Did I stop? Izuku asked, noticing that he's not attacking Hitoshi anymore. Suddenly there was a very loud vicious roar that can be heard from everywhere that made him jump a little, but he gasps in utter shock to see a giant green dragon right in front of him that is shining of emerald glow like it's made of jades. What the? Why is there a dragon here? Izuku asked in shock. The emerald dragon let out a fierce roar that shook the void they are within for a moment. It scared Izuku for a bit, and yet he somehow feels safe like he already knows that roar. The emerald dragon looks down at Izuku making eye contact with him, then he felt something deep within his soul like he already knows this dragon throughout his entire life since the day he was born, even though this is the first time Izuku is meeting this dragon. I know you. Izuku said as he starts flying to approach the dragon. The emerald dragon let out a soft growl as it also approaches the half-dragon boy, coming closer and closer to each other until they finally meet in the middle. Yes, I can feel it. Izuku reached out his hand to the dragon as it does the same with its claws. Izuku and the emerald dragon's claw made contact onto each other. Me. Izuku realized fully on who this dragon is as the emerald dragon himself suddenly changed into that of his half-dragon and half-human form, with the original himself being in his normal former human form. My inner dragon. Izuku said, his dragon self nodded at him and moved himself slightly to show Izuku there are others here too. 8 of them, but their figures are shadows and kind of hard to tell, but they all have the same glowing golden eyes. Dragon Izuku moves away, becoming a fully grown dragon again, flying high along with those 8 people on its back and charge right at Izuku. Reality. Izuku's eyes return to normal as he gasps like he hasn't taken a single breath of air in hours and jumps back about 10 feet from Hitoshi. I'm back. Izuku was surprised that he can think clearly again, and he can move his body too. What's this? Midoriya suddenly stop attacking. It would seem he's fully back in control of himself again. Present Might gasped and the crowd goes wild even though they have no idea on what the hell was going on with Izuku. That's the way to do it. Tenya smiled. Whoa, I was about to freak out. Ochako smiled, glad to see that Izuku is alright. Ribbit. He really scared me for a minute there. Tsuyu was relieved to see Izuku back to normal. Phew, that just about killed me. Masahiro felt his heart just skipped a beat. Me too. Kyoka nodded. Look at that, Deku was able to break free on his own. Lukla was impressed. That means we don't have to worry about him spilling blood. Toru sighed in relief. Inko was more relieved to hear that. No, impossible. Hitoshi knew that Izuku was still under his control despite his arm and tail fighting. He shouldn't have been able to break free on his own. You're not supposed to fight back. What did you do? Hitoshi demanded. Izuku quickly covered his mouth as he looks over back Hitoshi. I'm not really sure how I was able to do that, but it feels like my inner dragon was able to help me break free from the mind control. Izuku thought believed. But then people I didn't know came into my mind, and for a second, it was clear. Could it be? Izuku thought remembered what all might him about One for All for the first time after the sludge villain incident. Flashback. One for All. A sacred torch that's been passed on from person to person. Tashinori explained to the past Izuku about the mighty power he wields. Flashback and those people, could they have been the past users of One for All? And they were with my inner dragon, is that even possible? Izuku thought wondered, feeling like there are a million questions. How'd you do that? Hitoshi asked again. Later, I don't have time to figure things out right now. I have to focus. Izuku thought reminded himself that he has a fight to win. He won't answer. Did he figure it out? Hitoshi thought wondered, starting to feel nervous here. No. He's known. That monkey must have told him. Hitoshi thought realized it was his former teammate who gave him the information. I have to get him to talk again. Hitoshi thought gritted his teeth in frustration. Come on, say something. Hitoshi said. Like what? Izuku asked back while walking up to him, and he's not stopping again for he isn't being affected by the brainwashing quirk again. What the F dash? Hitoshi thought screamed, shocked to see that his quirk isn't working on him again. I didn't know you had so much power to have your arm and tail move, and even broke free. I'm kind of jealous of you. Hitoshi taunted a little more, with a little truth in it. I know what that jealousy feels like. I've been there. Izuku admitted. Thanks to the way my quirk works, I've always been at a big disadvantage. But someone as blessed as you wouldn't understand that. Hitoshi said. I get it even though you're right. I have been blessed. Izuku said, recalling all the people who have supported him to get this far to become a hero. You're lucky enough to have a heroic quirk. It'll be easy for you to reach your goal. Hitoshi yelled a bit louder. I've been blessed by others. That's why I'm here. Izuku shouted with a dragon roar as he grabs onto Hitoshi's shoulder and start pushing him back. Then it, motherfucker. Hitoshi threw a punch, the hardest he could muster, but it barely did anything to Izuku as he glares at him. Hitoshi was shocked to see that he isn't fazed by it and tries to punch him again and again, but nothing is working on Izuku. I'll do it for them. Izuku said. He's pushing me out. Hitoshi thought turned to see Izuku pushing him toward the edge of the ring. Hitoshi kept on pushing him some more only to he lifted by Izuku with one arm and threw him right out ring and lands hard on the grassy field. Shinszo is out of bounds. Midoriya advances to the next match. Midnight announced. The crowd cheers loudly for Izuku having to win his match in the weirdest way possible, but it was still a good match to behold when they saw him breaking out of Hitoshi's control. 3 years ago, Nabu City Middle School, Hitoshi's former school before applying for UA High, and here is having a talk with his friends about his quirk. Whoa, your quirk is brainwashing? That's so cool. One male student amazed. Seriously? I can't think of anyone who's had that power. Another male student stated. I'm so jealous, Shinszo. One chubby female student admitted. Imagine all the cool stuff you could do controlling people. The first male student said. Yeah, you can do any bad things you want. The second male student pointed out with steam puffing out of his nose. And no one would ever know it was you. Just promise you won't make us your slaves, okay? The chubby female student blushed a bit. Everyone always says that. Hitoshi chuckled as he's used to this. Of course, I'd probably think anyone with my power would it for evil too. Sounds criminal, Shinszo. It's the perfect power for a villain to have. I'm used to people looking at me like I'm the bad guy. Deep down in Hitoshi's heart, he really hates being called a villain like that when these people don't know about how he wants to be a hero. But you know what? I'm not. Hitoshi finally spoke up. Present. Hitoshi slowly opened his eyes, seeing his first sight to be the blue sky and some clouds, realizing that he is laying on the grass and right outside the ring, clutching his fists in frustration that he lost. And with that expertly performed push, we have our first victor of the finals. Class 1A's Izuku Midoriya. Present Mike announced excitedly. Ugh, that was so nerve-wracking. Ochako sighed hard. Turning the tables at the last moment, a classic Midoriya maneuver. Tenya. Impressed. That was a really hard throw. Right, Bakugo? Denki asked. Shut your demon face, Sparky. Katsuki said while glaring at Deku. That jerkwad. He's really going for it, definitely aiming for the top. And that purple-haired guy fell for his trap. Katsuki believed that Hitoshi was burned by the fiery determination of Deku. It's almost like his dragon quirk adapted to Shinszo's quirk and became immune to it, protecting him from being controlled like that again. This kid is really something else. Aizawa was surprised to see that Izuku can now resist mind control. Yeah. This match was wild and bizarre even though it was short. I don't think this is something we expected to see. They both fought bravely. Let's show them some love, everyone. Present Mike grinned, wondering what else could happen in this tournament. Yeah. I knew he would win. Toru smirked. Papa was so awesome. Kanna smiled proudly at her dad while Inko sighed in relief, almost like she forgot how to hard. Izuku remembered the words from Shinszo said before pushing him out. Someone as blessed as you wouldn't understand that. It'll be easy for you to reach your goal. Izuku decided to ask him a question, hoping to understand him more and for his reason to wanting to be a hero so much. Why do you want to be a hero? What's driving you? Izuku asked. Hitoshi grunts, wondering why this guy is even asking him that now when he's clearly the winner here, but then he remembers what he said to his former classmates back in middle school. I'll be a hero. You can't help the things your heart longs for. Hitoshi answered and walks away as Izuku gasped a little. I felt the same way. Before I inherited One for All and became a dragon, I was just like him. Izuku realized they have more in common with each other than he thought. But, nothing I say is going to make him feel better. Izuku felt sad, knowing there is probably nothing he could do to cheer him up. Hitoshi make his way into the exit tunnel, decided to might as well watch the rest of the tournament to see how things will go from here even though he really wanted to do more. You were awesome out there, Shinszo. One male student of Class 1C complimented. Hearing that caught Hitoshi off guard and look up to see his classmates looking down at him with smiles for him. We're proud at you. One female classmate said waving her hand at him. You didn't tell us you were that good. One male classmate with red hair and tan skin surprised. Yeah, you're the star of our program. One black hair male classmate believed. I can't believe you put up such a great fight against the dude who was in first place earlier. One blue-green hair male classmate smiled. Hitoshi was shocked to hear that his classmates are really happy for him to have come this far in the festival. They don't even care that he lost in the first round. Listen to them. One brown hair male classmate pointed at some of the pro heroes talking about Hitoshi right now. With a quirk like that, it would be very simple to capture dangerous villains. Wish I had it. One green lizard man hero with a skull mask impressed. I can't believe they stuck him in general studies. Those idiots. Miss Joke wondered what UA was thinking. Well, there are a ton of applicants each year. Guess sometimes people slip through the cracks. One hero with a black helmet and red lens pointed out. If only he had more combat experience. One hero with a blue robot head said. Yeah, he would have dominated. What a waste. Another hero with a matching helmet but green believed. Shinszo, you hear that? It's great, they think you're incredible. The brown hair classmate smiled. Now this was something Hitoshi was not expecting to see, people really seeing him as hero material even if his quirk may seem like a villain thing, even the pro heroes think he can be a great hero too. He can feel his emotions swelling up inside almost like he's about to cry as a cherry blossom petal flew down past him. Depending on the results, they might transfer people into the hero course. Remember that. Hitoshi informed Izuku. Even if it didn't work out this time, I'm not giving up. I'll get into the hero track, get certified, and then I'll become a better pro than any of you. Hitoshi determined. You got it. Izuku nodded. He really is immune to my quirk. Hitoshi figured. You know, usually people tense up whenever they talk to me. If you're not on guard, someone's going to defeat you. So be careful. You better not lose and make me look bad. Hitoshi advised with a grin. I won't. Izuku promised. KO, a new chapter is done and hope you all enjoy it. That first round was crazy that Izuku's inner dragon had to fight Hitoshi and would have hurt him worse if Izuku hadn't been able to connect with his inner dragon, and even became immune to the brainwashing quirk which seems like a bonus. And Hitoshi even got recognized as a hero in the makings too, so good day for everyone. KO comment, favorite, and follow through of how this story will go. Quick cold fight of burning hatred. Good news, you don't have any injuries on your body nor anything slightly serious, which is really good for you. Recovery Girl informed Izuku after giving him a checkup. Thank you for checking on me, Recovery Girl. I wanted to be sure that I didn't pull anything on my body. Izuku was glad to hear that nothing serious has happened to his body. Though I don't think I was smiling through the battle. Izuku mentioned to Toshinori, who was in the nursery room with them. I heard some of the things he said to you. It must have been painful, knowing how much you could relate to him. Toshinori mentioned, seeing that both Hitoshi and Izuku have gone through similar things when it comes to how the people view them. Yeah, but I still couldn't go easy on him. I have to keep my eye on the prize. Aiming for the top. Just like you've said in your message from midnight. Izuku mentioned. Oh, I see. You poor little darling. Recovery Girl sighed. Have you been putting too much pressure on him again? Recovery Girl asked with a fit of rage and punched Toshinori on the side. It was necessary and that hurt. Toshinori groaned, rubbing the spot where she hit him. Oh yeah, All Might. Izuku realized that he needs to tell All Might about this while he still has the chance. I had some kind of vision in the match. Izuku said, getting his mentor to listen. At first, there was this dragon which I didn't know what it was at first until I realized that it's my inner dragon, my dragon spirit that was born from how I became a human dragon. But there's more. Izuku started off with his inner dragon, then moving on. There were people, maybe 8 or 9 of them. I'm not sure. When I was under Shinszo's control, it felt like my brain was full of fog or something. But when the vision appeared, it completely drove the fog away. Those people were with my inner dragon, which is confusing. Izuku explained about the 8 people in the vision. One of the figures had eyes just like yours, All Might. Izuku mentioned. Do you think all the people who've used one for Al in the past were there, pushing me on? Like spirits? Izuku asked. Spooky, I'm a ghost? Toshinori shaken in shock. Ah, I thought you'd have answers. Izuku gasped. Actually, I saw something like that too. In my younger days. It's a clear sign that you're getting closer to making one for all your own power. Toshinori said. What was it? Izuku asked. I think it's like a trace of the user's spirit that's left behind in one for all when it's passed on. Don't worry, whatever you saw, it won't be interfering with you or your progress in the future, I'm sure. In other words, that vision wasn't what got rid of the brainwashing effects. Toshinori believed. Regardless of what you saw out there, it was your passion that allowed you to overcome Shinszo's power. The inner dragon you mentioned must have also been a big help, but you should talk about that with Toru and Lukoa about it to know more. Toshinori said. Going to them would be a big help to understand my inner dragon a little more. The other part you said was so not satisfying. Izuku was unimpressed. Forget about it. More importantly, shouldn't you be worrying about who you're fighting next? Toshinori reminded his student about the tournament. You're right. Thank you both very much. Izuku left the nurse's office. You're welcome. Recovery Girl said. But then the nursery became quiet for a second and Recovery Girl spoke. So, he saw you there too. Recovery Girl said. That's a good thing. Toshinori proclaimed with his eyes shadowed. Shoto had just left the waiting room too and on his way to the fighting ring for his match against Hanta, which shouldn't be a problem for him, but the biggest problem for him is the next opponent he'll be facing after that. Of course, Midoriya won. Shoto knew it would be that outcome given that Midoriya has a powerful dragon quirk that could give him the challenge he needs. What do you want? Shoto asked in a low tone. You're acting disgracefully, Shoto. Endeavor said. Shoto didn't want to waste any time with his dad right now since he has a match to get to and just kept on walking. You're acting disgracefully, Shoto. Endeavor said. Shoto didn't want to waste his time talking this fool of a man as he walks away for his match. If you simply used the power in your left side, you would have had an overwhelming victory in both of the first rounds. Endeavor believed as Shoto tries to ignore him. It's time to stop this childish rebellion of yours. You have a duty to surpass that imbecile All Might. Do you understand what I'm saying? Endeavor asked. Shoto gritted his teeth a bit more and the anger within him is raising from hearing more of this nonsense again from his old man. You're different from your siblings. You're my greatest masterpiece. Endeavor proclaimed. Is that all you have to say to me, your own son, you Bisudi? Shoto finally spoke in response to his anger. I'll win this match and advance using only Mom's quirk. I won't give you the pleasure of seeing me use yours. Shoto determined to crush his father's dream. Endeavor wasn't fazed from this talkback. He expected this to happen with his youngest son and knew how it will end for Shoto. Even if that works for you in this tournament, you'll soon find the limits of that power. Endeavor pointed out. Shoto just kept on walking and not giving a shit about the limit of his ice power for as long as he can rub it in his father's face that he can do anything without using the BSTRD's fire. The anger toward his dad is growing and he needs to let it out. With Izuku. Izuku is seen walking to the seating area where his classmates of 1A are sitting together. There you are, Deku. You did good. Ochako called out to him with a proud fist in the air. Come on down here. We save you a seat. Tenya pointed down at the chair next to him. Thanks guys. Izuku thanked. Then he saw Mashireo giving him a fist up and a smile telling him great job against Hitoshi and thanks for avenging him. It was the least I could do for you, Ojiro. Izuku thought nodded before sitting down with his friends. The 4 fires at the edges of the ring burst up again, signaling the second battle of the first round is about to start very soon along with 2 combatants already on the ring. I wonder if the next fight is going to be as exciting as Izuku's? Elma asked. Doubt it, but it wouldn't hurt to watch. Toru said with a boredom look on her face. Enough standing around. Present Mike shouted. Now welcome to the ring, our next players. Present Mike excited with the screen showing Shoto on the left and Hanta on the right. He's got skills, but at the expense of some really creepy-looking elbows. From the hero course, it's Hanta Zero. Present Mike introduced Tape Boy. That was uncalled for. Hanta commented, but he's not focused on the match to even care about it right now. Versus an early frontrunner in the competition who's way too strong for his own good. Someone who rightfully got into the hero course based on recommendations. It's Shoto Todoroki. Present Mike introduced. Shoto is just being quiet at the moment with his eyes covered by the shadow of his hair because right now, he is silence angry right now. And now, for the second match of the finals. Ready? Present Mike asked with an exciting grin. Well, I don't really feel like I can win this fight. Hanta doubted himself as he cracks his neck. Begin. Present Mike signaled the start of the match. Immediately after Present Mike said that, Hanta unleashed tapes from both his elbows wrapping them around Shoto's body who is still troubled in mind of the anger toward his father. But man, I don't feel like losing either. Hanta pulled both his arms with all his might dragging Shoto all the way towards the white line. That attack could throw his opponent out of bounds. A brilliant surprise opening from the underdog. Way to start off strong, Zero. Present Mike complimented. However, Shoto was far from done because he only let himself be caught for his mind was elsewhere for a second. Apologizes. Shoto said. Shoto stopped himself planting ice under his feet while at the same time sending his wave of ice at right Zero who just started freaking out. Nurse's office. Suddenly, everything around them started shaking hard and this got the 2 pro heroes worry. Is that an earthquake? Recovery girl asked. What the heck is going on? Tashinori worried, wondering if this is coming from outside in the current match. Outside to the match. Aizawa has his eyes widen of pure shock while Present Mike is also showing the same expression only with his face pressed right on the glass and his shades slide down from his eyes a little. Izuku and his classmates are leaning back from the sudden tall wall of ice that appeared right in front of them, while even more of the ice is shown to be way bigger than close up to the students and over right above the stadium where some people and pro heroes can see. Holy crap. Death Arms said. How what? Did one human really do something like this? Alma asked with her eyes widened shocked. I had no idea this guy could be this powerful. Shoyuta was amazed while Kanna looks in awestruck. Tora was at a loss for words that she didn't give humans enough credit when it comes to having a strong quirk and feeling a bit worried that Izuku might have a tough time if he were to fight against this guy. Endeavor was a little disappointed that Shoto didn't use his fire again in this match. Shoto easily broke free of the tape wrap that has been frozen into ice showing that Hanta's plan was failure from the start. Don't you think you went overboard? Hanta asked, shaking because of the cold with almost his entire body covered in ice. Heck, Shoto overused his ice too much that it even went to midnight with literally half of her right side is frozen. Hey, you icy fucker. That's my wife, you just froze. Kobayashi yelled in anger. Tell the truth, Zero. Can you move at all? Midnight asked, still trying to do her job. Are you kidding? Obviously not. My body is freezing. Hanta answered, shivering of the coldness. Zero has been immobilized. Todoroki advances to the second round. Midnight announced as the entire crowd are shocked that this match ended so fast while some people tried to cheer up Zero by shouting, nice try, a few times. I'm not sure if that's supposed to make me feel better. Hanta felt a little hurt from the chanting. Sorry about that, it was a bit much. Shoto apologized as he walks over to Hanta and starts unfreezing him with the heat of his left side. I was angry is all. Shoto stated. That boy, it wasn't just anger he was feeling. It was something else, like sadness. Lukoa noticed the emotions in his eyes. Izuku had also noticed something off with Shoto after he made that big icy attack on Hanta. Izuku, as the crowd shouted, trying to make Zero feel better, Todoroki took a moment to melt his opponent from the ice prison he'd created. For some reason, in that moment, he looked very sad to me. It took a bit of time for the ice to be cleaned up after Shoto thawed out Hanta from the ice prison and left the ring, but now things are back in track for the sports festival tournament to begin. Welcome back to the finales, everyone. Sorry for that long wait. The insane amount of ice from the second match has finally been cleared though, so it's time to welcome the new competitors. Present Mike announced. Even beautiful flowers have thorns. It's the assassin from Class 1B, Ibra Shiozaki from the hero course. Present Mike introduced the green hair girl from Class 1B. Ibra is a girl of medium height with green, thorn-covered vines for hair, one set wrapped around her forehead a couple of times in the shape of a cross. Her eyes are dark green with long lower eyelashes. She wears the UA blue gym uniform, BRSTS size, F cup. Versus the boy with the electric personality. Another hero in the making, Denki Kaminari. Present Mike introduced Denki. Now both challengers are on the ring and the crowd is cheering loudly as they are waiting to see how this fight will go. Keep those eyes peeled. I want to see a super flashy battle this time. Present Mike felt excited. Excuse me. Ibra called out to Present Mike, getting his attention. Please pardon the interruption. I'm not sure why you called me an assassin. I've come to the festival in search of victory, not to take my opponent's life. That wouldn't be in line with the value of a hero at all, sir. Ibra stated clearly. Right, I'm sorry. Present Mike apologized, seeing that she didn't like the nickname. Gentlemen, I didn't enter UA for wicked or selfish reasons, but to deliver salvation to others. It is my humble quest to spread true good across this world. Ibra explained her purpose of wanting to become a hero. Listen, I said I was sorry. That was my bad, okay? Present Mike admitted. I thank you for your kind understanding. Ibra smiled and bowed. Well, would you look at that, that girl seems to be a follower of gods and whatever. Toru commented on that Ibra girl. I can tell she's an honest soul. I wonder how she would react if she knew I was a goddess. Lukoa asked curiously. She looks like someone at a church. Inko commented as well. I thought everyone in Class 1B was a JRK. Denki was surprised to see someone being so nice. Look at those big beautiful eyes. And it looks like she might be strong too. Denki thought complimented on how she looks. Come on, you idiot, remember, this is a competition. Denki thought reminded himself that he is here to win. But, oh man, she's so cute though. This is terrible. I'm gonna have to ask this girl out sometime. Once I win this. Denki thought decided to make his move once he gets through this tournament. So, anyway, begin. Present Mike announced the start of the match. What do you say, me and you go out after this? I'd be happy to treat you to a bite. Denki offered Ibra to go out with him while readying himself for this fight, though she looked a little confused. And comfort you after your loss. 'Cause this is all gonna be over in 2 seconds, honey. Denku proclaimed and brings out his electrification quirk to finish this fight in one move. Indiscriminate shock. 1.3 million volts. Denki unleashed his electricity power toward the cute girl. My dragon instincts are telling me that he's gonna lose. Izuku felt this isn't going to be Denki's time to shine. Ibra turns around and her vine's quirk hair goes down and into the ground, then pop up to form a big vine shield that completely blocks the electric wave attack. What? Denki was confused as his mind goes stud, then suddenly being caught by more vines that were traveling through the ground and wrapped around him in a trap. He's immobilized. That's all, folks. It was over in an instant. Present Mike commented, seeing how Ibra had the better advantage or defense and power. The winner is Shiozaki. She advances on. Midnight announced and the crowd cheers for her. I'm just so thankful that I was able to make the most of the opportunity one was given today. Ibra said while praying. Ibra Shiozaki. Her quirk vines. The vines on her head can extend to great lengths. Plus, they're detachable. As long as she gets plenty of water and sunlight, they can grow instantly. It's one killer head of hair. Well, can't say I didn't see that coming, but that girl is strong and cute. Izuku complimented about Ibra. KO, a new chapter is done and hope you all enjoy it. Shoto sure has a way of showing off to his old man about how powerful his ice power is, even though he did go overboard with it, and poor Denki, he never had a chance to fight against Ibra nor getting a date with her after the festival. KO comment, favorite, and follow through of how this story will go. May Gadget Show followed by Acid Sparkles. Oh yeah, way to represent Class 1B. Tetsu cheered for his classmate. Man, she's good. Kyoka admitted, didn't think there would be anyone that could easily shrug off Kaminari's electricity quirk unless it was another electric type like him. Guess he was right. Nito chuckled, peeking his head over the wall to look at Class 1A. That match really was over in just 2 seconds. I wonder if his real quirk is the ability to tell the future. Hey, wasn't Class 1A supposed to be so much better than us? Nito laughed mockingly at them. I guess this guy took the opportunity to laugh at us for losing one match. Izuku thought sweat dropped, weirdly kind of worry about this guy's mental health and image of wanting to become a hero. But Nito stopped when Itsuka karate chopped him in the neck to knock him out. Sorry about him. Itsuka apologized on Nito's behalf. I have a feeling he might be voted for most hated guy in UA. Izuku feared this Nito guy isn't going to be very popular in school if he keeps up with that attitude. With MT Lady and Kamui Wood. Kaumi, did you watch that? ME Lady asked, getting the Wood hero's attention to his companion on what she wants now. Wouldn't she make, like, the perfect sidekick for you? MT Lady suggested, seeing this girl being a perfect combo with Kamui Wood in his hero business. Yeah, wish I could have seen more. Kamui Wood answered, maybe he'll think about taking in that student to work with him for an internship. She's great for your brand. You need someone cute. MT Lady believed, making it seem like Kamui Wood isn't being cool enough with just his Wood look, and that girl with the vine hair could upgrade his brand too. Just get back to work. Kamui Wood said. With Toru and others. The way that guy released all of that electricity, I bet it's tasty for me to recharge myself whenever I need to. Kanna smiled, drooling a bit and her fuzzy tail wagging almost like a dog. Do you think he'll let me if I ask? Kanna asked Inko. I'm not sure if he would like to be used as a charger. Inko said. Still, that guy completely wasted all of that power in one shot thinking he was going to win it without actually trying anything else before that. Toru pointed out. Yeah, powerful as electricity is, that element is useless to things that can withstand even lightning like that girl's vine hair as a perfect defense, and she didn't have to hurt him at all because Denki already did his own downfall. Lukoa nodded. Seriously, this guy didn't prepare himself to handle the downside of his quirk at all. Toru was disappointed in that guy. With Izuku, Kaminari may be super strong because of his quirk, but Shiozaki placed 4th in the entrance exam. And those vines, I wonder if studied Kamui Wood's moves. Binding attacks can be really powerful. I hardly ever see anyone break out when they're used. It would be impossible to get close to her while avoiding all those thorns and vines. You'd have to find some way to tear them off or just hack your way through using brute force. But in order to keep you from doing that, she'd probably go after your hands first, but they probably aren't fireproof. Izuku mumbled on and on, making his classmates creep out. Maybe you should take a sec to relax before planning too many matches ahead. Ochako advised, getting his attention. Oh sorry. Sometimes I don't realize I'm talking out loud when I'm taking notes. Izuku apologized. It's not every day I get to see incredible quirks from people outside our class. Izuku said, making Ochako smile. So, does that mean you've been taking notes on anybody you see outside of our class? Ribbit. Tsuyu asked curiously. Actually, I've been taking notes on everybody in our class too. Here, I even got on your zero-gravity quirk, Uraraka, and your frog quirk too, Tsu. Izuku showed the pages to Ochako and Tsu. Ochako gasped upon seeing that Izuku made an analysis on herself and her zero-gravity quirk that made her feel happy in a way. You know, Deku, I've always known that you're amazing. You got so much drive and focus in you, and the sports festival's reminding me of that. Ochako chuckled, smiling. You know, Deku, I've always known that you're amazing. You got so much drive and focus in you, and the sports festival's reminding me of that. Ochako chuckled, smiling. Wow, you even got my hair right. Are you trying to become a manga artist or something? Tsuyu was impressed with how well Izuku drew her and Ochako in his notebook. Oh, thank you. Izuku thanked her for the words. Let's keep pumping out these hits and move on. Time for the 4th match. Present Mike shouted with excitement. Get ready to watch 2 new players duke it out. Present Mike said, and the audience cheers loud and excitedly. He's the kid with engines in his legs. Tenya Iida from the hero course. Versus a fully equipped gadget dynamo. The support course is Mei Hatsum. Present Mike introduced the 2 students as they are standing on the fighting stage. So, it's hero class versus support. Kyoka is surprised to see this kind of matchup happening. I have no idea what this fight will look like. Tsuyu said. To be honest, I'm not really sure if Mei is the type of girl who would even does physical combat at all. Izuku said, feeling like this match isn't going to be much fighting at all. What's with Iida? Rikido asked, noticing Tenya just stripes on a gadget on his back. Where the heck did he get all that weird gear from? Hanta gasped. I noticed that the girl is also carrying some equipment on her as well. Is that allowed since we haven't the other students in the previous matches wearing such things? Elma asked. I don't think so, but this match might be different. Shoyuta said. Hero Corps students can't use support gear unless they have to. And you didn't fill out any of the proper paperwork for that. Midnight informed this to the shocked Tenya. I didn't know that was the rule. Ama got to wear his belt, so I thought it was fine. Tenya said. He turned in the proper forms. Midnight mentioned. Proper forms that's really allow here? Toru wondered. Yeah, there are certain things that can allow you to do, like bringing in those support gears into this event as long as you got permission to do so, like filling in some forms from paper. Kobayashi explained. It just that, my heart was moved by my opponent's sportsmanship. Even though she's from the support course, she wanted this to be as even a match as possible since she made it this far. To have a fair fight. So, she offered to give me this equipment. Tenya explained in a respectful and moved tone. He clutches his hands. I respect her integrity. That's why, to honor her, I would like to wear this gear. Tenya declared full-heartedly and such youthful vigor. Midnight amazed and giggled lustfully. I'll allow it. Midnight said with her whip pointed at Tenya. Wait, really? Present Mike shocked, and the crowd is also shocked and excited. I guess if everyone's in agreement, then it's okay. Right? Shoto stated, though still not entirely sure of what to make of this. Weird, that doesn't seem like something Mei would do. Unless, Izuku thought started to have a feeling that Mei is hiding her true reason for having Tenya wear some of her support gears in this match. Well, if everyone's on the same page, let's begin the fourth match. Present Mike announced. Tenya charges forward to begin his attack on Mei, though he still has no idea on what these support gears do, but he'll have to figure that out along the way. But what's about to happen next is him falling into Mei's trap. Bet you love how fast that girl makes you, huh, Iida? Mei asked, speaking into the mic. She's got a mic? Tenya was surprised. Hey now. Present Mike was surprised that Mei's voice is loud and it's not coming from the usual speakers. Is she wearing speakers? Shoto guessed right. Don't your legs feel lighter than usual? That's to be expected. I designed those leg parts specifically to increase the wearer's speed and mobility. Mei explained about the leg gear. But of course. Just when Tenya got close enough to deliver the first blow against Mei, she suddenly went up by a metal pole from her backpack, making her move and Tenya trip on the pole. I can easily evade you with my hydraulic attachments. Mei said and looks up at the seating boxes. Those are boxes for support companies. They love my babies. I've got this in the bag. Mei mentally squealed with excitement to see some businessmen of some support companies. This is all thanks to her quirksoam, which allows her to see everything far away up to 5 kilometers. Mei had some. Her quirk, zoom. If she gets serious, she can see up to 5 kilometers away. Oh, now I see what that girl is really doing. Shoyuta nodded, understanding where this match is going. Huh, what do you mean? Kanna was puzzled by what he meant. Since I've got sensors in every direction, it's impossible for an opponent to sneak up on me. Mei explained with her gear, evading Tenya's attempted attack. Tenya is struggling to get his balance right again as he might fall on the ground, and the gears that are like wings started to do something, causing Tenya to regain his balance and charges at Mei again. What the heck is going on? Tenya was very confused. Look at how adeptly Iida just changed his course. It's all thanks to the ingenious auto-balancer I created. Mei announced. This weird. Present Mike commented, feeling like Mei has stolen the show all for herself. She's turning the festival into one big commercial. Shoto face-bombed, wondering how her teacher could handle such a girl. And so, Tenya continues running, trying to land a hit on Mei, but she evaded him again and he almost fell, and the balancer spins him around to get away from the edge of the fighting ring. The auto-balancer is equipped with a custom 32-axis gyro sensor. As you can see, it can keep the user from falling unless they actually want to. Mei explained. I thought you said you wanted this to be a fair fight. Tenya recalled those words, wondering if they were nothing but lies. And suddenly Mei jumps high above Tenya, almost like she is flying in the air right now. That's right, I'm practically flying through the air. These electro shoes use electromagnetic induction on both feet. They're perfect for evasive maneuvers or just keeping things light. Mei showed off her fancy gadget shoes. As soon as she lands, I'll stop her. Tenya hurried over to the spot where Mei is going to land. Mei lands back on the fighting stage as she expected Tenya to come at her like that, so she quickly turns around and pulls out what appears to be a gun and fires a red net at Tenya, trapping him, and struggles to get back up from this. What is this? Tenya asked, trying to get out, but he couldn't. A capture gun to use against villains. The nets are loaded into small cartridges. You can fire up to 5 before having to reload. Mei explained about her net gun. And all of these items were developed by yours truly, Mei Hatsum, support course prodigy. Mei introduced herself. So, to any support companies out there looking for strong new recruits, the choice is clear. You want me? Again, I'm Mei Hatsum, that's HASUME. Mei introduced herself again, even spelling out her name out loud. Oh man, that's rich. This girl didn't even care about winning the festival at all, she just wants to show off the gadgets she made to some companies that'll be interested. Lukoa laughed, thinking that Mei is a riot. Seriously, all that competing for this? And in the middle of a game that involves fighting. Toru exclaimed. And now, let me introduce you to a few more of my babies. Mei said. Are you effing serious? There's more. Toru shouted in rage. What is with this crazy girl and her obsession with machines that she makes? That was fun, but I think I've shown off everything I wanted to. Mei said, starting to calm down. I suppose it's time for me to wrap this show up? Mei decided to leave even though she didn't win the match, not that she cared about winning the tournament. Hatsum stepped out of bounds, so Iida advances to the next round. Midnight announced, but this match made her feel pity for Tenya, and it was weird that Mei didn't bother winning when she clearly had the advantage. I can't believe I let you trick me. Tenya screamed in rage at being a doll for her support gears. Sorry about that. I needed to use you to make a name for myself. Mei said with a soft chuckle. I looked like a fool. Tenya exclaimed. Iida's so sincere, he trusted her motives. She probably made it sound like she was doing him a favor. Izuku worried about Tenya's pride and feeling pretty down. She's so driven. Straightforward about her goals. And from what I can tell, she'll pretty much do whatever it takes to reach them. Amazing, incredibly hot, even. Izuku commented on Mei, starting to feel some love for that gadget girl. Unknown to Izuku, Ochako was all silent upon watching the match and decided to leave for the waiting room to give herself some privacy because she needs to do some thinking while the others don't notice her leaving. And then the next match started. We're gonna charge right along to the 5th match. Present Mike said. Let's hope that gaudy belt serves some kind of purpose. It's Yuga Aoyama from the hero course. Present Mike introduced Yuga. Bonjour. Yuga winked, sparkling at the audience. Verse. Is there some kind of purpose for those things sticking out of her head? From the same class, Mina Ishido. Present Mike introduced Mina and made a little comment about her horns. This match is gonna be a piece of cake. Mina smirked. I do believe you're going to be eating those words, mademoiselle. Yuga proclaimed that he is going to win this match. Come on, Mina, you can do it. Tsu cheered for Mina. Don't show her any mercy, Aoyama. Fight like you're in one of those video games where everyone's clothes get beaten off. But Minoru was quickly silent by Izuku's tail, not wanting to hear more of those pervert words if he was going to say anything else. Thanks, that guy made this uncomfortable for us. Kyoka thanked Izuku. You're welcome. Izuku said to her. A match between Aoyama and Ishido. Let's see. Considering what their powers are, Aoyama will probably keep his distance and try to attack with his laser from far away. So, it'll all depend on whether or not Ishido can dodge his attacks and manage to use her power against him in close combat. Izuku analyzed about their powers and such. But I have a feeling that Mina is going to win this match. Izuku guessed with a smile. Now, let's get started. 5th match. Begin. Present Mike called out. Naval laser, activate. Yuga immediately fired his belly laser at Mina. Think again. Mina dodged it quickly and skated around using her acid skate move. We were on the same team for combat training, so I know all about your quirk, Aoyama. I can say the same thing about you. Yuga pointed that out. Sure, but there's a big difference. I remember something you said. Mina said as she remembered the first day in UA. Flashback. Shooting my beam for more than a second can sometimes hurt my tummy. Yuga explained. Flashback and I know your weakness. Mina said. Yuga kept on firing his laser at Mina, who kept on dodging each shot, waiting for the right moment to strike back at Yuga. Here's a big one. Yuga fired a bigger laser that Mina ducked under, and his stomach started to hurt. Ow, my tummy. There's my shot. Mina thought threw some of her acid onto Yuga's belt, making it completely useless. Oh no. No. Not my precious belt. Yuga gasped, quickly pull up his pants when they fell. And that's when Mina comes in to finish the fight. For my finishing move, an uppercut. Mina struck Yuga with greater strength, knocking Yuga down. Aoyama has fainted. The winner of this match is Ishido. Midnight announced and the crowd cheers for the pink girl. KO, a new chapter is done and hope you all enjoy it. Well, that's to be expected that Mei would never be interested in winning the UA Sports Festival because she just wanted to be spotted by support gear companies, and Yuga's fight has melted away by Mina's slippery movements and nice uppercut in that last moment. KO comment, favorite, and follow through of how this story will go.